Hello everyone, thanks for your support. We got 3000 subscribe. Yee. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. You can support me on Google Pay. Chapter 1 Super God's Choice. Great Swordsman at the start. Panama Island. Hey, run, there are two powerful pirates fighting over there. We're going to die. Every time these pirates fight, it's us civilians who suffer. Who's fighting with whom? Whitebeard's Fire Fist Ace is fighting with another pirate group. Let's run, or we'll die. Looking at the civilians fleeing to the edge of the island, Ling B fell into deep thought. He was also a member of this island. As a transmigrator, he only transmigrated to this world the day before yesterday. When he heard people talking about One Piece, and after repeated confirmation, Ling B finally confirmed that this world was the world of One Piece. And Panama Island. Isn't that the place where Blackbeard and Ace fought? The Battle of Panama Island. Ace was defeated. In order to obtain the location of Shichibukai, Blackbeard traded Ace to the world government, which led to the Summit War and a series of subsequent events. Blackbeard, the culprit of the Summit War, had gambled several times. Every time, he gambled with his life, but he was the winner every time. He eventually came to New World, replaced Whitebeard, and became one of the pirate emperors of New World. Blackbeard's deeds are absolutely exciting, at least Ling B was excited. Ding, the super selection system is activated. This system. When an ethereal and mechanical voice appeared in Ling B's mind, Ling B was shocked. It's impossible for him to be unfamiliar with the system after reading countless web novels. As a transmigrator, he was also very clear about what the system meant. The system was the help to get him to the top of the world. This system is called the super selection system. The host can make a choice given by the system and obtain the corresponding reward, becoming the strongest existence in the world. Don't talk nonsense, what's the choice? By the way, is there a novice package or something like that? Novice gift package is opened, access to the Great Swordsman, Golden Lion template. Taijutsu, Golden Lion template, one of the 12 supreme swords, Shiger. The Great Swordsman Golden Lion. When she heard the thunderous name, Ling B's breathing became rapid, and the ecstasy in her heart was even more difficult to contain. There was no doubt that as a legendary pirate, Golden Lion had the strength of a Grandmaster swordsman. In the old era, he had suppressed Roger's pirates. If it weren't for the unfortunate storm in the Battle of Wall, Roger, as the child of destiny of the old era, would have been dead long ago. Later, unfortunately, he appeared in the movie and was defeated by another child of destiny wearing the same straw hat. As the voice of the system ended, a wave of understanding of Golden Lion's swordsmanship flowed into Ling B's mind. At the same time, Ling B gained a powerful swordsmanship and physical strength. What a huge amount of Sword Deo comprehension information! As expected of the Great Sword Master's comprehension. After all, Golden Lion had a lifetime of Sword Deo. That kind of understanding was unimaginable. As a person with the Lion Fruit ability, the powerful fruit ability often made it easy for people to forget that he was a strong swordsman. Just like Whitebeard, the shock fruit made it easy for people to forget that he was very strong even without the shock fruit. I can use all of Golden Lion's swordsmanship power now. There was a powerful swordsmanship power in her body, and she also had a considerable understanding of Sword Deo. At this moment, Ling B was like the great swordsman Golden Lion. Of course, there was also the supreme sword in Ling B's right hand, Shiger. It was a Tachi, similar to Zoro's famous sword Autumn Water in the original work, but the blade was much bigger than Autumn Water, and its length was nearly 20 centimeters longer. At a glance, one could feel that this sword was extraordinary. The Supreme Sword, First Generation Ghost Blade, Black Sword Knight, Vertical Cloud Cut, and this, the fourth sword, Shiger. Although Golden Lion is a dual swordsman, one sword is enough for me for now. If I have other famous swords in the future, I might as well add one more. At this moment, Ling B's gaze became very sharp. After combining Golden Lion's strength as a great swordsman and his lifelong understanding of Sword Deo, his entire temperament changed, and he had the attitude of a strong person. Especially when he held a famous sword in his hand, it made the civilians who were rushing over nervous, and they subconsciously avoided Ling B. At this moment, Ling B was in the attitude of a mysterious strong person. Ding! Super God Selection activated. You have the following choices. Choice 1, hand over Fire Fist Ace to the world government. Reward, One Punch Man's World, Universe Emperor Bolo's Constitution. Choice 2, defeat Fire Fist Ace together with Blackbeard. Reward, Marimara Fruit. Hint, you can only choose one of the two choices. I choose the first one. Looking at the virtual screen in front of him, Ling B almost didn't hesitate to choose the first option. Bolo's in One Punch Man, his constitution could be said to be immortal. Even if he was beaten to a pulp, he would still be unscathed, but unfortunately, he met the bald-headed Demon King. With Bolo's constitution, in the world of One Piece, there was no doubt that he was immortal. Even Kaido of the Beasts could only be his younger brother. As for the second option, Marimara Fruit, to be honest, this fruit was very powerful, but it was far less attractive to Ling B than Bolo's constitution. Ding! Selection successful, the reward will be released after the host completes the selection task. Chapter 2. Handing over Fire Fist Ace to the world government? In other words, following the path of Blackbeard in the original work? Exchanging the location of Shichibukai? Entering Impel Down to recruit troops? Triggering the Summit War? There was no doubt that this was a dangerous path. The Summit War broke out because Fire Fist Ace fell into the hands of the world government. In order to end the Great Age of Pirates, that war had to be fought. Of course, Whitebeard's protective nature also doomed the Summit War to break out. It's starting. Facing the civilians running over in a panic, Ling B also saw the dark fog behind them. The thick dark fog was dark and evil, like squirming ink, swallowing everything. The area had become a sea of darkness. This was the power of the dark fruit. When this fog appeared, it meant that it was time for Blackbeard to devour the entire town. Dark fruit, Blackbeard's move, dark acupuncture point. Devour everything. Ling B pulled out his famous sword, Shichibukai, and was ready to join the battle. No, I should let Blackbeard defeat Fire Fist Ace, then take Fire Fist Ace from Blackbeard's hands. Ling B quickly retreated, avoiding the spreading dark fog. Blackbeard and Fire Fist Ace started fighting. This duel was destined to be won by Blackbeard. After all, Blackbeard himself was very strong. Back then, he was able to leave a scar on Redhead's face, and he was also a man who Redhead feared. It was clear that even without the dark fruit, his strength was not simple. Now that he had the dark fruit, which could restrain all devil fruit abilities, it was like he had a cheat code. Facing Fire Fist Ace, who underestimated his opponent and was not very strong, Blackbeard's victory was destined. When the time comes, it will be much easier to snatch Fire Fist Ace from Blackbeard. After all, he will inevitably be injured at that time. Sitting on a high ground, Ling B looked into the distance. The town was swallowed by the darkness and then released. Many civilians rolled their eyes and fell from the sky with the debris of the houses. The next moment, a huge flame soared into the sky. Ling B could feel the heat from more than 200 meters away. Not long after, the flame seemed to have completely erupted. The huge flame reached the sky, and at the same time, a surge of darkness also soared into the sky. It was on par with the flame, fiercely colliding with the flame. Darkness and flame, both sides occupied half of the sky. The entire void was filled with flame on one side and darkness on the other. It was as if gods and demons were fighting. The civilians who survived were scared to death. Countless people had had their scalps, and they had given up hope of survival. A series of explosions followed, and a series of explosions filled the air. Then, the darkness gradually gained the upper hand in the stalemate between the flames and darkness. Then, the darkness slowly crushed the flames. Finally, the darkness, the flame. Finally, the flame was completely. Ha 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 ha. A burst of wild laughter could be heard. It was none other than Blackbeard's carefree laughter. This laughter could be heard from a very far distance. The dust has settled. Ling B walked over. He knew that Fire Fist Ace had been defeated. This was within his expectations. Fire Fist Ace was no match for Blackbeard in the first place. He was only 20 years old. He was just a young boy. On the other side, Blackbeard was still surrounded by darkness. In front of him, Fire Fist Ace was lying on the ground with wounds all over his body. Although he had not fainted, he could not move due to excessive exhaustion. On the other hand, Blackbeard was standing on the other side, laughing. Although Blackbeard was also covered in wounds, and there was a bloodline at the corner of his mouth, this level of injury was nothing to him. Guys, cuff him. Let's begin the next step of the plan. Remember to use a sea stone on Laozi. Normal ropes can't withstand the flames. Blackbeard said to Luffy and the others behind him. Captain, the sea stone shackles were originally used to cuff Straw Hat Boy, but now it's used to cuff Fire Fist Ace, haha. Fighting champion Jesus Bargas laughed. At this time, he was also holding a sea stone handcuff in his hand. With the sea stone handcuff, even if Fire Fist Ace recovered his strength, he could only be at their mercy. Chi. Fire Fist Ace's eyes were full of resentment. When he heard the name Straw Hat Luffy, his anger burned in his heart, but at this moment, he was exhausted and could only say Blackbeard's name. Haha. Blackbeard laughed disdainfully. His original plan was to let Fire Fist Ace join them, but the other side refused, so he could only carry out another plan. He was a pirate who gambled with his life every day. This time, I will completely offend Whitebeard. But, I like this feeling very much. Blackbeard also laughed cruelly. That old man won't be able to live for long either. Ha ha ha. Demon Sheriff Luffy watched Jesus handcuff Fire Fist Ace, and he was also full of smiles. The handcuffs were originally intended to be used on Straw Hat Luffy, but at this moment, they were used on Fire Fist Ace. One must know that Straw Hat Luffy is now a pirate worth 100 million berries. If his head is given to Marine, 100 million berries would be enough for Blackbeard to eat, drink, and have fun for a while. Guys, today Laozi is going to report the banquet. Tie Ace up first. /wave. At this moment, a cold voice came from Blackbeard's side, followed by a huge crescent-shaped slash. Chapter 3. This slash directly cut open the ground, creating a large trench that was nearly 1 meter wide. At the same time, the slash pierced through the void at a very fast speed. Even Blackbeard and the others did not notice that they had just won a beautiful battle and were still in a completely relaxed state. When the shocking white light shone on their faces, they found it difficult to open their eyes. At the same time, they were also stunned and did not know what had happened. Blackbeard and the others were also completely unaware that danger was approaching them. What happened? Demon Sheriff. Luffy was very confused because the light he was facing was the strongest. However, it was also at this time that the center of the light completely crushed his body. Luffy also screamed, but this scream did not last for more than 5 seconds. Luffy's entire body was cut into 2 halves. When the slash disappeared and pierced through the island and the sea, Blackbeard and the others came back to their senses. The ground was cut open, and Luffy's body was cut into 2 halves. The ground was filled with bloodlines and various internal organs that were poured out. Luffy. Blackbeard and the others' expressions changed drastically. Enemy! Blackbeard roared. At that moment, everyone began to be on guard. Now, even a fool would know that they were being attacked by the enemy. Who are you? At this moment, Ling B's figure appeared in the dust. A very young man with a tall and straight figure, exquisite facial features, and handsome appearance walked over with a long sword in his hand. You did it? Little brat? Blackbeard was furious. Luffy's death made him very angry. It was not that he valued friendship and loyalty, but he had lost an admiral. That's right. It's me. Ling B laughed. Now that she had the strength of a great swordsman, as long as she was not careless, she did not fear Blackbeard. Blackbeard's dark fruit was useless against her. In addition, Ling B felt that she could torture him until he doubted his life. Damn it! Blackbeard immediately pulled out 2 guns, one in each hand, and fired at Ling B without hesitation. The sound of bullets pierced through the sky. There were many bullets, and they were very fast. It was naturally difficult for the naked eye to catch them. The danger was easily perceived by Ling B. Even if Ling B closed her eyes, she could feel the trajectory of the bullets. However, Ling B did not avoid the bullets. Instead, she held the sword and cut the bullets accurately. Each bullet was cut in half by Ling B. This is the Great Sword, one of the best swords in the world of One Piece. Ling B, who had the strength of a great swordsman, had no problem cutting diamonds, let alone bullets. It's my turn, Blackbeard. Ling B rushed over at an equally fast speed. She slashed out with her sword, aiming directly at Blackbeard. Danger! After dodging the danger, Blackbeard quickly retreated several meters, leaving only a trace of his movement on the ground. At this time, Blackbeard was sweating. The slash that killed Luffy just now still left a shocking mark on the ground. The several hundred-meter-long ditch was directly connected to the sea, and now, seawater was flowing in. This kid is definitely not an ordinary swordsman. And the other side's temperament is extraordinary. With Blackbeard's years of experience in the New World and the Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard is sure that the strength of this kid is not simple. Go to hell, kid. Fighting champion Gizes started. He was wearing a fighting belt around his waist. He was strong, his upper body was bare, showing strong muscles, and his fists were full of power. Gizes rushed over with a roar. At the same time, he clenched his fist and punched. Ling B, who was familiar with the original work, knew very well that this punch could break several heavy boulders. However, Ling B was not afraid of him now. In the original work, he didn't like this character. So, go to hell. Slash wave. It was Golden Lion's move, but Golden Lion was a great swordsman with two swords. At this moment, Ling B only had one sword. The white slash wave appeared again, with a terrible sword energy, which was the same slash wave that killed Luffy. It appeared in the air and broke through the air. Facing fighting champion Gizes, Ling Bai's speed was as fast as ultimate. This slash rushed towards Gizes. Sensing the danger, he quickly retracted his fist to block it. He crossed his hands in a defensive posture, and the back of his hands was covered with armament haki. As Blackbeard's strongest subordinate, the use of armament haki was not a problem for Gizes. However, Ling Bai's slash was no ordinary slash. Even if the opponent used armament haki to block it, Gizes was still sent flying for dozens of meters. He rolled on the ground a few times before he managed to stabilize his body. He knelt on one knee with a kakuzu and a bloodline coming out of his mouth. What a strong kid! The fighting champion's face was not very good. The blow just now let him know that Ling Bi may be stronger than Fire Fist Ace. Swordsman. Chapter 4. Swordsman? Or a great swordsman? No. He can't be a great swordsman. Blackbeard also had similar thoughts as the fighting champion. However, when he thought that Ling Bi might be a great swordsman, he immediately denied himself. After all, there were not many great swordsmen in the world. Moreover, Ling Bi did not look like she was 20 years old. She was too young. Whether it was common sense or not, it was impossible for her to be a great swordsman at this age. On the other side, Ling Bi rushed over again. His speed was very fast, moving at high speed, like lightning. He quickly rushed to the front of the fighting champion and slashed at him. A crisp sound was heard. It was the sound of Shiger falling on the arm of the fighting champion, armament haki. Ling Bai's blow was blocked by the opponent, but this was expected by Ling Bi. Next, Ling Bi kept slashing at him, and the speed was getting closer and closer, and the power was getting more and more fierce. The fighting champion felt a little overwhelmed. It's too troublesome, where did this kid come from? The fighting champion complained in his heart. He usually had a wild smile on his face, but now, his face was sweating, and his smile was gone. Will he be okay? Captain. Yinatsu Van Oka was ready to attack. His weapon was a gun. As a sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, his sniping strength, in this world, may only be comparable to Usopp of the red-haired pirates. If he shoots at Ling Bi, maybe the other side will be shot in the head. Of course, this is just his personal idea. Let's watch again. Blackbeard is now watching the battle between Ling Bi and the fighting champion with interest. He loves talents and feels that he can recruit Ling Bi to his Blackbeard pirates. Demon Sheriff Luffy's death is not a problem, isn't there a better choice now? Does the captain want him to be our crew? Shinigami Poison Q wondered. He could see that Blackbeard had this idea. As for Luffy's death, it didn't make them sad at all. Ha ha ha! Isn't this good? Blackbeard laughed happily. On the other side, the battle has reached its climax. Hey hey, Laozi can't hold on any longer. The fighting champion roared. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with Blackbeard and the others who were watching the show. Couldn't they see that he was suffering? Thunder Snake. At this moment, Ling B, who had been preparing her ultimate move for a long time, slashed down again. Unlike the crescent-shaped slash wave from before, this time, it was a bluish-white snake-shaped slash with lightning coiling around it. Its speed was truly as fast as lightning. This is too dangerous. The fighting champion subconsciously used armament haki in an attempt to block his opponent's slash. He is a sword hero? Or a grand swordsman who is infinitely close to becoming a grand swordsman? The fist and the lightning snake collided. Sparks flew in all directions in an instant. There seemed to be some space-time distortion at the point of collision. Break for a Laozi! The fighting champion roared. His right hand was trembling violently. His entire arm was wrapped in a large amount of lightning, and his veins were bulging. His opponent's slash was too fierce. Even the lightning had come out, causing his arm to feel pain and numbness. Ah! The fighting champion's arm was bleeding profusely, and the intense pain made him scream. The thunder snake slash rushed over, separating his arm from his body. Then, it swept past the fighting champion's side, and the ground behind him was smashed into a long ditch with 9 bends and 18 bends. However, the fighting champion had no interest in watching the explosion behind him. His right hand was gone, and Ling B followed up with another attack. He did not give the fighting champion any chance to catch his breath. He's not going to kill the fighting champion, is he? Poison Q said worriedly. He was sprawled on a large horse and looked sickly. It seemed like he would die in the next second. Isn't it obvious? That guy Jesus is already missing an arm. You knew, Van Oka said. Blackbeard laughed and said, can't Poison Q reattach his arm? You're the ship's doctor. However, Laozi is also going to make a move. Laozi, this powerful brat, must join us. Blackbeard's eyes were firm and his heart was filled with joy. What he lacked the most now was crew members. Fire Fist Ace had rejected his invitation, but now there was a better choice. However, just as Blackbeard was about to make a move, the fighting champion let out another heart-wrenching scream. Then, there was the sound of something falling to the ground. The fighting champion was split in half. Then, his head was lifted up by Ling Bai's sword. When his head fell to the ground, there was the sound of something rolling. The fighting champion, dead. Currently, he was the second in command of the Blackbeard pirates. He was the captain of the first team under the pirate emperor Blackbeard in the original work. But now, he was dead. This. You knew? Van Oka was stunned. At this time, he subconsciously shot. He was one of the top 3 snipers in the world. He could kill enemies from several kilometers away. Moreover, he was accurate to a certain point. He had never missed. He felt that his future opponent was Usopp. Because, in the world today, he only recognized Usopp as a famous sniper. Van Oka. Blackbeard was shocked. The death of the fighting champion made him feel pain, but at the same time, his desire for Ling B became stronger. Perhaps, one Ling B was equivalent to 10 fighting champions. Blackbeard did not have a conscience. In his heart, there was only profit. His companions were just a bargaining chip for him to reach the top of the world. Bang! Van Oka's shot directly pierced through the void. It was so fast that the naked eye could not catch it. Even observation haki had to think twice. However, Ling Bai's intuition was also quite sharp. Or rather, it was Golden Lion's intuition. Holding Cu, Ling Bai swung his sword from top to bottom. It happened to cut Van Oka's bullet into 2 symmetrical sides. The next second, Ling Bai also moved. His body turned into an afterimage. His target was Van Oka. This was a troublesome character, especially this kind of sniper who was at least one of the top 3 in the world. Godly shot. Chapter 5. If I can get him under my command, it will be good. At present, the crew of the Blackbeard pirates can be said to have some kind of exchange of interests. As for the Whitebeard pirates, the red-haired pirates, and the Straw Hat pirates, it is impossible for the Blackbeard pirates to have a bond with each other. It is impossible for it to exist now and in the future. In the Blackbeard pirates, the only person that Ling B likes is Zenitsu Van Oka. He is a Shinso, and his sniping ability is godly. He is a standard member of the Pirate Emperor. The other members of the Blackbeard pirates are not worth mentioning, and Ling B doesn't like them. Therefore, it is necessary to get him. Are you interested in becoming my subordinate? Zenitsu Van Oka, if you follow me, I can make you a god in this world and even cross other dimensions to become a god. At this time, Ling B appeared in front of Van Oka without anyone noticing, and Shijir was on his neck. Ling B means that if you don't join, you may be the next fighting champion. The fighting champion's body was cut into 3 pieces. Van Oka also put down his gun consciously. This is fate, Van Oka muttered to himself. That was his catchphrase. You kid, you dare to do this in front of Laozi. Blackbeard was angry. Ling B wants to poach his people under his nose. Even so, so what? I am a Grandmaster Swordsman. I am not afraid of your fruit ability, teach. Ling B was very confident. Grandmaster Swordsman. Everyone was shocked. Grandmaster Swordsman? How old is he? In today's world, which Grandmaster Swordsman is not nearly 40 years old? Even the talented Mihawk became a Grandmaster Swordsman when he was nearly 30 years old. You don't seem to believe me, but I don't need to prove it, because I am. Ling B smiled. At this time, he faced Blackbeard, and Shijir was also facing Blackbeard. This is Shijir, one of the 12 supreme swords. How about it? Let's start. Teach, after today, you will remember me. Damn it! Don't be arrogant. Blackbeard was angry. He lost 2 of his best men in a row, and now the other side wants to poach his men. How can Blackbeard not be angry? You're too arrogant. You haven't experienced being beaten up in a world, have you? Laozi is from New World. Blackbeard moved. Before Dark Fruit, he was also a Taijutsu master, and he left a scar on Akagami's face. He is still a man that Akagami's fear. Blackbeard clenched his fists and rushed over. Dark Fruit's ability was useless against Ling B. Even if it was useful, it would only work when Ling B was defenseless. After all, Ling B was not a meta-human. Be careful. You're going to experience double the pain, Ling B reminded him. At the same time, she quickly swung her sword. A Shijir Shijir Shijir's Shijir, Shijir Shijir Shijir, Shijir Shijir Yur Shijir, Shijir Shijir Yur. His physical skills and the strength of armament haki were much stronger than the fighting champion. Shijir Laozi Shigagir. Laozi will be the next pirate king in the future. Blackbeard had a grim smile on his face. He is a person who cherishes talents. Now he is in need of a strong crew. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entered the 6th floor of Impel Down to recruit people. Pirate King? That's just someone else's leftovers. Ling B laughed and then did a backflip. The moment he retreated from Blackbeard, Ling B kicked Blackbeard's face. The heavy force made him stagger a few meters away. Damn it, don't be arrogant, kid. Blackbeard's face had an obvious shoe print. He was already ugly, but now he looked even uglier. Armament haki covered both his hands, including his arms. In the New World, there was no powerful pirate who didn't know armament haki and observation haki. This was a compulsory course. Even for the marine who worked in the New World, dual color haki was also a compulsory course. This was because the pirates they faced weren't ordinary pirates from the first half of the Grand Line or the Four Seas. Ling B moved. Thunder Snake. A snake-shaped thunder slash rushed out and rushed towards Blackbeard. Its speed was no slower than Hawkeye's slash in the Summit War in the original work. This slash was more powerful than the slash he used on the champion just now. Blackbeard's expression changed. It must be known that when faced with the Sea King's beast-like chop, Blackbeard's heart trembled in fear and his scalp went numb. It was impossible to block it directly. The fighting champion was the end result. He was not Diamond Jots, and he was not Kaido of the beasts. Blackbeard quickly moved sideways to the right side and rolled a few times on the ground. The Thundersnake slash collided with the pile of rubble that Blackbeard had released earlier. It instantly blasted through the pile of rubble, creating a trench on the ground along the way. It was quite a ghastly sight. Sigh. Blackbeard's forehead was sweating, and he reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief. Dark acupuncture point. He struck the ground with his palm. This move might not be able to cause any substantial damage to Ling B, but the devouring power contained in the darkness would be able to temporarily hold him back. Even if it was only for a few seconds, it would be enough to catch Blackbeard off guard. Chapter 6. Blackbeard slammed his right palm on the ground. A large amount of dark fog gushed out and quickly spread in all directions. With Blackbeard as the center, a large area turned into a sea of darkness. The dark fog flowed and emitted an evil aura. To Ling B, the dark acupuncture point was a shape-shifting black hole. It had the ability to devour everything. However, to what extent it could devour, that would depend on Blackbeard's development of the dark fruit. It was all thanks to Blackbeard's powerful strength that he was able to reach his current level in less than 2 months after he started using the dark fruit. The power of the devil fruit was largely dependent on the aptitude user's physique. The physique was the medium of the pressure fruit's ability. Trying to hold me back. Ling B laughed. When he saw through Blackbeard's intention, the dark mist spread to his feet, and the devouring power of the darkness also dragged his feet. There was a faint surge of power that wanted to sink him. However, the dark acupuncture point was not very effective against Ling B at his current level. Thousand Slice Valley. Ling B leaped into the air and swung his sword 7 times at the dark fog, creating 7 white crescent-shaped slashes. This was the upgraded version of the previous slash wave. The power was the same, but there were 7 crescent-shaped slashes. The ground covered by the dark fog was cut open. The dark fog that was more than 20 centimeters deep was overturned. Even the ground was shattered by the multiple slash waves. The ground instantly exploded. The scene was horrifying. A large amount of gravel was lifted up and fell like a rainstorm. The huge impact hit Blackbeard and sent him flying more than 20 meters. How can there be such a terrifying brat? Blackbeard was uneasy. He found it hard to believe that Ling B was so powerful. After being sent flying more than 20 meters by the impact of the slash wave, Blackbeard fell heavily to the ground. He suffered double the pain, causing him to roll on the ground. Lao Zi is in so much pain. 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 Blackbeard wailed. The double pain made him doubt his life. However, this was good. If Ling Bai's slashes had landed on him, he would have died from the pain. Initially, he thought that he would be able to stall the other party with his dark acupoints, but who would have thought that the other party would be able to break through it? However, before Blackbeard realized it, Ling Bai rushed over again. Ling Bai descended from the sky and slashed down. The speed was too fast. Blackbeard didn't have time to defend himself from the pain. Therefore, one could imagine how powerful this strike was. Ah! Blackbeard screamed again. This time, it was really tragic. Almost the entire island could hear his screams. It's too tragic. This is fate. Van Oka shook his head. Blackbeard's right hand was cut open and separated from his body. It was cut off near the hand joint. Blood splattered everywhere. Moreover, the double pain made Blackbeard roll on the ground in an even more pathetic and tragic manner. His face turned pale. UBD! Blackbeard roared angrily. He even wanted to kill Ling Bai. But what could he do now? Blackbeard, who didn't have the shock fruit, could not deal with Ling Bai, who had the strength of a grandmaster swordsman. His dark fruit could not restrain Ling Bai. His powerful physical skills could not deal with Ling Bai's powerful swordsmanship. In this battle, Ling Bai restrained him. The current Blackbeard was still hiding all over the world. In the words of Ling Bai's previous life, he was still in a state of development. Although he was powerful, he had not reached the peak. You're really pathetic, teach. Ling Bai looked down at Blackbeard. Her sizzling rain was right on his neck. Ling Bai's action made Blackbeard stop rolling on the ground in pain. He was a coward who was afraid of death. At this moment, he could smell the scent of death. If he moved a little more, his neck would be slit open. When that happened, death would be the only path left for him. In Ling Bai's eyes, Blackbeard saw endless indifference. There was no pity in his eyes. Blackbeard only felt that if he could get through this, he would have a chance to kill his opponent in the future. The key was to avoid Ling Bai's attack. Was he too careless? You deserve this? Hee. Fire Fist Ace, who was lying on the ground far away, looked at Blackbeard's miserable state and laughed. His laughter was filled with mockery. Of course, only he could hear his laughter. At this moment, he was powerless. His hands and feet were shackled by sea stone's shackles. It was impossible for him to escape. He could only place his hopes on the young swordsman. He seemed to be here to save him. At this moment, on the other side, the sickly Poison Q made his move. He looked like he was on his last breath and could die at any time. However, at this moment, he moved at high speed. His body turned into an afterimage. He was very fast. Poison Q. Van Oka was stunned. His opponent seemed to be trying to save Blackbeard. Was he trying to ambush Ling Bai? However, Ling Bai, who was highly focused, naturally noticed Poison Q's movements. Ling Bai's attention was always on the surrounding movements. Whoosh! When Poison Q arrived, Ling Bai's movements were faster than his. He slashed behind him without even turning his body. Puff puff! It was the dull sound of the mist falling to the ground. Poison Q's entire body was cut into two parts. Don't underestimate me. Ling Bai laughed. He glanced at Poison Q who was in pain. When he turned back to look at Blackbeard, he saw that Blackbeard had disappeared. Only his right hand was left on the spot. He ran away. Ling Bai laughed. He casually slashed at Blackbeard's left hand a few times. The sharpness of Felicitous Rain's blade cut Blackbeard's right hand into several pieces. Chapter 7. In this world, the only person who can perfectly connect Blackbeard's right hand is probably the Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law. He has the best medical skills in the world and Ling Bai wants to recruit him. Blackbeard's right hand is completely destroyed. From now on, there is one more one-armed pirate in the world. But Blackbeard's current situation should be the worst. Almost all the crew members were killed. Of course, only Van Oka was left. Ling Bai looked back at Van Oka. Van Oka, the world's strongest sniper, follow me, how about it? Ling Bai had a friendly smile on his face. At this time, Van Oka was not frightened by Ling Bai who killed without batting an eyelid. After all, he had also climbed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He could even kill people with a headshot from a few kilometers away. There were not many snipers in the world who could do this. The world's strongest sniper. Van Oka smiled. Obviously, he was very happy with Ling Bai's praise. I think you are the strongest sniper. How many people in the world can kill people across several kilometers? There was no doubt that Van Oka was a godlike sniper. I will join you temporarily. Van Oka smiled. In fact, as of today, Blackbeard has only left the Whitebeard pirates for more than a month, and Van Oka has joined Blackbeard for less than a month. Van Oka, you. At this time, Poison Q, who was cut in half, looked at Van Oka in pain. It has been more than a minute and he hasn't died yet, but the vitality of the people in this world is surprisingly tenacious. Even if he is cut in half, it will take a long time for him to die. Right now, Poison Q was in extreme pain. His life force was slowly draining away as he was cut in half. Even though he was a doctor, he was powerless to do anything about this level of injury. Only the Trafalgar Law, which had the op-op fruit, could heal him. However, for the sake of safety, Ling Bai still used Slash Wave to separate the upper part of Poison Q's head from his body. Poison Q, he couldn't be more dead. You are so cruel. Van Oka looked at Ling Bai as if he was looking at a monster. Ling Bai looks younger than Fire Fist Ace. 17 or 18 years old. Or 16 or 17 years old. In any case, he was very young. Moreover, he killed decisively and his methods were extremely ruthless. If I don't treat others harshly, the next person to be killed will be me. Ling B said faintly. The next moment, he walked towards Fire Fist Ace, who was lying on the ground 100 meters away. What about Fire Fist Ace? Release him? Fan Oka followed behind Ling B. He didn't know about Blackbeard's previous plan. He originally wanted to turn Fire Fist Ace and let him join their Blackbeard pirates, but it was obvious that Fire Fist Ace couldn't join them, so Fire Fist Ace ended up like this. As for the other plan that Blackbeard said, Fan Oka didn't know. Blackbeard hadn't told them yet. Release him. Ling B shook her head, her eyes cold. Impossible. There's no way I'll let such a fat sheep go. Then what should we do? Ling Bai's cold words made Van Oka's heart skip a beat. Is this guy going to kill Fire Fist Ace? And then push the blame to Blackbeard? Anyway, no one knew. Give it to the world government. Ling Bai said lightly. This was his purpose. Only after he gave Fire Fist Ace to the world government can he complete the task he just chose and get the physique of the Universe Emperor Borges. An immortal physique, even Kaido's physique can only be compared to his. There is no doubt that in a world where the physique of a pirate is very important, the importance of Borges' physique is self-evident. Give it to the world government. Fan Oka exclaimed. Obviously, he was frightened by Ling Bai's words. Even a madman like Blackbeard didn't have this idea, right? Yes. Ling Bai wouldn't tell him that this was Blackbeard's idea. Blackbeard, who gambled with his own life, was the real madman. The terrible thing is that every time he gambled, he was the winner. Fan Oka was silent. Ling Bai's idea was crazy. If he really did this, it would be even crazier. In this way, they would completely offend the Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, what will happen after Fire Fist Ace is handed over to the world government? It's hard to predict, but the situation will definitely not be optimistic. As we all know, Whitebeard is famous for protecting his people. He is not interested in the wealth, status, power, and other things that pirates pursue. Fan Oka, who was behind Ling Bai, has been thinking about what will happen next. Soon, the two of them walked to Fire Fist Ace. Fire Fist Ace had a bad feeling when he saw Fan Oka following behind Ling Bai. Brother, are you here to save me? Fire Fist Ace asked curiously. He was wearing the sea stone shackles, he was just meat on the chopping board. No. Ling Bai's tone was cold. Chapter 8. Not here to save me. Fire Fist Ace was stunned. As expected, Van Oka was following him. Does that mean that this person is in cahoots with Blackbeard? Thinking of this, Fire Fist Ace couldn't help but feel sad, but he was also angry. He didn't know what would happen to him in this situation. If I hand you over to the world government, what can the world government give me? Ling Bai laughed as he looked down at Fire Fist Ace. At this time, Fire Fist Ace was a big fat sheep in his eyes. Ling Bai, who is familiar with the original work, also knows very well what it means to hand Fire Fist Ace over to the world government. A war will break out. Then, as long as Ling Bai can seize the major opportunity, he can replace Whitebeard and become one of the pirate emperors of the New World, and Whitebeard is destined to retire from the stage of history. In the original work, Blackbeard also seized the opportunity and reached the top of the world. Fire Fist Ace is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. He is the son of the Pirate King Roger. These two identities are enough for Ling Bai to make a lot of demands to the world government, and now that Ling Bai has the strength of a great swordsman, he is not afraid of being killed by the world government. If they want to kill Ling Bai, they have to send a marine admiral first, otherwise, the others are just chickens and dogs. Hand over to the world government. Fire Fist Ace was shocked, he didn't expect that the other party was going to hand him over to the world government. You. Gold Roger's son, Porgas D. Ace, tell me, what is your value to the world government? At this time, Ling Bai was smiling like a devil. Roger. Ling Bai's words made Fire Fist Ace's mind explode. Impossible. Impossible. I am not the son of that scum. That scum is not my father. I am not the son of that scum, my father is Whitebeard. Whitebeard is my father. Don't talk nonsense. Fire Fist Ace suddenly struggled on the ground like a madman. Roger is the person he hates the most in his life, the scum who started the great age of pirates and abandoned his wife and son. Fire Fist Ace can't recognize him. So, he struggled on the ground like a madman. He was so crazy that he even slowly forgot the pain in his body. The son of the Pirate King? How is this possible? Van Oka was also stunned. That legendary figure actually had a son? And he is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. This was too terrifying. So what if I don't admit it? Denying it won't change the fact that Roger's blood flows in your veins, Fire Fist Ace. But to recognize someone else as your father, you're also stupid. Ling B mocked. In the original work, he really did not like this hothead, so now he wanted to hand him over to the world government as a bargaining chip. Even so, Ling B would not feel the slightest psychological burden. 10 seconds later, Ling B punched the back of Fire Fist Ace's neck with just the right amount of strength, knocking him out. He didn't want to hear his voice again. It was too annoying. Nearly half an hour later, Van Oka carried Fire Fist Ace and followed behind Ling B, carrying the ship of the Blackbeard pirates. As for Blackbeard, where was he? Ling B knew that he was definitely still on this island. He might even be watching them, but so what? With the appearance of Ling B, Blackbeard was destined to only be a loser in this life. This was because Ling B knew everything. He, who had foresight, was one step ahead of everyone else. He could plunder all the opportunities of Blackbeard and Luffy. As for Blackbeard, the second step of his plan came to an abrupt end. So, it was difficult for him to turn the tables. He even lost an arm now. The next time he sees Blackbeard, Ling B will definitely kill him. Now, let's make you angry. Damn it! Lao Zi will definitely kill you. Lao Zi will definitely kill you. Kill you. Offending Lao Zi Blackbeard, you will never have a good end. Lao Zi's hand. In a dense bush, Blackbeard was lurking here. His broken hand was wrapped in a thick cloth, but at the moment, it was dyed red with blood. Blackbeard's face was pale, but his expression was full of resentment, and his eyes were filled with endless anger. Suppressed, betrayed, despised. The vengeful Blackbeard would not let Ling B go. Of course, he had to have the ability to do so. He didn't realize that with Ling B in this world, Blackbeard was destined to only be a loser. At this time, Ling B and Van Oka were escorting Fire Fist Ace in the direction of the world government. This place was the first half of the Grand Line. And the world government was at the end of the first half of the Grand Line, above Sabaody Archipelago, the Holy Land at the top of the Red Line, Mariejois. Chapter 9. 3 days later, Red Line Peak. Outside Holy Land Mariejois. Led by Marine Vice Admiral Mole, Ling B followed behind him, while Van Oka dragged Fire Fist Ace on the other side with a sea stone chain, and behind them was a group of Marines. At this time, Ling B and the others reached the peak of Red Line. This is crazy. Van Oka was shocked. Even if he had experienced many storms before, he was a little uneasy at this moment. Holy Land Mariejois is a legendary area, the center of the world's power, known as the place where God lives, and it is the most heavily guarded area in the world. Here, all the celestial dragons live, and for their safety, there are hidden marine admirals and some ancient weapons or national treasures. In short, it's very dangerous here. The only pirate who can board this place is Shichibukai. At this moment, Ling B is about to use Fire Fist Ace as a bargaining chip to trade with the world government. Of course, Van Oka doesn't know Ling Bai's specific purpose. However, now that they have reached the peak of Red Line, it's thrilling enough. Who knows what will happen next? Ling B is simply a madman, crazier than Blackbeard. Fire Fist Ace was beaten by Ling B because he was too noisy, and now he is a lot more honest, and Ling B sealed his mouth with a piece of tape so that he can't speak. Fire Fist Ace didn't expect that Ling B was really going to hand him over to the world government. Now he can only glare at Ling B with resentful eyes. In Ling Bai's words, he is just angry because he can't do anything. Even if his sea stone is released, Fire Fist Ace is not Ling Bai's opponent. However, elementalization is very troublesome, and Ling Bai doesn't know armament haki. On the other side, Vice Admiral Mole met Ling Bai in a small boat shortly after leaving the naval headquarters. He was just going out to sea to perform a mission. After meeting Ling Bai, he also had a fight with him. As a swordsman, he was shocked to find that Ling Bai's kendo was above him. At least, he was defeated by Ling Bai. Great swordsman? How is it possible? He is so young, how can he be a great swordsman? However, Ling Bai did not say anything. And Ling Bai was a pirate. If the other party was a swordsman, then wouldn't he be the next Mihawk? Moreover, Mihawk was a pacifist, so what was this boy? A cruel pirate or a peaceful pirate? But no matter what, he had more important things to deal with right now. This unnamed pirate swordsman captured the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Fire Fist Ace, Logia Marimara fruit ability user, a former supernova. He has a bounty of 500 million berries not long after he went to sea. The owner of Conqueror's Haki. He is a natural king, powerful, and naval headquarters has been paying attention to him. Who would have thought that he would be reduced to such a state? Mole's intuition told him that something big was about to happen. Fire Fist Ace's position in the Whitebeard Pirates was not ordinary. This swordsman was here to trade with the world. Because of the previous deal with Kong, the other party had allowed the pirate to board Mariejois, and Mole was responsible for leading the way. Soon, the world government headquarters appeared in front of them. At this time, 2 marine bigwigs were already standing at the door of the world government headquarters. Marine Commander Kong. The current Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Behind them, there was a group of Marine. Both of them were veterans of Marine, and they were famous in the world. They were the world's top powerhouses. When Marine saw the existence of these 2 legends, they were also nervous. They were their common idols, their goals, and they stood at the top of Marine. What a powerful momentum! Are they the world's top powerhouses? Ling Bai was shocked, and he also looked at Sengoku and Kong. This was the first time that Ling Bai had seen such a powerhouse in this world. Facing them in real life, it was not the same as looking at the 2D world through a screen. Now they were face to face. Sure enough, it was a huge pressure. On the other side, Sengoku was also staring at Ling Bai. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Fleet Admiral Kong, they are here. The mole said respectfully. At this time, the audience was quiet. Thank you, Vice Admiral Mole. Kong hugged Yuang and said calmly. What's your purpose as a pirate? Kong stared at Ling Bai and asked. He knew that this boy was a powerful pirate, and even Vice Admiral Mole was defeated by him. A strong kendo, Mole was defeated by a kendo master. Is this boy a kendo master? At this time, Kong was only about 10 meters away from Ling Bai. I want to use Fire Fist Ace to make a deal and contact the 5 elders. As for the purpose, I want to see the 5 elders. Mariejoi's right to speak is in the hands of the 5 elders. Of course, they listen to the legendary Yi Mu, but Ling Bai estimated that not many people in the world know about the existence of Yi Mu. Therefore, the 5 elders are the ones who have the direct power, and Yi Mu is the one behind the scenes. Kong and Sengoku can only bow their heads in front of the 5 elders. In the original work, Akainu was often scolded by the 5 elders. Chapter 10. Meet the 5 elders? Marine, even Sengoku and Kong were shocked. They didn't expect this boy to want to meet the 5 elders. Everyone stared at Ling Bai as if he was a monster. They didn't know what he wanted to do. What do you want to do? Sengoku questioned Ling Bai. Obviously, as the Marine Fleet Admiral, he thought about many things. As the resourceful general, when Ling Bai said that he wanted to meet the 5 elders, he was thinking about what this pirate wanted to do. If he didn't escort Fire Fist Ace, Sengoku wouldn't have immediately come to Mariejois from the naval headquarters. He realized the seriousness of the matter. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. As Whitebeard's old enemy, Sengoku knows very well how protective Whitebeard is of his children. He doesn't care about anything, but if you touch his sons, he will fight you to the death. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. The Earthquake Man with the power to destroy the world. But Sengoku didn't know that Fire Fist Ace's identity was much more complicated and terrifying than he thought. What is your purpose, pirate? This is not the place for you to talk about conditions. Kong scolded. An invisible momentum burst out, giving people a huge sense of oppression. Purpose? Can you make the decision? Do you have more power, or do you have more power than the 5 elders? Ling B laughed. Now that he had the strength of a great swordsman, he didn't need to be afraid of Kong. Although the two of them could defeat him, Ling B didn't think that they could do it in Mariejois. This was the place where the celestial dragons lived. If it wasn't a particularly serious situation, such as when Tiger liberated the slaves, Marine could do it here. You. Kong was speechless. Don't be arrogant, pirate. This is not a place where you can be presumptuous. Sengoku said coldly. Fire Fist Ace, the posthumous son of the pirate king Gold Roger, I need to see the 5 elders. This kind of thing, as the fleet admiral, you can't make the decision. Ling B said slowly. Posthumous son. The son of the pirate king. Everyone present was shocked. Fire Fist Ace's body started to tremble, not because of fear, but because of anger. Posthumous child. Sengoku felt his scalp go numb. How is this possible? Sengoku couldn't believe it. After Roger's death, Naval Headquarters dispatched a lot of forces to eradicate the remnants of Roger's pirates all over the world. Naturally, Roger's relatives and friends were also targeted for eradication. How did you survive? Kong could not believe it either. After Roger's death, the world government authorized him to send a large number of Marines to eliminate anyone related to Roger. At that time, he was the Marine Marshal. Sengoku was also a Marine Admiral. All the Marine players present were boiling with excitement. When Sengoku winked at Mole, the latter understood what he meant and left with the Marines. The Marines behind Kong also left. The situation was very serious. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. Those who knew had to keep their mouths shut. A minute later, Kong led Ling B and the others to the meeting room where the 5 elders were. Kong had already informed the 5 elders beforehand. 2 minutes later, Ling B finally met the 5 elders. Pirate, tell me your purpose. The bald old man was the first to speak. He was the first-generation ghost who held one of the supreme swords. If Ling B didn't guess wrong, these old men were strong, and the first-generation ghost should be a great swordsman. People who can hold supreme swords are not ordinary people. Black Sword Knights Hawkeye, Cloud Sword Whitebeard. One of the mysterious 5 elders. Everyone can sit down and talk. Ling B smiled and casually sat on the sofa and crossed his legs. His posture was quite arrogant. Did Blackbeard have this posture in the original work? To be able to do this, one can't do it without great strength and courage. The 5 elders showed a touch of anger on their faces. Obviously, they were dissatisfied with Ling Bai's behavior. Arrogant enough. But now they can only endure for the time being because the other party caught a very important person. At this time, only the 5 elders and Ling Bai were in the meeting room. As for Kong, Sengoku, Van Oka, and Fire Fist Ace, they were talking outside. This was a deal. Similar to the deal with Blackbeard, Ling Bai came here for the position of Shichibukai. Temporarily becoming Shichibukai would allow him to have some privileges. At that time, it would be easier for him to seize the upcoming terrifying opportunity. Roger's son, Whitebeard's godson, I caught Fire Fist Ace for you. This will help you end the Great Age of Pirates. After all, the Great Age of Pirates is your biggest headache. That's right. So, what are your conditions? The long-haired old man said coldly. He and the other old men didn't like to negotiate with pirates. Except for red hair. I want to become Shichibukai. Crocodile just quit Shichibukai. So, how about I replace him? Luffy was defeated by Luffy and his attempt to steal the ancient weapon Pluton was exposed. If it wasn't for the chaos in Impel Down in the original work, he could only stay in Impel Down's 6th floor for the rest of his life. Chapter 11. The 5 Elders Conference Room, which is the world's highest power conference room. As the world's highest power, the 5 elders were facing a fledgling pirate. The door of the conference room was closed, and Sengoku didn't know what the 5 elders and Ling B were talking about. But Sengoku knew that the pirate wanted to negotiate with the 5 elders, and the bargaining chip was Fire Fist Ace. Looking at Fire Fist Ace, Sengoku understood a lot of things in an instant. His best friend, Garp, adopted the son of Roger, the Pirate King. When Fire Fist Ace first went to sea, Sengoku knew that Fire Fist Ace was Garp's adopted grandson, but he didn't think too much about it. Who knew that he was Roger's son? That year, because of you, babies born at the same time all over the world lost their lives, poor Gas-D Ace. The world is cruel. Sengoku whispered, Garp didn't tell you. He would rather kill 10,000 innocents than let one go. Who told you to be Roger's son? Because of Roger's words, the Great Age of Pirates started, and so many people died in the world. Even if Fire Fist Ace died 100 million times, it wouldn't be enough. Fire Fist Ace's mouth was sealed, and his eyes were filled with endless anger. He never thought that one day he would be caught. At this time, he was handed over to the world government. What will happen next, only Ling B knows. History will proceed according to its original direction, and Fire Fist Ace will become the fuse of another era. Everything is under Ling B's control. 10 minutes later, Ling B came out. His face was calm. He just negotiated with the 5 elders, and the identity of Shichibukai was smoothly obtained. Shichibukai, or legal pirates, can do a lot of illegal activities, but they won't be interfered with by the Marine and the world government. As long as they don't make people angry and don't touch the celestial dragons, it's fine. The 5 elders have agreed to Ling B's request, that is, to let him become a Shichibukai. Furthermore, Crocodile had been stripped of his identity as Shichibukai. Coincidentally, the position of Shichibukai had been vacant recently, so Ling B had successfully become Shichibukai. Furthermore, the 5 elders seemed to be quite happy about it. But they wouldn't think of Ling B's evil purpose. Ling B came out and smiled at Sengoku, of course, including Fire Fist Ace. As for Fire Fist Ace, he was naturally handed over to the world government. Ling B had to seize the opportunity for the next big event. When the time came, he would skyrocket and rule over the new world. Right now, the most important thing was to be prepared. Recruit soldiers and buy horses. Van Oka is definitely not enough. Arrogant. Sengoku really wanted to beat Ling B up on the spot, but he couldn't do that in this special place. On the other side, the voice of one of the 5 elders could be heard. Sengoku, come in for a moment. Sengoku went in and came out half an hour later, but Ling B and Van Oka had already left. When Sengoku came out, he had a serious look on his face. He took a long look at Fire Fist Ace, who was being guarded by 2 marine soldiers, and ordered, lock up poor Gas-D Ace first. Prepare a warship to escort him to Impel Down at 3 p.m. On the other side, Kong was also called in. Ever since Sengoku came out, his expression had remained solemn the entire time. Because he knew that something very serious was about to happen. Of course, he was just an executor. However, if the next thing was successful, then the Great Age of Pirates would be over. At least it would be a blow to the entire Great Age of Pirates. The 5 elders thought so, and so did Sengoku. Fire Fist Ace's role was too important. After Kong left the meeting room. Garp, that guy, how dare he? This guy doesn't listen to orders. Roger's relatives must be killed, but now Fire Fist Ace, who shouldn't be alive, has appeared. Not surprisingly, Fire Fist Ace is Whitebeard's successor. If Whitebeard dies in the future, Fire Fist Ace is likely to take over Whitebeard's position. Moreover, Fire Fist Ace's status in the Whitebeard pirates is quite high. Whitebeard has high hopes for him. Whitebeard also knows that Fire Fist Ace is the son of that BD Roger. Fortunately, Fire Fist Ace is in our hands now. We can completely strangle everything in the cradle. The Great Age of Pirates is about to end. It's really a headache. Is that little brat holding a supreme great saber? And according to Sengoku's description, he is likely to be a Grandmaster Swordsman. If he is a Grandmaster Swordsman, we can make him a Shichibukai. If a war breaks out, we can increase the power to deal with Whitebeard. Where did he come from? Chapter 12. That night, Naval Headquarters. Garp suddenly rushed into Marine's office. Sengoku, is Ace being escorted to the Impel Down? Garp's tone was very anxious. Although Fire Fist Ace wasn't his grandson, he watched him grow up and treated him like his own grandson. Just now, he heard that Fire Fist Ace was escorted to the Impel Down at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. For Garp, this was undoubtedly like being struck by lightning. Sengoku, tell this old man, what's going on? Garp was nervous. He had never been so nervous in his life. Being sent to the Impel Down means that Fire Fist Ace's life is over. Moreover, something even more terrible may happen. At this time, Sengoku's eyes narrowed. Garp, I was just about to ask you, Roger's son, who should have died that year, how did you adopt him? Sengoku, you. Garp was speechless for a while. In front of everyone, he adopted Roger's son without telling anyone. He originally planned to train him to be Marine, but he didn't expect him to follow in Roger's footsteps. Don't think that I don't know that Fire Fist Ace is Roger's son. Now, not only do I know that he is Roger's son, but the 5 elders and Fleet Admiral Kong also know that Fire Fist Ace is Roger's son. Do you know what's going to happen next? How do you know? Garp clenched his fists. No matter how dense he was, he could imagine what was going to happen at this moment. A pirate caught Fire Fist Ace and exchanged benefits with the 5 elders to obtain Shichibukai's position. Now, the pirate swordsman is likely to be a pirate of the Great Swordsman, the new Shichibukai who replaced Crocodile. Garp, you better not do anything stupid. There are some consequences that you can't bear. I'm afraid that the next person to go to jail will be your grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. A day later, the news of Fire Fist Ace being escorted to Impel Down and the new Shichibukai spread like wildfire across the entire Grand Line. Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was locked in the 6th floor of Impel Down. Although the secret about him being the son of the Pirate King Roger has not been announced, as an important member of the Whitebeard Pirates, it is enough to shock the world. In addition, the news also reported on the appointment of the new Shichibukai. It was said that a young man with the strength of a Grandmaster Swordsman had replaced the previous Shichibukai Crocodile. He was the one who captured Fire Fist Ace and used him as a bargaining chip to trade with the world government for the position of Shichibukai. Without a doubt, this Ling B was crazy. Of course, on the other hand, he had also completely offended the legendary monster, Whitebeard. Furthermore, not many people knew that Ling B had also offended Garp. This news was enough to shock the world. The world's mainstream news distribution media, one is the world government and the other is the New World's Morgan News. Both of them control the fishing boats of the entire world. New World, Moby DK. Dad, it's not good, Ace. Ace, he, was caught. When Marco delivered the newspaper to Whitebeard, who was on an 4 drip, 5 seconds later, the sea around the Moby DK suddenly shook. The earthquake broke out, and in an instant, a large area of the sea shook. This was the anger of the living legend. On the other side, Red Force, Red Hair Pirates. Sigh. Something big is going to happen. Red Hair was helpless. I have already told them not to let Ace chase Teach. Now, something has happened. But, it's not Teach. Who is this person? A Grandmaster Swordsman? He exchanged for a place in the Shichibukai. A person of this level for a place in the Shichibukai. Is his goal only the Shichibukai? Shanks, something terrible is going to happen this time. Ace's identity is too sensitive. I hope the world government doesn't know. Opposite Wanakuni, Ghost Island. Whitebeard, not bad. Your crew has been caught. Let's see what you will do. Jack, help Laozi find out who this kid is. Is he a great swordsman? Is he trying to be funny at this age? A deep voice shook the huge Immortals Cave on Ghost Island. It was one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts. New World, Dressrosa, Palace. Hi, the new Shichibukai is using that monster's son as a bargaining chip. Interesting, I want to see how the new Shichibukai is doing. somewhere in the first half of the Grand Line. On a coffin ship, the world's #1 great swordsman, Mihawk. Great swordsman. How strong are you? This saber looks very extraordinary. Is it a great katana? Or some other famous katana? Mihawk looked at Ling Bai's photo curiously. He was not interested in the other news content. He was only interested in the words great swordsman. The world was in turmoil because of Fire Fist Ace's imprisonment. The whole world knew that the world government had touched Whitebeard's reverse scale. You can touch Whitebeard's treasures and his wine. But you can't touch his sons. He was a man who had the power to destroy the world. Chapter 13. Returning to the time after Ling Bai left Mariejois, from the top of the Red Line, somewhere in the sea. The system's ethereal and mechanical voice came as scheduled. Handover of Fire Fist Ace to the world government completed, reward, One Punch Man, world, Bo's physique. Half a minute later, Ling Bai could clearly feel a huge change in his body. Of course, this change could not be seen on the surface. From the outside, Ling Bai did not seem to have changed at all. However, the cells inside his body had undergone an earth-shattering change. Bo's physique can be said to be immortal. In the original work, Bo survived and trained in the unimaginably harsh environment of the universe, and experienced countless battles, and finally trained his terrible physique and proclaimed himself the Emperor of the universe. If he hadn't met the bald demon king who broke the limiter, maybe he really would have been the Emperor of the universe. His physique is unimaginable. In the world of pirates, where physique is quite important, Bo's physique is simply invincible. Auntie's physique is the physique of Kaido of the beasts, so it's nothing. Ling Bai unsheathed the unparalleled great blade, Felicitous Rain. Felicitous Rain was so sharp that it could cut through a strand of hair. Ling Bai lightly cut his finger. In the next second, Ling Bai felt a sharp pain, and red liquid immediately flowed out from the wound. However, the pain and bleeding only lasted for 1 or 2 seconds, and the wound healed in the next second. Later, Ling Bai repeatedly tried to scratch his hand with Shichibukai 3 times, and the wound appeared and healed. Moreover, Ling Bai also found a change, that is, the pain became less and less obvious. Moreover, the second the wound appeared, some filaments quickly spread over the wound and healed the wound. Later on, Ling Bai was even more daring when he cut off his left hand. Although no threads appeared, when his left hand fell to the ground, a new hand appeared where Ling Bai's severed hand was cut off. The second hand that fell to the ground disappeared. Ling Bai's series of actions scared Van Oka on the ship, and he looked at Ling Bai as if he was looking at a monster. "Captain, are you a monster?" Van Oka said with a shocked face. In this world, Devil Fruit's abilities are strange, but Van Oka has lived for half of his life, and this is the first time he has seen someone cut off their own hand and grow a new hand. What kind of ability was this? What kind of ability did the Devil Fruit have? You can treat me as a monster. Ling Bai smiled. Bloss's physique was divided into 2 stages. What he was using now was the ordinary stage, but there was an even more terrifying stage above it. With such a physique, the cells were active to a terrifying degree. Death and rebirth were constantly replaced, and the body's functions were almost limitless. Did it mean eternal life? Or was it almost immortality? Live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, the self-healing ability or defensive ability of his physique was not enhanced. Ling Bai was also very excited. Right now, even if he wasn't strong enough to be beaten by others, they definitely wouldn't be able to kill him. His physique was too strong. Ling Bai laughed and said, "Van Oka, use your gun and shoot me between my eyebrows. Against your forehead." Van Oka was surprised. "You might die." "No, I won't die." Ling Bai smiled confidently. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." After Van Oka finished speaking, he picked up his gun. He was a terrifying sniper. He had unimaginable sniping ability and talent. He was a natural sniper. Ling Bai asked Van Oka to shoot him between his eyebrows. Initially, Van Oka did not want to do this. After all, if Ling Bai was killed, he would have to go back to his hometown. But when Van Oka saw Ling Bai's relaxed and arrogant face, he decided to shoot him. But Van Oka still shot him. What a lunatic! Van Oka cursed in his heart. The bullet shot out instantly and accurately pierced Ling Bai's forehead between his eyebrows and the back of his head. There was no bleeding, and Ling Bai's expression did not even change. He still had that confident expression on his face. What shocked Van Oka happened again. The bullet hole between Ling Bai's eyebrows healed 1 second after the bullet pierced through. It was almost healed instantly. Ling Bai was completely fine. What kind of ability user are you? Van Oka kept his gun, and his face was full of shock and disbelief. I am not an ability user. Ling Bai smiled. He was indeed not an ability user. Monster. You are really a monster. Van Oka did not know what to say. Ling Bai was still alive after being shot between his eyebrows. This was too scary. Logia's elemental transformation? No. Definitely not. This was because Van Oka had shot Fire Fist Ace between his eyebrows with his own gun. He knew how elemental transformation worked, and it was different from Ling Bai's situation. Alright, Van Oka. Let's go. It's time to look for a boat. Ling Bai said. Their boat now was actually Fire Fist Ace's boat. It was impossible for this kind of boat to sail on the sea. Chapter 14. In the first half of the Grand Line, from the peak of the Red Line, the closest place was Sabaody Archipelago and the naval headquarters. Of course, Ling Bai hadn't reached Sabaody Archipelago yet. At this time, somewhere in the sea, on a pirate ship, pirates were killing each other. A tall, fat, and even deformed man was holding a long sword similar to Whitebeard's cloud cutter. He swept all the way and the pirates on the deck were as helpless as ants in a storm. They were too weak to resist the man's terrible attack. Soon, the deck was full of corpses and flesh. Of course, the pirates who didn't die could only howl and wait for death to come. The one who attacked them was a monster from the first half of the Grand Line, Edward Weevil. He had terrible power and was known as Whitebeard's most powerful fighter when he was young. Even the naval headquarters couldn't do anything to him. Weevil, who had done countless evil deeds all over the world, was still at large. My Weevil is the best. Weevil is mother's good boy. Behind Weevil, an ugly short old woman said with a smile full of love, but her eyes were full of greed. Miss Ba Jin, an evil woman from the old era. She was a cunning woman who gave countless pirates and marine headaches. Now, she was with Weevil and claimed to be Weevil's biological mother. Weevil even believed that Miss Ba Jin was his mother. It has to be said that Weevil, who had the power of a monster, was a mentally retarded person with a very low IQ. Mother, I am mother's good boy. Weevil was as happy as a child who got candy when he was praised by Miss Ba Jin. But he was holding a long sword with scarlet blood and some pieces of flesh on it. Coupled with his huge body, he looked like a demon at this moment. There were more than 100 pirates on this pirate ship, but no one was Weevil's opponent. Even if the naval headquarters wanted to capture Weevil, they would have to send several marine vice-admirals. Of course, Garp was an exception. Weevil's strength was unimaginable. Weevil is the best. Miss Ba Jin continued to praise. She had an evil smile on her face. Of course, with Weevil's intelligence, he would never be able to understand Miss Ba Jin's expression. He couldn't differentiate between good and evil, but he was definitely the evilest. The weak would say that he was unpardonably evil. As for Miss Ba Jin, she was even more evil. Weevil, kill everyone who is still alive. Miss Ba Jin ordered. There were still many people on this ship who were alive or hiding. Miss Ba Jin definitely wouldn't let them go. She was an extremely greedy person, and this ship was naturally her target. Weevil was just a tool she used to get rich. She didn't expect Weevil to be so easy to trick. Following Miss Ba Jin's words, Weevil also began to act. None of the pirates who were still alive on the ship could escape his claws. Even the pirates hiding in the dark corners of the cabin couldn't escape from Weevil. After all, Weevil is also a pirate with a powerful observation haki. Even if he were to hide, he would not be able to avoid his butcher's knife. The screams and wails on the ship soon stopped. When the last scream ended, it meant that all the pirates on this pirate ship were dead. Killing pirates of this level was as easy as mowing grass for Weevil. Of course, even if he killed countless, Weevil wouldn't have the slightest psychological burden. Miss Jin didn't have any. Mom, they are all dead. What does Mom want me to do? Weevil's face was blank. He looked like a fool. No wonder he was so easily deceived by Miss Jin. Now, no matter what Miss Jin wanted him to do, he would do it without hesitation. My Weevil, we want to search for all the treasures on this ship. But Mom is old, Weevil, go search for the treasures. Miss Jin said helplessly. In fact, her body was more flexible and agile than many young people. Although on the surface, she looked like an old woman who was about to die. On the other side, just east of the pirate ship, about 300 meters away, Ling B and Van Oka were here. As a sniper, Van Oka used the lens of his left eye, the telescope, to find the pirate ship where Weevil was. What's the situation? Van Oka. Ling B stared at the opposite ship. They didn't have a ship yet. Obviously, that ship was very suitable. There is a big guy on it. He seems to be a troublesome pirate. Edward. Weevil. Van Oka said. Weevil. Ling B was surprised. The distance was too far. Only Van Oka could see the situation of the ship. Chapter 15. Are you sure that Weevil is on that ship? Ling B was very surprised. It must be known that although Weevil was a sinner, his combat power was comparable to the young Whitebeard. His strength was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Just his physical strength alone was enough to make one's body tremble. Even the former Marine Admiral's arm was chopped off by him. His strength can be seen. In addition, his physical defense and recovery power are also quite terrifying. Although he can't be compared to monsters like Kaido and Anti, he is almost there. More importantly, Weevil was a complete idiot, a big idiot. He is very easy to deceive. Ling B estimated that Miss Jin deceived him and pretended to be his mother, and Miss Jin pretended to be Whitebeard's lover, so Weevil naturally became Whitebeard's son. Ling B doesn't know whether he is Whitebeard's son or not. What Ling B knows is that if he can deceive Weevil to his side, then he will make a lot of money. Weevil is definitely a character that requires a Marine Admiral to capture. This fool is too strong. Thinking of this, Ling Bai's eyes were full of fanaticism. His pirate group lacks people. They lack powerful combat power. That is indeed Edward Weevil. I didn't recognize him wrongly. I have seen him once in West Blue, and I still remember this fool. Captain, what do you think? Let this fool become a crew member. Van Oka was also curious. In fact, he has already picked up his gun. As long as Ling Bai tells him to shoot, he will immediately shoot Weevil's head from a few meters away. There was no doubt about Van Oka's sniping ability. He had never missed a shot. Of course, if it was Logia's ability user, it would be a different story. Obviously, Weevil was just an upgraded human and not an ability user. To deal with a Logia ability user, only sea stone bullets can kill them, but that thing can't be bought on the market, even in the dark world. Ling Bai smiled and said, "Where do you want me to find a strong fool? Isn't Weevil a good choice? By the way, is there an old woman beside him?" Hearing Ling Bai's words, Van Oka looked at him seriously again. Yes, there was an old woman. Her head was very big, very ugly, and very short. Looking at her made me feel a little disgusted. I really wanted to shoot her. Van Oka complained. That old woman was naturally Miss Bajin. Since she had appeared beside Weevil, it meant that she was now pretending to be Weevil's mother. In the original work, this was a rather evil and treacherous old woman who was once on the same ship as Whitebeard. One of the members of Rock's Pirate? "We're going over," Ling Bai said. At the same time, she stepped on the gas pedal of Fire Fist Ace's boat, and its speed increased rapidly. What's the captain's plan? Van Oka was curious. Since he was prepared to take Weevil in, what was his plan? When I give the order, just blow that old woman's head off. Before I give the order, don't get close to Weevil and the others. Also, try to stay as far away from me as possible. All right. In less than a minute, they arrived at the pirate ship where Weevil was. What a strong smell of blood, it seems like many people have died. Van Oka said. It's normal. This was already within Ling Bai's expectations. Wherever Weevil and Miss Magellan appeared, it would be accompanied by killing. It was obvious that this pirate ship wasn't theirs. Because the boat was very small and the angle that Ling Bai and Miss Magellan came from was just right where Weevil and the others didn't notice. Weevil and the others didn't know that Ling Bai and Miss Magellan were already below the ship. Ling Bai and Van Oka jumped up. Nice to meet you too. Ling Bai smiled and walked towards Weevil and the others. Van Oka stayed in the same place. He followed the order. As long as Ling Bai gave the order, he would immediately blow Miss Magellan's head off. On the deck, there were corpses and flesh everywhere. The scene was disgusting and cruel. Who are you? Miss Magellan was surprised. Uninvited guests suddenly appeared on the ship. It seemed that they didn't come with good intentions. However, she didn't have anything to worry about. With Weevil here, even if the Marine Admiral came, she would still be calm. Ling Bai didn't answer Miss Magellan's question. Instead, she looked at Weevil, who was also looking at them. At this time, Weevil had a blank face like a fool. He was holding his broadsword on his shoulder and picking his nose with his other hand. Who are you? Weevil asked Ling Bai. Weevil, I'm here to save you. You were deceived by this disgusting old woman. She's not your mother. She's an evil woman who has been using you. Ling Bai smiled and said. At the same time, she was also ready to fight. It's best if it goes smoothly. If it doesn't go smoothly, she can only take action first. P.S. Looking for comments, looking for flowers. By the way, Bolos's physique, I used the physique of immortality on the protagonist. He didn't inherit Bolos's strength. Bolos's physique is divided into 2 levels. The second level is set here. It has super high speed movement and super jumping power. I will use other rewards to slowly let the protagonist develop in all aspects. Chapter 16. You're talking nonsense, damn brat. How dare you say that I'm not Weevil's mother? Miss Magellan's expression didn't change as she scolded loudly. After being a pirate all her life, how could Miss Magellan be shaken by Ling Bai's words? Weevil, kill these 2 pirates. They are mother's enemies. They want to bully mother, kill them. Miss Magellan didn't waste any time and directly gave Weevil an order. Hearing Miss Magellan say that Ling Bai bullied her, Miss Magellan was also angry. You actually want to bully my mother, you're dead. Saying that, Weevil waved his broadsword and after spinning it 3 times in the air, he fiercely chopped down at Ling Bai. Ling Bai was already prepared and quickly took out his tierto to block. Along with the sound of metal clashing, Ling Bai's tierce rain and Weevil's weapon clashed, followed by a series of explosions. Weevil's enormous strength pressed down from above, and the deck beneath Ling Bai's feet collapsed, creating a large crater. I still want to use this ship, I can't let you destroy it. Ling Bai said coldly. It had to be said that Weevil's strength was simply monstrous. Which part of you do you think looks like this old woman? Weevil, if she's your mother, you two should look alike. But have you noticed? You don't look like her at all, so she's been lying to you and using you. If Ling Bai couldn't even deal with a mentally retarded fool, then Ling Bai would be a failure. Fighting wouldn't solve the problem at all. Ah? I don't look like my mother? Suddenly, Weevil was even more confused and couldn't help but look at Miss Magellan. At this moment, he had already pulled back his broadsword with a blank expression. If you don't believe me, use the back of your broadsword as a mirror and look at yourself. Ling Bai laughed. Weevil, don't listen to his nonsense, I'm your most beloved mother. At this moment, Miss Magellan was also anxious. Weevil was indeed tricked by her. He was very easy to trick, very easy to fool. However, Weevil didn't seem to hear Miss Magellan's words and indeed looked at his own appearance with the back of his broadsword. I don't think so. Mom, am I really not your son? Weevil was dumbfounded. The more he looked at himself, the more he felt that he didn't look like Miss Magellan. But in fact, Weevil couldn't even recognize himself when he saw his bounty poster. He was completely and utterly face-blind. Of course she's not your mother. Ling Bai laughed even more happily. He felt that Weevil had taken the bait. Van Oka, do it. Without waiting for Miss Magellan to continue speaking, Ling Bai didn't want to see her anymore. Miss Ba Jin wanted to continue quibbling, but Van Oka, who was already prepared, fired a shot. Miss Ba Jin, who was caught off guard, was shot in the head by Van Oka. His life also came to an abrupt end. His head exploded, and his body was flung into the air before landing heavily on the deck. "Mom!" Weevil cried out. Miss Ba Jin's head had been blown up just like that, which scared him. "You killed my mother, you!" Just as Weevil was about to go crazy, Ling Bai shouted, "Stop! Weevil, I am your big brother. That old woman is just using you. Are you my big brother?" Weevil stopped again in a daze. "Of course, the two of us are equally strong. Doesn't that prove that we are brothers?" Ling Bai smiled strangely. Van Oka, who was behind him, also said, "My captain is indeed your big brother." "Really?" Weevil, whose IQ was as low as ultimate, stared at Ling Bai. "It really seems to be my big brother," Weevil said in realization. He actually thought that Ling Bai was his big brother. "Is your head?" Ling Bai cursed in his heart. He was so handsome. How could Weevil be like him? However, in this way, Weevil had been tricked. A powerful combat power had submitted to Ling Bai. "Weevil, from now on, call me Big Brother and follow me," Ling Bai said. "Big Brother, I'll follow you from now on." Weevil nodded vigorously. "That hateful old woman has been lying to me. I only met her a month ago. I didn't expect her to lie to me." "Ah!" Weevil roared angrily. "Very good, Weevil. Oh right, Weevil, clean up this place. Throw these corpses into the sea. Also, wash the deck." Weevil's clothes were like an apron. With his silly look, one couldn't tell that he was a murderous demon. He looked more like a servant. "Okay, Big Brother. Leave it to me." Weevil stopped roaring. At this moment, he would do whatever Ling Bai asked him to do. A minute later, Weevil also started to move. First, he cleaned up all the corpses and threw them into the sea. Soon, the Sea Kings started to move after smelling the blood. "Captain, I can't bear to lie to him like this." Van Oka laughed softly. "Do you think that he has thousands of lives in his hands?" Ling Bai also laughed and asked. "I'm afraid it's more than thousands. I heard that he has massacred no less than 3 countries. This guy, there are already legends about him since 10 years ago. He hasn't been caught until now." Van Oka thought. Whatever pity he had for her had been swept away. Chapter 17. 2 days later. New World, 4 Emperors, Whitebeard's Sea, Moby DK. At this time, Whitebeard was sitting in his usual position, with several bottles hanging on his body, and 3 nurses and a doctor taking care of him. It was bad news for Whitebeard that Fire Fist Ace had been locked up in Impel Down. His body, which had been deteriorating, was now in an even worse condition. The entire Whitebeard pirates were shrouded in a haze at the moment. Whitebeard was quiet, but everyone knew that the legend of the old era was angry, but he was suppressing his anger. "It's all my fault. I should have stopped Ace that day. I shouldn't have let him leave the Moby DK that day. Even if I knock him out, even if I tie him up, as long as he doesn't leave the Moby DK, it's fine, but..." Whitebeard fell into deep self-blame. He regarded his family as treasures that were countless times more important than his own life. That day, Whitebeard didn't want Fire Fist Ace to chase Blackbeard because he had a strong hunch that day, but in the end, Whitebeard acquiesced. "That's why this tragedy happened. It's all my fault, Ace." Whitebeard muttered to himself, his heart was full of grief and anger. "Dad, take care of your body," Marco said with concern. He made Whitebeard angry and made his body worse. Now, Whitebeard's body is getting worse day by day because of countless battles in the past. He is in his 70s. Unlike Garp and Sengoku of the same age, Whitebeard's health is now maintained by drugs. "I won't die yet, Marco, my sons, I'm fine." Whitebeard sighed. "It's not that BD teach, it's another kid." Whitebeard suppressed his anger. The kid named Ling Bai used Fire Fist Ace as a bargaining chip in exchange for Shichibukai's place, which made Whitebeard have not slept for almost 2 days. He was angry that someone dared to mess with his family. "Dad, are we going to break into Impel Down to rescue Ace? I'm afraid they will abuse Ace. Flower Sword Vista was worried. Diamond Yozu, I agree. After he finished speaking, 5 more captains agreed. No. Whitebeard directly rejected their suggestion. Only Shiki managed to escape. Don't do anything stupid. The world government won't do anything to Ace right now. They're just locking him up. I have a feeling that they have a more important purpose. Whitebeard rubbed his forehead. He was in a dilemma now. The world government had wanted to get rid of him for decades. After the departure of the Rocks pirate, Whitebeard began his own journey to rise. It had been 30 to 40 years since Roger's glory days. Whitebeard was the symbol of the age of pirates, the only legend. But Flower Sword Vista was helpless. The Whitebeard pirates were very united, and they all loved Fire Fist Ace. He was the youngest in the Whitebeard pirates. He was only 20 years old and had a promising future, but he was also very impulsive. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. That kid, Ling B, Shichibukai, and Teach. His tone was very calm, but it was precisely because of this calmness that it contained endless anger. Since yesterday, Ling B has been hated by the entire Whitebeard pirates. Now, he was in the center of the storm, and the whole world was paying attention to Ling B. Because he offended the world's most powerful pirate, the new world's strongest overlord. Someone dared to use Whitebeard's important crew member, Fire Fist Ace, who he regarded as his son, as a bargaining chip in exchange for Shichibukai with the world government. He was simply a complete lunatic. Did he still want to enter the new world? That afternoon, a bounty was issued from the new world. It wasn't a bounty issued by the world government. It was the Whitebeard pirates. Bounty on Shichibukai Ling B. 1 billion berries. This was the result of offending Whitebeard. No matter who you are, even if the world government covers you, Whitebeard doesn't care what kind of government you are. He only cares about his sons. Then, the world shook again. The Whitebeard pirates are going to make a move. A bounty of 1 billion berries is the bounty level of the Emperor's cotters. Although it was not issued by the world government, Whitebeard's influence is no worse than that of the world government. Snap! Holy Land, Mariejois, 5 elders. An old man slapped the paper of the bounty poster. Whitebeard. He's too arrogant. He actually dares to put a bounty on a Shichibukai. Don't worry, he won't be arrogant for long. We should be calm. Now, the most uncalm one is Whitebeard. Yes. I'll keep an eye on Whitebeard. Maybe he'll go crazy and attack Impel Down. His shock fruit should have awakened. At that time, Impel Down may not be able to withstand his power. Seconded. All over the world, major forces and strong people were shocked by this bounty. They don't know what the Whitebeard pirates will do. Would they turn out in full force to attack Impel Down? Chapter 18. Captain, you actually have a bounty on your head. The sun was shining brightly. Somewhere in the sea area of the Grand Line, after receiving the newspaper and the reward sent by Seagull, Van Oka was shocked. My bounty. Ling B, who was sitting on the deck and comprehending Kendo, was also surprised. His bounty? World government? That's not right. The bounty of the Whitebeard pirates is 1 billion berries, and he has to be alive. Speaking of which, this 1 billion berries can make many people crazy, right? A 4 Emperor's cotter in the New World also has such a bounty. After Van Oka finished, he showed the bounty to Ling B. As for the newspaper, it naturally reported Whitebeard's actions in the past 2 days. Now Whitebeard is angry, and the bounty on Ling B is proof of his anger. Haha, I didn't expect that I also have a bounty of 1 billion berries, but is this bounty authoritative? All pirate bounties are issued by the world government. Ling B laughed. Even though he had offended Whitebeard, he didn't feel too bad about it. When he was watching anime, Whitebeard was one of Ling Bai's favorite characters. However, when he was in this world, it wasn't the same thing. He wants to step on Whitebeard's body. Now that he has offended Whitebeard, so what? As long as he is strong enough, the strongest man in the world will not be Whitebeard. Captain, what do you feel now? Van Oka asked curiously. I don't feel anything. By the way, Van Oka, how much is your bounty? And Weevil's. Then, Ling Bai also learned about the bounties of Van Oka and Weevil. Van Oka has a bounty of 13 million berries, but this bounty is too low for his sniper strength. Weevil, with a bounty of 480 million berries, this bounty was actually underestimated by Weevil's strength. It's similar to the current Supernova Kid. As for Ling Bai's 1 billion berries bounty, it's not authoritative. It's just that Whitebeard wants to catch him. As long as Whitebeard has the money, he can get 10 billion berries. In the afternoon, Ling Bai logged into Sabaody Archipelago. At this time, at a certain port in Sabaody Archipelago. Hey, little brother, do you want coding? A white-haired old man with an extraordinary aura appeared in front of Ling Bai and the others with a smile on his face. Ling Bai was surprised to see him. The legendary pirate, the right hand of the pirate king, Pluton Rayleigh. At this time, he had been living in seclusion in Sabaody Archipelago for 20 years and was just a coding boat worker. As for Van Orca and Weevil, they did not recognize Pluton Rayleigh. I didn't expect to meet you here, the legendary pirate, Pluton Rayleigh. Ling Bai's tone was calm. Van Oka, who was behind him, was shocked. Pluton Rayleigh. This random old man was actually Pluton Rayleigh? How could they not be shocked? After Roger died, Pluton Rayleigh disappeared. Who would have thought that he would be here? Become a coding technician? Don't speak so loudly. This old man has retired, but this old man's bounty is still hanging in the naval headquarters. I can't let them know that I am here. Rayleigh smiled, a little embarrassed. He did not expect to be recognized by the other party. Of course, Rayleigh also recognized Ling Bai. The pirate who traded Fire Fist Ace for Shichibukai's spot, and now Whitebeard has a bounty of 1 billion berries on Shichibukai's head. I'm afraid it's just that the naval headquarters didn't come to catch you. After all, the naval headquarters is just next door. Ling Bai said. Rayleigh smiled and said, I didn't expect to meet you, but you have to be careful in Sabaody Archipelago. The 1 billion berries that Whitebeard gave can make many people crazy. Even if you are Shichibukai, there is nothing that a pirate doesn't dare to do. It's not a big problem. Ling Bai said, how about coding me by the way? Maybe I will also enter the new world. For 1 billion berries? Ling Bai laughed in his heart, I'm afraid that you won't come. If you come, leave your money and life behind. Speaking of which, Ling Bai is still short of money. Sabaody Archipelago is a world where heaven and hell coexist. Many pirates enter the new world here as a transit station. Here is the end of the first half of the Grand Line. Captain, it does seem that many pirates are staring at us, or simply staring at you. Van Orca reminded him. Since entering the port, the pirates who found Ling Bai began to stare at Ling Bai intentionally or unintentionally. Obviously, they want to make a move. 1 billion berries, it can make countless crazy pirates go crazy. I'll kill them one by one. Ling Bai sneered. Let's go. Let's go eat a good meal first. Sabaody Archipelago, it's also a food paradise. Chapter 19. Sabaody Archipelago, illegal area, somewhere in the food street. In this area, people come and go, pirates and all kinds of evil people are everywhere. As the evil traders and traders on Sabaody Archipelago, Ling Bai and the others are eating in one of the food streets. It is strange enough that the food street is opened in this illegal area, but the operator of the food street is also a pirate, so there is nothing to say. Since Ling Bai started eating, that is, more than an hour ago, almost all the pirates and outlaws here are staring at them. There is no way, Whitebeard's bounty of 1 billion berries is too tempting. Who doesn't want to take it? But even if they were stared at by countless pirates and outlaws, Ling Bai was still unmoved, especially Ling Bai, who seemed even more relaxed. Let's get to work. Ling Bai smiled, after eating and drinking, it's time to work. This group of people who don't know what's good for them, want to kill them, but they want to kill them in the first half of the Grand Line? At least they will be a supernova. What do you mean by work? The fool Weevil was at a loss, he didn't understand the work in Ling Bai's words. Work is to start killing people. Van Orca reminded. Yes, it's time to teach them a lesson. Ling B smiled. This is the illegal area of Sabaody Archipelago. Even if they kill people, even if the marine branch is next door, as long as they don't kill civilians and celestial dragons for fun, Marine will turn a blind eye, or even pretend that they don't see it at all. Killing pirates and outlaws, whether marine or civilians, is quite happy. Boy, are you the new Shichibukai? At this time, a strong man more than 5 meters tall blocked in front of Ling B. This is a pirate, and behind him is a group of pirates. His face was ferocious and fiendish. Just this face alone was enough to scare many people. Moreover, he is more than 5 meters tall, with explosive muscles all over his body. His weight is definitely measured in tons. He is as huge as an elephant. Isn't it obvious? Ling B smiled. He didn't feel afraid at all. The strong man has already waved the mace in his hand and may smash it down at any time, and the brothers behind him also looked at him with interest. Obviously, the strong man is their boss. In addition, all the pirates and outlaws nearby looked over, and everyone's face had a ferocious smile. Ling B and the others in the middle are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. At this time, none of the pirates were afraid. Although Ling B had Weevil, whose head was worth 480 million berries, behind him, Weevil gave people the feeling that he was a fool. Who can regard him as a strong person? Your head is worth 1 billion berries, hee, we are going to be rich. The pirate laughed and looked around. Hey, everyone, this prey is Laozi's, but Laozi can share a piece of the loot with you. I don't think that's a good idea. I saw the prey first. Is it okay to attack Shichibukai? Shichibukai. Hee, this is the end of the first half of the Grand Line. After this, we will directly enter the New World. What can Marine and the world government do to us? Yes. Moreover, this kid is a Shichibukai, not a celestial dragon. If the Shichibukai is dead, we can just change to another one. Ha, that's the point. At this time, the expressions of the pirates were even crazier. 1 billion berries is enough to make them crazy, and more importantly, they can hold Whitebeard's thigh. This is the most important thing. The man who has the world's strongest power and the world's largest and strongest pirate group. Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. Ling B, the new Shichibukai, strength unknown, great swordsman? Is it possible? It was impossible. Underage. How can he be a great swordsman? Therefore, no pirate is afraid. All the pirates stared at Ling B. Do it. The pirate smashed down with his mace, and the terrifying momentum made the pirates' scalps numb. Hey, be gentle, don't smash him into meat paste, Whitebeard wants him alive. Laozi has a sense of propriety, shut up for Laozi. The pirate roared. He had already controlled his strength. The pirates who can come to Sabaody Archipelago, that is, the pirates who reached the end of the first half of the Grand Line, their strength is not bad. Everyone has a kind of honey confidence. Brush. At this moment, the simple-minded Weevil made his move. His katana was as fast as lightning, and it fell on the opponent's mace. The terrifying force directly knocked the opponent's mace away. The huge mace smashed into a thin pirate's body and smashed him into meat paste. Chapter 20. With a loud noise, the huge mace was also thrown out. Weevil was born with monstrous strength, and no one here had more strength than him. In addition, Weevil was a natural fighting machine. The mace was thrown out of the pirate's hand, and the huge force made his palm lose a large piece of flesh. Immediately, his hand became bloody. Ah! The pirate screamed, and the pain made his forehead sweat quickly. The crowd was also shocked. The mace that was thrown out smashed a pirate into meat paste, and the surrounding pirates were naturally affected. Brush. Ling B also made his move. He pulled out Tierce Rain and swung his katana at the pirate in front of him, who was still holding his hand and sweating profusely. His movements were smooth as flowing water. It was as fast as lightning. There were no screams, only the dull sound of meat being cut. Tierce Rain had a sharpness that could cut through hair, and an unimaginable degree of hardness. The pirate's head was separated on the spot, and the whole head was lifted up, but the blood didn't splatter, and Ling Bai's tierce rain wasn't stained by blood. This was the result of a fast swing. Except for Ling Bai, no one reacted. The speed was too fast, and no one even saw Ling Bai's movement. But the pirate's head flew up. There wasn't even a scream. The pirate died directly, and maybe he didn't even know how he died. Weevil, Van Oka, do it, kill all the onlookers. Anyway, no one here is a good person. Of course, we are not good people either. Do it. After Ling Bai finished speaking, he rushed out on the spot, and at the same time, he waved his sword. On the other side, Van Oka and Weevil also attacked. Soon, the area was filled with screams and the sound of weapons hitting each other. At this moment, he was like a killing machine. Every time he rushed into the crowd, no one would be able to survive under his butcher's knife. He was too strong, and the pirates and outlaws were too weak. Terrible, this fool, don't treat him as a fool. Van Oka was shocked to see Weevil slaughtering pirates and outlaws. With one slash, several or even a dozen people were killed. Those who did not die were even more miserable. Van Oka was a sniper, so it was not the right time for him to make a move. His weapon was a sniper rifle called Kunlu. Van Oka used this gun to kill people from several kilometers away. Ling Bai was also killing people. Since he dared to provoke him, then leave his life behind. With the strength of a grand swordsman, killing people was as easy as cutting grass. 3 minutes later, the screams stopped. The area was filled with corpses, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. It was nauseating. When the people in the distance saw this scene, they were so scared that their bodies went soft and they almost couldn't walk. Awesome! Weevil shouted. His saber was stained with blood, and his clothes were naturally stained with blood as well. Don't take him for a fool. With the battle prowess of the young Whitebeard, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. It was just that he was too stupid. Just as Ling Bai withdrew his time rain blade, a young man wearing a winter hat appeared in his field of vision. Oh! Trafalgar Law! Yes, this young man was the Surgeon of Death, Law. He was one of the Supernovas, and also the third supernova on the bounty list, Op Fruit ability user. He has amazing surgical skills and powerful combat power. It's good if he can be my crew member. Ling Bai had an idea in his mind. There is no doubt that Law is very suitable to be a crew member. Powerful medical skills are what Ling Bai's current pirates need. Moreover, he also has powerful strength. In the original work, 2 years later, his development of Op Fruit has reached the level of cutting large meteorites. Op Fruit, one of Pervert's space abilities. At this time, Ling Bai was about 70 meters away from Law, and Ling Bai naturally walked over. On the other side, Law seemed to be waiting for Ling Bai, at least he didn't move, but he was also looking at Ling Bai. Shichibukai, Ling Bai, killing so many people here, aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? As soon as Ling Bai arrived, Luo Feng spoke. However, I didn't expect to meet a madman like you here. Recently, you have attracted the attention of the whole world. Even Straw Hat Luffy is not as bright as you. Trafalgar Law, I have heard of your name for a long time. Are you interested in becoming my crew member? I appreciate your strength, ability, and of course, your character. Ling Bai didn't talk nonsense and directly made an invitation. Sorry, I already have my own pirate group, and you are Shichibukai. Law refused Ling Bai's invitation without hesitation. I am Shichibukai, but it's temporary. What's important is that in the future, this era will be mine, and you will be in this glory. Ling Bai smiled. I want to test your strength, the new Shichibukai, I heard that you are a great swordsman. Law directly pulled out his sword and pointed it at Ling Bai. Chapter 21. I heard that you are a grandmaster swordsman? I can barely be considered as your swordsman. Why don't you give it a try? Obviously, Luo did not like Ling Bai. He held the slender knife in his hand and retorted at Ling Bai. You are a swordsman? A wild one? Ling Bai laughed. Holding the knife, Luo reluctantly said, scalpel. It was just a little too pervert. How can a butcher be considered a swordsman? Don't pretend to be a swordsman. Ling Bai disappeared in a flash. Similarly, as she moved, she pulled out Felicitous Rain. So fast. Luo was shocked. Ling B suddenly disappeared. For him who had not mastered armament haki, it was not easy to catch Ling B. Over here. Ling Bai's voice suddenly appeared. Luo's face changed. Clang. A crisp sound was heard. Luo's pervert scalpel and Ling Bai's Felicitous Rain collided. This is the Felicitous Rain, one of the 12 strongest swords in the world and history. I have one of them. It is also the proof of my identity as a Grandmaster Swordsman. Be careful, Luo. I did not sneak attack you. Otherwise, you would be lying here. Ling B laughed sinisterly. You. Luo was shocked, but he could not care less now. After the two weapons collided, Luo quickly retreated 10 meters. He was not ready yet. In Ling Bai's words, he was holding a knife, but it did not mean that he was a swordsman. At most, he was a butcher. Ding! The host is fighting one of the Supernovas, Trafalgar Law. In the next 10 minutes, the host will alert the other Supernovas. Note, Supernovas Luffy and Zoro have not arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. You have the following choices. Choice 1, defeat Supernova Trafalgar Law with Kendo strength and make him surrender. Reward, Advanced Observation Haki and Advanced Armament Haki. Choice 2, suppress the Supernovas and make a name for yourself. Reward, Admiral Kizaru's special bonus, upgraded Sparkling Fruits ability, Red Flash. Note, this flash can bend the trajectory. As the system's voice sounded, a virtual screen appeared in front of Ling B. Of course, only Ling B could see it. A new choice? This reward. Wait, can I choose both? Ling B noticed the difference between this choice and the last time. Ling B a second choice. This time, there was no such choice. And it was obvious that he could choose both options. However, the system did not reply. System, I've chosen both of them. Ling B. Selection successful. The reward will be released after the host completes the selection. Then the virtual screen disappeared. As expected, I can choose both of them. Ling B was excited. At this time, the battle between him and Law has also begun. Clang. I wonder how long your saber can last? Do you think this legendary weapon is pork? Do you think I can find it so easily? Law did not believe Ling Bai's words. Then I can only say that you have no foresight. But I will tell you how powerful this sword is. Ling Bai's relaxed expression made Law a little unhappy. Especially Ling Bai's expression and smile, it easily reminded Law of Doflamingo. That devil! Law had long wanted to stew him, but his strength was no match for Doflamingo. He could only continue to endure. Room. Scalpel. Cut. Op Fruits ability, activate. Law held the sword in his right hand with his left palm facing up. A transparent light shield appeared from his palm and expanded rapidly, covering a space. He was not covered by it. Ling B was in this space. Op Fruits ability. I can also test my physique. Let's see how your Op Fruit will deal with Bolo's physique. For example, in One Punch Man's original work, the Atomic Warrior's Atomic Slash was pervert enough. However, when he encountered Black Goblin, who happened to be able to restrain his ability, it was just that. Of course, it was undeniable that Black Goblin was also very powerful. However, the restraint of his ability was indeed very tragic. How would Ling Bai's physique fare against Law's surgical cut now? Ling B was a little expectant. He did not even dodge Law's attack. Op Fruit's ability is indeed very strange. Pervert. The white slash arrived. It was Law's Op Fruit's cutting power. He could dissect a person into hundreds of pieces, but the person would not die. Op Fruit's strength lay in this. Of course, the strongest was the legendary immortality surgery. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several slashes landed on Ling Bai's body. First, Ling Bai's head was thrown up, followed by his limbs and so on. However, in the next second, an invisible suction force appeared where Ling Bai's body was cut. In the next second, Ling Bai, who should have been dissected into several pieces, was intact. What? Law was shocked as if he had seen a ghost. What happened? Your ability may not be useful to me. Ling B sighed. Chapter 22. What the hell is going on? Law was dumbfounded. Ling B even allowed him to cut her several times, but the reality that Law faced was still the same. In other words, his op fruit ability was useless against Ling B, at least in his current state of development. In the original work, Bolos had been beaten up by Saitama several times. His part-time body had been beaten to a pulp, but Bolos was still able to return to his perfect state in a short second. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been beaten up by the core, he wouldn't have died. Impossible. Law could not believe it. He had never failed to use his op fruit ability to oppress others. It was precisely because of this strange and terrifying ability that he had earned the title of Surgeon of Death. But now, he had actually failed. What kind of monster are you? Law retreated more than 10 meters again. He was obviously frightened by Ling Bai's strangeness. He had never encountered a person who had been cut into dozens of pieces but could be pieced back together almost instantly. It was as if Ling Bai was a human body made up of countless fast magnets. All the magnets were forcibly or actively connected back together the moment they left the core. This is an ability that transcends dimensions, but I'm afraid you can't understand it now. Become my crew member. Maybe in the future, you can see the true mystery of this world and understand your own insignificance. However, you won't understand even if I say too much. Let's begin, Law. After Ling Bai finished speaking, she rushed out and swung her sword at the same time. Slash wave. Whoosh. A huge crescent-shaped slash came out of Ling Bai's tierce rain. With a terrifying sword energy, it swept across the ground and directly cut a deep crack in the ground. It was very fast. Law barely avoided this slash. On the other side, the other supernovas were alarmed one after another. Of course, there were many people who were alarmed, but they were more representative. The monk who had broken his vows was just about to sit down and watch the show when the slash wave that Law had avoided came crashing over. Hey, you don't have to do this. One of the supernovas, the monk who had come down from a certain sky island to Sabaody Archipelago for a vacation, was frightened. He hadn't even sat down on the floor yet. The slash was too big. It crushed all the way and the ground was cut open. Of course, the monk subconsciously avoided it. Immediately, he rolled several times to avoid Ling Bai's slash wave. 3 seconds later, slash wave hit a huge tree and set off a terrifying explosion on the spot. Hey, that was close. The monk breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this Shichibukai is really not simple. Law's ability didn't seem to have any effect on him. What is his ability? Great swordsman? It's possible. However, his body obviously has some kind of ability. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to do this. The monk fell into deep thought. On the other side, there were several other supernovas. Kid, Hawkins, APU, Bonnie, and others. Supernova refers to the representatives of this batch of pirates. Of course, it only refers to the young pirates who have just sailed in the first half of the Grand Line. They are powerful and have the highest bounty. Interesting. Kid had a grin on his face. He was the leader of the supernovas. He had never been defeated since he went to sea, so this made him more and more arrogant. On the other side, the battle between Ling Bai and Law was also quite fierce. Op Fruit's ability was of little use to Ling Bai, which made Law quite tired. Room. When Ling Bai's other slash hit him, Law used the round cover released by Op Fruit's ability to change his position with a stone, so he avoided Ling Bai's attack. You can't escape unless you surrender. Ling Bai disappeared, and Law was more than 50 meters away. Thunder Snake. The snake-shaped slash rushed out in an instant, and there were several similar slashes in a row. This monster is chasing me. Law cursed in his heart, but he could only bite the bullet. However, Op Fruit's ability was not of much use to Ling Bai. He only used his sword. You know, Law held Dao, but he had nothing to do with Kendo. Room. Slaughterhouse. Law released a larger round cover, and several huge houses appeared in it. When several slashes rushed over, an amazing explosion occurred. The ground covered by the round cover and the house that Law moved over were shattered on the spot. The huge force also broke Law's op fruit's round cover, releasing a terrible shock wave. Even Law, who was outside, was hit by the shock wave and flew about 20 meters. The strong light turned the space into the white of thunder and lightning, and the wind waves caused by the impact of the power quickly swept in all directions. This guy isn't really a great swordsman, is he? Is that kid an adult? Bonnie barely stabilized her body, and the violent wind made her clothes and long hair constantly vibrate. So strong. I'm interested in him. I don't know if he will be my subordinate. Kid's face was full of smiles, and he looked eager to try. Chapter 23. Become your subordinate. You should be my subordinate. Ling Bai's hearing was very sensitive, so he naturally heard Kid's voice. However, this guy, like Luffy, had Conqueror's haki in his body. It was almost impossible for him to submit to others. In the original work, Kid had been imprisoned by Kaido of the Beasts, but this guy had never submitted. Kid was a typical king addict, which meant that he dreamed of becoming the Pirate King. However, Ling Bai had no interest in becoming the Pirate King. Whoosh! Ling Bai was very fast. In a few steps, he was more than 10 meters away from Kid. You came just in time, Shichibukai. Kid clenched his fist, which exuded a huge magnetic force. In 2 seconds, a large number of weapons were attracted. His fist turned into a meteorite and smashed toward Ling Bai. This ability is very powerful. Unfortunately, you're not Magneto. Ling Bai smiled and swung his sword. Dragon Broken Valley. This was a new move that Ling Bai had developed by relying on Golden Lion's swordsmanship. In the original work, Golden Lion only had 2 moves, Slash Wave and Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. There were only 2 moves, but these 2 moves were not to be underestimated. Golden Lion was able to use Slash Wave to cut open the sea surface hundreds of kilometers wide. The power of this gigantic sword aura was imaginable. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley was the upgraded version of Slash Wave, and its power was even more terrifying. Ling Bai could also use them to their full potential, but there was no need for that here. He was using the compressed version. In addition, Thunder Snake was also a move that Ling Bai had developed. Dragon Broken Valley. As Ling Bai swung his sword, a 100-meter-long thunder dragon rushed out of Ling Bai's time rain. It was like a real dragon, and it even let out a dragon's low roar. This dragon rushed toward Kid like a rocket launcher, directly facing Kid's weapon giant hand. Compared to his hand, Ling Bai's thunder dragon was obviously much bigger and many times more terrifying. So the result was obvious. The thunder dragon directly shattered Kid's arm, and the dragon head hit Kid's body, knocking him away. With amazing destructive power, it penetrated dozens of buildings and 3 giant trees. Wow! Kid, who was embedded in a wall, was covered in wounds. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. He had been defeated by Ling Bai in 1 hit. Of course, it would be a different story if he kept getting up like Luffy. Ling Bai didn't care what happened to Kid, but she knew that he wouldn't die. People in this world didn't die so easily. Supernova? Who else? Ling Bai looked around. But it's really inconvenient without the observation haki. Ling Bai still chose to go to Luo's side. In a flash, he disappeared. Big brother, do you want me to help? At this moment, Weevil shouted from afar. Now, he really treated Ling Bai as his big brother. No need. You guys can find a place to play. After Ling Bai finished speaking, she came in front of Luo. At this time, Luo was sent flying more than 20 meters by the shock wave just now. His internal organs were almost crushed, but he was a doctor with op fruit, so he quickly recovered. But at this moment, Ling Bai came again. Luo's face was still a bit pale. Ling Bai was too strong. Great swordsman. Moreover, she had a strange monster physique. Even his op fruit ability was useless against her. It was simply beyond Luo's understanding. Do you surrender or continue to fight? Ling Bai looked down at Luo, who was kneeling on one knee. I choose not to fight. I have no grudge against you. Luo still chose to surrender. Just now, he saw Ling Bai's attack on Kid. It was much more terrifying than the previous attack on him. There were explosions along the way. Who knew how many buildings were destroyed? Was that red hedgehog head still alive? To be honest, Ling Bai's strength really made Luo's scalp tingle. Ding! Trafalgar Law has surrendered. The reward is issued. High-level armament haki and high-level observation haki. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Ling Bai's mind. Naturally, there were two more powers in Ling Bai's body. Advanced armament haki and observation haki were exactly what he lacked at the moment. In the future, armament haki would be necessary to deal with Logia's ability users, such as the Marine Admirals. What about the advanced dual-color haki? If only there was Conqueror's haki. That would be cooler. Conqueror's haki. It would be strange if Ling Bai was not tempted. When he clenched his fist, Ling Bai also released armament haki on his fist. He felt that his strength had increased quite a bit, and his fist was as hard as steel. Furthermore, the hilt of his serious sword was imbued with the power of armament haki. This is armament haki? Just like Wanakuni's emission? Ling Bai was surprised. Obviously, this was a good start. Armament haki. This guy, why do I feel like he has become stronger again? Luo looked at Ling Bai and had a feeling. He did not know if it was an illusion. However, Ling Bai quickly disappeared again. He still had a mission, which was to suppress the supernova. The reward for the second choice was still waiting for him. Chapter 24. The second option is to suppress the supernova. Reward: Admiral Kizaru's special bonus, upgraded sparkling fruit ability, Red Flash. He doesn't know what the Red Flash is, but in the original work, Kizaru's performance is really amazing. The powerful Devil Fruit ability, whether it's speed or strength, is quite terrible. Admiral Kizaru, it's terrible, one kick for a supernova. When it came to suppressing the supernovas, Kizaru did it one by one. Now, it's Ling Bai's turn. With the advanced observation haki, Ling Bai also released his Kenbon Shoku, observation haki. It has to be said that the advanced observation haki is really strong. With Ling Bai as the center, any movement within a radius of 200 meters could be clearly detected by Ling Bai, and Ling Bai had only used a small part of observation haki. If his Ling Bai's Kenbon Shoku, observation, was at level 10, then what he was using right now was at level 4 at most. Powerful. Therefore, the supernovas have all entered Ling Bai's perception range. At this time, the supernovas, Kid, Law, Drake, APU, Kira, Bonnie, Monk, Capone Beeg, and Hawkins are all there, but Straw Hat Luffy and Zoro are not there. The fierce fighting here has already alarmed many people, and the pirates and marine who are not afraid of death are watching from a distance. The supernovas are naturally there. They are the best of the countless pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, and they are preparing to enter the New World after staying in Sabaody Archipelago for a while to start a new pirate journey. Kid, this guy actually wants to stand up, it seems that he wants to continue to fight, worthy of a man with king's qualifications. On the other side, Kid did stand up with difficulty while enduring the severe pain in his body. He was defeated by his opponent in just one blow. This made Kid unable to admit that he shouldn't be defeated, because since he went to sea, from 0 bounty to more than 400 million berries, he has never been defeated. So no matter how painful his body is, Kid doesn't mean to admit defeat. Interesting. Ling Bai smiled and didn't care about him, he moved 6 or 7 meters in a flash. High-speed movement. Suppressing a supernova and making a name for himself. Law has already left the battlefield, as for Kid, it should be about the same. The next target, the big guy. A monk who had broken his vows. This man who came down from a certain sky island had a rather troublesome ability. The monk's devil fruits ability was unknown, but his ability had a special characteristic. He could convert the damage others dealt to him into his size and strength. In other words, the more damage he received, the stronger his strength or the larger his size would be. Getting beaten up was a classic example of becoming stronger. However, Ling Bai did not believe that there was a limit to how strong he could become even if he was beaten up. This guy, it would be best if he could become his subordinate. Otherwise, it would be a waste. In the original work, the anti-pirate's Desert 4 Sweet Admiral Stars was beaten by him into the Desert 3 Sweet Admiral Stars. Although it was 2 years later, this guy's strength was really strong. You have your eyes on me. The monk who had broken his vows also noticed Ling Bai looking over. His gaze was on him. This made the monk's heart tighten. He belonged to the peaceful faction among the Supernovas. He was different from Kid, a pirate who killed people everywhere. Ling Bai had indeed come. I'm Uraj, a monk who has broken his vows. Are you interested in becoming my subordinate? Ling Bai laughed. He held Felicitous Rain in his hand and prepared to attack. Not interested. Ling Bai smiled and shook his head. There shouldn't be any grudges between us, right? There are some things that don't require grudges. Ling Bai moved. However, he did not use the power of kendo. Instead, he used his fists to cover armament haki. His fists were also many times stronger. Moreover, he had inherited Golden Lion's powerful physical skills. In addition, he also had Bloss's physique. In terms of pure physical strength, Ling Bai was naturally not weak either. Ling Bai rushed in front of the monk and threw a punch. There was even a sound of friction in the air. This guy's fist. The monk was shocked. Ling Bai's performance was not simple. Moreover, it was not the power of kendo, but the power of his fists. The monk who had broken his vows naturally met the attack with a punch. Boom! There was a shocking collision sound as the two fists collided. This fist. Why is it so hard? Armament haki. The monk felt pain in his fist. His fist was much bigger than Ling Bai's, but the strength of Ling Bai's fist were obviously stronger. The huge force forced the monk to take 3 steps back. There's more. Ling Bai threw another punch. It carried a huge force and covered armament haki. Boom! The monk instinctively chose to block this punch. However, he was sent flying more than 10 meters by Ling Bai's punch. Again. The monk shouted. Interesting. Ling Bai probably knew that the 2 punches just now were actually for the monk to increase his strength. One had to know that in the original work, this guy was the only supernova who could single-handedly destroy a pacifist 2 years ago. He relied on his strange ability to become stronger after being beaten up. Chapter 25. Get stronger just by being beaten? Let's see how much you can take. Ling Bai waved his sword and a 100-meter-long dragon rushed out. Just like Kid's previous attack, when the lightning dragon swept across the ground, a 3-meter-wide crater was formed. Do you really need to use such a terrifying move to deal with me? The monk had no choice but to take out a huge hexagonal pencil from somewhere. He grabbed the weapon with both hands and swung it at Ling Bai's slash. Boom! The violent collision caused a terrifying explosion, and a large part of the ground was directly shattered. How could the monk resist Ling Bai's attack? Along with his weapon, he was sent flying. Of course, the dragon head also hit the monk's body like Kid's. His chest caved in on the spot, and a few of his bones were probably broken. Puff! In the process of being hit, the monk spat out a mouthful of old blood, so much so that the air was filled with a bloody mist. Finally, the monk crashed into a tree the size of a house, breaking the tree. The monk spat out another mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. He sat on the ground and looked worse than Kid. There was a limit to becoming stronger after being beaten, just like how a 2-liter container couldn't hold 4 liters of water. This guy couldn't have been beaten up by Whitebeard and successfully advanced. If that was the case, then what would happen? Damn it, Shichibukai. Kid came over with difficulty. He didn't know what kind of superhuman willpower was supporting him, but at this moment, he actually rushed over, but his bruised appearance really made Ling Bai speechless. He was indeed one of the strongest people in the world of One Piece. Ah! Kid roared, and like a supersaiyan, his hands absorbed a large number of weapons, forming 2 huge hands the size of trucks. His ferocious face was very frightening. Thousand Slice Valley. Ling Bai didn't waste any time, and casually swung out the 6 paths yellow slash. Although the movement was very simple, it contained a huge amount of sword chi. This guy still had to be kept. He had the same ability as Magneto, manipulating magnetism. It was just that the development effect wasn't good enough. He didn't know what would happen in the future. Ling Bai wouldn't kill him. In the future, he would probably take him as a subordinate, but not now. He couldn't make Kid submit to him, at least not now. Even Kaido of the Beasts couldn't do it. He was proud and arrogant, so he didn't get beaten up often. Boom! 2 giant hands came crashing down like meteorites. The terrifying aura was enough to make countless people's scalps go numb. Kid had used all of his strength. He had never been defeated in his entire life. How could he swallow the humiliation of being defeated by Ling B in one move? The air seemed like it was tearing. The enhanced slash wave slammed into Kid's giant hands, shattering them instantly. There was no doubt about it. If he couldn't even deal with this kind of hand made of scrap metal, then he would definitely die. Ling B wouldn't be able to survive. It didn't hurt Kid's flesh, so even though both of his hands were crushed, his hands would still be fine. In the original work, he went to provoke the red-haired man and got one of his hands chopped off. That was tragic enough. Later on, he was beaten up by Kaido of the Beasts. Among the Supernovas, he was one of the people who was beaten the most miserably. However, after his 2 arms were smashed, Kid was also sent flying. Thanks to the 2 huge hands, he blocked 6 paths crescent-shaped slash. It should be known that such a slash could easily cut through a building. Kid was sent flying and smashed several buildings. In the end, his consciousness became blurry and he almost fainted. However, he was a little doubtful as he lay on the ground. Am I too weak? I can't even beat a kid. I want to become stronger. I want to keep getting stronger. Otherwise, I can't become the Pirate King. Kid's eyes narrowed as he made a big decision in his heart. However, Ling B wouldn't know and he wasn't interested in knowing. This was an illegal area. The people living here were either pirates or criminals. Some of the buildings were used for illegal transactions. Civilians almost never lived here. Therefore, even if countless buildings were destroyed, Ling B wouldn't have any psychological burden. The illegal area occupied almost 1/3 of the entire Sabaody Archipelago. Because it was allowed by celestial dragons, such as human trafficking, smuggling, and other illegal activities, even if there was a marine branch next door, Marine couldn't do anything about it. Sabaody Archipelago, Celestial Dragon's back garden. There were still several supernovas. Among the supernovas, Kid, Law, and Luffy were undoubtedly the strongest. The others weren't very strong. There were also a few people with strange abilities. For example, Bonnie. Her ability was to turn people back decades or accelerate their growth to become an old man or woman. In terms of strength, Ling B estimated that her combat power was only taijutsu. The reason she was able to live until now was probably because of her special identity. Tyrant Bear's daughter? Or Vegapunk's daughter? Or someone's daughter? The other one was Capone Beeg, who could transform into a castle. That castle was comparable to an iron fortress. These were probably the only 2 supernovas with strange abilities. Ling B, who was familiar with the original work, wasn't worried about the other supernovas. Today, they would all be suppressed. Those who surrendered would be another matter. Chapter 26. That guy, is he trying to defeat all the supernovas? Law, who was observing from a corner, guessed. Now, 3 supernovas, including himself, had already been defeated by Ling B. Law's guess was correct. Ling B wanted to suppress all the supernovas. After releasing observation haki, Ling B quickly captured the position of the other supernovas. Bonnie. This woman is actually in the mood to eat pizza and watch me fight? Ling B laughed. He wanted to attack her first, but after thinking about it, it was better to leave the sweetness for last. First target, Hawkins. Oh no, he's here. Hawkins was still divining, and the target of the divination was himself. The result showed that he would be beaten, but he would not be killed. Hawkins, how about joining me? Ling B laughed. In the original work, Hawkins' ability was strange and powerful. Of course, this guy's characteristic was that he was not as tough as Kid and would submit to power. In the original work, he became Kaido of the Beast's henchman. As long as there was enough power to crush him, it would not be difficult to make Hawkins submit to him. This is unavoidable. Hawkins had already calculated that he would be beaten. Scarecrow transformation. The tall scarecrow was still waving a sharp weapon made of straw, and Ling Bi was already prepared. Thunder snake! Whoosh! Thunder filled the sky, and the ear-piercing sound of electricity. Under the attack of the snake-like slash, the 7 or 8 meters tall scarecrow's entire upper body was shattered. This kind of trick can't deal with me, who uses swords, right, Hawkins? Ling Bi laughed. She turned around and swept her leg towards Hawkins. This leg hit Hawkins' left waist, and Hawkins was sent flying like a spring. Eventually, he smashed into an auction house, smashing half of the tall auction house building into smithereens. Next. Capone Beeg. Although Capone Beeg had an impenetrable defense, he could not withstand Ling Bi's attacks. Ling Bi was addicted to fighting. Although Capone Beeg was a little difficult to deal with, this guy was difficult to deal with because of his castle. In fact, his combat strength was not that great. He still led a group of minions to carry cannons and guns. He was just like the godfather of a gang. It was just that his ability was a little strange. Hey, attack him! Capone Beeg ordered his underlings. However, this kind of trash could not withstand Ling Bi's attacks at all. They did not even have the guts to approach Ling Bi after seeing her sweeping away thousands of troops. 10 minutes later, Capone Beeg also surrendered. He did not have any grudges against Ling Bi, so he did not want to get entangled with this monster who might very well be a great swordsman. Ling Bi was enough to crush the current him. In the original work, all the Supernovas only became strong 2 years after the start of the plot. In other words, they had been training in the New World for 2 years. Now, the Supernovas were not very strong. At least, there was still a big gap between them and the current Ling Bi. Next up was Drake and the others. I don't think we know each other. Drake got into a defensive stance. He was an ancient dragon fruit, which was the form of a dinosaur. He was very powerful, and this guy was an undercover agent sent by the naval headquarters. He came from a special marine organization, and now he seemed to be a marine vice admiral. Even if I don't know you, I'm going to beat you up. Ling Bi did not talk nonsense. He directly slashed at Drake and sent him flying. Damn it! Drake's body swelled, and he turned into a dinosaur. When he landed on the ground, he rushed toward Ling Bi. Dragon fruit, isn't it a dinosaur? It looks so ugly. Ling Bi also rushed over. Raider! The sky was filled with flashes of light, followed by a terrifying explosion. On the other side, because Ling Bi attacked the Supernovas, the other Supernovas who had not been attacked by Ling Bi also joined forces to attack Ling Bi. The rest of the Supernovas went up together. In the illegal area, terrifying explosions continued. Marine naturally rushed over, but no one intervened. Soon, this matter was reported to the naval headquarters. The new Shichibukai Ling Bi was fighting with the Supernovas in Sabaody Archipelago, and the battle was very intense. Is that Shichibukai really a great swordsman? To be honest, Sengoku had also heard Ling Bi say that he was a great swordsman, and then he reported it to the 5 elders. The group of supernovas that caused headaches to the naval headquarters was actually crushed? Isn't this Shichibukai too much? At this age, his strength is completely beyond common sense. Is he really a great swordsman? Sengoku couldn't believe it when he heard the report from the Den Den Mushi. Sengoku-san, do you want to send someone to check it out? The fight in Sabaody Archipelago is too fierce, and many buildings have been destroyed. Kizaru spoke. It's the illegal area, I'm happy that it was destroyed. The celestial dragons are indulging in that area, and even Marine can't intervene. Akainu said coldly. However, Shichibukai is not credible as a pirate. We don't know the details of that Shichibukai, and it's strange that he used Fire Fist Ace to exchange for Shichibukai's identity. What is his purpose? After that, he added another sentence. That group of evildoers should be suppressed, they are too arrogant, especially that BD Eustace kid, he has killed many civilians. Should we go and catch them? Now seems to be the best time to catch the supernovas. Not now. Sengoku shook his head. Later, all the Rear Admiral rank and above in the naval headquarters will go to the world government to participate in an important meeting. Important meeting. Staff Officer Tsuru was puzzled, she felt that something bad was going to happen. It's not clear yet, but there is a high probability that it is related to Fire Fist Ace. Sengoku's eyebrows were a little worried. Chapter 27. Drake and a few other supernovas were defeated by Ling B in the end. In the original work, Kizaru would kick each of them. Although Ling B was not as strong as Kizaru, it was not far off. Almost all the supernovas were suppressed and laid on the ground one by one. They were no match for Ling B. The last one was Bonnie. She had a big appetite and was a beauty who ate in an ugly manner. Have you never seen a beauty before? Bonnie was furious after being targeted by Ling B. At this time, she had a pizza in her left hand and another in her right hand. She also had a slice in her mouth and the corners of her mouth were glistening with oil. Her eating manners were quite arrogant. How about becoming one of my crew members? I don't know if you can cook, but as a woman, you're too self-indulgent. Ling B laughed. Don't underestimate me. Bonnie threw a kick at Ling B. Her long leg came slashing with the wind. Ling Bai's method was very simple. It was a kick for a kick. Other than your ability being a little strange, your physical skills shouldn't be that good. At least against me, you're still far from it. After easily blocking Bonnie's attack, Ling Bai swept her leg over again, and Bonnie was directly sent flying. A delicate woman was directly smashed into the interior of a shattered building. The building that was already on the verge of collapse was directly blown up at this moment. The shocking explosion made one's scalp tingle. The beauty was smashed into the building. That Shichibukai was too ruthless, wasn't he? That brat, how dare he hit me? Bonnie endured the pain all over her body and coughed a few times. She stood up from the dusty ruins. Ever since she went out to sea, with her beauty and ability, Bonnie had never been slapped, not even once. But now, that brat had kicked her. However, at this time, a strong light suddenly erupted in this space. Not good. Bonnie's previous experience told her that Ling B had used his slash. Boom. There were shattering sounds all the way. Bonnie barely managed to dodge, but even so, the aftermath of the explosion still sent her flying. I don't know how to be merciful. Ling B sighed. It knew that Bonnie would not die anyway. This little brother is too cold-blooded. How could you do such a heavy hand to a beautiful pirate? In the distance, Rayleigh and Shuki were both on a high ground about 200 meters away from Ling B. At this time, Shuki was watching with his binoculars. The battle between Ling B and the supernovas just now had left him dumbfounded. Now that Ling B was attacking Bonnie, it really refreshed his worldview. It's rare to see a male pirate being so heavy-handed with a beautiful woman. Rayleigh said with a smile, a true great swordsman. I didn't expect an old bag of bones like me to meet such a young great swordsman at such an old age. He's not even 18 yet. Such talent in the sword deo is unprecedented. Indeed, I've lived for so many years, and I've never seen such a young grandmaster swordsman. Even my hawk would pale in comparison. It's no wonder that he could cause such a huge commotion. Something big might have happened in this world recently. I wonder what the future will be like. Rayleigh shook his head and sighed. On the other side, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Ling Bai's mind. Ding! The suppression of the supernova is completed. The reward is issued, Admiral Kizaru's special bonus, upgraded sparkling fruit ability, red flash. It's done. As the system's voice fell, a new force appeared in Ling Bai's body. Do you need me to develop this? Ling Bai looked at his right index finger. The red flash was gathering, like a bright light, but it contained a huge power. Shout! Ling Bai pointed to a slave auction house that was barely intact 100 meters away, and a red beam of light shot out from his index finger in an instant, no slower than Kizaru's flash. Boom! When the red light beam shot into the auction house, it exploded with a loud bang. Among Logia's abilities, Sparkling Fruit's attack is the purest, it has both speed and power, and it's a long-range attack. Ling Bai put away Sirena. Looking around, at this time, his field of vision was a mess, the ground was broken, the houses collapsed, and several trees hundreds of meters high were broken. On the ground, there were more than 10 terrifying marks caused by Ling Bai's attack. Originally, there were many people watching the battle, but because the battle was too fierce and terrifying, not many people dared to watch the battle. What ability did that guy use just now? Law, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked. A red beam was shot out by the opponent, and then a huge building exploded. Light? It's too strange. He was a monster through and through. At this time, Law also noticed that Ling B was walking towards him, which made Law's heart tighten. What does he want to do? Come out, I know you're hiding behind. Law was hiding behind a huge building. After the repair of Op Fruit's ability, his injury just now was healed. I wonder what your purpose is. Law walked out and asked the opponent. Chapter 28. Didn't I say before? How about you become my subordinate? Ling B laughed. I need a ship doctor, and you are the most special doctor in the world. You have great strength and medical skills. Naturally, you are the best choice to be my ship doctor. What do you think? However, I already have my own pirate group. Law felt helpless. This guy seemed determined to make him join. Is that the problem? The important thing is that I will name this era, and you will be the most direct participant in this era. You are Shichibukai. Do you want to be the pirate king? Law frowned. This guy seemed to have a terrible purpose. Pirate king? Will the world government allow a legal pirate to become the pirate king? Pirate king? Ling B shook his head. The pirate king is just someone else's leftover. I am not interested. The pirate king is someone else's leftover? Then what do you want to be? Countless times more advanced than the pirate king. A pirate is a pirate, no matter what, right? The pirate king is just the leader of a pirate group. You. Law seemed to be able to guess what the other party was going to do. How about you think about it? One day. I will stay in Sabaody Archipelago for 2 days. After that, Ling B walked away. He felt that Law would join because Law was not a king like Luffy and Kid. So what if he became the pirate king? Ling B felt that Roger was a failure. On the contrary, he admired Rox, the man who wanted to be the king of the world. He was the choice of a true overlord. In the original novel, Ling B also admired Blackbeard. But now, Blackbeard was his enemy. The next time they met, Ling B had to kill Blackbeard and whip his corpse. Blackbeard had superhuman perseverance. He could hibernate in the Whitebeard pirates for decades just for a dark fruit. He could also hibernate just for revenge. Ling B was definitely his enemy. The strength of the dark fruit should not be underestimated. God knows how strong Blackbeard would be in the future. Anyway, Blackbeard was a time bomb for Ling B. And it was not an ordinary time bomb. After leaving Law, Ling B found Hawkins. In the original novel, Hawkins submitted to Kaido of the Beasts and became his loyal follower. When Ling B invited him, Hawkins immediately agreed to Ling B's invitation. According to the results of divination, joining Ling B was the right choice. While Ling B was trying to win over the Supernova, on the other side, at the World Government Headquarters. At the Naval Headquarters, Rear Admiral and above all, Marine Vice Admiral and Admiral Sengoku. Tonight, the World Government will hold an important meeting. All the Marine Vice Admirals sat upright and still. The meeting room quickly quieted down. The next meeting is very important. Regarding Fire Fist Ace's case, we have decided to publicly execute him in 2 weeks, which is 14 days later. The location of the execution will be Naval Headquarters. Old Jian of the Five Elders spoke first. This meeting was very important. But as for how important it was, even the Marine Vice Admiral did not know about it. The other Marine Vice Admirals did not know what to do. However, the fact that the Five Elders, who held the highest authority, would personally host the meeting shocked many of the Vice Admirals. When the Five Elders finished announcing the public execution of Fire Fist Ace, everyone present, including the Admirals, was shocked. Even Kizaru, who had always been lazy, could not remain calm. The whole room was in an uproar. No wonder this meeting was called an extremely important meeting by Sengoku. One of the Five Elders, Admiral, knows that the public execution of Fire Fist Ace will be carried out. When the world government announces this to the world, it means that we will have an open all-out war with the monster Whitebeard. At that time, we will have to directly face the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, and the world's strongest pirates, the Whitebeard pirates. The war will start in full scale. Naval Headquarters, you must make sufficient preparations. Today, we will discuss the battle plan. This is a great opportunity to attack the Great Age of Pirates. As long as Whitebeard is eradicated, the Great Age of Pirates will quickly decline. At that time, we will have a comprehensive victory. The five elders spoke eloquently. What they wanted to talk about was the upcoming summit war. The Great Age of Pirates, they dreamed of ending it. Whitebeard is the symbol of the old era and the Great Age of Pirates. As long as he dies, the Great Age of Pirates will not be far from the end. The meeting made many admirals breathe quickly. There is no doubt that they also dreamed of ending the Great Age of Pirates, and they will become meritorious. Stepping on Whitebeard's body to end the Great Age of Pirates. The meeting lasted all night, and in this meeting, they must fully deal with the Whitebeard pirates and the battle plan after his death. If the war starts, naval headquarters will not be defeated, and they must not be defeated. Justice will win. With Whitebeard's nature, the war will inevitably start. However, the five elders did not mention that Fire Fist Ace is Roger's son. The Great Age of Pirates was started by Roger's hand. Now, it will end with his son's life. Chapter 29. The Will of the World Government's important meeting was soon published in the World Government's special newspaper. The two major media that control the world's fishing boats are the World Government News and the New World's Morgan News. This time, the news swept the world at a terrible speed. There was only one message conveyed to the world. 2 weeks later, Fire Fist Ace will be publicly executed at the naval headquarters. The whole world seemed to be about to explode. Even a fool knows that the world government is going to kill the king of the old era of the new world. That legendary pirate is the Earthquake Man who has the power to destroy the world. If Fire Fist Ace was caught in the Impel Down, this time, he was going to explode completely. The whole world felt bad. This was already the third day. And on the third day, when major news swept the world, the entire marine system also moved, from the four seas to the first half of the Grand Line, and then to the New World. The world government will dispatch 100,000 marine elites from the entire marine system to the naval headquarters, and this work will be completed within 5 days. This is also to deal with that man. Even 100,000 marine elites may not be enough. It is said that the legendary Devil Fruit has awakened. At the beginning of the Great Age of Pirates, he was the first pirate to be called the Pirate Emperor. Therefore, the entire marine system is nervous and countless marines are afraid. Whitebeard is their nightmare. Even looking at the old man from a distance can make people lose the idea of resistance and even weak. Even the other 3 emperors added together are not as frightening as Whitebeard. That is, from the old era to the Great Age of Pirates, nearly 40 years of deterrence. In front of Whitebeard, the other emperors are his younger brothers. The whole world fell into an extremely tense atmosphere. Because this time, the world government is going to war with the Whitebeard pirates, and it may destroy the world. This is not an exaggeration because Whitebeard is so terrifying. Naval Headquarters. Garp rushed directly into the Fleet Admiral's office. At this time, only Sengoku was in the Fleet Admiral's office. Sengoku, is it really necessary to do this? Garp was very nervous. Although Fire Fist Ace is not his biological grandson, watching him grow up, even a man of iron will have tender feelings. Garp, you should know the significance of this public execution for the Great Age of Pirates. Sengoku looked at Garp with questioning eyes. This is also the will of the higher UPS. Even I can't control it. I cannot accept this. Garp slammed his hands on the table, his face a little twisted. He really couldn't accept the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Garp, you have to understand that you are also responsible for this. You should have stopped him from going out to sea. He walked on Roger's path. This is unforgivable for someone with a terrifying bloodline like him. Garp did not say anything. He panted heavily and glared at Sengoku for more than 10 seconds before he stormed out of the marshal's office. Garp, don't overstep your boundaries. Sengoku shouted. Sigh. Sengoku let out a long sigh. He was worried that Garp would betray Marine. Garp was his best friend. He was the spiritual symbol of the entire Marine system for decades. In Marine's heart, he had an irreplaceable position. Therefore, nothing must happen to Garp. Otherwise, the entire Marine system would be hit. 2 minutes later, Sengoku began to convey his will. In other words, he gathered all the Shichibukai. It was time for the Shichibukai to cooperate with naval headquarters. All the Shichibukai had to gather in the next few days. Because the opponent was Whitebeard, no one dared to be careless. He was known as the man who had the power to destroy the world. He could easily launch a terrifying tsunami that could destroy a country. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could destroy the world. Fortunately, he was only interested in taking in suns. Otherwise, the entire new world would be his. Just like rocks in front of him. As an old enemy, Sengoku was well aware of Whitebeard's power. Therefore, the war was about to begin. Sengoku had been restless recently. If naval headquarters failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Soon, the Shichibukai's summoning order was issued. Naval headquarters was busy these days. Not only did they have to settle the Marines from all over the world, but they also had to evacuate all the Marine family members who lived in Marineford. The workload was quite heavy. In addition, they had to monitor all the pirate emperors, including Whitebeard. Don't think that naval headquarters' opponent this time was Whitebeard. However, the madman Kaido of the Beasts was likely to make a move. It was difficult to guarantee that the other big forces would not take the opportunity to cause trouble. After some of the branch marine elites were dispatched, the other pirates would not attack the branch. Therefore, at this critical juncture, almost all of the marine players tensed up. The unpredictability of the future was too unsettling. That kind of mood was like a mortal facing a god. It made countless people tremble and frightened. Chapter 30. At the same time as the naval headquarters deployed the war, the angry Whitebeard pirates were also deployed. "Father! The world government is too hateful," Marco said angrily. At this moment, he couldn't wait to burn Mariejois and Marineford directly. Of course, the entire Whitebeard pirates were angry. Now, the world government is fully prepared for the public execution of their ace. The world government and naval headquarters bastards, our Whitebeard pirates didn't provoke them. They actually provoked us. Uzumaki Spider gritted his teeth and was furious. On the Moby DK, other people also responded. No one can understand the anger of the entire Whitebeard pirates at this moment. This anger is going to sweep the whole world. We have to prepare, to save Ace. Whitebeard's face was calm, but in fact, he was extremely suppressing his anger. Ace is his reverse scale, his sons are his reverse scale. Now, the world government has touched his reverse scale, you can imagine how angry he is. In addition, Whitebeard has always had a regret in his heart, that is, when Roger was executed, he didn't save him. Instead, Golden Lion went to the naval headquarters. Roger, Golden Lion Shiki, and Whitebeard, the three legendary pirates, were both enemies and best friends. Now, Roger's son Ace was publicly executed. Whitebeard's anger was really completely ignited. From this afternoon, the Whitebeard pirates also began to deploy the war. Whitebeard pirates, all members. The strongest man in the world also owns the world's largest and most powerful pirate group. They have been entrenched in the New World for 20 years and have never been shaken. In addition, all the female crew members and doctors and nurses on the Whitebeard pirates were placed on the island of Whitebeard's hometown or forced to leave the Whitebeard pirates on this day. Women shouldn't intervene in men's wars, whether they want to or not. Of course, this is also to protect them. Whitebeard is a man of principle. That night, the news of the Whitebeard pirates gathering also began to spread quickly throughout the New World and even the world. Whitebeard, it's starting. In the naval headquarters, even Sengoku was sweating profusely. He had not fought with that monster for decades, but he still remembered how powerful and terrifying Whitebeard was. Since we've chosen to execute him publicly, we have to face that old fart, Whitebeard. Akainu spoke. However, this is the best time to get rid of Whitebeard. Akainu was looking forward to it. When the war started, he was confident that he could kill Whitebeard in Marineford. Don't be too optimistic. Many things are unpredictable. Staff officer, he reminded him, we also need to prepare all the countermeasures that we can take now and be prepared for possible failure. New World, that monster Whitebeard is not the only one on the move. Sengoku was also filled with worry. For some reason, he felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. Akina sneered, it's you who think too much. Our combat power configuration is enough to destroy the entire Whitebeard pirates. As long as Whitebeard dies, the balance of the world will be broken, and the balance is tilted to our side. When Whitebeard dies, the end of the great age of pirates will not be far. New World, opposite Wanakuni, Ghost Island. When the drunk Kaido of the Beasts heard Plague Quinn's report on the actions of the Whitebeard pirates, he immediately sobered up. You old fart, Whitebeard. It's best if he's killed by the naval headquarters this time. Kaido of the Beasts sneered. However, Laozi doesn't want to hear that he successfully rescued that guy. Laozi wants to see you fail. From the Rocks group to Roger's era, Kaido of the Beasts has always been suppressed by the existence of Whitebeard. It would be strange if Kaido of the Beasts didn't hate Whitebeard. Among the four emperors, the one who destroys and does evil everywhere is Kaido of the Beasts. He has the ambition to subvert the world and even rule the world. Get ready for Laozi. Ambush the Whitebeard pirates. How can we let them succeed? By the way, where is that BD Jack? Kaido boss, you asked him to go out and investigate the new Shichibukai. Tell him to get back to Laozi. A minute later, a blue dragon flew into the night sky from Ghost Island. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky, thunder and lightning flashed, and terrifying thunder and lightning were tearing the sky. Under the clouds, Kaido of the Beasts bathed in thunder and lightning was like a demon god. The Beasts pirates regarded him as a god. The people on Wanakuni's side saw this scene and trembled as if they were facing a demon. At the same time, Todo Land, Cake Island, Cake Castle. Mama! Aunt smiled when she heard the news of the Whitebeard pirates' action. Mom, are we going to act? Smoothie, one of the four sweet commanders, asked. No, let's wait first. But I can't wait to take over the Fishman Island. Ah, the Fishman Island's desserts are the best. In other words, she hoped that Whitebeard would die, so that she could take over the Fishman Island. On the other side, Red Hair Pirates, Red Force. It's starting. Red Hair was uneasy. The whole world will be subverted. What should I do? Stop this war? Yes. Not good, Red Hair boss. Not good, we just received information from our informants, the Beasts pirates are acting, and the Ant pirates are not doing anything. One of the younger brothers rushed over in a hurry. Kaido, that madman. Red Hair frowned, and his heart was even more uneasy. Go and stop that BD Kaido first. Chapter 31. Has it started? Sabaody Archipelago, who had recently recruited Supernova Law, was even happier at the moment. You seem to have expected everything? The captain is in charge. Law frowned. He didn't know what Ling B was going to do, but Ling B gave him a feeling of planning. Hawkins, the captain seems to be the initiator of all this. Law, the main culprit. Law and Hawkins were the current new crew of Ling B. Of course, the other supernovas didn't follow Ling B. Although Ling B had thrown an olive branch to them, they refused. Of course, Ling B didn't mind. Now, those proud supernovas wouldn't look at him. After all, he wasn't famous, and he was just a Shichibukai. Of course, being a Shichibukai was only temporary. You're going to miss out on a rising giant. The initiator? The main culprit? Ling B shook his head and smiled, then said seriously, no, I am the founder of a new era. A new era? Law didn't know what Ling B was going to say. Of course, it was useless for Ling B to say it now. Even in the original work, Blackbeard vowed to talk about his dream, others would think that he was talking nonsense. Ling B strategized, everything was under his control and calculation. He was familiar with the plot, and the plot was still going according to the original work. If the plan went well, then Ling B was enough to reach the top of the world. That is, today's Ling B, whether strength or influence, was not strong enough. He still needs to continue to develop. The war will start in less than 2 weeks. Ling B was full of expectations for the upcoming summit war. Will the war really start? Law and Hawkins were puzzled. How powerful are the Whitebeard pirates? How terrifying are they? For example, the world government's allies, no matter which big country, was not the opponent of the Whitebeard pirates. This era is the Great Age of Pirates. That is, the era of the Great Age of Pirates. If the Whitebeard pirates really go to war with naval headquarters, what does that mean? What will happen? What will the result be? Between Whitebeard and naval headquarters, which side would emerge victorious? War is unavoidable. In the history of One Piece, this was the most terrifying war and the largest one. Captain, do you think Whitebeard or naval headquarters will win? Luo raised a question. Take a guess. Ling B said with a smile. He wanted to give them some suspense. To be honest, in any case, naval headquarters is bound to win. Naval headquarters has too many peak powers, and the Whitebeard pirates, except for Whitebeard, who can fight. Among the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, only Marco, Flower Sword Vista, and a few others can fight a little, but together, they can only drag an admiral. However, as long as it's not like the original work, naval headquarters is not acting, it's fine. The whole process is like Akaino's promotion, and it's difficult for the Whitebeard pirates to survive. Ling B wasn't optimistic about the Whitebeard pirates. Of course, Whitebeard was very strong, and Ling B admired Whitebeard himself. However, this war was destined to fail from the beginning. There is also a very realistic problem. If the Whitebeard pirates are not defeated and Whitebeard doesn't die, how can Ling B replace Whitebeard? Can he save Whitebeard? Develop his power and become the 5th pirate emperor? It's impossible. If Whitebeard meets Ling B now, it would be strange if he doesn't skin Ling B. Between him and Ling B, one of them must die. For the next half of the day, Ling B and the others were in Sabaody Archipelago. At this time, the number of Marine in Sabaody Archipelago was small. A large number of Marine were transferred from the Marine branch. Ling B knew that they were going to naval headquarters to participate in the upcoming war. In addition, warships were traveling between Sabaody Archipelago and naval headquarters, and the Marine family members living in Marineford were also sent here to take refuge. In the afternoon, Ling B was summoned by Shichibukai of the world government. In Sabaody Archipelago, even if he suppressed the Supernovas, it was overshadowed by the recent movements of the New World. Shichibukai summoned. As the so-called counterbalance of the New World 4 emperors, Shichibukai naturally has to participate in the war at this critical moment. In order to get rid of Whitebeard, the world government also spent a lot of effort. For example, in the original work, the square of naval headquarters was raised after the Whitebeard pirates entered the square, making the entire Whitebeard pirates like a turtle in a jar. What reason does the Whitebeard pirates have to win? The New World is about to have a vacant throne, and Ling B must seize the opportunity. Ding! Shichibukai summoned, the summit war is about to begin. You have the following choices. Choice 1, participate in the summit war. Reward, undead summon, undead manipulation, dark power. Choice 2, refuse to participate in the war and enter the New World. Reward, undead summon, Garp template taijutsu strength. Ling B didn't hesitate to choose one. Nonsense, no matter what, he will participate in the summit war. The choice is successful. The reward will be issued after the war. The reward this time looks good. Ling B was looking forward to it. Next, the Shichibukai will have a meeting, and the location is the world government. Chapter 32. Captain, are you going to attend the Shichibukai gathering tomorrow? In the evening, in the living room of a luxury suite in Sabaody Archipelago, Ling B and others were here. Ling B, Law, Hawkins, Weevil, and Van Oka. In terms of numbers, Ling B's pirate group members were very few, but the configuration was definitely very high. Of course, compared to the configuration of the Pirate Emperor, it was absolutely not enough. But in history, the highest configuration of the pirate group was Rock's Pirate. The mysterious rocks, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Anti were unique in history, followed by Roger's pirate group, and then the four emperors. Roger could become the pirate king. Ling B estimated that Whitebeard was not interested in going to Raftel, and Golden Lion happened to suffer heavy losses in the Battle of Wall, plus the rudder was inserted into his head. Another point was that Roger's pirate group configuration, even if Roger himself was not the strongest in the world, his members together could sweep the new world. He was the pirate king, and the son of destiny was like this. Therefore, Ling B still needed a lot of powerful forces to join. Naturally, I will participate. Let's go to the world government for a meal first. Law, Captain, what's your plan? You joined Shichibukai for a few days and then quit. Or, what's the purpose? Ling B smiled mysteriously. Keep it mysterious, it won't be fun to talk about it. The next day, Ling B boarded a marine warship from Sabaody Archipelago harbor that was specially sent to pick him up. The destination of this trip was the Red Line harbor. After entering the harbor, they would climb to the top of the Red Line. The owner of this warship was Vice Admiral Mumu Zagi of Naval Headquarters, who was responsible for this operation to pick up Shichibukai Ling B. Mumu Zagi, who used to be responsible for some important marine work in the New World, was responsible for this major operation of Naval Headquarters. Originally, according to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's intention, she had to stay in the New World to guard it, but she herself asked to participate in this unprecedented terrible war. As for picking up Shichibukai Ling B, it was naturally her idea. Anigamo Vice Admiral was originally responsible for this job, but he was snatched by Mumu Zagi. The reason was that she was very curious about Ling B. It was said that Ling B was a great swordsman. What a coincidence, she was also a great swordsman. In the naval headquarters, she is the strongest marine who uses swords. She has the combat power of a great swordsman. In the original work, because of her strong strength and achievements, she became one of the alternate admirals. Ling B looked at Mumu Zagi and was stunned. He did not expect that the marine who would come to his rescue would be this female marine. Mumu Zagi Vice Admiral, real name Zaiwan. Naval Headquarters, the most charming and sexy beauty. In the original work, she was a very powerful character. If it weren't for Fujitora and Green Bull, she would have been the new Marine Admiral. You're that Shichibukai? I heard that you're a great swordsman. Mumu Zagi furrowed her brows and asked when she saw Ling B looking at her. What do you think? Ling B smiled and asked the other party. Your skin is not bad. If it weren't for your young age, I would have dug your eyeballs out with the way you're looking at me. Mumu Zagi stared at Ling B, but Ling Bai's eyes were too presumptuous. But as a beauty, Mumu Zagi was used to it. Beauty also made her a lot of troubles. But in the past, pirates who looked at her like this were thrown into the sea to feed the fish. And few marine dared to look at her. People have self-awareness. Is that so? I also think that I look good. Mumu Zagi, let me ask you, are you a great swordsman, pirate? With that, Mumu Zagi pulled out her famous sword and pointed it at Ling B. The two were about 3 meters apart. Marine looked at Mumu Zagi on the warship. Although Vice Admiral Mumu Zagi was very beautiful, she was also known as a hot powder keg in the naval headquarters. Her temper was quite hot. Ling B was also relaxed facing the other's famous sword. Great swordsman, actually I am. Ling B replied casually. Amazing, but with such talent, at your age, this kind of achievement is indeed amazing, but it's a waste to become a pirate. Your sword seems to be very good. At this time, Mumu Zagi also put away her kinpara and stared at Ling Bai's shijir. As a swordsman, she was very sensitive to all kinds of swords, especially good ones. Wazamano, one of the 12 workers, as for its ranking, I don't know. Ling Bai's right hand pressed on shijir. Wazamano is the standard of a great swordsman. Wazamano? Really? Where did you get it? Mumu Zagi's eyes were burning. Wazamano was made by famous craftsmen a long time ago. Later, it was scattered all over the world and many of them were lost. Mumu Zagi only knew that in the world, there was only Whitebeard's Zanjiun cutter, Hawkeye's black blade, and a certain 5 elders' first-generation ghost blade. Now, Ling Bi told her that his sword was Wazamano. I picked it up. Picked it up? Do you think Wazamano is trash? You think you can pick it up? Momuzagi stared at Ling Bi. However, it's a waste for such a famous sword to fall into the hands of a pirate like you. In Momuzagi's eyes, pirates were evil people. Of course, Ling Bi was indeed an evil person. Momuzagi stared at Ling Bi and said coldly, especially you, pirate, you have done a big thing this time. In this war, I don't know how many Marines will die, and your contribution will not go unnoticed. Sacrificing some lives to save more lives, the death of Whitebeard, the destruction of Whitebeard's pirates, isn't that the goal of naval headquarters and the world government? Ling Bi laughed, he didn't care what Momuzagi thought of him. You'd better be careful. Your confidence comes from the fact that you are a great swordsman, right? But let me remind you, don't get beaten to death. Even if you are a grandmaster swordsman, can you be stronger than Whitebeard? Or maybe you're just a little bit weaker than Hawkeye. Is that so? Ling Bi chuckled and then fell silent. Everything was under his control. He wasn't worried at all. Chapter 33. From the moment Ling Bi became a Shichibukai, he was a pirate. Although he hadn't done anything bad, there was no point in saying that. A Shichibukai was a legal pirate. Moreover, Ling Bi was a pirate. He became a Shichibukai for the sake of his next plan. History was always written by the victors. Justice and injustice were also defined by the victors. This was how the world was. The warship slowly left the harbor of Sabaody Archipelago. On the deck of the warship, Momuzagi sat on a comfortable recliner with a large parasol. Ling Bi sat opposite her. As a Shichibukai, he could enjoy such treatment. This time, the Shichibukai were required to participate in the war. He looked at Momuzagi opposite him. When he became stronger, he might as well kidnap this woman. It was impossible to talk about feelings with Marine. Moreover, as a strong person, he should give up such feelings. Why don't you test your so-called Grandmaster strength? Momuzagi was interested in Ling Bi's Grandmaster strength, so she applied to pick Ling Bi up. This young man was extraordinarily strong. According to Sengoku, he had crushed almost all the supernovas in Sabaody Archipelago. Last night, Momuzagi had walked through the illegal area where Ling Bi had fought. That area was in ruins, and there was still a remnant of sword will in the gully left behind by the slash. He had the strength of a grandmaster at such a young age? That talent was enough to make one's scalp numb. If that was the case, then Momuzagi was ashamed. However, the other party was a pirate. Momuzagi felt sorry for him. Although he was a Shichibukai, he wasn't on the opposite side of Marine. They could be considered to be on the same side. My strength. Ling Bi smiled. His right hand unconsciously reached for the sword hanging on his waist. Shiger. Fine, I'll let you guys prepare. Ling Bi stood up from his seat. Watch carefully. Ling Bi came to the bow of the warship and easily jumped onto the fence. He had already pulled out felicitous rain. At the same time, his sloppy temperament was swept away, replaced by a calm and focused look. At this moment, he was possessed by a great swordsman. It's starting, this young man. Momuzagi also stood up. Her face was filled with surprise and anticipation. Only swordsmen would have this kind of anticipation. The other Marines also held their breaths. At this moment, no one spoke. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. Dragon Broken Valley. No, it should be Broken Sea. Ling Bi held his blade with both hands and slashed down from the sky. A huge sword will filled felicitous rain's blade. Ling Bi's body was also surrounded by a dark red current. This made Ling Bi look like a peerless expert. A huge sword chi was slashed out, instantly taking the shape of a huge dragon. It slammed into the surface of the sea like a real dragon. Boom! The surface of the sea instantly exploded, shocking the sea water. The dragon-shaped sword chi pierced through the surface of the sea far away. No one knew which part of the sea it was going to penetrate, but it disappeared from everyone's sight in just 3 seconds. A terrifying gully, 6 to 7 meters wide and 10 meters deep, appeared in this part of the sea. The sword will filled the gully, forming an invisible barrier that prevented the sea water from reaching it. This gully appeared in front of all the marines. It was enough to scare them. Momozagi's heart was like a stormy sea, not to mention the other marines. This should be enough, right? Ling B returned to the deck and looked at the shocked Momozagi. He felt very satisfied. As for the other marines, he didn't care. In the world of the strong, the ordinary marines were nothing but cannon fodder. Even if there were 100,000 marine elites gathered in the naval headquarters, so what? A single conqueror's haki was enough to make a lot of them faint. In the original work, Luffy faced Hody Jones' 100,000 fishman army on the Fishman Island. A single conqueror's haki was enough to make 50,000 of them faint. This is the world of the strong. The weak may not even have the qualifications to stand up straight. What do you think? Ling B smiled at Momozagi. Very strong. Momozagi took a long time to recover. How about joining Marine? The headquarters can make an exception and promote you to Vice Admiral. Your future is limitless. Momozagi took a deep breath. She was really scared. Moreover, Ling B didn't have any stains on him. He was just a pirate in name. On the contrary, he captured Fire Fist Ace and suppressed the Supernova. These two things were good for Marine. Being a pirate was a dark road. There was no turning back. If you were caught, you would either die or be impeded for life. I'm not interested. Ling B directly refused. There was no future in being a Marine. Only by becoming the overlord of the New World, that was the peak of all living beings, no one is above. A pirate, freedom, can have everything. Not to mention being a pirate, history was always written by the victors. Justice was also defined by the victors. Ling B didn't believe that what the Celestial Dragons did 800 years ago could be seen in the light. Dark, unscrupulous, shameful, and even enough to overthrow their rule. However, they won, so they wrote history, and they defined justice. Then, Ling B was silent. Although Momozagi kept whispering in his ear, Ling B was not interested. Momozagi was also prey in his eyes. But not now. The gully across the sea didn't disappear for a long time. No one knew which sea it extended to. It made the marine who looked at it from afar frightened. This was a monster. As a swordsman, how was he compared to Hawkeye? All the marine couldn't help but have this thought. Fortunately, he was not Marine's enemy. If one looked down from a high altitude and calculated, they would find that the gully was quite long. It spanned across the sea and the sea couldn't cover it for a long time. As time passed, the warship gradually approached the harbor under the Red Line. Chapter 34. The journey was calm and peaceful. In fact, Sabaody Archipelago is not far from the Red Line harbor. It's more than 3 hours after Ling B left Sabaody Archipelago on a battleship. At this time, on the right side of Ling B's battleship, another battleship passed by. Ling B also saw 3 celestial dragons on this battleship. 3 very familiar faces. In the original work, the 3 celestial dragons were attacked by Luffy in Sabaody Archipelago. However, Ling B didn't remember their names, and of course, he wasn't interested in them. This timeline seems to be the time when the Straw Hat Pirates came to Sabaody Archipelago, and these celestial dragons came to Sabaody Archipelago, and then a series of events happened, but some things have changed because of my appearance, right? Ling B pondered. Since he had come to this world, the original Son of Destiny, Luffy, Ling B, naturally couldn't be allowed to develop. In the original work, Luffy fought the celestial dragons, and Marine Admiral Kizaru attacked at the last moment, and then in order to save Luffy and the others, the Tyrant Bear banished them to a place where they could continue to develop. And these 3 celestial dragons were the fuse of this incident. Those are the celestial dragons. Is this the first time you saw them? Momozagi said. Almost the first time I saw them. Being a pirate is better than being a scum. This kind of scum is the object of envy of many people. Momozagi said with disgust, but only she and Ling B could hear it. Don't be like those scum, and of course, don't be envious. Momozagi reminded him. At this time, the sound of the system appeared. Ding! Sabaody Archipelago, Luffy beat up the celestial dragons. You have the following choices. Choice 1, assassinate the celestial dragons, destroy the evidence, and prevent the growth of the celestial dragons. Reward, flight ability. Choice 2, be indifferent and let the plot develop. Reward, none. Kill the celestial dragons? To be honest, Ling B had wanted to kill the celestial dragons in her previous life, but now she was faced with a choice. How? Now that he was on the warship, it was impossible for him to rush over and kill the celestial dragons. That would be too obvious, and it would also ruin his plan. Wait a minute. Ling B suddenly thought of the choice reward she received after suppressing the supernova. It was the red flash ability, which was the red version of the sparkling fruit. He hadn't really used it yet. The destructive power of a long-range attack was terrifying. Moreover, no one would know that it was Ling B who did it. Ling B chose the first option. Let Luffy continue to grow? Or let Tyrant Bear take him to the Amazon Snake Island? Impossible. The Amazon Lily Island was Ling Bai's territory. On top of that, Ling Bai also wanted to take over the Fishman Island, Dressrosa, and the entire Wanakuni Sea. Your choice is successful. The reward will be given after the mission is completed. After making her choice, Ling Bai kept looking at the warship where the celestial dragons were. When they were a little further away, she would shoot another ray of light over, but she couldn't let Marine see it. Otherwise, Ling Bai would slash out and turn them into ashes in a matter of minutes. When they were about a kilometer away. At this moment, when no one was paying attention, a red flash grenade burst out from Ling Bai's palm. That speed was so fast that no one other than Ling Bai noticed it at all. Zagi was not wary of Ling Bai at all. Moreover, Ling Bai's back was facing her. From this angle, no one could see what Ling Bai was doing. Ling Bai was not a criminal, so Marine naturally wouldn't keep a close eye on him. Whoosh! The flash grenade disappeared in an instant. Moreover, it was broad daylight, so no one would notice this kind of light. Even if it flashed for a moment, no one would notice it. More than a kilometer away in the sea, which was also Ling Bai's target, the warship was here. The warship was not fast. The three celestial dragons were enjoying themselves on three large lounge chairs on the deck of the warship. The parasols blocked all the sunlight for them. The bodyguards who were protecting them were around. At this moment, they did not realize that danger was approaching at all. The time it took for the light grenade to leave Ling Bai's hand and hit the warship where the celestial dragons were. When the light grenade collided with the hull of the warship. Boom! The warship exploded, and a huge crater was formed in the sea where the warship was. It was like Uzumaki. As for the warship, it was blown to smithereens. Were the people on the warship still alive? Even if they were alive, they would drown in the sea. Art is an explosion. What a wonderful saying. Ling Bai lay on the lounge chair and closed his eyes. Ding! Mission completed. Assassinate the celestial dragons and destroy their corpses. The reward is the ability to fly. Died just like that? Ling Bai thought that the celestial dragons would struggle for a while, but it would save him a lot of trouble. What happened? The explosion was very loud, and it traveled very far. Zagi was alarmed, and so were the other Marines. One of the Marines looked in that direction with binoculars, and his expression changed drastically. Reporting to Vice Admiral Zagi, that celestial dragon's warship exploded. What? Zagi was shocked and immediately took out a binoculars. Zagi's shocked expression became even more intense when she saw it. It really exploded. This is too ridiculous. What happened to the three celestial dragons? The warship was soon in a mess, but Ling Bai was very calm and did not even open his eyes. 3 minutes later, Zagi suddenly realized. That warship exploded. It's not my fault. Why should I be nervous? Moreover, even if something happened to the celestial dragons, isn't it a good thing? This was Zagi's mental activity, but she did not say it out loud. She was only responsible for bringing Ling Bai to the world government. Chapter 35. Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's Office. Did that woman agree? Sengoku was talking to Vice Admiral Mole, who was in charge of getting the Pirate Empress to fight. Boa Hancock, this woman, was one of the only 2 women in the world who had Conqueror's haki, and the other was one of the 4 emperors. Him was also one of the few women in the world who had terrifying strength. Even if naval headquarters wanted to capture her, they would need to send out several elite vice admirals, or directly send out marine admiral level combat power. In short, Him was very strong, but this woman was also famous for being willful. When the other Shichibukai agreed to the world government's call, she was still arguing with naval headquarters. Reporting to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, she just agreed. She finally agreed? That's good, Vice Admiral Mole, thank you for your hard work. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Kizaru, that woman has too much strength, too strong conqueror's haki, too strong physical strength, and too strong fruit ability. She's a woman who develops in all aspects, in this world, only Charlotte Linlin can do this. Indeed, it's a wise choice to let her be a Shichibukai, otherwise, it would be a headache. Sengoku said with emotion. At the moment, only Knight of the Sea Jinbei is left, but he probably won't fight, he owes Whitebeard a favor. The crane spoke. On the other side, world government. Ling B had already arrived. The Shichibukai were about to participate in the meeting here, and the one who presided over the meeting was Kong. But he had to wait for everyone to arrive. Now, except for Him who didn't come, Knight of the Sea Jinbei who refused to fight, and Tyrant Bear who was still with Sabaody Archipelago, everyone else had arrived. Hawkeye my hawk, Heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, and Ling B. Ling B still didn't have a title. Although he felt that he should have a title that would resound throughout the world. You've really stirred up a huge incident in this world. Doflamingo looked at Ling B and laughed. His smile was quite unruly. He. Gecko Moria laughed as well. The person Whitebeard wants to kill the most is probably you, Ling B, right? You're just a little brat, yet you're so bold. Really? Ling B laughed. To be honest, Moria was definitely a fake. Not long ago, he was defeated by Luffy, and was mocked by all the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. If Ling B wanted to deal with him, it would be too easy. Hawkeye sat by the window in silence, but his eyes fell on Ling B and her tierce reign. This man was the world's #1 grand swordsman. He had unparalleled strength in the way of the sword. Before the red-haired man lost his hand, he often sparred with the red-haired man. He had unfathomable strength. Doflamingo looked at Ling B. What do you think about starting a war? At this time, Doflamingo was like a reporter interviewing Ling B. He sat opposite Ling B with his legs crossed. Coupled with his coquettish dress and expression, he really deserved a beating. Regarding this matter, I am very surprised. I didn't expect that I would be the one to open a new era. Oh? The one to open a new era? Do you mean Whitebeard will retire in this war? Doflamingo's retirement was death. Ling B, then, what reason do you think Whitebeard has to win? Although I am looking forward to this so-called new era of yours, you are still young. Aren't you a bit too naive? Doflamingo shook his head. To be honest, he didn't guess who would be the winner. The opponent was Whitebeard, so everything was hard to say. I have already started, and I already know the result. Do you think the throne of the New World is empty? Who do you think will be able to sit on it? Ling B asked Doflamingo. Doflamingo was silent for more than 10 seconds before he said, if Whitebeard dies, the other big pirate groups in New World will naturally replace him, or they will directly enter the era of the Three Emperors. At present, there is no big pirate group that has the power of the Pirate Emperor, but if you ask this, it will only be true if Whitebeard dies. At that time, Whitebeard may be the first to attack you. At this time, Moria laughed gloatingly. Then I'll cut off your head when Whitebeard attacks me. Ling B also laughed. This guy, why did he want to go against him? Or was he abused by Straw Hat Luffy, and now he wants to use Ling B as a punching bag? Let's wait and see. Moria was a bit unhappy. I am not optimistic about this war, but according to the Shichibukai contract, I need to participate. Hawkeye, who had been silent, also spoke. Doflamingo laughed. Are you going to fight? Even if you have to pull out your sword? Doflamingo didn't think that Hawkeye would fight, and it would be strange if Hawkeye fought. Hawkeye, only within the scope of the contract. At this time, Ling B said, "We don't seem to have enough people, right? Doflamingo, we only lack that woman and the tyrant bear, don't worry about the fishman." Ling Bai's interest was piqued. "I'd like to meet that woman too," Moria retorted. "Women have corpses and shadows, okay. Your taste is intriguing, Moria." Ling Bai shook his head with a look of disdain. Doflamingo said, "She is beautiful, but it is better to stay away from women like Boa Hancock." Several people, except for Hawkeye, who was silent, were chatting more freely. The meeting hasn't started yet, and they still have to wait for the tyrant bear and Shihim. Chapter 36. The next day, Shihim also arrived at the world government. At this time, Shihim took a deep breath and her body trembled slightly. No one noticed her condition, not even Vice Admiral Mole. Shihim didn't want to come, but as the ruler of a country, the Emperor of Amazon Lily Island, she still has to deal with the world government. Otherwise, the world government will be angry and deprive her of the Shichibukai quota. At that time, the Amazon Lily Island will suffer a terrible disaster. The Calm Belt can no longer guard the Amazon Lily Island. The world government's battleships can use special technology to let the battleships pass through the Calm Belt. Therefore, Shihim was forced to come to the world government headquarters. At this moment, at the peak of the Red Line, Zagi, who was in front of the world government headquarters in Mariejois, felt a terrifying memory from the distant past surge into her mind, attacking her mind and mental world. The reason why she didn't want to participate in the war was because in the beginning, Shihim didn't want to come to this place. The buildings of the world government and the city of celestial dragons are quite magnificent, but in this place, 800 years of crimes are buried deep. Even the gorgeous appearance can't hide their atrocities to this world. If one said that the pirates are really villains, then the world government is a hypocrite. The world government protects the so-called descendants of God. They sit on the name of the descendants of God, but they do dirty crimes that are worse than pigs and dogs. This world has long been rotten. Sigh. Shihim sighed in her heart, extremely helpless. However, on the surface, she still looked down on people and faced everyone with the most arrogant attitude. "It's really troublesome for me to come to this place. A stupid meeting." Shihim scolded angrily. "You." Mole was very angry, but also helpless. "This woman is famous for being unreasonable. Marine, are you angry with me?" Shihim pointed angrily at Mole with her nose pointed at him with the most arrogant attitude. But then, when Mole was about to explode, Shihim suddenly returned to her normal standing posture and faced all the Marines with a gentle attitude. "Shouldn't I be forgiven for my willfulness?" "You should. You should. Master Hancock, you should. Men are such filthy creatures." Zagi said disdainfully. But even if she scolded Marine, they still couldn't get angry at her. With the exception of Mole, all of Marine's members fell into a state of obsession. They had no resistance against Zagi. In this world, Zagi had a beauty that surpassed all women. Few men could resist her beauty. However, this was also the most dangerous aspect. Zagi's beauty was enough to allow her to sweep through an army of thousands. How many men could resist that kind of beauty? Even a slight movement of Zagi's hair was enough to make countless men head over heels for her. Troublesome woman. Mole frowned. To be honest, Zagi was too dangerous. If not for the mission, he would never want to be within 100 meters of Zagi. "Where are the others? Take me there," Zagi said in a commanding tone. But even with such a willful order, all the Marines were willing to lead the way for Zagi. Disgusting man. Zagi looked at the Marines with disgust. On the other side, in the temporary meeting room of the world government, Shichibukai, Tyrant Bear had also arrived. He was even more silent than Hawkeye. Ling B knew that the Tyrant Bear at this moment was actually a modified machine. 5 people from Shichibukai had come, and Zagi was still missing. As for Jinbei, he would definitely not come. He was good friends with Fire Fist Ace, and Whitebeard was a great benefactor to him and the Fishman Island. Therefore, it was impossible for Jinbei to come. At this moment, the door of the meeting room opened. The tall and graceful Zagi walked in with extremely graceful steps. Kong walked in front of Zagi. Hawkeye glanced at Shichi and didn't look at her again. Doflamingo still had an unruly expression. Moria was similar to Doflamingo. Tyrant Bear didn't even look at her. Everyone was seated at a round table. As for the chairs, there were exactly 6 of them. The last chair was naturally reserved for Shichi. It was right beside Ling Bai's seat. Everyone in Shichibukai knew the ins and outs of Shichibukai, except for the newly joined Ling Bai. "You're the main culprit." Shichi glared at Ling Bai. If it wasn't for Ling Bai capturing Fire Fist Ace and causing the current situation, Boa Hancock, wouldn't have to come to a place like the world government. That's me. However, I'm the one who opened the door for the new era. I'm the one who closed the door for the old era. I'm not the main culprit. Ling Bai laughed. Her eyes scanned Shichi impudently. Shichi almost couldn't help but want to petrify Ling Bai. However, Kong was here. Fighting was not allowed here. Shichibukai members were strictly prohibited from fighting each other. Shichi then kicked the chair away. She was sitting on her giant snake. No matter how comfortable the chair was, she wouldn't sit on it. After sitting down, Shichi crossed her legs gracefully. Of course, for a beautiful person, any movement was graceful. However, other than Ling Bai, no one else was interested in Shichi's beauty. As for Ling Bai, she purely regarded Shichi as her prey, just like Mumu Zagi. The meeting began. The main topic was to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. In fact, Kong asked the Shichibukai to cooperate with the naval headquarters to fight against the Whitebeard pirates and win the war. The meeting only lasted for half an hour. After Kong finished speaking, the meeting ended. However, at the end of the meeting, Ling Bai requested to go to the Impel Down. Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know what Ling Bai wanted to do. And Ling Bai didn't say the specific reason. What is going on? No one knows. However, the Shichibukai can indeed apply to enter the Impel Down. Therefore, Kong didn't think too much and agreed to Ling Bai's request. But how did he know what Ling Bai was planning? The war is about to begin, but no one knows that the most terrible variable is actually the humble Ling Bai. In fact, a lot of things had happened at this critical juncture. For example, the day before yesterday, not long after leaving Mariejois, the 3 celestial dragons' warship was blown up by an unknown force, and their corpses were also destroyed in the explosion. The world government hasn't found out who killed the celestial dragons. In addition, this matter is not allowed to be announced to the public. The celestial dragons haven't died outside for decades. The last time they were killed was by Rox, who has been erased from history. Chapter 37. At this time, the naval headquarters deployed a large number of marine elite combat forces from all over the world. Because of this, the defense forces in many places weakened, and many pirates and some dark forces began to move in the dark. Although this world was called the Great Age of Pirates, if pirates were the evil forces on the surface, then the Dark World was the evil forces in the dark. The Dark World was located in the New World. For example, Doflamingo was the underworld of the New World, and the underworld was the underworld of the New World. Therefore, the world government couldn't control the New World for 800 years. There were too many uncertainties. Marine's full strength was enough to destroy a pirate emperor, but when the naval headquarters was empty, other unknown forces would also flatten the naval headquarters. Moreover, the naval headquarters guarded the important sea under the Red Line, guarding the cities of the world government and the celestial dragons. If a pirate died in the New World, there would be a new emperor to replace him. Without sufficient preparation, the world government couldn't act rashly. After 3 celestial dragons died, the Mariejois were in an uproar. The celestial dragons raised their flag and resisted, saying that the world government must catch the thugs who killed the celestial dragons. But no one knew who killed the celestial dragons. They couldn't find out for the time being. Pirates? Revolutionary Army? Dark Forces? After the meeting, the Shichibukai had lunch together. Originally, Shihim didn't want to sit with Ling Bai's group of men, but just as she was about to leave. However, Ling Bai grabbed her by the shoulder and pulled her over forcefully. A fragrant wind blew, making Ling Bai relaxed. Shichi's expression changed. She, who was disgusted by all men, immediately wanted to break free from Ling B. Furthermore, her murderous intent instantly flared up. In her anger, she did not think too much. She even dared to chop Ling B into a few thousand pieces in front of the world government. Doflamingo and the others were shocked to varying degrees. As everyone knew, him was famous for hating all men and treating them as trash. But at this moment, Ling Bai's action was more terrible than poking a hornet's nest. Don't move. I know the secret on your back. Fly. Ling Bai giggled. She was only halfway through her sentence when she fell silent at the word fly. As for Shichi, her angry expression immediately dissipated and was replaced by fear. Although it was only for 2 seconds, Ling Bai caught it. He knew that Shichi understood what he wanted to say. Impossible? It was impossible for him to know. How is this possible? Shichi's mental activity became very intense at this moment, and her heart was rapidly filled with endless fear. Ling Bai stopped halfway through her sentence. Fly? What? Soaring dragon's hoof imprint. The proof mark of the celestial dragon's slave was the secret on Shichi's back. At that moment, Shichi was terrified. She was extremely terrified as her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Don't doubt it, Hancock. It won't be good if I tell others, right? Ling Bai said with a smile. Her tone seemed to be teasing, but it was full of threats. This woman was very arrogant, but the more arrogant a woman was, the more terrifying her weakness was to her. She used to be a slave of the celestial dragons. If her identity was known, there would be no place for her in this world. Now, everything that Shichi had obtained would vanish in an instant. Therefore, Shichi was terrified. Her body began to tremble, but she did not dare to resist Ling Bai. Doflamingo and the others were puzzled. Tisk tisk. What did you do? She seems to be terrified. Doflamingo laughed with great interest. The others were also curious about Ling Bai's next answer. However, Ling Bai would not tell the truth. Among all of you here, there shouldn't be anyone more handsome than me, right? So, this is the purest charm of a man. Ling Bai's face was full of smiles. However, Doflamingo and the others were speechless when they heard that. However, it was not a big deal. Doflamingo and the others did not care how Ling Bai handled a woman. Lunch began. After lunch, everyone went about their own business. However, Kong's request was that they could stay in the world government or the naval headquarters. They could only stay in these two places until 6 hours before the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. In other words, they would be in Marineford Square. Relax, we're just eating. Don't make such an ugly expression, okay? Ling Bai said to Shichi. At that moment, Shichi was filled with fear and unease. At the same time, she was furious. Killing Ling Bai was the most intense thought in Shichi's mind at that moment. You want to kill me, right? Ling Bai, who was familiar with the original novel, knew Shichi's character very well. She would kill without a word. However, you're no match for me. Ling Bai was full of confidence. Interesting, interesting. Gecko Moria clapped. Shichi clenched her fists and did not say a word throughout the entire process. Ling Bai had grasped her weakness. She could only let Ling Bai control her. In the afternoon, Ling Bai left the world government headquarters. He still had important things to do. Chapter 38. Sabaody Archipelago. At this time in Sabaody Archipelago, because a large number of marine were transferred to the naval headquarters, the number of marine in Sabaody Archipelago has also decreased unprecedentedly. Without marine, there are more pirates active in Sabaody Archipelago, but in addition to the number of pirates, there are a lot more pirates in the area. Marine families from Marineford have all been sent to Sabaody Archipelago to take refuge. In addition, in order to report on the terrible war that is about to begin, more reporters from all over the world have come. In short, there are a lot of people in Sabaody Archipelago during this time. It is worth noting that as the most popular pirate group, the Straw Hat Pirates have also come to Sabaody Archipelago. The reason why the Straw Hat Pirates can be said to be in the limelight is that in less than 3 months at sea, Straw Hat Luffy's bounty has reached 300 million berries. Especially, some time ago, they made a big mess in the Nice lobby and defeated Gecko Moria, which made their group quite popular. But in addition, few people know that the Straw Hat Pirates defeated Crocodile's Baroque commune. In order to save face, the world government gave the credit of the Straw Hat crew to Smoker. Smoker, who was originally a captain, is now the Rear Admiral of Naval Headquarters. There are less than 7 days before Fire Fist Ace's public execution. At this time, the world was already in a state of turmoil. Undercurrents were surging, and the world was in an extremely terrifying atmosphere. Many people are worried that maybe when the war starts, the world will be destroyed. Whitebeard is terrible. In New World, the Whitebeard pirates are gathering all their subordinates, and Naval Headquarters is also gathering all the fighting power that can be gathered. An unprecedented terrible war is brewing. The Whitebeard pirates will soon arrive at the first half of the Grand Line from the long-entrenched New World. But this is a story for another day. Yesterday, the Straw Hat Pirates, who had just arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, were very excited because they had reached the end of the first half of the Grand Line. When they learned that Fire Fist Ace was about to be executed, the group was shrouded in a haze. Especially Luffy, he felt that the sky was falling. Fire Fist Ace is his big brother, a very important relative in his life, but at this moment, Fire Fist Ace is going to be executed. The last time they met in Logue Town. It is still fresh in his memory. Ace. I must save you. That Shichibukai. I will not let him go. Luffy was very angry. Once he was angry, he didn't care about the consequences. At this moment, he just wanted to save Fire Fist Ace and teach Ling B a lesson. Luffy, don't be impulsive. Robin reminded him, she was the oldest and she was the most. So she was the most mature. She could understand Luffy's anger, but this matter wasn't simple. To be honest, in the entire Straw Hat Pirates, except for her, no one has seen the world. This world is terrible. A Marine Admiral can sweep the Grand Line and kill all of them with one hand. And now, the war is about to begin. The legendary monster is about to fight with the entire Naval Headquarters. Not to mention anything else, if something goes wrong, the world will be destroyed. How can I not be impulsive? Ace is going to be executed. Naval Headquarters wants to kill him. I must save him. Luffy was going crazy. He was worried to the extreme. A haze shrouded the entire Straw Hat Pirates. What should they do? At this time, they were in Shucky's bar. Don't be impulsive, boy. Shucky shook his head and reminded him. You can't beat that Shichibukai, and Fire Fist Ace, how are you going to save him? Sneak into the Impel Down? Or go to Naval Headquarters? Shucky, what should I do? Luffy was nervous. I have no choice. The enemy is too strong. Even if you meet that Shichibukai, don't fight him. That Shichibukai is a great swordsman. Previously, he relied on his terrifying swordsmanship to suppress all the supernovas in Sabaody Archipelago. Speaking of which, you guys are really no match for him. You might even be killed by that Shichibukai. Shucky kindly reminded Luffy. To be honest, Luffy's recent achievements were amazing. Crocodile, Gecko Moria, and Ice Lobby. However, they were still too young. Shucky knew that even if the Straw Hat Pirates entered the New World, they wouldn't be much stronger than cannon fodder. Great swordsman? How does he compare to Hawkeye? Zoro spoke. He was the most sensitive to kendo. It's hard to say. In short, don't provoke him. At least, you can't do that now. Otherwise, your entire group will face a serious test. Shucky said. However, how could Luffy, who was nervous to the extreme, listen to him? Luffy was a one-track-minded person. He was a complete idiot. He hadn't experienced the New World yet. At this time, his heart was in pain. His thoughts and worries about Ace reached the extreme. During this time, stay in Sabaody Archipelago. The outside world is too chaotic. 3 celestial dragons were killed. I don't know what will happen. Also, that Ace, with the Whitebeard pirates, should be fine. If Whitebeard can't save Ace, then what can you do even if you go? Shucky continued to remind him. On the other side, Ling B returned to Sabaody Archipelago from the World Government headquarters. He was ready to take his people into the Impel Down. He really wanted to follow Blackbeard's path and leave him with no way out. Chapter 39. Enter Impel Down. After returning to Sabaody Archipelago, Ling B met up with Law and the other three. He told them what to do next. That is, enter Impel Down. Now, Ling B has received an application to enter Impel Down. Kong and the 5 elders both agreed to Ling B's application. They can catch Fire Fist Ace and probably take this opportunity to destroy the Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop, which is a major victory since the Great Age of Pirates. In the view of the 5 elders, Ling B also contributed a lot, so they agreed to let Ling B enter Impel Down. However, the 5 elders didn't ask Ling B what to do in Impel Down. Things went well. This was a rather risky thing to do. To enter Impel Down and do the kind of shady business that Blackbeard did in the original work, not only did one need to have great strength, but also terrifying courage and courage. There was no doubt that Blackbeard had both of these things. Ling B is not as lucky as Luffy. He was about to be poisoned to death by Magellan, but he was saved in the end. Of course, this is the case in the original work. As the son of luck, if he dies, who will be the pirate king? Enter Impel Down and do something big. First, recruit people. Whitebeard is going to die, and I can take his place. Ling B laughed. Take Whitebeard's place. Law and Hawkins were shocked. Van Oka was the first to follow Ling B, so he knew what Ling B was going to do. Weevil was simple-minded and didn't have any doubts. Ling B said, "It's very risky. If I succeed, I will reach the sky in one step. What if you fail?" Law asked. "There is no possibility of failure. So I want to recruit people. With just a few of us, it is definitely not enough. When we enter the new world, it will be a game of life and death between the pirate kings. We must strengthen our forces. Hawkins, so, enter Impel Down and recruit those criminals? Isn't it too risky? Wealth comes from danger." Ling B said, "We will set off later. At this time, Garp should go to Impel Down to escort Fire Fist Ace. Let's avoid him first. The captain is extraordinarily brave." Ling B said disdainfully, "Only those who are bold can achieve something. Those who are timid can only be controlled by others. They are nothing more than ants. The bold will be stuffed to death, and the timid will starve to death. Let's get ready first. We'll set off tomorrow." Ling B ordered. After entering Impel Down, he started recruiting. The 6th floor was Eternal Hell. That place had many powerful pirates. The world government did not kill them. Instead, they gave them life sentences and slowly tortured them. In fact, there were some special reasons why the world government couldn't do anything to them. For example, they knew a great secret or possessed a powerful devil fruit ability. Especially the devil fruit ability. In order to prevent the terrifying devil fruit ability from regenerating, he could only keep them alive and imprison them for life. This way, Ling B would benefit from it. Bullet, Red Earl, and World Destroyer won't follow me, at least not for now. Crocodile was caught a while ago. We can take him in, but I don't know if he's willing to. In the evening, Ling B was already planning how to recruit those monsters and how to proceed. In the original work, Blackbeard was able to go from an unknown pirate to the new world and replace Whitebeard. He was also well prepared, step by step, so he finally succeeded. So Ling B couldn't act rashly. He wasn't a fool like Kid and Luffy. The next day, Ling B took Law and the others out of the luxury suite they lived in and prepared to set off for Impel Down. But at this time, Ling B and the others bumped into Straw Hat Luffy and the others. "That's Straw Hat Kid, one of the Supernovas. You haven't beaten him yet." Law reminded, "He's the most famous supernova recently, and the green hair next to him is also one of the Supernovas." "I know." Ling B smiled. He and Straw Hat Luffy, strictly speaking, were enemies. He caught Fire Fist Ace and handed him over to the world government. This was an irreconcilable hatred for Luffy, so although Ling B didn't directly attack Luffy, he became Luffy's enemy. Shichibukai Ling B. When Luffy saw Ling B, his anger was instantly ignited. His face was gloomy and his fists were clenched. This was the person who handed his brother Ace to the world government. Luffy, don't be impulsive. Robin shouted. She was afraid that Luffy would be impulsive. Luffy was only 17 years old, he was too young. His thoughts were not like an adult's, but more like a child's. This kind of thinking was actually very dangerous. Your name is Robin, right? Ling B laughed. He was just being polite. How could he not know who Robin was? Robin's value was huge. She was probably the only person in the world who could understand Poneglyph. In the future, when Ling B went to Raftel, he wouldn't be able to understand Poneglyph. Yes. Robin replied vigilantly. How about joining me? After all, it's better to be with me than with the Straw Hat Pirates. Ling B extended an olive branch. Sorry, I'm not interested in joining. Robin politely refused, but Luffy and the others exploded. UBD, don't even think about Miss Robin. Sanji raised his eyebrows, he was very angry. Zoro, who was silent, was ready to draw his sword. Shichibukai. Luffy, on the other hand, roared and threw a punch at him. Yo! You came at the right time. Ling B was still looking for a reason to hit Straw Hat Luffy. But now, Luffy made the first move. Ling B fought back, that's called self-defense. Chapter 40. Legitimate self-defense. Garp, Durag, and Red Hair. Don't blame Ling B for this. Let's beat this idiot up first. Of course, we can't kill him now. Ling B has nothing to her name, while Luffy's backers are stronger than the last. They're the strongest backers in the world. Moreover, for the sake of his straw hat, Pluton Rayleigh might have been reminded of the past. After Redhead lost his arm at East Blue Windmill Village, he came to Sabaody Archipelago and told Rayleigh that he had passed on Captain Roger's hat to Luffy. In Redhead's words, he was betting one hand on the new era, and of course, he was betting Roger's straw hat on the new era. If Ling B dared to kill Luffy, he could at least make Ling B suffer for now. There were too many big shots taking sides. He had to wait. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo were the same three idiots. At this moment, Luffy's rubber fist came flying at him. It was quite fast. However, Ling B, who possessed the advanced observation haki, which allowed her to predict the future, had long known where Luffy's fists would land and how they would land. Moreover, not to mention the current Luffy, even the Luffy from 2 years later in the original work was no match for him. Even Katakuri could not defeat him. If Katakuri had not been a real man, Luffy would have been crippled. Therefore, when Luffy's fist came flying at him, Ling B had a smile on his face. He was full of confidence and easily dodged Luffy's fist. You think you can hit me with a punch of this level? Ling B mocked. You. Luffy retracted his fist and threw another punch. However, the result was the same. He did not hit Ling B. Rubber bash! Luffy roared. His fist was like a machine gun as it flew at Ling B. However, he did not hit Ling B either. No matter how many punches came at him, they were all the same. How is this possible? After half a minute, Luffy's fist could not even touch Ling B. Even Ling Bai's shirt could not be touched by Kakuzu. Impossible. Nami covered her mouth. Her eyes were wide open and her face was full of disbelief. That Shichibukai is too strong. He actually dodged Luffy's attack so easily. Robin looked worried, but Ling B had a relaxed look on her face. She even closed her eyes and dodged Luffy's machine gun-like fists. Zoro unsheathed his sword while Sanji lit up a cigarette. The other members were also preparing for battle. His opponent was too strong. However, they weren't afraid because the enemies they had faced before were all very strong. There were also 2 Shichibukai, but they had both been defeated by them. However, what they didn't know was that Ling B was on a completely different level from the Shichibukai they had defeated. Second gear. Boom. The air exploded, and Luffy's body emitted a large amount of white steam. The second gear Luffy, whether it was speed or strength, had increased by a level. It could also move at a high speed like Rokushiki's Soru. Rubber machine gun. Boom. The air was whistling. Luffy's fists were too fast. It was only 2 fists, but because it was so fast, it felt like countless fists were coming at him. You should know that even if I'm in 4th gear, you might not be able to hit me. Ling Bai's haki observation, the ability to foresee the future, was even stronger than Katakuri's. In fact, the advanced Kenbonshoku haki's ability was not only used to foresee the future. The current Luffy and the others didn't even know what haki was. The 2nd gear Luffy's fists were faster and fiercer, but even so, what could he do? He wasn't the 4th gear Snake Man Luffy. Ling Bai confidently dodged all of Luffy's fists. When Luffy stopped this round of attacks and was about to withdraw his hand, Ling Bai quickly grabbed his right hand and threw him away. Boom! The house in the original novel exploded, and Luffy was smashed into it. Luffy! Zoro and the others shouted in unison, their voices filled with worry. Zoro had already drawn his sword and was about to attack Ling Bai. I heard that you're a Grandmaster Swordsman. Zoro was here. Defeat me first. Luo was the first to rush up and block Zoro's way with his sword in front of him. Sanji, on the other hand, was very fast. His leg came down from the air and was about to land on Ling Bai like a bolt of lightning. Ling Bai followed up with a kick. You're a taijutsu master? But you might not be as good as me. Ling Bai's kick landed on Sanji's right leg, and then there was the sound of bones breaking. Sanji's face changed. He knew that his leg bone was broken. Sanji was thrown out by the huge force of Ling Bai's kick, and he crashed into a shop, smashing it into pieces. Smoke and dust filled the air. Who knew what happened to Sanji? Don't let them bother me. Don't kill them, just beat them up. Ling Bai's words were directed at Luo and the others. He wanted to deal with Luffy. Ling Bai. Luffy, who had just come out of the ruins, was furious. At this moment, Luffy was still in 2nd gear, and steam was coming out of his body. Luffy was provoked when he saw Ling Bai. He stomped on the ground, and the ground cracked. His whole body rushed over like a rocket launcher. Their fists collided with a dull thud. Ouch! Luffy cried out in pain and retracted his fist. He felt intense pain in his fist. He did not know that Ling Bai's fist was equipped with armament haki, and it was designed to counter him. Chapter 41. As a rubber man, Luffy's current physique was naturally immune to the pain caused by many attacks. Sometimes, he was not affected at all. Even Enel, who had the strongest Logia Thunder Fruit, was forcefully beaten to the ground. However, Luffy was now facing Ling Bai. He did not have such an easy time. No demon fruit could be immune to the effects of armament haki. It was just that Logia was more effective. When Luffy's fist came into contact with Ling Bai's fist, the impact of the collision was very strong. Ling Bai had the armament haki's gauntlet, so he naturally did not feel anything. As for Luffy, he definitely did not have it easy. He felt that the bones in his fist were almost broken. He had been out at sea for nearly 3 months, and this was the first time he felt pain from the start of an attack. Luffy quickly retracted his hand, then threw out another punch, this time with his other hand. His fist is a little strange. Luffy was afraid. Although he was a little stupid, he was not stupid when it came to fighting. In fact, Ling Bai's fist did not look like anything special on the surface. Although it was covered with armament haki, the layer of black substance that covered armament haki did not appear on Ling Bai's hand. So, on the surface, it looked like an ordinary fist. At this moment, Luffy was in 2nd gear. However, at this time, even if he was in 2nd gear, so what? Ling Bai did not use his fist to block the punch. Relying on observation haki, Ling Bai had already predicted the trajectory of Luffy's punch. In Ling Bai's eyes, Luffy's punch was really too slow. Ling Bai easily dodged Luffy's punch, and Luffy's punch brushed past Ling Bai's shoulder. At this moment, Ling Bai grabbed Luffy's hand again and swung it around a few times. Luffy was thrown out like a Ferris wheel that was spinning at an ultimate speed. He smashed into a big tree, creating a huge hole in the tree. At this time, Ling Bai also stomped his foot. Relying on the huge impact of his foot, after creating a huge hole in the ground, his whole body shot out like a rocket launcher. His target was Luffy, who was still hanging on the tree trunk opposite him. Ling Bai clenched his fist and punched out. He did not use a knife to deal with Luffy. He liked the feeling of punching flesh. He had to admit that this made Ling B feel very good. Boom! A punch landed right on Luffy's stomach. The tree behind Luffy cracked apart like a cow being hit through a mountain. Luffy's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he was hit in the stomach. A terrible pain assaulted him in an instant. Luffy's stomach churned and he almost fainted. How is this possible? I'm a rubber man. How can I feel pain so easily? His fist is too similar to Grandpa's. What's going on? Luffy fell into doubt, and the pain in his body continued. You should know that if you provoke me, you won't have it easy. After all, I'm not a good person. Ling B laughed and threw out another punch. This punch caused a shocking explosion. The fist landed on Luffy's stomach at the same place, and the huge impact directly penetrated the tree behind Luffy, so Luffy was also sent flying. Wah! Luffy crashed into a tree, and his face turned pale. The pain in his body made it difficult for him to stand up. Just as he was about to stand up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pain! 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 Not his grandpa's iron fist of love. At this moment, Ling B came again. He was very fast, and after gaining the ability to fly, he flew over. In addition, he had the upgraded version of sparkling fruit. With this ability, he could move at the same speed as Kizaru. Luffy had been beaten back to his original form from second gear. At this moment, he had not stood up, but Ling B threw a kick at him. Luffy crossed his arms in time to block. Whoosh! The kick landed right on Luffy's hands, which were in a defensive posture. The power of this kick sent Luffy flying. His whole body smashed into a group of houses, and then a group of houses exploded. This was a one-sided battle. Luffy's strength was originally very weak, but the protagonist's aura allowed him to survive until now. Humph, this time I feel better. In the distance, Kid and a few other supernovas were sitting on a rooftop. They were all watching the battle. As the most famous supernova, Luffy was being beaten up by Ling B. This made Kid feel very good. The other supernovas, Kira and APU, felt the same way. Let the storm come even more fiercely. Ah, rubber rubber rubber. Rocket launcher. At this moment, in the ruins of the house, Luffy's voice was first heard. Then, a pair of fists rushed out. The speed was as fierce as Luffy's ultimate. However, at this moment, Ling Bai's right hand kicked forward, and a red flash grenade was shot towards Luffy. Boom! After avoiding Luffy's meaningless punch, the house that Luffy was in exploded. The shocking explosion was deafening, and dust filled the air. Debris flew everywhere. Luffy was also blown away, and at the same time, he screamed in the air. What kind of ability is that? Kid and the others saw it. He's also a meta-human. Drake said fearfully, that attack reminded me of Marine Admiral Kizaru. That's right. Kid said the same thing. So, he's also a meta-human? Paramecia? Logia? Or a rare mythical beast species from Zoan? I don't know. Anyway, with his strength, it's best that we don't clash with him for the time being. Hey! Hawkins and Luo, those two bastards, actually joined him. Shichibukai, in the end, they're just dogs of the world government. Kid said with disdain. However, Drake said with a worried expression, I feel that things aren't that simple. This Ling B seems to have some kind of plan. You're thinking too much. Drake. Chapter 42. On the other side, Law and the others were also fighting with the Straw Hat crew. However, no matter how many people they had, they were no match for Law and the others. Zoro and Sanji teamed up to fight against Weevil. However, against the monstrous Weevil, their current strength was nothing. In the end, they were still too inexperienced. Two supernovas and one Weevil who was comparable to the young Whitebeard could easily wipe them out. On the other side, Ling B was still beating up Luffy. At this time, Luffy was covered in bruises, his face was swollen, and a few of his teeth were missing. Luffy had no power to resist against Ling B. At this time, Ling B was about to give Luffy another kick. Speaking of which, it was better to give him a beating first. This kind of king addiction needed to be beaten up. With Ling B in front of him, who could become the Pirate King? Just as the kick was about to land on Luffy's body, a white-haired old man appeared, moving at high speed. Pluton Rayleigh. He kicked Ling Bai's leg, which was attacking Luffy. Boom! The two legs collided and set off a terrifying wave. Even Luffy was blown away. Give the young man some leeway. After all, you don't have any grudges, right? Rayleigh laughed. To be honest, he felt that if he did not make a move, Ling Bai might kill Luffy. Luffy was someone he had always wanted to meet. Back then, Roger gave the straw hat to Red Hair, and Red Hair gave the straw hat to Luffy. This straw hat was the inheritance of some kind of wool. It was a symbol of the era's responsibility. Red Hair came to Sabaody Archipelago and told Rayleigh about Luffy. After that, Red Hair entered the New World. Not long after, he became the New World's fourth king of the seas. I was just defending myself. There is no grudge between us. However, I handed his brother over to the world government. For example, I handed your old friend Shuki over to the world government. What do you think? So, that kid probably wants to kill me, right? Your analogy is very vivid. However, you can stop now, right? Rayleigh laughed. However, his smile clearly showed his dissatisfaction with Ling Bai. Of course, I still have important things to do. Originally, he had been preparing for the final kick, but Luffy was already on the verge of death. Was it enough? It should be enough for him to lie down for a while. The big shots in Luffy's background were all here. For the sake of the hat, Rayleigh naturally chose to act. This broken straw hat, don't tell me it's already several hundred years old? Did Roger buy it on the street, or did some big shot give it to him? Ling Bai laughed as he retracted his foot. Regardless of whether he could beat Rayleigh or not, Ling Bai had no interest in tangling with this old man. The main reason was that it was too troublesome. It might take a long time. It's just an ordinary hat. It's not as complicated as you think. Rayleigh smiled, but he was puzzled. How did Ling Bai know that the straw hat belonged to Roger? In fact, Rayleigh also knew that Roger regarded the straw hat as a treasure. It was more important than his own life. It was given to Roger by a mysterious person. Mariejois also has one. This broken hat has been around for so long, but it's still here. The quality is really extraordinary. In the deepest part of the city of celestial dragons in the holy land of Mariejois, the king of celestial dragons, Im, had once appeared in a secret chamber. In that secret chamber, there was a huge hat that looked exactly like Luffy's straw hat. If Ling Bai's guess was right, Luffy's straw hat was the kind that had been passed down from generation to generation. It had been around for hundreds or even hundreds of years. It was **ing legend. Ling Bai must find a time to burn Luffy's straw hat. Mariejois. Then this old man doesn't understand. Rayleigh laughed, but he did not let his guard down. If Ling Bai suddenly attacked, it would be troublesome. He came here to protect Luffy. The torch of this era had been passed to Luffy. When they first went to Raftel, they realized that they had come too early. They had to go to Raftel in this era. Luffy was very important. Since the straw hat was already with him, it meant that he was the most suitable person. Rayleigh trusted Red Hair's judgment. After all, she had watched Red Hair grow up. Interesting hat. Let him protect it well. It won't be good if I accidentally burn it in the future. Ling Bai laughed, full of threat. You have to be careful too. It's hard to say who you've offended. Rayleigh shook his head, trying to persuade him. Ling Bai laughed without saying anything. He turned around and left. Luffy was still growling Ling Bai's name. His eyes were full of anger, and he wanted to stew Ling Bai. You're just incompetent and angry. In fact, being able to beat up the protagonist of the original novel gave Ling Bai an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Next time. Hey, brothers, we have to go. We have something important to do later. Ling Bai said to Law and the others. At this time, Law and the others were unharmed. However, the Straw Hat crew did not have it easy. Law and the others had been merciful. There was a long cut on Sanji's body. Ling Bai guessed that it was caused by Weevil. Zoro had injuries on his body too. The others did not have it easy. What did you do to Luffy? Robin frowned. Ling Bai looked at Robin. At this age, Robin had a mature charm. Ling Bai's gaze was full of tyranny. This made Robin nervous. Ling Bai did not say anything. He just left with Law and the others. Brook and the others wanted to continue attacking, but they were stopped by Shuki, who had rushed over. I told you not to fight with them. You're no match for them. Shuki said helplessly. Let's go take a look at Luffy. Shuki pointed at Rayleigh, who had carried Luffy over. At this time, Luffy had already fainted. Rayleigh had knocked him out to prevent him from suffering too much pain. Luffy's injuries were too severe. Luffy! The Straw Hat crew members shouted in unison. That guy is too strong. Rayleigh shook his head and sighed. That's why we shouldn't fight with them. No matter what. At least you're no match for them now. Shuki said as he rubbed his forehead. Chapter 43. Who is that old man? Somewhere on the roof, Kid stared at Rayleigh, who suddenly appeared. The old man, who could move at high speed, had an extraordinary temperament. At first glance, they felt that he was a big shot. It was Kira, Kid's younger brother, who spoke. The legendary pirate, Pluton Rayleigh. I didn't expect him to be in Sabaody Archipelago. After the disbandment of Roger's pirates, Pluton Rayleigh disappeared. Kid was surprised. He felt that Rayleigh was familiar at first glance, and then after looking at him for more than 10 seconds, he suddenly realized. Kid's words also shocked others. Pluton Rayleigh. He is indeed a legendary pirate. In the old era, he was famous as Roger's right-hand man. He is a legendary big shot. It's him. He seems to be the co-waiter at the port. Drake, and he seems to have a good relationship with Straw Hat. Indeed. It's shocking. I didn't expect to meet such a big shot before entering New World. On the other side, Ling Bai and the others had left Sabaody Archipelago by boat, and their goal was to set off for Impel Down. Captain, why didn't you kill Straw Hat directly? It feels a bit strange. Van Oka said. Van Oka thought that their captain, a ruthless person, would directly chop Straw Hat Luffy. Law, Straw Hat has been beaten up, but who is that old man? I feel that he has the temperament of a legendary big shot. At first glance, people feel that he is not simple. That's right, I think so too. Speaking of which, who is he? Hawkins thought so too. Van Oka said, we met him when we first came to Sabaody Archipelago. The old man, who coats ships in the eastern harbor, is Pluton Rayleigh of Roger's pirates, one of the legendary pirates. Don't you think he is a big shot? Pluton Rayleigh. Law and Hawkins were shocked. The old man was Pluton Rayleigh, who had disappeared for 20 years? He is indeed a big shot, a legendary pirate, whose reputation is second only to the 3 legendary pirates. He has disappeared for 20 years. So, he came to save Straw Hat, so the captain didn't succeed in killing him. Law analyzed. However, Ling Bai said, if I kill Straw Hat Luffy now, I may not be able to enter New World. Ling Bai giggled. Why? Everyone was puzzled. Marine hero Garp is his grandfather, Revolutionary Army leader Durag is his biological father. Akagami gave him the precious Straw Hat and regarded him as the inheritor of Roger's wool. You're saying that I touched him? Is there any need to kill him? However, he can still be beaten up. He won't die. At most, he will rest for 10 days to half a month. Ling Bai asked them. Such a terrifying background is indeed intimidating. Just hearing about it is enough to make one shiver in fear. No wonder he was able to survive until now after causing trouble at the N-Ice lobby. With his background, he can do whatever he wants. I didn't expect Dalag to be Garp's son. Luo and the others began to discuss. Finally, Ling Bai said, but soon, I'll be able to do whatever I want. By the way, Captain, why do you want us to buy so many fruits? Van Oka pointed to a large basket of fruits on one side, apples, pears, bananas, and so on. This was strange. Did their captain like to eat fruits? Van Oka had never seen Ling Bai eat any fruit. Ling Bai smiled mysteriously, do an important experiment. Plunder the devil fruit's ability. But Ling Bai didn't know if this was the right way to do it. Would it succeed? It was said that after the death of an ability user, the devil fruit may be reborn near the dead ability user. One fruit was definitely not possible, the probability of the devil fruit being reborn was small, but a basket was different. There were plenty of test subjects. How did Blackbeard plunder the devil fruit in the original work? Plundering the shock fruit may be because of the devouring power of the dark fruit, but what about the Blackbeard pirates hunting ability users? It couldn't be that Blackbeard swallowed the ability user and transferred it to his crew. Therefore, Ling B wanted to do this experiment. If it was successful, it would be great. Hunting ability users, then he would plunder the devil fruit that was good, but the ability users were trash. For example, the ability user Cabri of the Logia marsh fruit and the Paramecia obtuse fruit. Ling B forgot what it was called. What a waste. The ability of the devil fruit was used on trash. If it was not successful, there would be no problem. Anyway, the test subjects were all criminals of the Impel Down. Ling B would not lose anything. Of course, Ling B did not have much hope because the world government had already thought of everything that he could think of. In fact, they might have even done it already. The captain is always mysterious. I don't understand. Law said helplessly. Hawkins, I agree. Van Oka, indeed. Weevil, what are you talking about? After their ship left Sabaody Archipelago, they set off all the way to Impel Down. The journey was relatively long. The nearest road was through the Gate of Justice next to the naval headquarters, but Ling B did not go there. But in terms of time, it was enough, so Ling B was not worried. Chapter 44. On the other side, naval headquarters. But the time was a little bit earlier. This time was when Ling B was still in Sabaody Archipelago. Naval headquarters also sent people to Impel Down to escort Fire Fist Ace to naval headquarters, that is, 7 days later, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at naval headquarters. Originally, Sengoku wanted one of the 3 admirals to go to Impel Down to perform this important escort task. Why would a marine admiral be needed to escort a Fire Fist Ace? That's because Sengoku was worried about trouble. Because on New World, the Whitebeard pirates were preparing to attack the first half of the Grand Line, and the red-haired pirates and the Beasts pirates were also dispatched. They didn't know what they were going to do. Whether it was the naval headquarters or the world government, at this moment, their scalps were numb. They felt that they had to face 3 pirate emperors at once. The current situation is that the 4 emperors have already dispatched 3 pirate emperors, and they don't know if the anti-pirates will be dispatched. Even New World was trembling, let alone the first half of the Grand Line and the 4 seas. The current strength of naval headquarters can't resist 2 pirate emperors at all. If they are dispatched at once, naval headquarters will be defeated. Don't think that 100,000 marine elites are a lot, but as long as there is a conqueror's haki, a lot of them will be defeated. And the pirate emperors of New World, each of them has the world's top conqueror's haki. It would be strange if naval headquarters is not afraid. Therefore, in this special case, the escort task must not be careless, and it is even extremely confidential. Who knows if there will be an ambush halfway? Therefore, Marine Admiral must be dispatched. Originally, Kizaru had already applied for this escort task, but Kizaru was also an old salted fish and was too lazy to do it. But in the end, Kizaru didn't succeed. Garp came out halfway. Garp asked for this escort task to be carried out by him, and the old salted fish Kizaru also readily agreed to give in to Garp. There is no doubt that Garp's strength is likely to be the strongest in naval headquarters. He is the strongest man in the world who practices taijutsu. He can be called the pinnacle of taijutsu. Marine, who had defeated the most pirates. However, Garp's identity was too special. That was because Fire Fist Ace was his grandson. Even though he wasn't his biological son, the situation was still very special. Even though Sengoku had strongly opposed Garp's participation in the escort mission in the beginning, Sengoku had no choice but to agree in the end. Sengoku, we've known each other for a lifetime. You know who I am. I just want to see that disappointing BD. Under Garp's strong request, Sengoku finally relented and agreed to Garp's request. Garp. Nothing must go wrong during this escort mission. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Sengoku exhorted. Finally, Garp set off. Such a sinful bloodline should have died long ago, but Garp adopted that bloodline without telling everyone. Akainu's tone was cold. I'm worried that Garp will do something against Marine's duties. Akainu's worries were not unreasonable. Not everyone could be as cold-blooded as Akainu. Most people were easily swayed by emotions. If Garp hadn't been moved by Roger, he wouldn't have adopted Ace, who should have been dead. Back then, in order to completely end Roger's bloodline, the world government hunted down babies of the same age all over the world. Adhering to the principle of killing 10,000 innocent babies rather than letting one go, they killed a large number of babies all over the world. It could be said that Fire Fist Ace's life was exchanged with the blood of countless innocent babies. I believe in him. Staff Officer Tsuru spoke. She had been friends with Garp for a lifetime and had joined Marine at the same time. They had been friends for nearly 60 years now. Both she and Sengoku knew Garp very well. Garp's thoughts were very pure and not complicated. Sigh. Sengoku sighed helplessly. I don't know what to say in this situation. However, it's worth celebrating that we can rely on Fire Fist Ace's life to get rid of Whitebeard and end the Great Age of Pirates. The father opened the door and the son closed it. Since Roger started the Great Age of Pirates, then his son would be the one to end it. Since the Great Age of Pirates, because of Roger's words, there have been thousands of civilians who have died because of him. Therefore, in the eyes of countless civilians and Marine, Roger was a complete devil. He brought the flames of war to the human world and dragged countless people into hell. Even if he died 10 million times, it would not be enough to make up for his grave sins. His crimes were too numerous to count. Even if his son was publicly executed, no civilians would pity him. The world was cruel. Humph. I hope everything goes well. When the time comes, I will kill that BD Whitebeard with my own hands. It's time for his era to end. Akainu snorted coldly, his tone cold. Are the emperors going to make a move? This old man is also a little scared. Kizaru rubbed his wrinkled forehead. The people of New World were probably scared to death. Only Anti did not take action. As for the Marine monitoring the four emperors, they had lost contact with them. The world was changing, and undercurrents were surging. A terrible war was about to start. According to the plan, Marine must achieve a comprehensive victory. When the time comes, Whitebeard's old life will be left in the first half of the Grand Line. Chapter 45. Impel Down, 6th floor, Eternal Hell. The world's most terrifying criminals are imprisoned here. Many of them are innumerable. Dying 10,000 times is not enough to atone for their crimes. Of course, there are also some who are imprisoned here without committing any crimes, such as going against the world government, or mastering important secrets. Although there are many people imprisoned on the 6th floor, it's also lifeless. Life imprisonment means that they can only eat and wait for death here for the rest of their lives. Of course, the world government would rather they die here than let them go. In a certain cell, Fire Fist Ace's hands and feet are shackled by sea stone shackles. For an ability user, he can only be slaughtered. At this time, Fire Fist Ace is very embarrassed, like a corpse without vitality. And the person who is also in this cell is one of the Shichibukais, Hero of the Sea Jinbei. Hero of the Sea Jinbei didn't commit any crimes. The reason why he was imprisoned here is because he strongly opposed the war and refused Naval Headquarters' compulsory summons to the Shichibukai. Therefore, Hero of the Sea Jinbei, who didn't commit any crimes, was also imprisoned here. During this time, Hero of the Sea Jinbei has been encouraging Fire Fist Ace, trying to cheer him up. Of course, Fire Fist Ace is still lifeless. He is about to be executed, and the Whitebeard pirates said that they will come to save him, which made Fire Fist Ace fall into self-blame. The Whitebeard pirates and the entire naval headquarters are at war, which makes Fire Fist Ace full of worry. He didn't want to harm his brothers in the Whitebeard pirates and his beloved father because of his willfulness. In the beginning, he shouldn't have been so willful to go out and capture Blackbeard, otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. At this time, in front of the Impel Down's gate, 5 battleships were docked here. It's Garp and the others who came to escort Fire Fist Ace. Magellan, who is guarding the Impel Down, has already been waiting at the gate with people. Vice Admiral Garp, you are finally here. Magellan has been waiting for a long time. When he saw Garp, Magellan also put on a respectful posture. Magellan sincerely respects Garp. Garp is his predecessor and also his idol. Of course, Garp is also the idol and hero of countless marine. Magellan boy, long time no see. Sorry to keep you waiting. Garp said with a smile, but his smile was a little unnatural. Today, he was going to escort the grandson he had raised up. One could imagine his mood. Vice Admiral Garp, I'll take you to Fire Fist Ace. All right. Magellan led Garp all the way to the 6th floor. Eternal Hell. It was originally lifeless and filled with despair. However, because of the appearance of Magellan and the other marines, these crazy criminals were also stirred up. Oi oi, diarrhea monster, you actually didn't die of diarrhea. How could he be dead? He must continue to have diarrhea for decades. Haha, Laozi looks like he's about to have diarrhea. Guess what his expression looks like? My guess is that it was painful at first, and then, it felt good, right? Haha. That's right, that's it. Magellan furrowed his brows. His heart was burning with anger at the mockery of these criminals. His face was filled with anger. Do you want to die? This old man will accompany you. At this time, Garp, who had been silent all this time, spoke. His voice was not loud. However, when Garp spoke, the criminals on the 6th floor noticed him. It was actually Garp. At the same time, they were also filled with fear and anger. This was because many of them had been captured by Garp. They were both afraid and resentful of Garp. Therefore, the originally noisy 6th floor quickly quieted down. However, the original lifeless silence did not recover. Not everyone was afraid of Garp. The angry Magellan was burning with anger. If Garp was not beside him, he would have attacked. He would have used his venom dragon to sweep across these criminals who did not know what was good for them and let them suffer endless pain. Hee, Garp, long time no see. Just as Garp passed by a cell, an extremely strong man was sitting in the cell with his arms crossed. There was a sinister smile on his face, and his body was emitting a terrifying aura. In this cell, there were 5 criminals lying on the ground. It's been 20 years, Bullet. This old man thought you were dead. Garp recognized Bullet at first glance. The guards of Impel Down, who were now following Magellan, trembled the moment they saw Bullet. Endless fear lingered in their hearts. I'm not dead yet. I've been training hard for the past 20 years. I really want to go out and fight with you. I wonder how strong you are now. Bullet's smile was sinister. Bullet, you'll live here for the rest of your life. Magellan said coldly. He, Magellan, can you change some people over? The newcomers are about to be killed by me. Bullet laughed. The criminals lying on the ground were the ones he had beaten up today. He was the strongest and most terrifying criminal in Eternal Hell. For the past 20 years, he had never stopped training his body. He had beaten many of the new criminals in the cell to death. As there were not enough cells, new criminals would be added to Bullet's cell. However, none of them could survive. No one was willing to share a cell with Bullet. He was an ability user, but his physical strength was monstrous. Bullet, you're living a good life. Garp sneered. Bullet was a monster. He was extremely powerful and was one of the strongest people in the past. I didn't expect to see you again after 20 years, Garp. I've been thinking about you all the time. I thought you were dead. Bullet sneered. Humph, this old man doesn't have time to catch up with you. Goodbye, Bullet. Garp was unhappy. It was mainly because of the incident with Fire Fist Ace. This had put him in a bad mood during this period of time. After saying that, Garp continued to walk forward. Magellan glared at Bullet and followed Garp. The others followed suit. Chapter 46. Oh. You're really embarrassed, Ace. In front of Fire Fist Ace's cell, Garp was standing in front of the iron bars. There was no one behind Garp. Magellan and the others were standing in the distance. Garp looked at Ace. Isn't this scene similar to when he faced Roger in the past? At that time, he also faced Roger, and now, he was facing his son. Looking at Fire Fist Ace leaning against the wall, he looked so embarrassed. Garp's tone was sarcastic, but in fact, he was heartbroken. That was his grandson. There were too many memories of him. Garp treated him as his own grandson, on the same level as Luffy. But now, as a grandfather, he came to take his grandson to the naval headquarters for public execution. Old man. Ace looked up at Garp. Garp, in another 4 days or so, your head will be separated from your body, and you will roll down from the execution platform of the naval headquarters. The blood in your body will spray everywhere. What do you think about that? What do you think before you die? At this time, Garp's tone was very cold. In fact, he didn't want to see Fire Fist Ace die at all. Garp even had a terrible thought. He hoped that Ace would be rescued by the Whitebeard pirates. He really couldn't imagine Ace dying in front of him. It was very painful for a white-haired person to send off a black-haired person. What's even more terrible is that as a Marine Vice Admiral, he couldn't do anything. I don't have any thoughts. Ace said with a blank expression. 10 minutes later, Fire Fist Ace was taken away from the cell. Ace. The hero of the sea watched his friend being taken away. For a moment, he felt choked and tears almost came out, but he couldn't do anything. The feeling was like watching his idol die in front of him, but he couldn't do anything to save him. Garp and Magellan walked in the front, followed by Ace with his head down, and then the Marines and the Impel Down guards. This old man wanted to train you to be a great Marine, but you became a pirate. This was Garp's mental activity. He did not say anything. As long as Ace became Marine, Garp would be able to protect him. Roger didn't want his child to walk his own path and entrusted him to Garp. He didn't know whether his child was a boy or a girl, so he didn't entrust him to Rayleigh and the others. Instead, he chose Garp. This was because Garp was the safest place. The world government had purged all of Roger's relatives after his death. Only Ace, who was protected by Garp, survived. Hey, did you hear that kid is going to be executed? Whitebeard's son. I also heard that the Whitebeard pirates are going to war with naval headquarters, right? Will the world collapse because of this? That monster. This is really strange. After so many years, Laozi has only seen that old man, Golden Lion, leave. No one has been able to leave this place. Indeed. To be able to die outside is really enviable. By the way, what does the air outside smell like? I seem to have forgotten. It seems sweet, right? I almost forgot what a woman looks like. Hey, isn't the Black Moon Hunter in the next cell a woman? Black Moon Hunter? Can you think of her as a woman? After Garp left, the cell was noisy again. All kinds of noises and discussions didn't stop and lasted for a long time. Half an hour later, Garp and the others left Impel Down. Standing in front of Impel Down's gate, Magellan looked at the 5 battleships in the distance. It's quiet again. Magellan sighed. Working in Impel Down was very depressing. The internal environment was gloomy, and the criminals inside were even darker and more terrible. People with bad temperaments simply couldn't be qualified as the head warden of Impel Down. This place was too scary. The criminals were getting scarier with each floor. If they all escaped from Impel Down, it would definitely be a terrible disaster for the world. Therefore, Magellan had to ensure that Impel Down was foolproof. On the other side, Eternal Hell. Bullet's cell. Bullet was still sitting in the same position as before. Currently, he was the strongest criminal in Impel Down. The old pirate Red Earl, who was in the depths of the cell, had been in prison for almost 10 years longer than him. He was the same age as Kong, and very few people in Eternal Hell knew of his existence. He was almost forgotten by the world. Was that man still alive? Bullet felt that the Red Earl was no match for him. After being imprisoned in Impel Down, many people's bodily functions had deteriorated. To prevent his body from deteriorating, Bullet trained every day. Almost all the criminals in Eternal Hell mocked him. You've been in prison for so long, don't you have any consciousness? In other words, you can only stay here for the rest of your life. So, what's the use of exercising? Can you get out? Almost everyone felt that Bullet was too naive. Golden Lion could escape because he had the lion fruit ability. He could fly. So what if he didn't have legs? He could fly. That was enough. As for the others, without legs, they were equivalent to being crippled. However, Bullet didn't care about their opinions. He felt that he could get out, but it wasn't the right time yet. Therefore, he had to continue waiting. One had to know that he was only in his 40s. In this world, he was still in the prime of his life. His strength hadn't reached its peak yet. Every time he thought about how he had turned the world upside down 20 years ago, Bullet felt his blood boil. After some time, the noisy eternal hell slowly quietened down. It slowly returned to its lifeless state. Only Bullet was doing push UPS, sit UPS, and other simple but ultimate movements. Chapter 47. In the morning, the sun had just risen. There was still more than a day before Fire Fist Ace's execution. In other words, Naval Headquarters would publicly execute Fire Fist Ace at 3 o'clock in the afternoon the day after tomorrow. At this time, Ling Bai's ship had already approached the entrance of Impel Down and appeared in the middle of the sea. It took them so many days to get here. That's really slow. Law complained. In fact, it only took them 1 day to reach Impel Down from Sabaody Archipelago. However, it took them 3 to 4 days to reach Impel Down. As for the reason, it was naturally Ling Bai's request. On one hand, they wanted to avoid Garp. On the other hand, it was also very important. It only took Naval Headquarters a few hours to reach Impel Down from the Gate of Justice. If Ling Bai and the others had entered Impel Down 2 or 3 days ago, even if it was a critical moment, Marine would have sent a high-level combatant to suppress Ling Bai and the others. In the original work, Luffy caused havoc in Impel Down a few days before Fire Fist Ace's execution. However, he was hit by Magellan's poison dragon. Magellan thought that it was enough to torture Luffy to death with his poison. However, Luffy was saved. Ling Bai remembered that it was 2 days later when Luffy and Ivankov appeared in Impel Down again. It was around the same time as Ling Bai. At that time, no matter how chaotic Impel Down was, Naval Headquarters would not be able to send a high-level combatant because it was the most critical time. Moreover, they would also believe that Magellan's strength was enough to guard Impel Down. Impel Down was known as the Iron Wall. The origin of the name Iron Wall was due to Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain. In the original work, Blackbeard and his group arrived at Impel Down on this day as well. It had to be said that Blackbeard had calculated the time accurately. He could not allow his plan to be disrupted. Therefore, he had planned everything thoroughly and consolidated every step of the way. Therefore, Ling Bai's arrival at Impel Down could not be more appropriate. As expected of Impel Down. There is not a single ship around here, Hawkins said. Within their field of vision, there wasn't even a single piece of wood, let alone a boat. Law, it is said that after Golden Lion Shiki escaped from prison, the defense of Impel Down has been strengthened countless times. Outside Impel Down, even the warships that deliver supplies cannot stay for more than half an hour. Inside Impel Down, the defense is even more unimaginable. The bottom of the sea is the nest of the Sea Kings. It is impossible for pirates to escape by swimming. Swim away from the Impel Down Sea? Was that even possible? Pluton Rayleigh was a man who could swim across the calm belt. Don't underestimate the pirates here, especially those on the 6th floor. Let's begin. By the way, Captain, why did you ask the world government for that Impel Down application? Law asked doubtfully. In his memory, Ling Bai applied to the world government to enter the Impel Down. It's just a cover-up. It's just an excuse to not stay in the naval headquarters or the world government headquarters. We're going to enter the Impel Down to do something big. Ling Bai told the truth. At this time, Shichibukai can't leave the place required by the world government without special circumstances. They can either stay in the naval headquarters or the world government. They can only leave after defeating the Whitebeard pirates. Otherwise, if you don't follow the orders of the world government, how can you take advantage of Shichibukai's privilege to do evil? Look at the hero of the sea, Jinbei, resist? You'll be directly detained in the Impel Down. Ling Bai estimated that if him didn't agree to the Impel summon, her end would be similar to the hero of the sea. It would be more troublesome to catch her, but if she angered the world government, she wouldn't have a good ending. And Ling B, who made the application, was naturally free to move around. She just needed to be in place before the execution time. Therefore, Kong didn't expect Ling B to do this. That application was just nonsense. Ling B didn't care at all. In fact, Ling B was going back to her place today. Captain is really insidious. Van Oka laughed, he actually deceived the world government. Hawkins, that's right. Law was speechless, it's crazy, if the world government knows that they were played by Captain, what will they do? Haha. Ling B laughed. Brothers, let's go. By the way, Weevil, carry that basket of fruit. Among the few people present, Weevil was the largest, nearly 7 meters tall, and he was born with monstrous strength. Carrying a basket of fruit was not much different from carrying a bowl of rice. Yes, big brother. Weevil was in high spirits. He found that Ling B was far better to him than Miss Ba Jin. Sure enough, Miss Ba Jin was using him. This basket of fruit was to be used for an experiment to plunder the devil fruit. Whether it was successful or not, Ling B didn't know. She would know after trying it. Impel Down must be the place with the most ability users in the world. They were all gathered there. And the criminals who can enter Impel Down, although not 100%, at least most of them are scumbags, and some are the scumbags of scumbags. So, there should be no problem with using them as an experiment. They can't leave Impel Down in their lifetime, and the world government won't let them leave. So, entering Impel Down is equivalent to their life is over, and the only person who can escape is the great pirate Golden Lion. There is only one Golden Lion. I will destroy the surveillance first. At this time, the sniper Van Oka used his gun to aim at the surveillance on the Impel Down gate. There were 3 surveillance Den Mushi, and the surveillance video was directly transmitted to the 3rd floor of Impel Down. Whoosh! 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 3 consecutive sounds of bullets piercing through the air, and of course, 3 consecutive gunshots. 3 Den Mushi were also shot down. At the same time, the surveillance room on the 3rd floor of Impel Down also lost the surveillance video outside the Impel Down gate. Poor Den Mushi. This is fate. Van Oka said helplessly. What, you still care about Den Mushi? Haha, of course. Bullsh *t. Soon, Ling B and the others stepped on the gate of Impel Down, and the ship was anchored outside. This gate. Ling B was about to chop down Impel Down's door when Law stepped forward. Let me do it. Room. The white light shield covered the door, and Law's other hand also moved with a scalpel. 1 knife, 2 knives, directly cut a big hole in the Impel Down door, and a heavy board fell to the ground, which was enough for several people to walk in. The gate of Impel Down is so big that even the giants can enter. Let's go. Let's start. Chapter 48. At the same time, in the huge monitoring room on the 3rd floor of Impel Down, Amber lost the surveillance video at the entrance. Originally, the people in the monitoring room thought that the surveillance Den Mushi suddenly malfunctioned. But then, on the 1st floor of Impel Down, from the entrance to the corridor, one video after another was lost. Not good. This is definitely not a problem with the Den Mushi. Report to Magellan. A group of monitors was in chaos. It's okay if 1 or 2 surveillance Den Mushi had problems, but now, there are more than a dozen, and it's constantly increasing. Something big must have happened. On the other side, as soon as Ling B walked into Impel Down, Van Oka attacked. As a sniper, his sniping ability is one of the best in the world. Ling B estimates that only Usopp of the red-haired pirates may be better than him, or maybe both of them have the same strength, or maybe Van Oka is better than him. In the original work, Van Oka can hit the target within a few kilometers. So at this time, Van Oka played a special role in the Ling B pirates. As soon as he entered Impel Down, all the surveillance Den Mushi in this corridor were hit. So strong. Law and Hawkins were shocked. There were specializations in the industry, and Van Oka had already reached the top level of this industry. Your sniping ability is really strong. Hawkins exclaimed. It's okay. Van Oka laughed. At this time, he had put down his gun, which means that all the surveillance den mushi he can see at present have been destroyed. And this corridor is more than a kilometer long, all the surveillance den mushi has been cut off. Impel Down is very big, it's a giant fortress on the bottom of the sea, beyond imagination. Next, Ling Bai's goal is to find an ability user, but Law and the others don't know what Ling Bai is going to do. He asked Wilbur to carry a basket of fruits, which made them very confused. When Ling Bai and the others appeared, many criminals who saw them were excited. It's amazing to see people in bright clothes in Impel Down. On the first floor, the criminals in 1 or 2 cells were noisy, then the criminals in other cells were alarmed, and then the criminals in the entire first floor were alarmed. The deafening noise made Ling Bai feel a little irritated. If only I had Conqueror's haki, I could shut these people up. Ling Bai was full of contempt for them. If she had Conqueror's haki, Ling Bai could make them all lie down. The criminals on the first level were the weakest. However, to the current Ling Bai, other than the criminals on the 6th level, everyone else was just trash. Little brat outside, let Laozi out. That's right, little brat. As long as you secretly release Laozi, Laozi will allow you to become his subordinate. Let me out, I can give you 3 million berries, and I know the location of several treasures, so, you know. Inside one of the cells, a group of criminals was also heckling Ling Bai and the others. Since Ling Bai was walking at the front, their target was naturally Ling Bai. No ability users. Ling Bai shook her head. Then, the dark space began to flicker with a red light. The entire space seemed to become resplendent. The red light was emitted from Ling Bai's hands. It was like a ruby, beautiful and full of fantasy. Luo and the others did not speak. They knew that Ling Bai was about to make a move. In addition to having the strength of a great swordsman, Ling Bai was also a powerful ability user. They only knew about it during this period of time. As for what kind of ability user Ling Bai was, Ling Bai did not tell them. And their captain's strength and ability, needless to say, was very strong. The most terrible thing was Ling Bai's character. Don't think that he always looked like he had a smile on his face, a harmless posture, but the truth was, Ling Bai was very cold-blooded. This group of criminals who heckled him were dead. What the hell? What kind of light is this? I have to say, it looks good. Before one of the criminals could finish speaking, beams of light shot out from Ling Bai's hands and hit him between the eyebrows, piercing through his head. A hole with a diameter of 3 centimeters appeared in his head. Then, the beams of light passed through his head and hit the criminals on the other side, hitting 5 people in a row. A beam of light would pass through the criminal's eyes, nose, or cheeks. In any case, only the last criminal lost his ear. The 5 in front were all dead. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The speed was like lightning tearing down from the sky, but also like a meteor streaking across the sky. That was Ling Bai releasing a beam of light. It was the same as Kizaru's flash. How powerful was Kizaru's flash in the original work? A beam of light could blow up a big tree in Sabaody Archipelago. So, how difficult was it to just kill the criminals in the prison cell? Just shoot them directly. When Ling Bai kicked out the flash bomb, the prison cell directly exploded. Some of the criminals died directly, and some were blasted into a bloody mess, half dead. They wailed, let go, me! Boom! Like a thunderclap, it sounded. One by one, the prison cells exploded. The criminals who were still noisy did not dare to make a sound. They were afraid. The criminals on the first floor of Impel Down were nothing. Although they were on the highest floor, they were at the bottom of the pirate chain. In the end, Ling Bai could only hear the heavy breathing of the criminals, and the criminals could hear each other's heartbeats caused by fear and uneasiness. Even many of the criminals were trembling. You're not noisy anymore. A bunch of trash, weren't you very arrogant just now? Ling Bai asked loudly, but no one said anything. Captain, you've scared them like this. Van Oka laughed. In the air, there was a mixture of burning corpses, damp air, and the smell of the criminals' sweat. It was really nauseating. Chapter 49. Ling Bai was looking for ability users, and in fact, ability users were easy to find. As long as they were wearing sea stone handcuffs or shackles, they were basically an ability user. In addition, the bars of the cell were also made of sea stone or mixed with sea stone. Sea stone may be the hardest substance in the world. After killing many pirates in the cell, the other pirates became honest, each more afraid than the other. The criminals on the first floor were quiet, but those who could see Ling B were afraid. 10 minutes later, a cell was opened, and there were 2 ability users inside. Ling B didn't care what ability users they were and directly grabbed them. As for the others, no one dared to make a sound. The 2 people who were caught were quite afraid, they didn't know what Ling B was going to do. However, when they stood outside the cell, Ling B killed both of them with a single slash of her blade. Their heads rolled on the ground, and the 2 bodies fell to the ground. Weevil, put the fruit on the ground. Wait, it shouldn't be so fast. Weevil put a basket of fruit on the ground and stared at the fruit seriously. Does Captain want to plunder the devil fruit? Law vaguely guessed Ling Bai's horrible purpose. Now, isn't it obvious? Plunder the devil fruit. It is said that after the death of an ability user, the devil fruit ability will be reborn on the fruit closest to the ability user. However, this is a matter of probability, it's only possible, not inevitable. Plunder the devil fruit. Hawkins heard Law's words and his scalp tingled. Yes. Ling Bai also admitted, otherwise, why did he come to Impel Down with a basket of fruit? Isn't it for experiments? In the original work, Blackbeard plundered the shock fruit because of his unique ability, but what about the later hunters? Luffy's rubber fruit was also the hunting target of the Blackbeard pirates. Among them, Shiryu of the Rain got the invisible fruit ability of paramecia. Terrible, crazy, to be honest. Van Orca admitted that his captain's ideas and practices were crazy and terrible. Doing big things, that's it. Ling Bai said lightly. He's not a good person, he can't be the so-called adventurer-type pirate like Luffy, Akagami, and Roger. Of course, they do it in the name of the pirates, but they are doing it for adventure and dreams, which is disgusting enough. Can't they say that they are adventurers? Why do they have to make a pirate flag? The more famous a pirate is, the greater the consequences. Taking risks was just nonsense. Even if he hadn't killed a single person or done a single bad thing, he had already committed a lot of crimes. Ling Bai is a pure pirate. Everyone was waiting for the so-called devil fruit to be reborn. The 2 meta-humans were already dead to the point that they couldn't be more dead. But 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, the fruit in the basket. Still. We have to continue. The sample size of the experiment is not large enough. Ling Bai asked Weevil to bring the fruit basket. After that, Ling Bai also swept through the cells on the first floor. There were a total of 10 aptitude users, but they were all killed by Ling Bai. After waiting for another hour or so, there was still no change in the fruit. Are you sure this is the right thing to do? Hawkins said doubtfully. It shouldn't be, this kind of thing may have been done by the world government. If the method is like this, there may be no ability to impel down. Law said. Ability is the most direct way to grow power and influence. A person can directly get a certain ability if he eats the devil fruit. Lucky people, if they eat the devil fruit with great potential, can reach the sky in one step. Plundering ability should have been done by someone. However, ability users are not so easy to plunder. It's not certain whether you can kill them or not. For example, the criminals on the 6th floor have a powerful devil fruit ability, and their taijutsu is also quite good. It's not so easy to kill them, they can only be imprisoned. If the fruit doesn't work, then there is no good way. Ling Bai said. It was mentioned in the original work that after the death of the ability user, the devil fruit will also be reborn on the nearby fruit, but it's more difficult. It's also a matter of probability. It's not 1 in 10, nor 1 in 100, it may be 1 in 10,000, so it's not so easy to succeed. Blackbeard may have used the dark fruit to first devour the devil fruit ability, and then released it on the fruit to form the devil fruit. The dark fruit is known as the most evil Logia devil fruit. Where did this name come from? Why did he come? In the original work, Ling Bai didn't feel how evil the dark fruit was. Perhaps, it hasn't really been shown yet. Continue. Ling Bai said, I have to continue. The rebirth of the devil fruit is to be reborn on the fruit, this is absolutely unavoidable. Chapter 50. When the ability user died, his devil fruit ability would be reborn on a nearby fruit and transform that fruit into a devil fruit. This was the setting in the original work. Ling B firmly believed in this saying. As for the dark fruit, Ling B reckoned that it was his unique ability. Blackbeard, the ambitious man, had been crazy for decades for this so-called evil Logia. He definitely had his reasons. Next, Ling B and the others continued to move. Soon, they arrived at the second floor of Impel Down. Compared to the first floor, the second floor obviously had more ability users. The layout of Impel Down was basically that the lower the floor, the stronger the ability of the criminals. Obviously, ability users were more likely to be strong. On the second floor, Ling B quickly caught 20 ability users. The surveillance along the way was destroyed by Van Oka. The monitoring room of Impel Down could not find them. The prison guards that Ling B and the others encountered were also killed. Therefore, their actions could be said to be almost undetectable. Of course, their speed was also fast. This was Magellan's territory. As time passed, it was inevitable that they would encounter Magellan later. It was impossible to come to Impel Down without encountering Magellan. 20 ability users were trembling in front of Ling B and the others. Ling B and the others' massacre just now almost killed them. At this time, they were caught together. Even if they used to be extremely vicious people, they used to be fearless. But now, they were trembling. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. How could they not be afraid of the powerful Ling B and the others? When facing the 20 criminals, Law directly attacked. He released the unique transparent space of the Op fruit ability. The 20 ability users were also easily killed by Law. Moreover, it was the kind of killing without spilling blood. Killing could be called an art in Law's eyes. 20 ability user criminals were dead. Ling B did not know what ability users they were. Anyway, they were wearing sea stone handcuffs, so he just caught them. At this time, several people were also looking at the basket of fruits. 20 minutes passed in minutes and seconds. Just when Ling B thought that he had failed again, Ling B was ready to leave. He might as well go to the 6th floor to do something big. At this moment, Weevil yelled out loudly. "Big brother, there's a pineapple upgraded." Pineapple upgraded. Weevil jumped up and down like a little kid. He picked up the upgraded pineapple. Ling B and the others looked over. Indeed, the pineapple was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally ordinary pineapple was no different from any other pineapple, but at this moment, it was slowly turning into the unique shape of the devil fruit. The yellow and green pineapple was gradually turning into a purple pineapple. Devil fruit. I actually witnessed the devil fruit's regeneration with my own eyes. Law was shocked. To be honest, I'm very shocked. Hawkins said. Van Oka admitted as much. They never thought that they would actually succeed. Is this a Paramecia ability or a Zoan ability? Ling B held the recently reborn devil fruit and asked Luo and the others. Paramecia. Hawkins replied. As for Logia, they didn't even think about it. It was impossible. There were only a few people in the world with Logia's ability. Paramecia was the most abundant. Ling B, so, the devil fruit has been reborn. Our experiment has also succeeded. It's just that this kind of thing depends on luck. Or rather, it depends on the probability, and the probability is not high. After killing so many aptitude users, only one of them has been reborn in front of us. We don't know where the other aptitude users are. Ling B analyzed. Law, but we succeeded. At least if we plunder the devil fruit, we will have a direction. That's right. The method is to place the fruit nearby, kill the ability user, and let the fruit's ability reborn. Chapter 51. Just as Ling B and the others reached the second floor. On the other side, in the monitoring room on the third floor of Impel Down, the monitoring staff panicked. They wanted to inform Magellan, but Magellan was having diarrhea. The criminals in Impel Down call Magellan the diarrhea monster in private. Magellan has the poisonous fruit, and the side effect of the fruit is that he has diarrhea most of the time every day. This is the origin of the diarrhea monster. At this time, Magellan came out. What happened? Magellan saw the panicked guards, and he was a little confused for a while. Magellan-sama, something happened. We lost almost all the surveillance video on the first floor. We don't know what happened. And, just now, the jailer beast also went up, but now we have lost contact with it. Did a criminal escape from the cell, or did someone sneak into Impel Down? The video outside the Impel Down gate is also lost. The guards at the scene were also terrified and uneasy. The surveillance is lost. Magellan frowned. Yes, a large part of the surveillance is lost. Magellan also rushed to the monitoring room to see the situation. Sure enough, the surveillance on the first floor is almost gone, and the surveillance on the second floor is also decreasing. I know. I'm going to see what happened in person. Magellan's face was serious, he knew that something happened. Because recently, the world is at a critical juncture. Before Fire Fist Ace was imprisoned in Impel Down, the world government was worried that the Whitebeard pirates would attack Impel Down and rescue Fire Fist Ace. Although Fire Fist Ace has now been escorted to Impel Down, this escort mission is confidential, and the world doesn't know. And now, if someone from the Whitebeard pirates sneaks into Impel Down? Is there such a possibility? It's very likely. Magellan's first thought was that the Whitebeard pirates may have sneaked into Impel Down to rescue Fire Fist Ace. They don't know that Fire Fist Ace has been escorted to naval headquarters. Magellan set off for the first time. Nothing must happen to the Impel Down. In this world, any place could be lost, but the holy land of Mariejois and the Impel Down must not be lost. If the Impel Down was lost and the criminals inside escaped, then this world would have to face an extremely terrible disaster. Terrible things like Golden Lion's jailbreak must not happen again. On the other side, Ling B was discussing the experiment on the second floor. Just now, a jailer beast did appear, but it was cut down by Weevil. Weevil was more suitable to deal with the jailer beast. Wherever Ling B and the others went, the surveillance cameras would be shot down by Van Oka. Therefore, Impel Down's surveillance did not catch them at all. Van Oka was a godlike sniper. Every single one of his shots was godlike. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. It was the sound of hurried footsteps, and there were many people. Obviously, these people were running. He's here. Said. Magellan. Law frowned, as one of the two trump cards of Impel Down, Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain are famous all over the world. You'll have to face it sooner or later. Once you enter Impel Down, you have to have this kind of awareness. Ling B said. At the same time, she faced the direction where the footsteps came from. 5 seconds later, they also saw Magellan. Shichibukai. The new Shichibukai, you are finally here. Magellan stopped, and the group of guards behind him stopped as well. Magellan's tone was full of questions, and his eyes were fixed on Ling B. The world government headquarters had informed Magellan that Ling B would come to Impel Down, which made Magellan wait for a day because he went to meet Ling B. This is the rule, and he also has to ensure the safety of Impel Down. Ling B came to Impel Down. Naturally, Magellan came forward. As the one who handed Fire Fist Ace to the world government and traded the Shichibukai quota for Impel Down, Magellan naturally knows Ling Bai's face. Now, the sudden appearance of Ling B made Magellan suspicious. Because, they lost a large part of the surveillance, and a jailer beast also lost contact with them. What did you do just now? Shichibukai Ling B. Magellan questioned. But Ling B said with a smile, to tell you the truth, I hacked into Impel Down today, and we destroyed the surveillance. Hacked into Impel Down. Magellan was shocked. What did you say? Shichibukai, you have to understand, your identity and duty are to serve the world government. This is Impel Down, what do you want to do? Purple poisonous gas was emitted from Magellan's body, and a large amount of purple poisonous liquid appeared on his body. The guards behind him consciously retreated. They knew that Magellan was likely to make a move, and when Lord Magellan made a move, what they had to do was to stay away from him. Poisonous fruit, special paramecia, like the gold fruit, had a liquid or elemental form similar to Logia. Captain, do you want to fight together, or do you want to fight alone? Rollo asked Ling B, who was beside him, and he was ready to draw his sword. Magellan was one of the two strongest fighters in Impel Down, and his strength was infinitely close to the Marine Admiral. He was guarding Impel Down. No, I'll do it myself. Ling Bai's lips curled into a confident smile. Chapter 52. Of course it's me. Ling Bai had a confident smile on his face. However, you guys should stay away. That's Magellan's poisonous fruit. Not many people here can cure it. Shiryu of the Rain could cure Magellan's poison, and so could Ivankov. However, Ivankov's method of curing the poison was to risk his life. Only a cockroach like Luffy could survive. Law and the others retreated more than 10 meters when they heard Ling Bai's words. So, you've betrayed the world government, right? Magellan's face was expressionless, and his tone was cold. Venom was surging wildly on his body, and the 4 poisonous dragons behind him were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The poisonous liquid dripped onto the ground, and a large amount of white steam rose from it. Even though they had seen Magellan use his ability many times, the guards behind him were still frightened. As an ordinary person, if they were to come into contact with Magellan's poison, they would lose a layer of skin. Moreover, if they were to touch it, they would be dead for sure. Betray? No, that's not right. I've never submitted to the world government, so there's no such thing as betraying the world government. After Ling Bai finished speaking, he threw the supreme great blade time rain behind him, and Hawkins caught it just in time. Ling Bai did not plan to use his sword. To deal with Magellan, he would use his fists at close range, and use his upgraded flash ability from afar. Shichibukai, you betrayed the world government. You'll stay here today. Magellan roared, and the 4 huge poisonous dragons rushed towards Ling Bai. Ling Bai quickly clasped and opened his palms, and a dark red lightsaber appeared. It was similar to Kizaru's heavenly cloud sword, but the color was different. Its convenience was that it could be stored and released at any time. Ling Bai rushed forward and faced the terrifying poisonous dragons. Humph! Magellan snorted. Since Ling Bai dared to rush towards his poisonous dragons, then he would suffer the pain of the poison. However, things didn't turn out as Magellan imagined. When Ling Bai approached the poison dragons, she slashed with her lightsaber, cutting off the head of one of the poison dragons on the spot. Then, Ling Bai turned around, dodging the poisonous liquid that was dripping down. At the same time, she slashed at another poison dragon, cutting off its head. Then, the other 2 poison dragons suffered the same fate. The whole process only lasted for 3 seconds. Ling Bai used light to move, and it felt like he could teleport. Kizaru was not much better. Ling Bai's speed was so fast that Magellan didn't even have time to react. Then, Ling Bai swung her lightsaber and sliced through the bodies of the 4 poison dragons in 2 to 3 seconds. At the same time, Ling Bai cleverly avoided the poisonous liquid. From the moment he made his move to the moment he arrived in front of Magellan, only 6 seconds had passed. On the 7th second, Ling Bai put away his lightsaber and was only 1 meter away from Magellan. At this second, Magellan's expression changed. On the 8th second, Ling Bai threw 2 punches at Magellan's stomach. Both of his fists were covered in the advanced armament haki. On the surface, his fists looked ordinary. But in reality, they were covered in armament haki, and they had strong physical strength. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Ling Bai's fists landed on Magellan's stomach, and his stomach caved in. How was it? Ling Bai smiled. Magellan's face was ashen, as if he had eaten bile. In the next second, Magellan was sent flying by the huge impact of Ling Bai's fists. Magellan was shot out like a rocket launcher, and he flew over the heads of the guards behind him. A deafening explosion rang out. A wall exploded, and dust filled the air. Magellan fell to the ground, and a pile of rubble fell from the wall, burying half of Magellan's body. Master Magellan! The guards' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The invincible Magellan was sent flying just like that? He was the man who had suppressed the terrifying devil, Shiryu of the Rain. Magellan, don't disappoint me. Ling Bai walked toward Magellan, and the guards of Impel Down trembled in fear as Ling Bai walked toward them. Everyone, relax. After all, I'm not a devil. Ling Bai looked at them and smiled. His smile was harmless, but at this moment, he was the devil in the eyes of the guards. On the other side, the rebel was pushed away, and Magellan stood up. Don't underestimate me. No matter what, I'll suppress you and Impel Down today. Magellan's expression was furious, and his tone was filled with anger. After saying that, he rushed toward Ling Bai, and at the same time, a new poison dragon appeared behind him. Try this move. Ling Bai assumed the posture of Culprit, releasing Kamehameha, and a red flash quickly gathered in the palms of his hands. At this time, he was more than 30 meters away from Magellan. What's this guy's ability? The light sword that Ling Bai pulled out just now reminded Magellan of Kizaru. His move was called Heavenly Cloud Sword. I don't care so much. Magellan rushed over and released 4 poison dragons at the same time. When the 4 poison dragons attacked, Ling Bai also released the red light gathered in his hands. It was a red light beam, about 15 centimeters in diameter. The light was very bright, but it also contained amazing power. Let's call it Red Energy Wave for the time being. Boom! The 4 poison dragons collided with the light beam at the same time. The dragon heads were pressed tightly together, and each dragon head was barely touched by the light. However, when they collided with Ling Bai's light beam, the 4 poison dragons trembled. Of course, it was because the light beam was too powerful, not because the poison dragons were alive and had a sense of fear. Boom! The dragon heads directly exploded. At the same time, Ling Bai also moved over at high speed. He clenched his fist and covered it with armament haki. So fast! Magellan, who was fully focused, naturally stared at Ling Bai. When Ling Bai came over, Magellan also threw a punch at Ling Bai. Chapter 53. Ling Bai's fist and Magellan's fist smashed towards each other at the same time. When the 2 fists collided, there was a loud bang, and a huge shockwave crushed the ground. The ground beneath their feet was instantly crushed, and the shockwave swept out in all directions. Magellan felt his hands go numb from the impact of the 2 fists. Naturally, armament haki was already covered by his fists. However, when faced with Ling Bai's fists, Magellan was shocked. Magellan's physical skills were not very strong. After all, he specialized in using his fruit. On the other hand, Magellan did not think that his armament haki was bad. However, Ling Bai's armament haki was obviously stronger than his. This guy's fists are like Vice Admiral Garp's. On the surface, I can't even tell that it's covered in armament haki. How can he have such a strong armament haki at his age? His opponent's fists were as hard as steel. If they were not covered in armament haki, what else could they be? Magellan realized that his arms were trembling slightly. As a strong aptitude user, regardless of whether it's his fruit or his physical skills, you can't fall behind. You can't fall behind. Magellan, your physical skills aren't good enough. Ling Bai laughed. He gave Magellan the impression that he was very confident. Magellan could completely crush Ling Bai in terms of height and physique. However, in terms of pressure, Ling Bai was still stronger. Magellan felt a huge amount of pressure. This guy is too strong. No wonder he dared to use Fire Fist Ace to trade with the world government. Magellan thought to himself. Veins were popping out on his arms. It was obvious that his arms were trembling. The reason was that Ling Bai's strength was too strong. Boom! The shockwave from the impact expanded further. The ground was crushed even further. Magellan was forced back 5 steps. Ling Bai also took a step forward. When he took the 3rd step, he clenched his right fist. It was the same armament haki. Magellan also threw a punch at him. However, at this time, Ling Bai had already activated observation haki, which allowed him to foresee the future. Facing Magellan's punch, Ling Bai had already predicted its trajectory. Hence, Magellan's punch was easily avoided by Ling Bai. Bang! With a dull thud, Ling Bai's fist landed on Magellan's stomach once again. Magellan's stomach immediately caved in. In the next second, Magellan was sent flying. Just like before, he crashed into the wall behind him, shattering it once again. Boom! Too strong. Good job. Kill him. The diarrhea monster was actually defeated, haha. Laozi is dying of laughter. That's right. Keep fighting. At this moment, the prisoners in the prison cells in the distance started to jeer. They hated and feared Magellan at the same time. Of course, they hated him more than they feared him. Since one of the prisoners in one cell was making a ruckus, the prisoners in the other cells naturally followed suit. On the other hand, Ling B swung her leg 5 times and released 5 red light bullets in the shape and size of a football. Boom! After a series of explosions, screams, and wails, the prison cells fell silent again. A bunch of trash. Ling B snorted coldly. The captain is like a tyrant. Luo said. Indeed. Van Oka and Hawkins agreed. On the other side, Ling B walked towards Magellan. Magellan, who was barely able to stand up, did not look good. What's your purpose in coming to Impel Down? Magellan questioned the other party. The other party had just admitted his relationship with the world government and refused to obey the world government's summons. What terrifying purpose did he have in coming to Impel Down? Magellan knew that the other party definitely had a terrifying purpose. Otherwise, he would not have come to Impel Down. I want to recruit a few strong companions. Oh right, how's Shiryu of the Rain recently? Ling B smiled. Magellan's expression changed drastically. Shiryu of the Rain. She was a bloodthirsty maniac. Magellan had almost lost his life in order to suppress her. It should be known that Shiryu of the Rain was stronger than Magellan. Moreover, Shiryu of the Rain was not afraid of Magellan's poison at all. She could still detoxify it. Shiryu of the Rain was the warden of Impel Down before Magellan. Because of indiscriminate killing, Shiryu of the Rain was imprisoned by the world government. If there were no accidents, after Fire Fist Ace, Shiryu of the Rain would also be executed in Impel Down. She would be executed. Ling B actually came here to recruit companions. Moreover, it was someone like Shiryu of the Rain. Then, what about the other strong guys besides Shiryu of the Rain? He could not just take Shiryu of the Rain away. Eternal Hell was a large group of vicious criminals. They were powerful and had committed countless crimes. They were also terrifying characters. If they left Impel Down, they would definitely face a terrifying disaster in the world. Don't you dare leave today unless you step over my dead body. Magellan said righteously. No matter what, he had to keep this guy here. However, Magellan saw Luo and the others who were watching the show from afar. 2 Supernovas, and 1 Weevil who cut Admiral Zephyr in half. This lineup made Magellan feel a little sad. Ling B alone was already difficult to deal with. What if they all came together? Chapter 54. His opponent had a lot of people, and they were all very strong. On the other hand, Magellan was the only one with him. Magellan was in despair. If there was no other way, he could only summon Shiryu of the Rain to fight Ling B with him. Magellan could not allow Ling B to recruit Shiryu of the Rain as a crew member. After all, Shiryu of the Rain had already lost all hope in the world government. If Ling B gave him hope now, he would most likely follow Ling B. However, Magellan was now facing a problem. He could not summon Shiryu of the Rain from the 6th floor. He could not even notify his subordinates. That was because Ling B was right in front of him. At this moment, Magellan let out a low roar. Suddenly, 8 huge poisonous dragons rushed out from behind him. Even the air turned purple on the spot. Highly toxic purple gas filled the air. This kind of highly toxic gas could kill people just by breathing it in, let alone coming in contact with the highly toxic liquid. Like a real dragon roaring, Magellan was completely submerged in the purple liquid. This move is useless against me. Why don't you use your trump card? Ling B shook his head and jumped into the air. The 8 poison dragons also rushed forward. At this moment, a large number of red light bullets quickly gathered behind Ling B. When the poison dragons were only 2 meters away from Ling B, the red light bullets exploded. They fell like a meteor shower, densely packed like a rainstorm, and their speed was ultimate. The 8 poison dragons were swept by the countless light bullets and exploded. They quickly dissipated and swept towards Magellan, blasting him another 30 meters away. Ling Bai's move was Kizaru's Yasakani no Megatama. As the upgraded version of the sparkling fruit, Ling Bai knew everything that Kizaru knew. Yasakani no Megatama, Yasakani no Mirror, Heaven Sky Cloud Sword. Old Wang's was yellow, while Ling Bai's was red. At this moment, the gas that filled the air on Magellan's side was no longer purple. Instead, it was faintly turning red. The degree of burning on the ground became even more terrifying. Ling Bai flew in the air, waiting for Magellan's ultimate transformation. Ling Bai guessed that Magellan from the poisonous fruit had already reached the state of awakening. It was said that only Paramecia had the qualifications to awaken the devil fruit. Ling Bai wasn't sure either. Doflamingo, Tetzalo, and Bullet were all Paramecia's devil fruit awakeners. Was Magellan also an awakened ability user? The Hell Poison Giant was completely different from Magellan's purple venom. The Hell Poison Giant was red in color. At this moment, Magellan's terrifying red venom surged madly, crushing everything in its path. At the same time, he raised his huge red palm. Magellan was right in front of the Poison Giant, and his movements were the same as the Poison Giant's. But for some unknown reason, even though the Poison Giant was frightening, its speed was rather slow. With such speed, it was quite easy for Ling Bai to dodge. Therefore, Ling Bai wasn't afraid. Magellan wasn't at the same level as them, so Ling Bai didn't need to worry. Hey, this thing isn't easy to deal with. At this time, Law suddenly called Ling Bai, and some kind of object was thrown at Ling Bai. Under the perception of Kenbonshoku, observation, Ling Bai knew that it was his supreme great sword, Shijir. Ling Bai caught Shijir with his hands. Indeed, he was most familiar with swords, such as the upgraded flash ability, but Ling Bai's swordsmanship was real. A great swordsman. Whether it was strength or comprehension, he was at the level of a great swordsman. After Ling Bai obtained felicitous rain, he was able to wield it with ease. His gaze sharpened and his body exuded sword intent. And Ling Bai pulled out his sword on the spot. The Poison Giant hasn't reached me yet, and its palm hasn't hit me yet. Ling Bai said. Although it was terrifying, its speed was too slow. He had to stand still to be hit by Magellan's Poison Giant. That guy, he's holding a sword. It's said that he's a great swordsman. The information about Ling Bai showed that he was a swordsman, and a great swordsman? For a swordsman, Magellan immediately thought of Shiryu of the Rain. That guy held a demon sword and killed indiscriminately in Impel Down, so he was sentenced to death. He was also a powerful swordsman, infinitely close to the level of a great swordsman. Ling Bai slashed with his sword. Slash wave. A huge crescent-shaped sword energy appeared, as if tearing through space, and fell on the Poison Giant, crushing it. Although it didn't directly split the Poison Giant in half, it stopped the Poison Giant's advance and even made it retreat more than 20 meters. Ling Bai's attack wasn't weak. This. Magellan was shocked, but at the same time, he was more uneasy. If even the Poison Giant couldn't resist the opponent, then, what should he do? He might even die on this floor. Roar! The Poison Giant roared, like a roaring demon from hell, beating its chest and stamping its feet, then crushing forward. Indeed, the disadvantage of the Poison Giant was obvious, it was too slow. Moreover, for the Magellan, the consumption was also very high. Unlike the other combat forces of the world government or the marine system, the Magellan who could fight for many years and defend the Impel Down did not receive such treatment. The loneliness and boredom here was enough to drive a normal person crazy. Don't be arrogant. One Piece. Magellan roared, raising both hands, and the Poison Giant also raised both hands and slapped Ling Bai. His aura was absolutely crushing the opponent. As if the Poison Giant was destined to win. However, this wasn't the case. At the same time, in the monitoring room on the third floor, the monitoring screen just happened to be able to see the battle between Magellan and Ling Bai. The monitoring staff was trembling because they found that the invincible Magellan couldn't gain the upper hand in this battle. In other words, the opponent was too strong. Deputy Warden Han Yabal's scalp was numb. Magellan is going to die, I'm going to become the warden. Oh no, why did I say that? No. Something terrible is going to happen. Han Yabal, who had countless extravagant hopes to replace Magellan, was also uneasy at this moment. On the monitoring screen, Ling Bai made a terrible slash, and the Poison Giant collapsed, and Magellan was submerged in the amazing sword wave. The people in the monitoring room were scared. All of a sudden, Han Yabao made a terrifying decision. You first inform the naval headquarters and tell them the truth here, Shichibukai Ling B. This BD is a traitor. He invaded Impel Down. Also, non-monitoring staff, come with me. The timid and unreliable Han Yabao suddenly became calm in the face of danger and gave orders smoothly. A minute later, Han Yabao took Shiryu of the Rain's demon sword and led the team into the elevator. The destination was the 6th floor. Eternal Hell. Chapter 55. In Eternal Hell, the strongest Yamato criminals were locked up. Shiryu of the Rain was one of them. He often tortured and killed criminals and even the guards of Impel Down. His methods were too cruel and he killed countless people. In the end, he was arrested by the world government. He was defeated in a battle with Magellan and was imprisoned here. Compared to the other criminals who had to squeeze in a cell with dozens of people, Shiryu of the Rain had his own cell. He could wear his own military uniform and had newspapers delivered to him. Naturally, the other criminals couldn't compare to him in terms of food and drink. The world is going to be chaotic. I really want to go out and take a look. In the darkness, Shiryu of the Rain muttered to himself. Although he had the best living conditions in Eternal Hell, it couldn't change the fact that he had been abandoned by the world government. After Fire Fist Ace was executed, Shiryu of the Rain would be next. Of course, Shiryu of the Rain wouldn't be able to receive a public execution like Fire Fist Ace. Instead, he would be executed secretly in Eternal Hell. As for his corpse, it was probably thrown out of Impel Down and fed to the Sea Kings. It wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between the Sea Kings' teeth. What a sad ending. At this moment, the elevator on the 6th floor opened. The sound of the elevator reaching Shiryu of the Rain's ears was heard. However, Shiryu of the Rain's heart didn't waver. He didn't even look at the elevator. However, a series of hurried footsteps sounded. It was coming towards his cell. This made Shiryu of the Rain look outside the cell. Han Yabao came. Behind him was a group of Impel Down guards. At this moment, they were trembling. Even the tyrant Han Yabao was trembling. What attracted Shiryu of the Rain's attention was the sword in Han Yabao's hand. His sword was called Thunderstorm Sword. What are you doing here? Are you going to release me? But where is Magellan? Shiryu of the Rain stood up with a cruel smile on his face. Han Yabao came with his Thunderstorm Sword. This meant that he, Shiryu of the Rain, was going to be released. Lord Shiryu of the Rain, something has happened to Impel Down, Lord Magellan. He's engaged in a bitter battle with the newly appointed Shichibukai Ling B, and it's unknown whether he's dead or alive. Facing the demon-like Shiryu of the Rain, Han Yabao couldn't help but feel fear. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and she stuttered as she spoke. Except for Magellan, no one in Impel Down would not fear Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu of the Rain's cruelty was hard to imagine. No matter who it was, he could kill them, but Shiryu of the Rain was enjoying it. The thrill of killing. Then, the door of the cell opened, and Shiryu of the Rain walked out. The two warships came forward at the same time to unlock Seastone's handcuffs, put his military uniform on Shiryu of the Rain, and lit a cigar for him. During this process, the two officers were trembling. My saber! Shiryu of the Rain took the Thunderstorm Sword from Han Yabao and looked at his saber with a deep gaze. At the same time, he stroked and played with the Thunderstorm Sword as if it was a rare treasure. My old friend, you're finally back. Shiryu of the Rain sighed. At this moment, he didn't feel like a villain at all. Han Yabao and the others even thought that Shiryu of the Rain had turned over a new leaf. After all, he had been in prison for so long. Perhaps, he had reflected on his past crimes and was deeply remorseful. At this moment, Han Yabao and the others gradually comforted themselves and calmed down. They weren't that scared anymore. Lord Shiryu of the Rain, please fight. If you're late, Lord Magellan's life might be in danger. That Shichibukai is too strong. Now, facing the powerful Ling B, if Shiryu of the Rain didn't fight, who could resist him? Shiryu of the Rain and Magellan are known as the two trump cards of Impel Down. Because of the existence of the two of them, Impel Down has the name Iron Wall. Shiryu of the Rain exhaled smoke and slowly said, that Ling Bi who used Fire Fist Ace to trade with the world government for Shichibukai's quota invaded Impel Down? Wasn't he summoned by the world government? Isn't he going to join forces with the naval headquarters to fight against the Whitebeard pirates? Shiryu of the Rain, who can read newspapers, knows the big news of the world. Han Yabao said angrily, that Shichibukai has definitely betrayed us. Shichibukai is a pirate, he can't be trusted. We must keep him in Impel Down from now on. By the way, there are 5 of them. Lord Magellan needs urgent support, Lord Shiryu, please fight. Han Yabao pleaded. I know. Shiryu of the Rain said with a smile. At the same time, she exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Then, he pulled out his saber and slashed Han Yabao's body. Ah! Han Yabao screamed and was sent flying. Then, Shiryu of the Rain slashed at the guards that Han Yabao brought with her. They didn't have time to react. Blood splashed on the spot. 6 lives had been taken with a single slash. 1-hit kill. You. Soon, Han Yabao's clothes were stained with blood and he collapsed on the ground. He was in severe pain and looked at Shiryu of the Rain in horror. He came. The saber was still dripping blood. Han Yabao didn't expect such a thing to happen. At this time, Shiryu of the Rain slashed again. This time, Han Yabao really fell in a pool of blood. Shiryu of the Rain put away his thunderstorm. You're still very sharp, my old friend. With a cruel smile on his face, he walked into the darkness. Chapter 56. Impel Down on the 3rd floor. Ling Bi and the others just arrived here. As for Magellan, he was hit by Ling Bi's sword wave and fell into the darkness of the 2nd floor. They didn't know his situation, but he definitely won't die. But now the key is to go to the 6th floor and find all the people. The monsters on the 6th floor are Ling Bi's target. On the 3rd floor, there are already many Impel Down guards, and all the jailer beasts are here, but not the one that was hit by Weevil before. They looked at Ling Bi and the others who were approaching, and even the jailer beasts were trembling, let alone the others. Although the Impel Down guards have strong defense, but in terms of combat power, except for Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain, the others are garbage. So in dealing with this kind of special emergency, they can't resist at all. Law stepped forward and was about to use the ability of Op Fruit to open the way, but at this time, behind the jailer beasts, a dark purple sword slashed horizontally, sweeping like a broom. What a strong sword energy, is it Shiryu of the Rain? Ling Bi frowned. Obviously, there is no one in the Impel Down who can make this kind of slash except Shiryu of the Rain. However, this slash is aimed at the Impel Down guards. Boom! The ground exploded, and a huge sword energy crushed the ground, directly overturning several layers of bricks on the ground, and including the huge jailer beasts. The Impel Down guards were also sent flying. In the midst of the screams, the slash didn't stop, but continued to rush towards Ling Bi. You want to challenge me, come on. Ling Bi also waved her sword and directly slashed out a thunder snake, and in the midst of lightning and thunder, it hit the opponent's slash. A crescent-shaped slash, and the other a snake-shaped slash. Boom! The 2 slashes collided, and the ground was crushed on the spot. The huge shock wave formed an amazing wind wave that swept in all directions, and the Impel Down guards that just fell were sent flying again. It's really a battle between gods, and mortals suffer. The weak are cannon fodder. The opponent is also a swordsman. They were shocked and barely managed to stay in place in the wind and waves without being forced back. At this moment, a figure dashed forward at high speed, heading towards Ling Bi. It was none other than Shiryu of the Rain. Holding the demonic blade Thunder Rain, he had a confident yet cruel smile on his face. Under observation Haki's perception, Ling Bi also knew that Shiryu of the Rain had arrived. Although she didn't know how he came out, this guy was very powerful. He was one of Ling Bi's recruitment targets. Ling Bi also rushed out. He swung his sword and collided with Shiryu of the Rain's thunderstorm. A unique sound of weapons colliding rang out, accompanied by a gust of wind that spread out in all directions. Ling Bi and Shiryu of the Rain were locked in a stalemate. Both of them could see each other clearly. I'm surprised by your age. I heard that you're a great swordsman? I've only just touched the threshold of this realm. Shiryu of the Rain said with a smile. That smile was very cruel. Shiryu of the Rain seemed to be born with such a ferocious appearance. Just his ferocious appearance alone could frighten many people, not to mention his strength. Great swordsman? That's me, Shiryu of the Rain. I've heard of you for a long time. I wonder if you're interested in joining me? Ling B said with a smile. He suddenly exerted force and pushed Shiryu of the Rain back 3 steps. Join you? I don't know what you have that's worth me joining. Shiryu of the Rain pointed at him with his thunderstorm. Ling B said with a smile, I'm currently lacking manpower to replace Whitebeard and rule the new world. Oh? As a Shichibukai, what's your purpose? Are you here to impel me and recruit subordinates? Ling B said, isn't it obvious? Just one sentence. Are you joining or not? Join? I can cooperate temporarily, but I'll see your potential in the future. Shiryu of the Rain had been abandoned by the world government. Naturally, he was disappointed in the world government. Although it was Han Yabal's decision to let him out this time, Shiryu of the Rain knew Magellan's character very well. It was no surprise that Magellan would let him out temporarily to fight against Ling B and his group. What would happen after that? Of course, he would be sent back to prison. At that time, he would still die. Therefore, there was no need for him to stay in Impel Down. Ling B, who was familiar with the original work, knew what happened to Shiryu of the Rain. This guy was probably the easiest person to take away from Impel Down. In the original work, he was temporarily cooperating with Blackbeard. If Blackbeard succeeded in plundering the shock fruit, the cooperation contract would always be in effect. If he failed, Shiryu of the Rain would probably go on his own. You've made the best choice in your life. Ling B said as he put away Shichibukai. That sword of yours is extraordinary. As a swordsman, Shiryu of the Rain naturally saw the shortcomings of Shichibukai. The standard of a Grandmaster swordsman, the supreme sword. So it's the supreme sword. You've surprised me. By the way, where's Magellan? Did you kill him? Ling B said, he's not dead, but he should be severely injured. It's good that he's still alive. I'll kill him myself, Magellan. Shiryu of the Rain sneered. Ling B said, as you wish. Crazy guy, sneaking into Impel Down and recruiting crew? So, he's going to eternal hell next? Shiryu of the Rain asked curiously. That's right. How interesting. He's so young but so crazy. But I like it. Shiryu of the Rain laughed cruelly. Chapter 57. The 6th floor of Impel Down, Eternal Hell. The huge Eternal Hell was dark, and whispers came from individual cells from time to time, but overall, it was very quiet. Ling B and the others came, but at this time, Ling Bai's team had one more person, Shiryu of the Rain. With Shiryu of the Rain's current combat power, she was second only to Ling Bai's existence. It was a temporary cooperative relationship, but Ling B believed that Shiryu of the Rain would eventually follow him. Finally, they came to Eternal Hell. As the most terrible prison in Impel Down, the strongest criminals were imprisoned here. Which cell is Douglas Bullet, the successor of the devil? Ling B asked Shiryu of the Rain. You want that monster to be your crew? Shiryu of the Rain was surprised. Of course, she felt crazy. But let me remind you first, that guy has the strength not inferior to any New World Emperor. I naturally know. Bullet, once a monster in Roger's Pirates, a natural fighting machine, has the powerful Conqueror's Haki, and now has awakened or will awaken the Devil Fruit ability, as well as the world's top-level physical strength. He is a well-rounded pirate. But it is almost impossible to make Bullet a subordinate, unless he defeats him. However, Ling B thinks that he may be able to make Bullet surrender in the future, as long as he is strong enough, then he can crush him. That's what Roger did. Don't say that Roger has any charisma. Shiryu of the Rain pointed to a direction, which meant that Bullet's cell was in that direction. Who is Bullet? Law and the others were all puzzled. However, Shiryu of the Rain actually said that this Bullet had the strength not inferior to any of the New World Emperors. This shocked the 4 of them except for Weevil, who was not smart enough. In Impel Down, there is such a terrible criminal? The legend of Bullet has been forgotten by the world for 20 years, and the world government has deliberately eliminated all traces of Bullet. A powerful pirate. Ling B just answered. Bullet was known as the worst prisoner in history in the original work, worse than Golden Lion. So one can imagine the horror of Bullet. It is impossible to say that Ling B doesn't want Bullet to be his subordinate, but now Ling B doesn't even have a bounty as a pirate. He is a nobody, and he is only 16 or 17 years old. It is impossible for him to make an old pirate surrender. Wait. Let's start, brothers. Ling B smiled. Van Oka, fire 3 shots at the ceiling, wake up these zombies. Van Oka also understood Ling Bai's meaning. He didn't talk nonsense and directly fired 3 shots to the ceiling. Bang 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 bang. The 3 gunshots echoed in every corner of the cell for nearly 10 seconds. At this moment, all the prisoners were awakened. Hey, what happened? Gunshots. Yes, it's a gunshot. Who is that kid? Hey. That demon Shiryu of the rain is also beside that little devil. What kind of existence is that little devil standing in the middle? Many criminals saw Ling B, and Shiryu of the rain, who was the former head warden of Impel Down, stood beside Ling B, imperceptibly setting off Ling B, who was in the center position. In the eyes of the criminals, Ling B became a mysterious and powerful existence. It seems that you are standing next to me, and you are adding glory to me. Ling Bai's mouth evoked a smile. Shiryu of the rain's position undoubtedly added glory to Ling B, and it also reduced a lot of trouble. At the very least, most of the criminals here were still afraid of Shiryu of the rain. Only a very small number of criminals didn't care about Shiryu of the rain's numbers. Compared to Magellan, Shiryu of the rain was much more terrifying. In the past, Shiryu of the rain would often slaughter criminals to satisfy his killing pleasure. Countless criminals had died directly under his famous sword, Thunderstorm. Shiryu of the rain's fierce name has also spread to every corner of Impel Down. What's your plan? Choose directly from this group of people? Interview them one by one? Shiryu of the rain asked him. Law and the others were also puzzled. Ling B wouldn't do this, right? Am I so superficial? Ling B smiled disdainfully. At this time, many criminals were looking at Ling B. The group of criminals seemed to want to swallow Ling B, and their eyes were bloodshot. They knew that Ling B was definitely someone from the outside, and it was impossible for him to be a criminal here. Eternal Hell was noisy, and all the countless criminals were shouting for Ling B to take them out. Some said that they would give Ling B a lot of gold, some gave 300 million berries, some gave a treasure map, and some gave devil fruit. The pirates here are almost all famous pirates in the New World. They still have some background. Of course, he doesn't know if they can be counted as real pirates. The people here are very smart. Of course, many of them are also thoroughly scum. The scum of scum. Chapter 58. The 6th floor was in an uproar. No one didn't want to leave this place. In Eternal Hell, not everyone was like Bullet, who could persevere and train every day just to leave this place one day. Most people were like the walking dead. Here, there was no fresh air, no delicious food, no beautiful women. There were no women at all. Of course, there was an extremely ugly Black Moon Hunter. No matter how hungry they were, they couldn't do anything to the Black Moon Hunter. Of course, when the Black Moon Hunter was thirsty, she might do something to them. Although the Black Moon Hunter was a woman, she was a famous strong person in Eternal Hell. Take Lao Zi away, Lao Zi doesn't want to stay in this place anymore. Lao Zi, go first. My treasure is in the New World, it's piled up like a mountain. I can give it all to you. The prison cell was in chaos. Many criminals were racking their brains trying to get out. Of course, they also wanted to show their faces to Ling B. Perhaps she would take a liking to them. However, what they didn't know was that the real bosses were still waiting calmly. There were a lot of people, it was impossible to take everyone away, and it wasn't as if they were qualified to be taken away. At this time, the level of these pirates was determined. The real bosses were still biding their time. Ding! Special event triggered to select a crew member. You have the following choices. At this time, the system's voice suddenly sounded. This made Ling B a little surprised. The system's appearance meant that he could get a new reward. A virtual screen also appeared in front of Ling B. Choice 1, let the criminals have a life and death duel, and choose the strongest person to become a crew member. Reward, Dark Red Shockwave, Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Choice 2, choose a crew member directly. Reward, no side effects Paramecia Gold Fruit, Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Obviously, the first choice was what Blackbeard did in the original work. It had to be said that Blackbeard was absolutely a complete madman, a pure evil pirate. Blackbeard, a ruthless person. But it was undeniable that he could reach the top of the world because he was crazy enough and ruthless enough. Although Ling B knew who could take away the second choice, he still chose to ignore the second choice. The reason was that he also wanted to try Blackbeard's method. Anyway, the criminals here were the evilest of evildoers, the scum of scum. So what if they died? Did he pity them because of their cruelty? Moreover, they didn't care about other people's lives. As long as they could use other people's lives to leave this lousy place, none of them would be merciful. Moreover, each of them was more ruthless than the other. Therefore, Ling B chose the first option without hesitation. Selection successful. The reward will be given after the completion of the mission. After she made her choice, Ling B also spoke. Everyone, if you want to leave this lousy place, how about some peace and quiet? Ling B said loudly. Following his words, the criminals quickly quieted down. They had no choice, no one wanted to stay in this place and wait for death. Ling B raised a bunch of keys and said, "These are the keys to all the cells. I know you all want to get out, right?" At this moment, countless criminals were looking at the key in Ling Bai's hand with burning eyes. That was the key to everything. But, scum, since you're all waiting for death here anyway, why don't you have a fight? Whoever can last until the end will be my crew. Follow me and rule the new world. Ling Bai directly called them scum. Moreover, Ling Bai meant that everyone was scum. However, so what if that was the case? So what if they were angry? Does it mean that whoever survives until the end can leave this lousy place? One of the criminals asked loudly, his voice filled with excitement. The eyes of the others were also filled with passion. Even if Ling Bai called them scum, so what? That's right. Ling Bai said. On the other hand, the criminals were excited on the spot. One by one, they clenched their fists. No one knew who was the first to throw a punch, but his fist landed on the back of a criminal's head. This punch directly exploded the criminal's head, causing blood and brain matter to splatter in all directions. However, before the person who threw the first punch could rejoice, his head exploded again. Almost every cell began to crazily and terrifyingly cruel fighting, wailing, screaming, begging for mercy, laughing wildly. No one could imagine how crazy and terrifying a group of criminals who were already insane to begin with were now. In front of the monitor screen, the people watching all of this were scared to death. Inform the naval headquarters. The hand holding the Den Den Mushi was trembling violently, and the words were unclear. The 6th floor. Everything was still going on, but no one stopped it. Interesting kid. In the cell, Bullet's mouth evoked a ferocious smile. The criminal who was in the same cell as him also attacked him. However, his head was exploded by Bullet's punch. Although Bullet's ability was sealed by the sea stone handcuffs, his taijutsu is still at the top level in the world. In this eternal hell, there are not many people who can fight better than him. The frenzied killing was still going on. Luo and the others didn't expect Ling Bai to do this. This is too crazy. At this time, Crocodile was also in prison. I'm going to write the Summit War. I need to give the protagonist a cheat, otherwise, he won't be able to beat the legendary Marines of the old era. Chapter 59. In the naval headquarters, the comprehensive deployment of the war was also completed. The Shichibukai, except for Knight of the Sea Jinbei and Ling Bai, were all waiting. The Tyrant Bear was also there, but only Doflamingo knew that this Tyrant Bear was just a weapon of war, that is, a pacifist. They will play an extremely important role in the process of dealing with this war. The real Tyrant Bear will carry a book with him. There were still 17 hours before the execution time, and it was already night. Ling B didn't appear, which made the naval headquarters very unhappy. Fleet Admiral Sengoku received an emergency notice from Impel Down 10 minutes ago. One of the Shichibukai, Ling B, entered Impel Down during the chaos, slaughtered a large number of criminals, and seriously injured Magellan. Now, she is carrying out a terrifying partner recruitment operation in Eternal Hell. Among the group of vicious criminals, she is using the form of a life and death duel to select the most powerful criminal as a crew member. And Shiryu of the Rain is already under Ling Bai's command? Now this recruitment operation is still in progress. Something big has happened. Sengoku's breathing also became rapid, and his whole body trembled slightly. The incident at Impel Down was beyond his expectations, and he had never thought that something like this would happen. They had even considered Whitebeard's attack on Impel Down, but Sengoku had never thought that the incident at Impel Down was actually caused by the new Shichibukai, who had opened up a path for them without any prior knowledge. The 6th floor, Eternal Hell, holds terrible criminals who are enough to plunge the world into terror and chaos. As the Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku also knows what will happen. It was already night, and he was the only one in the Fleet Admiral's office. He was the only one who knew about the emergency notice of Impel Down. What should we do? Sengoku was frightened. Now the battleships monitoring the Whitebeard pirates are all destroyed, and the Whitebeard pirates have already entered the first half of the Grand Line, and it was only yesterday. Where are they now? Are they in the sea near the naval headquarters? Or are they ready to attack the naval headquarters overnight? In New World, a terrifying incident happened today. Near the passage to the Fishman Island, or even in the Eastern Sea near the New World Mariejois branch, a huge battle broke out between the Red Hair Pirates and the Beasts Pirates. The war almost reached the G1 Marine Division. The world is already at a critical moment. The 3 pirate emperors are on the move. Tonight, no one in the entire naval headquarters slept. The Whitebeard pirates may have been lurking near the naval headquarters, or they will attack the naval headquarters tonight, or... But at this time, something happened in Impel Down. It's impossible for the naval headquarters to send high-level combat power to suppress Impel Down's turmoil at this time. Moreover, even if they send a Marine Admiral, it's not enough to suppress Impel Down's Eternal Hell. In that place, there are several criminals that require the combat power of an Admiral to suppress. Moreover, several criminals means that at least 2 Admirals are needed to fight them to a draw, but to suppress them, all Admirals are needed. Back then, Bullet had joined forces with Garp. However, according to the intelligence, Bullet had never stopped his physical training for the past 20 years. Therefore, his physical functions had never deteriorated. In fact, he was even stronger than he was back then. In addition to Bullet, there are other criminals who are worse. Shiryu of the Rain rebelled. Why did Shiryu of the Rain follow that kid? She was disappointed with the world government. So, she followed that kid. Time passed by. Half an hour later, the resourceful General Sengoku still couldn't think of any solution. It was impossible for naval headquarters to send a high-level combatant to Impel Down, because at this critical juncture, there were still more than 10 hours left before the public execution. Even if they were to go back and forth to Impel Down, with the warship's fastest sailing speed, it would still take nearly 20 hours to go back and forth from Impel Down. Therefore, the naval headquarters can't do anything. Going to Impel Down means giving up naval headquarters, staying in naval headquarters means giving up Impel Down. They can only choose one of the two. A minute later, Sengoku connected to the world government's Den Mushi. Sengoku immediately reported this matter to Kong. Kong was silent. 2 minutes later, Kong rushed to the residence of the 5 elders to report. Kong felt confused because he was the one who first agreed to let Ling B enter Impel Down. Something happened, that kid. At that time, I felt that there was something wrong with him. Is this the purpose of that kid? Taking advantage of the chaos to enter Impel Down. The combat power of the naval headquarters is not allowed to leave naval headquarters, otherwise, if naval headquarters collapses, the next target will be the Holy Land of Mariejois. The Holy Land of Mariejois must not be allowed to have any accidents. It's ridiculous that we were actually fooled by that kid. Kong was nervous, Lord Five Elders, then we, the world government, will send troops to Impel Down. Before Kong could finish his words, the old man with the sword was the first to interrupt him. The troops of the Holy Land of Mariejois are not allowed to leave. This is the place where the descendants of God live. If the upper realm is in chaos because of what happened in the lower realm, then something will happen in the upper realm. The Holy Land of Mariejois will not allow similar things to happen again. Another old man also said, the Holy Land of Mariejois must be absolutely safe. Then what about Impel Down? Kong was furious, but he could only suppress his anger in the face of the 5 leaders in front of him. There are many terrible criminals in Impel Down. If they return to this world, what's the difference between them and the undead returning to the mortal world from hell? Isn't the world facing a huge disaster? We are thinking of a solution. Kong, do your own thing, don't doubt our decision. Chapter 60. In the naval headquarters, the lights were on. In the Admiral's office, Sengoku, Garp, Crane, and the 3 admirals were all present. They were the highest echelons of the naval headquarters. Of course, the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, who had a high reputation, was not present. Sengoku also told them about the incident in the Impel Down. At this moment, everyone's face was dignified, even Akainu, who used to have a hot temper, was the same. The high-level people's mood was more dignified than the other, and even their anger was overshadowed. Obviously, people who can reach their level think more complicated problems. Naval headquarters and Impel Down, they can only choose one of them. However, if they let it go, another terrible pirate group will rise. As long as Ling Bai takes away a few of the most powerful criminals in Impel Down, then the strength of Ling Bai's pirate group will soon reach the level of a pirate emperor. At that time, the Whitebeard pirates will be eradicated, but a new powerful pirate group will rise. That kid, what is his purpose? Akainu was definitely the angriest one in the audience. He upholds absolute justice. For Impel Down, what he wanted to do was to eliminate all the criminals, but the way they did it was to imprison them. Now that something has happened, what will happen if those monsters follow Ling Bai? Kizaru, do you think those monsters will follow an unknown little pirate? Right now, Ling Bai was indeed a nobody. Garp, do you think that kid is an ordinary kid? He is probably the strongest among the Shichibukai. Garp was in a bad mood, but as a marine, he has a firm responsibility to himself. Akainu, Rain Shiryu is a traitor. There are not many people stronger than Rain Shiryu in Impel Down. Crane shook her head, soon, those monsters. She didn't dare to imagine what will happen in the future. We can only wait for the decision from above. The time to go back and forth between naval headquarters and Impel Down doesn't allow us to attack. That kid really knows how to pick the time. I'm worried about Magellan. Sengoku was uneasy. He knew that Magellan was an extremely responsible person. He will never allow those criminals to leave Impel Down, unless they step over his dead body. So Magellan. On the other side, Impel Down's 6th floor. The monitor was not destroyed. Ling Bai did this on purpose, but in fact, the bloody scene of the Impel Down made even the monitoring Den Mushi not dare to look at it. This group of snails was scared. Hell is a terrible place. More and more people died, more and more people died, more and more crazy and cruel. However, there were fewer and fewer people who were still alive. Some of the people in the cells had even died. In order to survive until the end, almost everyone had done their best. As for those who didn't try their best, they didn't have to use all their strength, they didn't. Bullets punches would explode ahead. The scene this time was much worse than in the original work. In the original work, there were many criminals who escaped from Impel Down, but at this time, Ling Bai saw countless corpses covering the floor of the prison. The original work couldn't show such a bloody scene, but in Ling Bai's reality, the bloody scene was incisively and vividly. In the end, everyone who was still standing was familiar to Ling Bai. In the original work, Blackbeard took away 4 criminals, San Juan Wolf, Black Moon Hunter, Wine Pot, and Evil Tyrant. To Ling Bai's surprise, Crocodile was also there. Ling Bai remembered that some time ago, he was defeated by Straw Hat Luffy and was finally imprisoned. At this time, he was covered in blood, but it was obviously not his blood. The other person was Crocodile's strongest subordinate, Mr. 1, a man with paramecia ability, who could turn his whole body into a knife. Ling B asked Van Oka to unlock Seastone's handcuffs for Evil Tyrant and the others. The people here were all extremely evil and had done countless bad things. However, Ling B was short of people. Moreover, Ling B was not afraid of them. In terms of strength, they were no match for Ling B. As long as Ling B was strong enough, he could completely suppress them. In this world, strength was everything. The weak would always submit to the strong. The San Juan wolf was a giant imprisoned in the largest cell. On the surface, this guy looked like a simple-minded person, more like a fool than Weevil. However, his true identity was a sinful existence that the world government had no choice but to erase all traces of his history. Then, Ling B walked to Crocodile's cell. "You're living a pretty good life, Crocodile." Ling B smiled. "My life is barely okay. I heard that you're the one who replaced me? You're the new Shichibukai?" Crocodile said. "Yes." Ling B threw the key in, which was the key to unlock his Seastone handcuffs and ankle cuffs. Crocodile easily caught the key. When the Seastone handcuffs and ankle cuffs fell, a burst of yellow sand swept up with Crocodile as the center. A thick cloak condensed from sand appeared on Crocodile's body. It was the same as his previous clothes, but it was a prisoner's uniform inside. "How about it, are you interested in joining me? Let's go to Naval Headquarters." Ling B invited. "Kill Whitebeard? Or become a dog for the world government? Or set up a new powerful pirate group?" Crocodile's right hand turned into a sand blade and cut open the lock of the cell, and then he walked out of the cell. At this time, where was the embarrassment of being a prisoner? He was no better than when he was in Alabasta. "Of course, I'm going to kill Whitebeard and make the world government my dog." Ling B smiled, and Crocodile's face showed surprise at first, then relief. "Crazy guy. I'm going to Naval Headquarters and kill that old man. Then, I'll kill the Straw Hat Kid. Therefore, we have the same goal and coincide with each other." Chapter 61. On the other side, the King of Misrule and the rest had all been released from their shackles. After being imprisoned for so many years, there was not a day that these lunatics did not dream of getting out. "So that's our captain." The King of Misrule laughed. "To be honest, I want to be the captain too." He was a man who coveted supreme power. Shiryu of the Rain reminded him, "He's a grandmaster swordsman. I don't think you can beat him. He may be young, but don't treat him like a kid." Grandmaster swordsman. The King of Misrule and the rest were shocked. They did not expect Ling B to be a grandmaster swordsman at such a young age. A grandmaster swordsman represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship, which was the strongest combat power in this world. Even though they were once famous in the New World, they could not underestimate Ling B now. The King of Misrule laughed. "Shiryu of the Rain, I didn't expect you to join him. It's just a temporary cooperation. If the plan fails, I may have to stay in the New World alone. I wonder what the plan is." The Black Moon Hunter's smile was ugly and scary, like an old witch. "Replace Whitebeard and rule the New World," Luo reminded. Then, everyone was shocked. "Crazy. But I like it. That old fart, I've been annoyed with him for a long time." "That's right. If he succeeds, he will step on Whitebeard's corpse and become a legend." On the other side, in front of Bullet's cell, Ling B threw the key in. "You don't need me to unlock it for you." Bullet was sitting on the bench. There were already 3 prisoners on the ground. They seemed to be dead. "Hee, little brat, you're quite brave." Bullet laughed. "I've heard a lot about a legendary monster like you," Ling B said. "Fusion BD, long time no see." When Crocodile passed by, he naturally saw Bullet. Bullet was a paramecia fusion fruit user. After awakening his ability, he could fuse everything into a terrifying monster. It could be said that he had the power of God. "Sha Crocodile, I didn't expect you to be here too." Bullet sneered. Lesha mocked, "Compared to you who's been in prison for almost 20 years, I've only been here for a month." Bullet didn't say anything, but he had a sinister smile on his face. His gaze was fixed on Ling Bi. Ling Bi said, "How about we go to the naval headquarters and witness the beginning of a new era? Take my ship to naval headquarters? Currently, only my ship is outside. Of course, there may be other warships later." One more person meant one more power. Especially Bullet, who was one of the world's top fighters, could make naval headquarters tremble just by standing beside him. New era? Do you think Whitebeard will die? Bullet asked in surprise. It's normal to die when you care about something so boring. Ling Bi said sarcastically. She was saying that Whitebeard cared about his so-called family. Talking about feelings in this world, even if you stand at the top, you will be pulled down from the top. What's more, who can the people of the Whitebeard pirates be? If he hadn't come, he would still be one of the overlords of the New World. But since he had come to the first half of the Grand Line, there was no ship in the new era that could carry him. Interesting. Bullet laughed, and Ling Bi walked away. A guy like Bullet will go if he wants to. After all, his level is too high, and there are not many people in the world who can fight better than him. But Ling Bi felt that Bullet will go to naval headquarters. In the next cell, Ling Bi didn't say anything and just threw a key in. At this time, a huge piece of ice was breaking, and an old man was frozen inside the ice. One of the great pirates of the old era, a Paramecia ability user with the Momo fruit, World Destroyer Burndy World. Ability users can expand any object or power by several times. After throwing a key in, Ling Bi walked into the darkness. According to Shiryu of the Rain, Red Earl is in the deepest cell. He is the oldest criminal here, and many people in Eternal Hell may not know his existence. Ling Bi casually threw a key in as well. "Old man, can you still move? Remember me, the new Emperor of the Sea in the future, the man who will replace Whitebeard. My name is Ling Bi." Ling Bi said. Although he hadn't succeeded yet, he had a feeling that he would definitely succeed in devising a strategy. Now, he is much stronger than Blackbeard, who didn't get the shock fruit. In the darkness, Ling Bi couldn't see Red Earl's real face, but observation Haki's perception let him know that Red Earl is sitting with his back against the wall, like an old monk in meditation. When Ling Bi threw the temporary key in, the Red Earl opened his sharp eyes. Red Earl and Bullet are the two strongest criminals in Impel Down. Although Red Earl may be neglected because of his long history, he is an existence who relied on physical skills to reach the top. Garp is a junior in front of him. Chapter 62. The three strongest people in Impel Down Eternal Hell are the Red Earl Baloric Leadfield, the heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet, and the World Destroyer Burndy World. If you count Golden Lion, who has escaped from prison, there are a total of 4 of them. Among them, Burndy has the Momo fruit. In the past, he had developed the Devil fruit to 100-fold increase. His strength was so strong that Marine and the world government were extremely afraid of him. Because of the betrayal of celestial dragons and his companions, he was accidentally imprisoned in Impel Down. There is no doubt that Ling Bi wants to release them, and all the other prisoners will die. At this time, Law and the others were already waiting for Ling Bi, and Ling Bi came back after throwing the key to the Red Earl. "She's here." The Black Moon Hunter looked at Ling Bi with great interest. She looks like an old witch, but not only is she ugly, but she is also quite scary. However, she is extremely powerful. Being able to kill everyone in a cell of dozens of people without any injuries is proof of her powerful strength. The Black Moon Hunter, Zoan Magical Beast Hound Dog Fruit 9 Tails Fox Form Ability User. Ling Bi knows that she has the ability to imitate and can turn into anyone, regardless of whether it is a man or a woman. On the 6th floor of Impel Down, all the prisoners have a bounty of 100 million berries or are extremely powerful. For example, Crocodile has a bounty of 80 million berries, but his strength is far from being measured by this bounty. "We should all call you Captain, right?" The Black Moon Hunter sighed. "It's really scary. You're so young, yet you're already a great swordsman? In addition, you're also a powerful ability user?" "Captain, sir, you can call me whatever you want." "Black Moon Hunter, I know you, you're a woman who is even more evil than an ant." Ling Bi stared at the Black Moon Hunter and said, "But I remind you, don't imitate my woman, otherwise, I will stew you and throw you to the dogs. Thinking that the Black Moon Hunter can casually turn into a person, Ling Bi had to be prepared. If she had any bad taste, wouldn't he vomit to death? Haha, don't worry, I only like women. The Black Moon Hunter laughed. The evil ruler laughed and said, in the entire prison, even if the Black Moon Hunter were to strip naked, none of the prisoners would have any desire for her. She's just too ugly. Evil King, do you want to die? Ling Bi, the looks of the entire pirate group have been dragged down by you, but their strength has passed. Welcome to join us, scum of scum. Ling Bi stared at them and said, from today onwards, I will be your captain. First of all, listen to any of my orders. Of course, I won't be harsh on you. Also, I'm stronger than any of you. I hope all of you will keep this in mind. I know. Haha, are we finally leaving this damned place? 10 minutes later, with Ling Bi leading the way, a group of people walked up the stairs. There were a total of 10 people, and all of them were powerful existences. Of course, the strongest was still Ling Bi. As the captain, this was also a must. On the other side, after Ling Bi and the others left, the hero of the sea, Jinbei, walked out of the cell. He was watching Ling Bi in the dark. What he wanted to do most was to kill Ling Bi. This criminal was the culprit who triggered the war that swept the entire age of pirates. What terrible things will happen after this, Jinbei didn't dare to imagine. Ling Bai's behavior of recruiting partners just now made Jinbei's heart tremble. He knew that even if it was a sneak attack, he might not be able to get any benefits. At the same time, from the deepest cell, a skinny old man walked out. Although he looked thin and weak, he gave off a very strong feeling. The high hero Jinbei naturally saw him. That strong aura made the high hero Jinbei's heart tremble. Who is he? He's so strong, even his sharp eyes can scare me. In another cell in the distance, a rough voice shook the entire 6th floor. Celestial dragons, damn you! World government! Damn you! Go to hell! Burndy World woke up from the ice and roared. This roar made Jinbei's scalp tingle. What an amazing guy! The 6th floor was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. God knows what kind of terrible existence was locked up there. Finally, another person came out. It was Bullet. He kicked the iron bars of the cell violently. Hey, it's time to move my body. The bones in Bullet's body creaked and the muscles on his back exploded. He was filled with power. Taijutsu, Conqueror's Haki, Devil Fruit ability. He was a well-rounded pirate. He was second only to Roger in the Roger Pirates and was called a monster by the crew. Bullet. Hero of the Sea almost trembled. Even if he did not recognize the two men earlier, it was impossible that he did not recognize Bullet. After Roger's death, Bullet had turned the world upside down. In the end, he was defeated by Garp and Sengoku. Before that, the world government had even launched a Buster Call. He was the only pirate who was suppressed by Buster Call. What the hell did that demon do? What will happen to the world when a pirate of this level returns to the world? Ling Bi was the demon in Hero of the Sea's eyes. Hero of the Sea was uneasy. He yearned for peace and hoped that this world would become better. However, it turned out that this kind of thing was impossible. Oh! Lonely Crimson! Oh right, I forgot your name. I thought you were dead. Haha! Bullet laughed when he saw the Red Earl walking over. Red Earl looked at him coldly. He was called Red of Solitude. He disdained to be with anyone and rarely spoke. Red Earl. Hero of the Sea's body unconsciously trembled a few times. Red of Solitude was another name of Red Earl. He was the only man who defeated the former Marine Fleet Admiral Kong. He was once on par with Whitebeard and Roger. He was famous during Roger's era, but he disappeared during his peak period. No one seemed to know where he went. Dead? Or living in seclusion? Hero of the Sea didn't expect him to be here. Although he hadn't seen him in person, the name of Red Earl was once famous throughout the New World. You're not as strong as before, are you? Maybe I can kill you right here. Bullet said confidently. Kid, you're not qualified to be my opponent. Red Earl said coldly. He had never been defeated before. He was caught by Garp because he was exhausted after fighting Kong for 10 days. It could be said that he was unlucky. Interesting. Bullet shook his head and laughed. You're still so arrogant, Red of Solitude. On the other side, Burndy World also came out. The old man recognized the Red Earl at first glance. Of course, he did not take Bullet seriously. That was because when he was active, Bullet was just a kid. What time is it now? Barolik Leadfield. World had been frozen for 30 years and did not know what time it was. However, the aging Red Earl gave him a bad feeling. The Great Age of Pirates. The Red Earl said. What era is the Great Age of Pirates? I've only heard of Roger's era and Rock's era. I'm not sure either. The Red Earl shook his head and then closed his mouth. Hero of the Sea, Jinbei, saw the three of them and could only tremble. Chapter 63. Ding. Mission completed. Rewards issued, Dark Red Shockwave, Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Following the system's voice, Ling B immediately felt 2 new powers being born in his body, and a related message appeared in his mind. Conqueror's Haki is finally complete, and they're all Advanced Conqueror's Haki. The Emperors of the New World are all Masters of Conqueror's Haki. Their Conqueror's Haki should be of this level. Conqueror's Haki, a symbol of status. End. Dark Red Shockwave. What is this? Could it be the upgraded version of Sengoku's Buddha Shockwave? Ling B was suspicious. He already had the upgraded version of Kizaru's Sparkling Fruit, and now he had obtained the power of a shockwave. The word shockwave reminded Ling B of Sengoku's Golden Shockwave. As one of the legendary marine from the old era, Sengoku's shockwave did not appear many times in the original work, but it was quite amazing. If Blackbeard did not have the shock fruit, he might not have been able to resist Sengoku's shockwave attack. Let's try this power first. Next, the group walked up. They estimated that in another hour, they would be able to leave Impel Down, and then pass through the Gate of Justice. In terms of time, they would be able to reach Marineford just as the Summit War broke out. Impel Down was not as chaotic as Luffy's in the original work. It looked peaceful, and only the first, second, and sixth levels were in trouble. However, it was not like the original work where a large group of criminals escaped in chaos. Instead, many criminals died. Everything seemed very peaceful. However, when the criminals from the 3rd to 5th levels saw Ling B and the others, they all clamored for Ling B to take them away. Ling B had also just obtained a new power. Dark Red Shockwave. As expected, it was the upgraded version of Sengoku's Shockwave. Of course, Ling B did not need to transform into a Buddha. Instead, when he used the Dark Red Shockwave, his entire body would release a beautiful dark red halo, giving off a rather mysterious feeling. Moreover, when the shockwave was released, it would be accompanied by a dark red halo. She looked beautiful and powerful at the same time. The shockwave was similar to the shockwave released by Sengoku. It could be released with both hands, or with one hand. Of course, it could also be released with the feet. Ling Bai's strength was already quite good, so the shockwave was able to unleash a powerful force on him. The development of abilities was based on one's own strength. For example, Blackbeard in the original work was very strong. So, when he got the shock fruit, he didn't even need to develop it. He could directly destroy the naval headquarters with one punch. It seemed to be similar to the power of Whitebeard's shock fruit. The display of the new ability surprised them, but they didn't think much about it. The red flash and dark red shockwave were similar in color. They were just two different types of abilities. In essence, it was still a devil fruit ability. Just like Magellan's purple venom and red poison giant soldier. The new member, Winepot, said in surprise, Captain's ability is Paramecia. It looks really powerful. Indeed. The Black Moon Hunter and the Evil Ruler also agreed. Ling Bai's shockwave was released, and dozens of criminals were instantly blown away. A shockwave penetrated the space, and at the same time, part of the shockwave crushed the ground, which immediately shattered into pieces. It was obvious that the power was quite strong. At the same time, the Black Moon Hunter and the others could also see that Ling Bai's shockwave was just casually released by him. It was not an ultimate ability. What ability does Paramecia have? It looks like Sengoku's Buddha shockwave. I was also caught by Sengoku. Wine Pot laughed. He still remembered the shockwave clearly. It was just that the color of Ling Bai's shockwave was different. Many of the criminals on the 6th floor were either caught by Sengoku or Garp, and the admirals. Do you want to experience it? Ling Bai turned around and smiled at him. Haha, I don't want to. Wine Pot quickly shook his head. Ling Bai was stronger than him, and he didn't want to be beaten by him. When they arrived at the 4th floor, there were no longer any Impel Down guards blocking their way. Even if they came, they would be cannon fodder. Even if Magellan came, he would have to kneel. On the 4th floor, Leisure released his most powerful subordinate, Mr. 1. It has to be said that several of Leisha's subordinates have very good devil fruit abilities, such as Mr. 1's devil fruit, which can turn the whole body into a blade as hard as steel, Mr. 3's wax fruit, and Mr. 3's exploding fruit, which can make the dirt on his body into a powerful bomb. It's just that their talents didn't let these devil fruits reach their full potential. It just so happened that the first 2 people were in Impel Down. Considering that Leisha will be under his command in the future, Ling Bai also helped to find Mr. 3. So when they arrived at the 3rd floor, Ling Bai's team had 2 more people. I don't want to see Magellan, I miss him. Shiryu of the Rain smiled at the monitoring Den Den Mushi. In other words, she can be seen by the monitoring Den Den Mushi. Shiryu of the Rain's fierceness made the Den Den Mushi afraid, not to mention the people in the monitoring room. On the other side, Magellan had already fainted. Previously, when the guards had urgently notified the naval headquarters, they had told them that Magellan was seriously injured and unconscious. Ling Bai's final attack had directly slashed him from his right shoulder to his left waist, leaving a huge and shocking wound. Even his internal organs had almost fallen out, so he would not be able to get out of bed for a short period of time. Isn't it better not to encounter him? I don't want to face that monster's venom. Black Moon Hunter said with lingering fear. It's not that Magellan is strong, but that venom is terrifying. Even if you don't die, you will be severely tortured. Many criminals on the 6th floor have experienced it before. He's coming, let's kill him together, and hang his head at the gate of Impel Down. Evil King said. Ling Bai, don't talk nonsense, we are in a hurry. When we arrive at the naval headquarters, Whitebeard will be dead. Along the way, no one stopped them, and of course, no one could stop them. Soon, they arrived at the gate of Impel Down. However, at this time, Ling Bai's ship has been destroyed, and the wreckage of the ship is in the sea outside the gate. Moreover, at this time, in the sea in front of them, countless sea kings are showing their heads, and they are boiling in the sea. At a glance, the vast sea is filled with sea kings. Chapter 64. Our ship was destroyed. Law said with a frown. Hawkins said, how do we get to Impel Down this time? At this time, only the wreckage of Ling Bai's ship was left on the surface of the sea after the bombardment. Moreover, it was still shaking in the sea caused by the sea kings. No one knew when it would sink. Marine or someone from Impel Down came up and blew up our ship. Ling Bai could only think of these 2 reasons for the aftermath of the bombardment. Then how do we get out of this damn place? San Juan Wolf said with a blank face. The others were also a little confused, but Ling Bai and the others were still very calm. Moreover, this group of sea kings actually showed up. What happened? It's just a bombardment of a ship. It's impossible for them to all come out of their nests in the deep sea. Black Moon Hunter said. In front of them, there was only a dense group of sea kings eyeing them covetously. People from the world government were here. Shiryu of the Rain, who had worked in Impel Down for many years, told them the reason. He was very clear about everything here, including the Sea King's nests. People from the world government were here. Everyone was surprised. Ling Bai said, that's normal. The world government and naval headquarters have already been informed about Impel Down. However, they don't dare to send people to suppress us now. With our overall combat strength, naval headquarters wouldn't dare to send at least 2 or 3 of their highest combat strength. Plus, that guy Bullet, how would naval headquarters dare to come out at this critical time? Shiryu of the Rain also smiled, In addition, those cowards from the world government don't even dare to take half a step away from Mariejois. It's even more impossible for them to send out high-level combatants. If Mariejois' defense ability drops, who knows what will happen at this time? So, they can only play small tricks. Evil Governance King guessed, so, the captain deliberately chose this critical time to cause trouble in Impel Down. Ha ha ha. Isn't it obvious? Everyone laughed. At this time, Shiryu of the Rain said, on the world government's side, there's a scientist who claims to be 500 years ahead of the world, Vegapunk. Have you heard of him? Everyone nodded. Shiryu of the Rain continued, Impel Down is built in the nest of the Sea Kings. It is known as the Iron Wall of Impel Down. Not only is the construction material very thick, but it is also harder than steel. On the outside, even if a Sea King were to crash into it, it would be difficult to leave a mark on the outer wall. Furthermore, this is the nest of the Sea Kings, where an unimaginable number of ferocious Sea Kings are hibernating. Vegapunk had invented a drug that could make the Sea Kings here go berserk for a few days. In addition, the bottom of the warship was coated with a drug that the Sea Kings did not want to come into contact with. The Sea Kings would not approach them either. That's why the warships came here and sprinkled that drug, causing the Sea Kings to riot. This way, we won't be able to leave and will be trapped in Impel Down for a few days. When the war ends, the naval headquarters will be able to rush here to suppress us. I have to say, the world government's calculations are very good this time. Unless we have a warship, we won't be able to leave. The world government is not to be trifled with. The evil king and the others were very afraid of the world government. After all, they were imprisoned by the world government. Ling B looked at Shiryu of the Rain and said, so, the warship shouldn't have gone far, right? What do you want to do? Shiryu of the Rain asked suspiciously, do you want to steal the warship? But we can't see the warship and we don't know how far it is from here. Unless you can fly over and steal the warship, we can only stay here. Fly? Of course I can fly. Ling B said and flew up, looking down at Shiryu of the Rain and the others. Captain can fly. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that in this world, not many people could fly, unless they had a special ability. For example, Golden Lion had the ability to fly tens of thousands of meters in the sky without a problem. Van Oka, look in which direction is the warship. After hearing Ling Bai's words, Van Oka looked into the distance with his lenses. His vision range, or rather, his special perception ability, could span several kilometers. He was a natural-born super sniper. As long as the target was within 5 kilometers, he could calculate the position of the target. The warship is in that position, Captain. 1 minute later, Van Oka pointed at the 10 o'clock direction of the Impel Down gate. It's about 4 kilometers away. I don't know how many warships there are. Ling Bai did not say anything and was about to fly to that area. However, when he saw the Sea Kings peeping at him from below, he realized that this area was densely packed with Sea Kings. The turbulent seawater looked like it was about to erupt into a terrifying tsunami. I was worried that Conqueror's haki would be useless. In that case, Captain, what do you want to do? The Black Moon Hunters were puzzled. Everyone could only see Ling Bai hovering 30 meters above the sea. At this height, a Sea King could easily jump out of the sea and swallow Ling Bai. At this moment, Ling Bai's clothes fluttered. An invisible aura was quickly generated. Then, with Ling Bai as the center, it exploded. The spherical Conqueror's haki region rapidly expanded, and the enormous aura crushed in all directions. A huge crater was formed in the trembling seawater, and many Sea Kings' heads were directly crushed. Even more Sea Kings were knocked unconscious by the terrifying aura, completely losing their consciousness and sinking to the bottom of the sea. In addition, there were red lightning bolts that tore countless cracks in space. Ling Bai, who was in the center of Conqueror's haki, was like a god descending to the mortal world. It was daunting. All the Sea Kings felt Conqueror's haki and trembled on the spot. They, who were rioting, were also frightened. Not long after, they disappeared. I thought you guys were ferocious. Ling Bai sneered. At the same time, he retracted Conqueror's haki. Everything returned to normal. Then, he flew at high speed to the area where the warships were. Only Shiryu of the Rain and the others were left in shock. That brat actually has such a powerful conqueror's haki. With this conqueror's foundation, I'm willing to call him one of the top existences in the world. Bullet and the others had arrived. The three of them were Bullet, the Red Earl, and World Destroyer. Chapter 65. The three great pirates arrived at the gate of Impel Down together. Of course, they were only together temporarily. After all, this was the only way out. The appearance of the three of them made Shiryu of the Rain sweat. Especially the evil tyrant, who had been in Impel Down for a long time. They knew who Bullet and the others were. They were all big shots, the strongest people in eternal hell. As for Crocodile, although he was not afraid of Bullet, the Red Earl, who was walking at the back, scared him. The Red Earl was a legendary Zonghai pirate. Few people knew about him now. When Crocodile was very young, he had heard the legendary story of the Red Earl. Monsters have come out. Shiryu of the Rain smoked a cigar on the spot. Bullet and the other two were all great pirates who once sailed the sea, especially the Red Earl. Although those legends were things from a long time ago, even thinking about his deeds now was enough to frighten people. That kid just now, what level of conqueror's haki did he use? The taciturn Red Earl spoke. He also had a powerful conqueror's haki, especially the observation haki, which he was born with. He could hear the voices of countless people from a young age and saw the ugly side of people's hearts. Therefore, he was unwilling to associate with anyone since then. Who else could it be? Bullet sneered. That kid said he wanted to replace Whitebeard? His ambition is not ordinary. I want to see how he can replace Whitebeard. Burndy world, Whitebeard is not dead yet? I have been sleeping for 30 years. I don't know who is still alive and who is dead. Except for Roger's death, it seems that the legend is not dead. I don't know where Golden Lion is hiding. Shiryu of the Rain mentioned. Where did that kid go? Bullet looked around and realized that Ling B was nowhere to be seen. Evil tyrant, he went to rob the warships. Otherwise, we can't leave. On the other side, about 2 minutes after leaving Luo, Ling B, who flew over, found the traces of 5 warships. They were all large warships. At this time, the warships were anchored about 4 kilometers away from Impel Down. On the battleship, each battleship has more than 100 marines, but if naval headquarters wasn't busy dealing with the Whitebeard pirates, each battleship would be equipped with at least 500 marines or even thousands of marines. The world government and the naval headquarters did not send any high-level combatants to suppress Impel Down. They only sent 5 warships to spread a large amount of what Shiryu of the Rain said was a special drug invented by Vegapunk, causing the Sea Kings to riot in the sea area of Impel Down. In this way, Ling B and the others can't escape. They can only be trapped here. When naval headquarters defeats the Whitebeard pirates and takes the heads of Fire Fist Ace and Whitebeard, everything will be settled. Then naval headquarters will attack Impel Down and suppress everyone. This was the 5 elders' plan. To them, this plan was already very good. There wouldn't be any problems. How could they escape from the Sea Kings? They thought too much. However, the 5 elders' plan was doomed to fail. They didn't think that Ling B had the ability to fly. In this world, who could fly across the sea? Aunt Charlotte, who could control thundercloud Zeus, Kaido of the beasts, who could transform into a dragon and ride the clouds, and Golden Lion, who had disappeared for nearly 20 years. It was only the 3 of them. Who were they? One of the top pirates in the world, a mere Ling B? How could they be compared to him? At this time, the 5 battleships were anchored in this sea area. They didn't have to go back now. They just had to wait for the war to end. Naval headquarters would send troops as soon as possible, and their duty was to meet the people from naval headquarters. The criminals who wanted to escape from Impel Down were doomed to be unable to escape. However, at this moment, a member of the World ZF Marine, who was looking through a telescope, saw Ling B flying over. His expression changed drastically. It's Shichibukai Ling B. It's that traitor. The officer shouted in a panic. I want to borrow 2 battleships, is there a problem? Ling B landed on the bow of the ship with a harmless smile on his face. She looked down at the marine soldiers on the warship. Immediately, Ling Bai's appearance caused all the marine soldiers to fall into a state of panic and uneasiness. No matter which Shichibukai it was, they were no match for him. This was a fact. Moreover, Shichibukai had the power to kill them in an instant. The moment they drew their guns, Shichibukai could have killed them. Before the Marines could even pull out their guns, 5 of them who had just touched their guns had their hands pierced through by the red light, leaving a ghastly bloody hole in their hands. The 5 of them howled in agony on the spot, causing the others to sink into an even more torturous state of fear. Resistance will only cause you endless pain, or you'll just become a corpse. Ling Bai looked down at them and laughed. After that, no one dared to pull out their guns. How about we borrow 2 warships? Who's in charge here? None of you want to die, right? Everyone was sweating in fear. No one was afraid of death, especially since they didn't have to fight in the naval headquarters and face the monster Whitebeard. This made them feel that this was the luckiest thing in their lives. Not having to fight meant that they wouldn't have to die. That was what almost everyone thought. 10 minutes later, 2 automatic warships sailed towards the entrance of the Impel Down. The sea was calm at this time. Nowadays, all the warships in the world could rely on the latest technology to sail in the calm belt, so there was no problem at all. The warships weren't slow either. Nearly an hour later, the 2 warships appeared in the field of vision of Shiryu of the Rain. I thought he would sneak away, haha. World Destroyer laughed heartily. So this is the kid who threw me a key. 1 warship could fit more than a dozen people present. However, Ling Bai asked for an extra warship, which was naturally for Bullet and the others. Now, Ling Bai still needed Bullet and the others' strength in the future, so he wanted to make friends with them. As expected, Bullet and the other 2 came up. This was the first time Ling Bai saw the Red Earl. This old man was at least 80 or 90 years old. Although he looked old, he didn't give off the feeling that he had 1 foot in the grave. He was indeed worthy of being called a top expert. Are you giving me a warship, kid? Bullet said loudly. Ling Bai looked at him. Bullet, do you want to go to the Marine headquarters to witness history? Oh? Speaking of which, I really want to meet Garp and Sengoku. A cruel smile appeared on Bullet's face. Seeing his smile, Ling Bai knew that they were going to travel with the crazy Bullet. As expected, the Red Earl and World Destroyer didn't travel with them. 10 minutes later, the warship left the area. San Juan Wolf, don't move, don't sink the ship. The Black Moon Hunter scolded. The San Juan Wolf's body was quite huge. His nickname was Giant Warship. On the warship, as long as he moved, the warship would sink. I'll try my best. The San Juan Wolf said embarrassedly. He looked even more naive than Weevil, but at the same time, he was more dangerous than Weevil. Ling Bai and the others officially set off to the naval headquarters. The warship was sailing in the direction of the Gate of Justice, which was the closest route to the Gate of Justice. At this moment, it was already the wee hours of the night. In terms of time, if nothing unexpected happened, they could reach their destination in time. Chapter 66. At the same time, Ling Bai was at 2 o'clock. Naval headquarters, the lights were on. At this time, no one in naval headquarters was sleeping, and no one could sleep. Fleet Admiral's office. Sengoku listened to the report from Marine and Impel Down, which was the report from the officer who robbed the 2 battleships. Sengoku almost accidentally crushed the Den Den Mushi in his hand because of panic and anger. It's all out. Sengoku's face was sweating profusely, and his body was trembling uncontrollably due to his anger. At this time, in the Fleet Admiral's office, the 3rd Admiral and Crane were there. The report from Den Den Mushi made Akainu and the others present feel gloomy. Even Kizaru, who has always been lazy, realized the seriousness of the matter. What does that BD want to do? Sengoku slammed his palm on the desk, causing cracks to appear on it. Even Bai Yang, who was beside him, jumped in fright. Sengoku, who has always been calm and graceful, lost his composure. Akainu said coldly, we should have known that the Shichibukai can't be trusted. They enjoy the privileges given by the world government and do all kinds of evil things that are no different from other pirates. The Shichibukai system has become their umbrella. Crocodile is the best example. A pirate is a pirate. Standing on the opposite side of justice? Crane's face was full of worry. I made a lot of guesses yesterday. That BD used Fire Fist Ace to exchange with the world government for the Shichibukai quota. He used the Shichibukai's convenience to enter Impel Down and then recruited people. Now that he has successfully taken away the most ferocious criminals of Impel Down, what will he do next? Crane clenched his fist and continued, does he want to borrow the hands of naval headquarters to get rid of Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates? Then he will be able to fill the vacant throne of New World. Perhaps except for Akagami, Red Hair, and the other two, no other pirate group can compete with them. Impossible. They don't have the strength to replace the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku directly denied Crane's conjecture. The Whitebeard pirates can't be replaced by a few criminals. He doesn't have the qualifications to sit on the vacant throne. Akainu, I think so too. In today's world, except for the other three pirate emperors, no other pirate group has the strength and power to replace the Whitebeard pirates. Even if he released a few terrible criminals such as Bullet, those arrogant existences at the top of the world, how can they surrender to a mere kid? So, Staff Crane, you're thinking too much. Moreover, we will never allow that kid to rise up. Once we get rid of Whitebeard, I will personally lead the army's ERs. Hang his body in Sabaody Archipelago to deter all the pirates who come and go. Akainu's SSS captains SSSS. I'm just worried. After all, that brat's strength is too strange, we have no idea how strong he is, and it's said that he's a powerful ability user. Captains SSSS. Staff Crane, you're too tired, you're thinking too much. Pay attention. That kind of thing should never happen. In fact, Akainu was also uneasy. The naval headquarters' worries also spread to Holy Land Mariejois. Even the five elders were worried. Unexpectedly, we were too careless. How can he fly? I didn't think of it at all. Bullet, Red Earl, and Burndy have all escaped. Their escape from prison is unimaginable. What will the consequences be? What should we do? Will they take action in this war? It's impossible to predict. I'm worried that the balance will be broken at that time. The balance will be tilted to the side of the pirates. Soon, the day came, and the sun shone in every corner of the world. Unlike in the past, people would still enjoy the morning sun. Today, no one in the world was in the mood to enjoy it. Everyone knew that the war was going to break out today, and perhaps the end of the world was coming. Civilians fell into extreme uneasiness. Pubs, restaurants, hotels. They were all closed. If the world still exists tomorrow, then they will continue to operate. The church was praying, hoping that naval headquarters would win the war, hoping that Whitebeard would die. Naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates would be wiped out. Civilians were praying, hoping that the Whitebeard pirates would be defeated and Whitebeard would die. The evil pirates were not interested in doing evil today. Of course, they were just interested. If Whitebeard died, there might be a place for them in the new world. Whitebeard, that monster, should have died long ago. He had ruled the new world for nearly 30 years. If Whitebeard died, wouldn't the vacant throne be taken by other pirates? Therefore, countless pirates were eager for Whitebeard to die. If Whitebeard pirates win, how can they develop? So, Whitebeard, you old BD, go to hell. The pirates were gloating. Civilians were different. In their view, maybe tomorrow, the world will no longer exist. Can naval headquarters really win? Was that old Aram monster really something that could be defeated? Is naval headquarters the opponent of that monster? On this day, various newspapers were transmitted to all over the world. There were various analyses and speculations about the war, and even the future of the world after the war. There were all kinds of optimistic news, and all kinds of pessimistic news. Perhaps, after today, the world will end the great age of pirates, and the world will become more and more beautiful. Perhaps, after today, the world will become darker and more terrible. From then on, the world will be war and death. The great age of pirates will completely reach its climax, and the world will eventually collapse in the hands of pirates. But which conjecture was the correct one? No one knows. But anyway, the whole world wants the Whitebeard pirates to be destroyed. Including Whitebeard's death. There is no doubt about it. The Whitebeard pirates have already reached the first half of the Grand Line, but no one knows which sea they are in now. The red-haired pirates and the beasts pirates had a terrible war yesterday. Finally, the red-haired pirates repelled the beasts pirates who wanted to intercept the Whitebeard pirates halfway. The red-haired pirates also entered the first half of the Grand Line for the first time in several years. Now, 2 emperors have entered the first half of the Grand Line, and some people speculate that the 2 emperors have always had a good relationship, and they may join forces to deal with naval headquarters. At that time, the 2 emperors will arrive at Marineford. Who will hold the victory of the war in their hands? Chapter 67. 10 o'clock in the morning, Marineford Bay. Hundreds of thousands of marine elites gathered here. They came from the entire marine system and the major marine branches in the world. At this time, they were densely distributed in the Marineford Bay and the square. Everyone was in tension, fear, regret, helplessness, hope, and other emotions. The Whitebeard pirates haven't appeared yet, but waiting is the most torturous, and they are waiting for the arrival of the world's most evil force. The invisible huge sense of oppression is like a mountain pressing on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. They know that the Whitebeard pirates will come, although many people hope that the Whitebeard pirates won't come. But this is impossible. Perhaps, as Marine, they will die here, but if they can get rid of Whitebeard and his pirates, then even death is worth it. As Marine, they are destined to fight against the evil Marine. This sense of oppression is too uncomfortable, although there are still 5 hours before the execution time, but I'm suffocating. Sigh. We must win justice. We must win. Yes. Justice will win. Justice will win. The Marine are encouraging each other, some are encouraging each other, some are encouraging each other with their eyes. Justice was bound to prevail, wasn't it? Evil will eventually be beaten into the junkyard of history. Therefore, no matter who comes to the Whitebeard pirates, they won't be able to return. Just as the Marine was nervous. On the other side, in an antique pavilion in the naval headquarters, which is a bit out of place with the architectural style of other places in Marineford. At this time, Kizaru was leisurely drinking tea here. In this important moment that should be tense, Kizaru chose to be leisurely. With the fastest devil fruit ability, he did the fastest thing. Kizaru was holding a cup of steaming hot tea in his left hand, and today's latest newspaper in his right hand. Yo yo yo! Is the world so pessimistic? If you're a bit more optimistic like me, your life will be a bit better. Life will have a little more hope. Well, that's it, right? At this time, a group of Marine hurried over. Mr. Borsellino, you have to go to your place. Fleet Admiral Sengoku is gathering the 3 admirals. A Marine Lieutenant Colonel said respectfully. I know, don't worry, sometimes, people still need to be relaxed to be happy. Kizaru may be the most stable person in the naval headquarters at this moment. At this time, Kizaru also put down his teacup and newspaper. As an admiral, he is the symbol of Marines' morale, sitting on one of the 3 thrones under the execution platform, one of the most important lines of defense in this war. On the other side, Aokiji and Akainu, who were in different parts of naval headquarters, also moved. At this time, the admirals meeting, to deal with the terrible changes that may happen. At the same time, Shichibukai's SSS. SSSS. SSSS. Ling B didn't come. Doflamingo laughed loudly. Among the Shichibukai present, only he, Hawkeye, Shirji, Gecko Moria, and the fake tyrant Kuma, who only Doflamingo knew, was a pacifist. Shirji frowned. She hated men, and Ling Bai's appearance made her hate men even more. Doflamingo looked at the others. You must not know what happened in the Impel Down. That Ling Bai, what did he do? You will never think of it. Celestial Dragons Doflamingo, who has the world's 3rd largest intelligence network, naturally knew what happened in the Impel Down. He roughly knew what Ling B did in the Impel Down. This was what the 5 elders told him. Just last night, the 5 elders gave him a special order to carry out a special mission after the war. What happened? Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo. Gecko Moria asked the other party in confusion. What happened? Hawkeye was also a little confused. He realized that Ling B did not appear at such an important time. He had previously said that he was going to the Impel Down. No one knew what he was going to do there. Shichi did not speak, but she was also curious. At this moment, Doflamingo spoke. The latest news is that Ling B has been expelled from the Shichibukai. The reason is that he infiltrated the Impel Down and massacred a large number of prisoners in the first and second levels of the Impel Down. Doflamingo wasn't done yet, and he didn't get to the crux of the matter. He looked at the others. Other than the fake tyrant bear, Shichi and Moria were shocked. Even Hawkeye, who had always been calm, had a surprised expression on his face. Doflamingo was whetting their appetites. That guy is so daring. Can he still come back after entering the Impel Down? Gecko Moria, can easily kill the prisoners in the first and second levels of the Impel Down. But can he deal with a monster like Magellan? Don't tell me he's already dead? Or crippled? Gecko Moria felt sorry for Ling B. If Ling B was dead, Moria hoped to obtain his shadow and corpse. The shadow and corpse of a great swordsman were very valuable. It was exactly what he wanted in the Impel Down. It's good that BD is dead. I hate men like him. Shichi was filled with disgust towards Ling B. She could not wait for him to die in the Impel Down because Ling B had the scariest secret in her heart. If that secret was exposed, there would be no place for her in this world. The condition for not being exposed by Ling B was that Shichi had to obey all of Ling B's orders. It had to be said that Ling B was a complete scum in Shichi's eyes. Hee. Doflamingo laughed. The more you want him to die, the more he won't die. He actually injured Magellan in the second level of the Impel Down. Even now, Magellan is still unconscious. What? Everyone was shocked. Magellan was injured? How was that possible? Are you sure? Doflamingo, Ling B is not dead? Shichi asked coldly. Calm down, Boa Hancock. He's still on the 6th level of Impel Down, carrying out a terrifying and crazy crew recruitment campaign. He took away 4 of the strongest criminals from countless poor and wicked criminals. You might not know who they are, but have you heard of Shiryu of the Rain? She's the Queen of the Rain, right? There are 4 more guys who are not much worse than Shiryu of the Rain. He also let go of 3 powerful prisoners who are similar to the pirate emperors. That's crazy. Doflamingo was grinning from ear to ear. He had already been shocked, which was why he was laughing so happily now. He had never seen anyone as crazy as Ling B in the world. Even the craziest player in New World, Kaido of the Beasts, was not as crazy as Ling B. After listening to Doflamingo's words, even Hawkeye, who was barely calm, couldn't stay calm. Hawkeye frowned. What about him now? Today, they will not only have to face the Whitebeard pirates, but the red-haired pirates are also likely to appear. Finally, Ling B has become an unpredictable variable. He took away those powerful guys, which has greatly increased the strength of his pirate regiment. His pirate regiment is likely to become the strongest pirate regiment that can replace the Whitebeard pirates and become the pirate emperor. The world government hopes to destroy the Whitebeard pirates to break the balance of the world and tilt the balance to the world government's side. Now, more terrible factors are making the future world situation difficult to predict and control. I think we'll be able to see him in a few hours. This is crazy. What kind of person is he? It's as if everything is under his control. It's as if everything is under his control. The naval headquarters, the world government. They've all been tricked by him. If it wasn't for him, none of this would have happened. Doflamingo laughed maniacally, as unrestrained as his clothes. Doflamingo thought of what Ling B had said before, that he would become the pioneer of a new era. The rest of the Shichibukai were no longer calm, of course, except for the fake tyrant. Shichi, in particular, felt even more uneasy. 10 minutes later, Vice Admiral Mumu Zagi opened the door to the Shichibukai's reception room. Get in position, everyone. Mumu, Zagi said coldly and left. The Shichibukai made her feel very unhappy. She thought of Ling Bai's incident in the Impel Down, which made Mumu Zagi feel like she had been deceived. Ling Bai had also become a terrifying criminal. He had released 8 incredible criminals, which would lead to unimaginable consequences for this world. After the war was over, Ling Bai would be dealt with. Only the middle and upper echelons of the headquarters knew about the Impel Down incident. There were less than 20 people in total who knew about it. The reason why they didn't let more people know was because they were afraid that it would affect their morale, so they could only hide it for now. No matter what, Ling Bai deserved to die. Mumu Zagi couldn't wait to kill Ling Bai on the spot. She also regretted not killing him a few days ago. The Shichibukai really couldn't be trusted. Because of Ling Bai, Mumu Zagi's impression of the other Shichibukai members had worsened by countless times. On the other side, Doflamingo and the others also moved. Their position was just below the 3 admirals. The Shichibukai claimed to be a powerful force that balanced the 4 emperors together with the naval headquarters. However, the truth was that the Shichibukai was a group of loose sand. Of course, the 4 emperors didn't care about the Shichibukai. Only the red-haired man and Hawkeye had a good relationship. Hawkeye was also the strongest person in the Shichibukai. Doflamingo, what do you think? Will justice or evil prevail? Gecko Moria asked with a smile. This was just a casual question. Justice represented Marine, and evil naturally represented Whitebeard. This was Moria's personal definition, and perhaps many people's definitions as well. However, this was not the definition of Doflamingo. Justice? Evil? Must there be a distinction between good and evil? What standard should we use to define it? Moria, don't ask such boring questions. But of course, justice will prevail. Doflamingo smiled. So you think naval headquarters will definitely win? Moria was puzzled. Of course, justice is inevitable. However, the strong are the ones who are right. Justice is defined by the strong. Does Marine necessarily represent justice? Doflamingo smiled and said, Moria, cherish the remaining time. Moria felt inexplicable about the last sentence. He didn't know what Doflamingo was going to say. But of course, he didn't know that the 5 elders had ordered to eliminate him. Before that, they wanted to squeeze Moria's value and let him help them defeat the Whitebeard pirates. Moria's death will naturally come. Doflamingo felt a little pity for him. Moria was stupid and didn't know anything. The task of killing Moria was carried out by Doflamingo. He had a deal with the 5 elders, and the 5 elders gave him a lot of convenience. Half an hour later, 7 people arrived. Half an hour later, the 3 admirals were in place, and many marine vice-admirals were already in place. The Marineford Bay and the Marine Square were boiling. Looking at such a lineup, they suddenly felt infinite power in their hearts. With such a lineup, what is a mere Whitebeard? Although they felt a little self-comforting, it was undeniable that such a lineup, if everyone fought seriously, would the Whitebeard pirates really be defeated? Why am I a little nervous? Doflamingo shook his head. In fact, he wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he was full of expectations. This kind of war, he would only encounter once in his life. It will be wonderful. In addition, what will the world become in the future? It's hard to imagine. You didn't just come to see, did you? Doflamingo looked at Hawkeye on the other side and shook his head. But Hawkeye ignored him. What a boring man. Doflamingo felt bored. He felt that Hawkeye wouldn't make a move, but he wanted to see Hawkeye make a move. Probably many people were looking forward to it. Of course. At this time, it was almost noon, and the temperature on the ground was getting higher and higher. Under the gradually scorching sun, the Marines were sweating. Some were sweating. It's really exciting. Gecko Moria looked at the sea of people in the Marineford Bay and the square. This rare scene made him quite excited. Whitebeard, hasn't he come yet? Moria was full of expectations. Above Shichibukai's position, there were 3 admirals. As the center, Akainu's face was cold, and Shichibukai below made him more and more uncomfortable. Shichibukai was not trustworthy, and no one knew what they were up to. Especially the incident of Ling B. Now 8 criminals were taken away from the Impel Down, and they were the strongest 8 criminals in the Impel Down, which made the middle and high level of the naval headquarters and the world government. The high-level officials were all frightened. Things were too troublesome, too terrible. The Whitebeard pirates were bound to come, and if there was no accident, the red-haired pirates would also arrive in Marineford, and Ling B and the others. The naval headquarters was now particularly afraid of his appearance. One person was nothing, but the 8 criminals released in the Impel Down were terrible. Half an hour later, Sengoku appeared on the execution platform, and then, not long after, a sound of footsteps came to the square of Marineford, and through the live broadcast, it was transmitted to Sabaody. On the huge screen of the archipelago square. What happened in the naval headquarters, the process of the war, people in Sabaody Archipelago knew. There was a sea of people in Sabaody Archipelago, reporters from all over the world, civilians, marine family members, pirates, businessmen, and so on. Everyone was nervously watching the live broadcast. People only saw Fleet Admiral Sengoku on the execution platform, and next to the platform, there was an old man and a woman. Is that the legendary 3 Marine in the naval headquarters? Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp the Fist, Vice Admiral Tsurugi, it looks like the 3 of them are very powerful. Even if they are separated by the screen. I can feel their powerful auras even through the screen. I feel the same. The 3 admirals, vice admirals, and Shichibukai, this is a terrible lineup, even the 4 emperors will have to kneel down. On the other side, there was a weak sound of chains dragging on the ground, and behind the execution platform, there was a staircase leading to the execution platform. Fire Fist Ace was escorted by Captain Sengoku. He was escorted up, and behind him were the 2 executioners who were responsible for beheading him. At this time, Fire Fist Ace looked haggard, his hair was messy, and his whole body was listless. His hands and feet were tied by a sea stone chain. Soon, he walked to the execution platform, next to Sengoku, and was forced to kneel in front of the sea. The sea stone chain was also connected to the execution platform. At this moment, everyone saw him. The eyes of the audience and the eyes of the Sabaody Archipelago were attracted to him. At this time, there were less than 4 hours before the execution. Chapter 68. Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, is the youngest pirate under Whitebeard's command. He is well received by everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates. It is said that he is likely to be the heir of Whitebeard. But at this moment, he is about to be beheaded, which is really unexpected. Now that the Whitebeard Pirates have already entered the first half of the Grand Line, who knows where they are now? A fierce battle is inevitable, and naval headquarters is also fully deployed. Akainu looked up at the execution platform above, but he couldn't see Fire Fist Ace from his angle. In fact, Akainu had the impulse to kill Fire Fist Ace directly, but this level of execution must be taken seriously. According to the rules, the execution must be on time, and it must not be sloppy. The whole world is watching. The reason for the public execution is not because Fire Fist Ace is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, but because he is the son of the Pirate King Roger. Of course, Whitebeard has the advantage. It's terrible. Kizaru said helplessly. Roger and his son, both father and son, were publicly executed. As a pirate, it is also a very glorious thing to be publicly executed. You know, many criminals who were executed in the Impel Down, the world government either let their bodies rot in the prison or directly threw them to the sea outside the Impel Down to feed the Sea Kings. Garp raised his head and glanced at Fire Fist Ace. He couldn't bear to watch any longer. Tears almost flowed out of his eyes. He didn't know what was going to happen next. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Fire Fist Ace died in front of him. Moreover, this execution didn't even leave a complete corpse. Garp, it's not your fault. Crane persuaded. Fire Fist Ace went astray and failed to live up to Garp's expectations of him. Now that he is publicly executed, he can only blame himself. Although he is only 20 years old. He has already walked to the guillotine and has long been powerless to revolving heaven. Haha. Garp laughed, trying to cover up his sadness, but in fact, he didn't know how painful it was. On the execution platform, Sengoku straightened his body and held the broadcast Den Den Mushi in his right hand. This Den Den Mushi allowed Sengoku's voice to reach the ears of everyone in Marineford. Today is an extremely important day since the Great Age of Pirates. Even after today, the Great Age of Pirates will quickly come to an end. The execution of Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division Captain Fire Fist Ace has a profound significance for ending the Great Age of Pirates. All of Marineford and the people in Sabaody Archipelago Square were listening intently to Sengoku. Countless people were looking forward to Fire Fist Ace's head being separated from his body at 3 in the afternoon. Then, he would roll off the execution platform. Execute Fire Fist Ace, get rid of the Whitebeard pirates, kill Whitebeard and end the era of Whitebeard. Then, end the Great Age of Pirates. What we didn't expect was that the demon bloodline, which should have ended, was inherited. A child that should have been born after 10 months of pregnancy was carried in the mother's belly for 2 whole years with amazing perseverance. So much so that he was able to evade the pursuit of the world government. Sengoku's words left everyone dumbfounded. What is he talking about? But people didn't notice that with Sengoku's words, Fire Fist Ace's body began to tremble. He closed his eyes tightly and didn't want to hear Sengoku's words. Among the people present, only a few people at the top of naval headquarters knew what Sengoku was talking about. Porgas D. Ace. His father was the pirate king Gold Roger. His mother was a woman named Porgas D. Rouge. Family, 10 clans. Hey, what is this old man Sengoku talking about? Doflamingo had an evil smile on his face. My hawk, what do you think? Listen. Hawkeye has always been silent. What is Sengoku talking about? Many of the Marines present couldn't help but whisper. Sengoku's words were inexplicable, who could understand them? Ace, tell me the name of your biological father. Sengoku suddenly shouted at Fire Fist Ace. Don't say it. Fire Fist Ace clenched his fist. Porgas D. Ace, father, One Piece King Gold Roger. Descendant of the devil. But Sengoku announced this to the world, even if Fire Fist Ace didn't say it. Then, the whole world seemed to be quiet. On the faces of the Marines, there was a look of shock and even fear. The civilians and Marine families in the Sabaody Archipelago Square, and even countless pirates had similar expressions on their faces. Everyone was shocked. The air seemed to stop flowing at this moment, people seemed to stop breathing, and the world seemed to stop in this second. Ace, Gold Roger is your father. Sengoku said loudly again. No. That's not it. My father is Whitebeard. Roger, that BD, is definitely not my father. Fire Fist Ace frantically shook his head to deny it. He absolutely couldn't tolerate others saying that Roger was his father and Whitebeard was his father. It was Whitebeard who gave him the warmth of a family and a father. He only recognized Whitebeard as his father. His father, named Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. The strongest man in the world. It was strange enough that he didn't even recognize his biological father. Of course, Fire Fist Ace was very smart. Ling B didn't have a good impression of him at all. Luffy was bad enough, but Fire Fist Ace was even worse. So, he didn't have any psychological burden at all when he caught Fire Fist Ace. Almost everyone in Marineford turned around and looked up at Fire Fist Ace. They were shocked and couldn't believe it. The civilians of Sabaody Archipelago looked at the big screen, their bodies trembling in fear of ultimate. Roger started the Great Age of Pirates and caused countless people to die because of it. He made countless people live in hell. Therefore, even if people heard Roger's name, they would feel fear. That devil's bloodline is still. It's terrible, I can't imagine. Kill his descendants. We must not let this kind of devil live. People were trembling. Roger's name, even mentioning it would make them feel endless fear, not to mention that his son, who had the demon blood flowing in his veins, was still alive in the world and had become the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. He is also likely to become the successor of Whitebeard in the future. People can't believe it, but they have to believe it. Because that's what Sengoku said himself. Garp glanced up, clenched his fists, and then reluctantly released them. Garp, it's not your fault. As a friend for nearly 60 years, he can understand Garp's pain and helplessness. Endless memories emerged in Garp's mind. He remembered the last time he saw Roger. The latter entrusted his child to him and told Garp the secret address of Rouge. He believed in Garp. He hoped that his child would not follow the path of a pirate and be a civilian, or let Garp take him or her to become a marine. In this world, only Garp can protect his child, and Garp hopes to cultivate Ace into a great marine. But later, he quietly went to sea, and his bounty soared to 500 million berries in a few months, shaking the whole world. It can only be said that Fire Fist Ace came to this point today because of his own actions. But Garp also blamed himself. His family education was a notorious failure, and his son and grandson were also failures. Are you serious? He's still alive? Doflamingo's face was full of shock. The other Shichibukai were also shocked. He. Gecko Moria laughed, after he dies, can you give me his body? Moria was full of expectations for Fire Fist Ace's body. Doflamingo laughed, that guy must know. That's why he traded Fire Fist Ace with the 5 elders. I finally understand why the complete war is so profound. Oi. The era started by the father, ended with the life of the son, and the father's debt will be paid by the son. Doflamingo glanced at Hawkeye. Both of us were at Logtown when Roger was executed. My Hawk, have you forgotten? Now, the two of us can actually see his son being executed. This feeling is simply too wonderful. How surprising! Hawkeye said, but the surprise in his heart was more than the surprise on his face. This pair of father and son were publicly executed. It was truly a joke of fate. At the same time, Hawkeye also understood why the Whitebeard Pirates Division captain was caught and executed in public. Thinking about it carefully, he didn't think it was necessary to do that. They could have just caught him and executed him secretly. There was no need to make such a big fuss. But now, everything is clear. As the son of the Pirate King, the public execution of him is indeed of profound significance. Naval headquarters will take this opportunity to fight against the great age of pirates. No one would have thought that One Piece's blood would exist in this world. The first big news of the day was that Fire Fist Ace was Roger's son. Rayleigh, who was looking at the big screen in front of Sabaody Archipelago Square, was also shocked. Roger, you actually... It turned out that Garp adopted your child. But it's no wonder. After all, he is the safest with Garp. But now... Sigh. Rayleigh was stunned. He didn't think that Roger's blood was still alive. After Roger's pirates were disbanded, the crew went their separate ways. After that, Roger also went to naval headquarters to surrender. Roger had told Rayleigh in advance about his decision to surrender, but he never said that he had a child. Roger didn't even stay with Rouge for a few days. Who knows if he has a child? No wonder when I saw his bounty, it looked inexplicably familiar. Rayleigh shook his head and sighed. He fell into a memory. Naval headquarters wasn't far from here. It could be reached in 2 or 3 hours by boat. If the speed was fast, it could be reached in 2 hours. If Rayleigh wanted to go, he could just leave. But with Whitebeard and the others, there was an invisible voice in Rayleigh's heart that told him that it was unnecessary for him to go. He had been living in seclusion for more than 20 years. He didn't want to reveal his whereabouts. After all, naval headquarters was just next door, and his bounty was still hanging on the wall of the naval headquarters bounty room. If naval headquarters found out that he was in Sabaody Archipelago, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. At this time, Luffy, who was wrapped in bandages, was looking for Rayleigh in the square. "Uncle Rayleigh, where are you?" Luffy hurriedly looked for Rayleigh. Now, the only person in the world who could help him was Rayleigh. He just wanted to go to naval headquarters to save Ace. Seeing his brother's embarrassed appearance on the 3 big screens in the square, Luffy was nervous. "Where are you? Where are you?" Luffy looked for Rayleigh everywhere. It was a race against time. If he was 1 step slower, Ace would. Luffy didn't dare to imagine the terrible consequences. Found him. Finally, Luffy saw Rayleigh sitting on a roof. "Uncle Rayleigh." Luffy hurriedly extended his arm by more than 50 meters and easily reached the roof where Rayleigh was standing with the help of rubber. Luffy, why don't you continue to rest? Your injury. Uncle Rayleigh, I want to go to Naval Headquarters. I want to save Ace. Can you help me? I don't know what to do. Chapter 69. Naval Headquarters. When the true identity of Fire Fist Ace was announced, the entire Marineford returned to a state of extreme silence. But the quieter it was, the more intense the tension in the hearts of the Marines became. Is he coming? That monster! Kizaru's eyes were half closed, and there was no tension or expectation on his wrinkled old face. Don't leave if you're here. Akainu snorted. How strange is this atmosphere? Doflamingo laughed. His voice wasn't loud. It seemed that he and Kizaru were the calmest in the whole room. Hawkeye and Gecko Moria were next to him. They're here. Hawkeye suddenly spat out 2 words, and a kind of consciousness told him that the Whitebeard pirates were here, not far from the naval headquarters. Oh! Doflamingo was looking forward to it. It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Time passed quickly, but for many people, it was quite torturous. In terms of time, the Whitebeard pirates should have appeared. At this moment, a marine who was on the lookout suddenly screamed. He was holding a telescope and looking at the distant sea of Marineford Bay. In the sea fog, a whole row of huge pirate ships appeared. Dozens of ships were in the field of vision of the marine. Even Sengoku felt pressure. Where did they come from? Sengoku's uneasiness was getting stronger. Everyone get ready to fight. It's the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates have appeared. All the fleets are there. Get ready to fight. Immediately, the whistle sounded. Sengoku was nervous. Whitebeard was his old enemy. They had many fierce battles when they were young, and now they haven't seen each other for more than 20 years. It is said that Whitebeard usually has to rely on his infusion bottle to survive, but Sengoku didn't dare to underestimate Whitebeard at all. Whitebeard Pirates, the world's strongest pirate group, has the largest number of pirate members, and ranks first in the world. In the New World, Whitebeard has an influence that the other 3 pirate emperors can't compare to. The total number of Whitebeard's pirates reached tens of thousands, so Sengoku didn't dare to underestimate Whitebeard's pirates. Although naval headquarters had 100,000 marine elites, Whitebeard was the strongest man in the world and had the power to destroy the world. It was hard to say who would win. Attention, everyone! The Whitebeard pirates appear! Sengoku shouted, and with Sengoku's words, the mood of countless pirates became more nervous. Suddenly, just as the entire army was on guard, several gurgling sounds came from the bottom of the sea in the bay. Oh! Kizaru was surprised. The main ship of the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't appear under the sea. On the execution platform, Sengoku's expression changed. Could it be? Sengoku could no longer remain calm. The bay was their first line of defense, but now, Whitebeard had appeared in the bay. Oyaji! Fire Fist Ace clenched his fists. He didn't expect that the Whitebeard pirates would really come. Fear filled his heart. He was most afraid of harming the Whitebeard pirates. Because of his willfulness, Whitebeard, who was in poor health, came to save him. I didn't expect him to appear from this place. Garp whispered to Crane, who was beside him. He was trying to ease his sadness. We really didn't expect that after the ship was coated, it could sail under the sea. So, they came from the bottom of the sea, avoiding our surveillance. Crane said uneasily. Gurgling. At this time, the sea in the bay began to shake, and huge bubbles kept coming out of it. Marine, located in Marineford Square and on the edge of the bay, fell into an uncontrollable fear. They wouldn't come from the bottom of the sea. Boom! Suddenly, the sea exploded. A huge ship emerged from the bottom of the sea, like a dolphin leaping out of the sea. It's the Moby Dick! One of the marine soldiers shouted in fear. Almost all of the marine soldiers at the scene fell into a state of panic at the same time. The huge ship came out. It was the most famous ship in the New World. The first main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, Moby Dick, followed by 2 other main ships of the Whitebeard pirates. It was the 3 main ships of the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, Moby Dick was facing the execution platform, and the other two ships were on both sides. The amazing ship appeared in front of them, and everyone was shocked. The cannons in the bay were facing the sea in front of them, but Sengoku didn't expect that Moby Dick would appear in their territory. "Hey, what should we do now?" Aokiji adjusted his blindfold and looked down at Moby Dick. At this time, there was no one on Moby Dick, but on another ship, all the Whitebeard pirates appeared. Their figures made countless marine below exclaim. Being so close to a group of powerful New World pirates, it would be strange if they weren't afraid. "Since you're all here, just stay here." Akainu snorted, he would never allow the Whitebeard pirates to come and leave. "So, leave your life here." "Damn it!" Sengoku clenched his fists, he didn't expect Whitebeard to be so close to him. "Father, you... I'm sorry, if I listened to your advice, I wouldn't." Fire Fist Ace couldn't contain his grief, he didn't expect the Whitebeard pirates to really come. At the same time, on Moby Dick, there was a sound of footsteps, accompanied by the sound of steel hitting the floor. "That man is here." Hawkeye stared at the Moby Dick. Everyone looked at the Moby Dick and listened to the frightening sound. There were few people present who weren't nervous or even afraid. "It's Whitebeard." He walked up the ladder of Moby Dick, wearing a white cloak, revealing his explosive muscles and a lot of scars on his upper body. Holding one of the supreme swords, Zanjiun Cutter, Whitebeard, who was more than 6 meters tall, put great psychological pressure on countless people, whether it was Marine facing Whitebeard or the crowd in Sabaody Archipelago Square. Everyone's heart was racing. Everyone, Qian, Zhao and Qian, was terrified. This is the strongest man in the world, the man with the power to destroy the world, and the nightmare of countless people. For countless people, he is second only to Roger, a remnant of the old era from Roger's era, the only legendary giant still active in the great age of pirates. What kind of oppression is this? Doflamingo was shocked. Compared to the oppression of Kaido of the Beasts, Whitebeard gave him a greater sense of oppression. It's worthy of the legendary monster cabinet. "Gulala. My beloved son, are you okay?" Whitebeard looked at the execution platform from a distance, but he could see Ace's face clearly. In the past, he didn't go to Roger's execution, but now, his son is his beloved family, Whitebeard will save him, even if it costs his life. He is just a remnant of the old era, and he will leave the new era to his beloved son. Chapter 70. Sengoku, I haven't seen you for decades. Gurgle. Whitebeard looked at Sengoku on the execution platform and smiled. This smile gave Sengoku a huge sense of oppression. No one can underestimate Whitebeard, not even Sengoku, who stands at the top of Marine. Whitebeard. Sengoku's forehead was sweating, but he didn't notice that his back was actually wet with sweat. "My beloved Ace, soon your father will rescue you." Whitebeard had a confident smile on his face, and the more confident he was, the more pressure he put on Marine. "Ace. We're here. My brothers are here. Marine will be destroyed by us today. Whitebeard pirates, don't mess with them." The members of the Whitebeard pirates shouted at Fire Fist Ace. "You." Ace's tears couldn't help but flow out. He was so touched that he couldn't help but cry at this moment. And on the Moby Dick, only Whitebeard was there. The Zanjiundeo was inserted by him on the Moby Dick. Whitebeard, who spread his legs, crossed his hands in front of him, clenched his fists, squatted down, and his white cloak fluttered in the wind. Naval headquarters knew that Whitebeard was going to make a move. Sengoku, who has fought with Whitebeard for half of his life, was undoubtedly the most ugly. "Attention, Whitebeard is going to make a move." Whitebeard's fists slammed on both sides, and a large number of cracks appeared in the atmosphere. The amazing cracking sound made the atmosphere shatter like glass. Legendary monster. 867's amazing power, the atmosphere cracked. If you don't know, you will think that this space is going to be broken by him. Gecko Moria laughed, and Doflamingo, who was next to him, also had the same smile. They just came here to slack off. It's impossible for them to work for the world government. The other Shichibukai also had the same mentality. This kind of serious war is just for fun. If they go all out, they may lose half of their lives. On the other side, when the atmosphere was cracked, the entire Marineford shook violently, and even the seawater on both sides was directly distorted into the air. Countless Marines screamed in fear. At this moment, many Marine were scared out of their wits, and Marines' morale was severely damaged. Naval Headquarters has already started a war with the Whitebeard pirates. It was Hawkins who spoke. Somewhere in the sea not far from the Gate of Justice, a battleship was moving. It was Ling B and the others. At this time, the battleship had been sailing for more than 12 hours and was about to reach Naval Headquarters, but their goal was to pass through the Gate of Justice. The Naval Headquarters, an ice lobby, and Impel Down were located in a triangle. In the center of the triangle was a large uzumaki. Following the flow of the uzumaki, it was easy to reach the Gate of Justice that led to the Naval Headquarters. It's at 3 OSs will be officially executed, what do you think? Asked. TSSSSTST. I'm really looking forward to it. Bullet, who was at the bow of the ship, looked at the vast sea in front of him calmly. In the Naval Headquarters, there were many people he wanted to meet, Marine Admirals, Sengoku, Garp, and Whitebeard. Bullet has been pursuing the world's strongest all his life, and the world's strongest is naturally Roger. Half an hour later, Ling B and the others finally arrived at the Gate of Justice. The huge Gate of Justices was inserted in the sea, like a deep-sea prison. After passing through the Gate of Justice, they can reach Naval Headquarters. On both sides of the Gate of Justice are uzumakis. There is no other way except through this gate. At this time, the Gate of Justice was closed, and the button to open the Gate of Justice was in Naval Headquarters, and there was also one in Impel Down. We're finally here. Ling B murmured to himself, and sure enough, he saw the Gate of Justice with his own eyes. This huge door of unknown height brought him a huge visual shock. How are we going to get through this door? Law asked. Is it to directly smash this door? But this project is hard to imagine. In front of the Gate of Justice, even the largest warship becomes small. King of Evil Governance shouted to the first silly San Juan Wolf, at this time, it's time for a big guy like you to play a role. Ah? Well, it may be a little shaky when we get off the ship. San Juan Wolf said like a fool, he understood the meaning of King of Evil Governance's words. This guy's size is really monstrous. There are not many female giants in this world. Ling B laughed. A jag. Maybe he likes male giants. The jug said casually, and then the people on the ship laughed. When the Gate of Justice was more than 50 meters away, San Juan Wolf stood up, and then, both hands reached for the Gate of Justice. He pressed one side of the Gate of Justice with one hand, and then pulled hard, trying to open the Gate of Justice. What was shocking was that the Gate of Justice slowly opened a gap, and the gap continued to expand under the huge power of San Juan Wolf. It's still useful to have such a big body. Ling B praised, if it weren't for San Juan Wolf, he would have wanted to break the door, but he didn't know if the Gate of Justice could be broken. Ling B even guessed that the Gate of Justice was created by sea stone material, or mixed with sea stone. In short, the degree of hardness was unimaginable. At this time, the Saint Juan Wolf's hands were obviously trembling, and blue veins were popping out. This was caused by excessive force. Even his body was trembling slightly. Of course, the warship was unavoidably jolted even more. The Gate of Justice is slowly opening. Law's face was full of shock, and other people's faces were also full of different degrees of surprise or shock. No one could imagine that a monster that was larger than many giants and more powerful was trying to pry open the door of justice. Furthermore, the door of justice was being pried open. Starting from the crack of the door, it was getting bigger bit by bit. From a fly that could only enter, a normal person could enter. In the end, even their warships could pass through. There was no video here. The power room of the Naval Headquarters had no idea what was going on here. They were responsible for opening and closing the door of justice. Marine, who was in the power room, only knew that the Gate of Justice was slowly opening. They tried to control it, but they found that they couldn't. Marine, who was in the power room, had no idea what was happening at the Gate of Justice. But no matter what happened, it couldn't be anything good. Therefore, the entire engine room was in chaos. The Marine Colonel in charge immediately called a Marine Rear Admiral in Marineford, and the Marine Rear Admiral informed Admiral Sengoku of the emergency situation. On the execution platform, Sengoku's expression changed drastically. The uneasiness in his heart grew even stronger. Why does it have to be at this time? It must be those criminals. They are really coming. Sengoku was shocked, and the movement of the Gate of Justice made him fall into extreme uneasiness. It's really not the time. Crane also heard the report of the Marine Rear Admiral, and a sense of worry filled her heart. Unsurprisingly, the movement of the Gate of Justice was caused by Ling B. But, how did they open the Gate of Justice? She was not worried about Ling B's appearance, but about the 8 super prisoners released by Ling B. This was also what worried the Naval Headquarters executives the most. Before the Admiral was in place, Sengoku held an emergency meeting in advance to deal with the Impel Down escaped prisoners that might appear in Naval Headquarters. 8 escaped prisoners, no more and no less, but each of them was a pirate that shocked the world. If they really came, then the chances of Naval Headquarters winning this war were even more difficult to estimate. Chapter 71. After entering the Gate of Justice, the warship continued sailing. San Juan Wolf, you're indeed worthy of being called the giant warship. Even the Gate of Justice has been opened by you. King of Misrule gave San Juan Wolf a thumbs up. Haha, you look like an idiot, but it's still very useful at times like this. The Black Moon Hunter laughed. The San Juan Evil Wolf was still blowing on his palms and said with lingering fear, "Stop talking. It hurts so much. I don't feel like my hands are mine anymore. Look, my hands are all red. Haha, keep pretending." Juju scolded with a smile. "I think the sea is going to shake soon." At this time, Ling B reminded them, "Everyone, be careful. Hold on tight. I won't be responsible if you fall. The sea is going to shake." "What's going on? Captain, what are you talking about?" Everyone was looking at Ling B. His words were always baffling. Bullet said, "Kid, what are you talking about?" "Bullet, don't call me kid. After some time, you might not even be my match." Ling Ri wanted to beat this arrogant guy up. He could not deny that he was strong, but Bullet was not the world's #1. In the original work, Ling B felt that Bullet was on the same level as Kaido of the Beasts. His awakening ability was godly. "Haha. Kid, if there's a chance in the future, let's find a place to fight in the new world." Bullet looked down at Ling B. He was much taller than Ling B, so it was natural for him to look down on her. "Hey, Captain, what did you say just now? The sea is going to shake." The Black Moon Hunter was a little confused. Ling B always hit the jackpot, so they easily believed him. The sea is going to shake? However, before the Black Moon Hunter could finish his sentence, the entire sea shook violently. The sudden situation almost made the Black Moon Hunter and the others lose their balance. Everyone except Ling Bai's expression changed. "What happened? Why is the sea shaking? Captain, can you answer us?" Captain always hits the jackpot. It's too scary. Everyone was shocked. Bullet said solemnly, "It's Whitebeard, right? He's the only person in the world who can cause a seaquake. The power of the shock fruit is unimaginable." Whitebeard. Everyone's expression changed again. They looked at Ling B, hoping for an answer. "If I'm not mistaken, it was Whitebeard who triggered the seaquake." Ling B affirmed. Then he added, "It's said that he has awakened the shock fruit, but his body is seriously deteriorating. Plus, he has a bunch of useless sons, so he's destined to lose this time." "You awakened the shock fruit?" They were shocked. Although they were also famous pirates in the New World in the past, they were still inferior to Whitebeard. In the face of Whitebeard, they really have an uncontrollable sense of timidity. "Hold on tight, everyone." Ling B jumped onto the pole of the warship, which was the big pole where the sail was hung, facing the rear of their ship. At this time, the entire sea was shaking violently, and the wind was raging. It's really the power of a monster. Ling B was also shocked. If he didn't know how strong Whitebeard was, he wouldn't dare to imagine it. However, if you had used all your strength from the beginning, you might have won. Whitebeard was destined to be a tragic figure. He didn't use all his strength at the beginning, and finally, because Ace was killed, he couldn't exert all his strength because of his serious injury. Even if the shock fruit awakened, so what? Ling B unsheathed his unparalleled great blade, Time Rain. Facing the sea behind them, at this time, there was a raging wind in the sea. What's more, the sea there was covered with dark clouds, and countless thunder and lightning were tearing the sky. Ling B knew very well that that was not the main show. The real main show was the huge tsunami that Whitebeard used the power of the shock fruit to set off. Separated by an unknown distance, the terrifying tsunami was enough to destroy Marineford. At this time, the tsunami was coming from the rear of the warship, and the sea was getting stronger. It's a tsunami. Is that the power of the monster Whitebeard? It's the power to bring the world to its end. It's despairing. Otherwise, why do you think Whitebeard is called the strongest man in the world? What is the captain going to do? Is he going to use his sword to cut the tsunami? You guessed right. When the tsunami comes, we don't even need this warship. Ling B, who was now on the pole, held Time Rain with both hands. The dark red air quickly wrapped around his body, and then wrapped around Time Rain's blade. It's the aura of a grandmaster swordsman. Shiryu of the Rain stared at Ling B. Compared to Ling Bai's other abilities, he was most interested in Ling Bai's swordsmanship because he was a swordsman. How terrifying is his talent to be able to reach the level of a grandmaster swordsman at this age? What level will his future achievements be? Ling Bai slashed out with his saber in the form of a giant dragon. It was like a real dragon rushing into the sea. The giant dragon-shaped slash rushed towards the terrifying tsunami that was about to crush it. At this moment, the slash had become even larger than Ling Bai's warship. What a monster! His future is unimaginable. Of course, as long as he doesn't get killed halfway. Bullet exclaimed. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, a shocking explosion rang out. The tsunami that was over 100 meters tall was sliced open, creating a large hole. In other words, it was slashed apart. The tsunami continued to come. But it could no longer affect the battleship. A burst of water splashed down and fell on everyone, waking them up from the shock. The tsunami was blasted open by Ling Bai's sword. In this way, the tsunami caused by Whitebeard would have almost no impact on them. In the original work, after Luffy and the others escaped from Impel Down, they relied on this tsunami to be directly brought to naval headquarters. However, Ling Bai was very clear that it was only the effect of the protagonist's aura. If the tsunami was not cut, they would be in trouble. Maybe the ship would sink halfway to the bottom of the sea. How could they have the luck of being washed to naval headquarters? Captain is the real monster. Even naval headquarters doesn't know how powerful Captain is now. You don't know, Captain, as a pirate, doesn't even have Kong Chang. Van Oka reminded them. In that case, Captain is really an underestimated man. On the other side, in naval headquarters, the sea shook, and the terrifying tsunami was like thousands of soldiers and horses galloping in the sea. Here it comes, the world's strongest man, the living legend, Earthquake Artificial Edward Newgate. Sengoku shouted, "Don't think that we can win because we have more people. It's just the beginning." Gurgle. Whitebeard laughed. The tsunami behind him rushed over, but he didn't even turn his head. The sky suddenly darkened. "Oh, don't scare the young people at the beginning." Whitebeard. On the throne of the third admiral, Aokiji was the first to leave his seat. Frozen moment. With a loud shout, the war began. The great freezing power quickly froze the tsunami that was about to drown Marineford into an ice wall. 0. Flowers. Marine was almost scared to death by the tsunami. In front of them, Whitebeard was an invincible demon. 20 minutes passed quickly. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku looked down at the battlefield. Sounds of weapons clashing, gunshots, shouts, pleas for mercy, angry roars. There were all sorts of noises. Below, Marine was fighting with the Whitebeard pirates on the frozen sea. From the moment the battle started, many Marine died every minute. Naturally, many pirates died as well, but Sengoku didn't care about this. He only cared about whether the Whitebeard pirates could be destroyed here and the casualties on his side. At this time, looking at Whitebeard who was still standing on the Moby DK, Sengoku really wanted to go down and defeat him directly. He had wanted to defeat this old enemy countless times and end his era. Sengoku wanted to do it even in his dreams. However, as the last line of defense in this war, he had to ensure that Fire Fist Ace was standing on the execution platform before he was executed. Before the execution was successful, he had to ensure that Fire Fist Ace was standing on the execution platform. Anything could happen. The gate of justice had been opened. If he was not mistaken, Ling B and the criminals he had taken away had passed through the gate of justice. He just did not know if Bullet and the other strongest criminals were there. The situation was getting more and more serious. There were also the Red Hair Pirates who had defeated the Beasts Pirates and entered the first half of the Grand Line. They would definitely come to the naval headquarters. However, Fire Fist Ace was Roger's blood, and Red Hair was Roger's most valued crew member. Roger even gave his most precious straw hat to Red Hair. This time, will Red Hair rescue Roger's son? Everything was unknown. It was too thrilling. There were too many uncertain factors in this execution, and it was a terrible change. At that time, it was hard to say whether the naval headquarters would be the winner or not. Although there were many people in the naval headquarters. At this time, Sengoku was worried. No one knew what he was thinking. Garp was also on the execution platform at this time. This guy was sitting 2 meters to the right of Ace and crying. Few people noticed that Garp, a tough guy, was crying. In fact, not many people knew that Garp raised Fire Fist Ace. At that time, I wanted to train you into a great marine. Garp cried, tears flowed down his face, and his voice was choked. Sengoku, who was standing on the side, was silent. Fire Fist Ace also cried. At this time, he began to regret his willfulness. Today, he didn't know how many people died because of him. Especially his brothers in the Whitebeard pirates, who were also considered family by him, would pay for his willfulness. At the age of 20, he never thought about the consequences of his actions. He was full of confidence in his own strength, but he didn't expect that one day he would kick an iron plate. The battle was gradually becoming more and more intense. Only half an hour later, Marineford Bay, which had turned into ice, was full of corpses, both marine and pirate. The battle was quite tragic. When gods fight, mortals are doomed to suffer. As the face of the naval headquarters, the admirals also attacked, especially Akainu, who was the most hard-working. He cruelly killed or directly crippled the pirates. As a Hawk General of Marine, he saw all crimes. Whitebeard. Today is the day of your death. Akainu roared, and the other Marines heard Akainu's roar and instantly ignited their fighting spirit. Even the admirals were working hard. What reason did they have to not work hard? Even if they die here. Ace. At the same time, Akainu was charging towards Whitebeard when an earth-shattering roar came from outside Marineford Bay. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a humanoid monster factory that was dozens of meters tall standing on a large ship. Chapter 72. Ace was shocked. The head that popped out of the sea was the descendant of Oz the Demon King, Oz Jr. He is also a friend of Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the Oz Pirates, who works for the Whitebeard Pirates. Oz, you. Ace was nervous and scared when he saw him. Oz is one of his best friends. This was the bond between the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. But everyone came to the naval headquarters for him, which made Ace feel extremely guilty. Of course, he also received a lot of gratitude. This is why he is willing to risk his life for the Whitebeard Pirates. Oz, I told you not to come. Seeing Oz's arrival, Whitebeard was nervous. Before they left New World, he repeatedly warned Oz not to come to the naval headquarters to participate in the battle. This was because Oz was nearly 40 meters tall and had a huge body. If he came to the naval headquarters, he would be a living target. And the naval headquarters was full of strong people. For Oz, a 973 demon dweller who only had monstrous strength, it was simply a nightmare. Dad, I'm going to save Ace. Oz roared. His huge body is simply like a demon for many marine and naval headquarters. He is much taller than the giant generals of naval headquarters, and countless marine are in awe of him. Oz, how can you not listen to Dad? Marco, the immortal bird, was angry and anxious. Oz had already rushed into the frozen Marineford Bay, waving the big knife in his hand and slashing wildly. His monstrous strength made the marine in the bay unstoppable. He simply swept through everything. Ah! It's terrible! This monster! The marine who was hit screamed. When the big sword slashed down, some people died directly without even screaming. Naval headquarters, I must save Ace. Ace muttered to himself and slashed the turret on the edge of the bay. With a loud explosion, the steel turret was cut in half. It is conceivable how strong Oz is. He has a bounty of more than 500 million berries. Such a bounty represents his strength and danger to a considerable degree. Damn it! I was too careless. Sengoku frowned as he held the Den Mushi in his hand and shouted, "Attack Oz with all your might. We can't let such a monster continue to cause trouble here." Following Sengoku's words, many of the marine soldiers were greatly encouraged. Their guns, cannons, and other weapons were all aimed at Oz. His huge size made him an unavoidable target. "Oz, be careful!" Ace hurriedly shouted as he lifted the man up. "Don't treat us as if we don't exist, we are the pirates of New World." Haha, yes, it's not so easy to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. The members of the Whitebeard pirates quickly attacked Marine who wanted to attack Oz. However, a pirate who just wanted to kill a Marine general with a sword, just as he moved his sword, a thin line crossed his right hand, and then his hand was cut off. The pain didn't come for the first time. When he saw his hand fall, with a clatter, he felt the pain, and the blood of the great emperor gushed out from his broken hand. "Ah! Laozi's hand! Laozi's hand!" He screamed miserably, completely unaware of what had happened. Shout! At this moment, another thin line crossed his neck, and his eyes widened. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't. Then, his head rolled down from his neck, and his body fell to the ground. Blood continued to gush out, and the pirate naturally became a corpse. This is just one of the scenes on the battlefield, and there are many who died more miserably than him. Hey, pirates of this level, coming to the naval headquarters is just a suicide mission. The one who attacked was Doflamingo, Paramecia string fruit, which was played by him to the awakening level, and the string fruit's ability without awakening is enough to kill people with invisible thin lines. He can even cut steel. This power is much more powerful than many people who use swords. Doflamingo is a genius. Hehe. Doflamingo, let's join forces to kill him. At this time, Gecko Moria came. He had Oz's body, which was Oz Jr.'s grandfather. Now that Oz Jr. appeared, he fell into a state of extreme fanaticism. That's right, he wanted Oz Jr.'s body. So, before that, he wants to kill Oz Jr. first. Oh! I was just about to kill this eyesore monster, it blocked my vision. Doflamingo said, and then said to the tyrant bear on the side, "Let's go together." This tyrant bear, although he is holding the iconic book, people who don't know him will think that he is a real tyrant bear. But he has become a weapon of war and has long lost consciousness. So, Tyrant Bear, Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, and Gecko Moria joined forces to deal with Oz. How can Oz be their opponent? Even Doflamingo can easily kill him, but now there are two other Shichibukai. It can be imagined that Oz can still live. This huge body is the easiest to kill. Doflamingo sneered, a thin line wrapped around one of Oz's legs, and then the coil tightened, directly cutting off one of Oz's legs, which also made Oz lose his balance and fall down. Doflamingo, how can you cut off his leg? I want the whole thing. Moria was anxious. Are you ordering me? Moria. Doflamingo sneered, for this waste that is about to be squeezed dry. Doflamingo didn't give him a good face. You. Moria's heart was filled with resentment, but he couldn't vent it. The battle continued. The Shichibukai joined the battle, and the others were still very reliable. Only Shihim attacked indiscriminately, that is, whether it is a marine or a pirate, as long as it is a person, he will attack. Oz's foot was cut off, the Whitebeard pirates were nervous, and Fire Fist Ace was angry to the extreme, but there was nothing he could do. On the other side, the Marines didn't know that Ling B had appeared on the right side of the naval headquarters building. Are we going to join the war? To be honest, they were still in hiding. He had been in prison for many years, and now that a world-class war had broken out in the naval headquarters, he was a little impatient. Of course. Ling B said with certainty. But let's wait a little longer. Let's see how good Akainu is and how useless Whitebeard's useless son is. Ling B was referring to Whitebeard's son, the Uzumaki spider, who was bewitched by Akainu and stabbed Whitebeard. Whitebeard was fine at first, but after that stab, his death timer started. Captain, what does 5.9 mean this time? Everyone was puzzled. If it weren't for the fact that you let me out, I wouldn't have listened to you. Of course, it's only limited to this one time. Bullet could no longer hold himself back. He had heard Sengoku's voice and seen Whitebeard's back from afar. This war was truly unprecedented. The captain is acting mysterious again. I even suspect that the captain ate the fruit of foresight. The Black Moon Hunter laughed. Is there such a devil fruit? Everyone laughed. No one knew that next to the naval headquarters, there was a group of extremely dangerous pirates lurking in the ocean. Ling B planned to stab Whitebeard before going out. That is, now is not the time to make a move. Remember, whether it is the Marines or the Whitebeard pirates, they are all our enemies. Ling B reminded them in advance. Chapter 73. San Juan Evil Wolf, UBD. Cower. Ling B kicked him in the crotch. Sorry, Captain, I haven't seen anyone outside for a long time, I couldn't help but take a look. The San Juan wolf hurriedly retreated. Flagon, he seems to have been here for 16 years. He's not a veteran in Impel Down, but he's a legendary criminal. Shiryu of the Rain also reminded, it's 18 years, you remember wrong, I've seen his file. San Juan wolf said with some embarrassment, I'm almost 100 years old, I almost thought that I wouldn't be able to come out. 100 years old. Ling B looked at him, but when she thought that he was a giant, she felt relieved. And this guy is not an ordinary giant, he's 180 meters tall, even ordinary giants look like children in front of him. He's a real monster among the giants. Wait, we'll go out later, but remember, this time we'll be facing a fierce battle. Little ones, don't get killed. Ling B planned to wait for Whitebeard to be exhausted before going out. Although Whitebeard is old and sick, he can still crush Admiral for a short time when he's angry. Ling B naturally has to be careful. Their enemies are Marine and the Whitebeard pirates. Especially Marine, they have 5 of their top combat power. If 2 admirals join forces, Whitebeard will be defeated. So, it's easy to imagine how many enemies Ling B has and how strong they are. However, it's not easy to get rich in the world. On the other side, when the battle was getting white hot, Uzumaki Spider came. At this time, he lowered his head with a gloomy face, holding a long sword in his hand. No one knows what he's thinking. But it's obvious that he's angry. In the distance, Akainu pierced a pirate's body with a lava fist. He looked at the Uzumaki Spider that was moving and a sneer appeared on his face. As long as he can win, it doesn't matter even if he uses dirty tricks. Moreover, as a Marine, does he need to talk about morality with a pirate leader? It's impossible. He will only talk about morality with Marine who upholds the principles of justice. As for the pirates, he will kill them all. Even if he uses dirty tricks. No one knows that Uzumaki Spider, the filial son of the Whitebeard pirates, has been bewitched by Akainu's words. Uzumaki Spider thought that Whitebeard let the Whitebeard pirates come to naval headquarters to kill them all. Therefore, the filial son directly broke out. His hatred for Whitebeard from nothing to thoroughly ignited. Even Akainu didn't think that this waste would be so easily. The filial son really is acting. Ling B, who was holding a pair of binoculars, naturally saw the Uzumaki Spider. He even saw the Uzumaki Spider's expression clearly. It was an expression of anger and hatred mixed together. The Uzumaki Spider had a long knife in its right hand. It lowered its head and boarded the Moby DK. No one knows what he wants to do, including Whitebeard, the filial son. They didn't know what Ling B. Ling B, just look at him. Just as Ling B reminded everyone, the Uzumaki spider suddenly jumped up and stabbed Whitebeard in the middle of his chest. That was not all. When he stabbed the knife, his other hand was also holding the handle of the knife. This way, he was holding the knife with both hands. The strength of two hands is far greater than the strength of one hand. Whitebeard's body was stabbed on the spot. The sword came out from his back, piercing his white cloak and staining some of his blood. Damn! Filial son! The evil tyrant looked as if he saw a ghost. Seeing Whitebeard being stabbed by his own son, he felt as if the Pirate King was betrayed by Pluton Rayleigh. Of course, there is no such thing, but Whitebeard was stabbed by his so-called beloved son, which is enough to shock him. Will Whitebeard be able to withstand this attack? Law, as a doctor, was stunned. That kind of injury, although it doesn't look serious, but for a seriously ill person like Whitebeard to bear it, it can pull him to the front of the gates of hell. It turns out that this is the drawback of having too many sons. There are tens of thousands of sons in the world, any one of them can drag him to death. Ling B shook his head regretfully. There is no doubt that Whitebeard is a real man, but he is doomed to tragedy. Bullet looked at him, then sneered and didn't speak. He doesn't care about what other people value. He doesn't care about whether Song Zaping can become the strongest in the world or not. Ruthless people are the strongest. On the other side, the Whitebeard pirates and marine were stunned. They couldn't imagine that Whitebeard was stabbed by his own crew member, his son. At this time, Whitebeard's mouth was stuffy and he almost vomited blood, but he forced himself to swallow the blood. His body wasn't in good condition, and now that he was stabbed, he almost knelt on the spot. Whitebeard was also shocked. He was stabbed by his beloved son. His mood can be imagined. Even he didn't know what happened. Father! The Whitebeard pirates shouted in panic. Their father has always been in poor health. In New World, he had to be on a drip for 9 out of 10 days. His physical condition was getting worse day by day, but now. What are you doing? That's our father. Marco rushed up. At this time, Uzumaki directly pulled out his sword. The pain caused by pulling out the sword almost made Whitebeard vomit blood. It was equivalent to being stabbed twice. Whitebeard, you lied to us. You want us to die in naval headquarters. Uzumaki said angrily, you want to take us to the grave with you. The Whitebeard pirates were stunned and didn't understand what he was talking about. In the distance, Akainu looked as if his plan had succeeded. Whitebeard, today is the day you die. Akainu sneered. His plan was successful. Even he didn't know that it would go so smoothly. Fortunately, Uzumaki didn't directly stab Whitebeard's heart. Quan decided to kill Whitebeard with his own hands. On Marine's side, everyone was shocked. Even Sengoku didn't know what happened. Is there an internal conflict in the Whitebeard pirates? Ace, who was beside him, was even more shocked. Whitebeard, the man he respected and loved the most, had been stabbed. Father! Ace was full of worry and panic. He struggled to leave the execution platform, but he couldn't. How could he break free from Seastone's imprisonment? What happened? There is a traitor in the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru, and even the Marines did not know what had happened. Everything had happened so suddenly. They had not expected this, but no matter what, Marine's morale was instantly boosted after Whitebeard was stabbed in the back. On Whitebeard's side, the Uzumaki spider thought that Whitebeard would kill him immediately, but Whitebeard unexpectedly hugged him tightly. My beloved sons, how could I possibly harm you? Whitebeard said with a pained heart. He knew that the Uzumaki spider was bewitched, but he didn't blame 927 or even kill him. He only hugged him tightly. The filial son is going to be influenced by Whitebeard's love again. Ling B shook his head. Fire Fist Ace was also influenced by Whitebeard's love. In this world, this kind of feeling has always been ridiculous. For example, Kojiki Odin, Roger, and Whitebeard can use their unique charm to influence everyone. Next, Uzumaki, the filial son, immediately regretted his actions. He was so impulsive just now that he was bewitched by Akainu's few words. As a result, he actually attacked the father he loved the most and stabbed him viciously. Fortunately, he did not stab his heart directly. Otherwise, even Whitebeard would have died here in advance. However, Uzumaki Spider's stab inevitably sowed the root of Whitebeard's death. Uzumaki Spider shed tears of grief and guilt. After being influenced by Whitebeard, he no longer had the face to face Whitebeard's father. "I'm sorry, father. It's my fault," Uzumaki Spider cried. "Akainu. It's all your fault." In an instant, endless hatred was ignited in his heart. His hatred for Akainu simply melted into his bone marrow. But Akainu still killed a pirate with one punch, or many pirates. He was definitely the most hard-working marine in this war. On the other hand, Aokiji and Kizaru were simply worse than the other. "We are about to make a move and reach the top of the world," Ling B reminded, and the others were also eager to try. He knew that Whitebeard, who was stabbed by the Uzumaki Spider, would also make a move next. The battlefield in front of him was full of corpses and blood. People were screaming and screaming. There were marines and pirates. It was not like the original work where there was not much blood. Ling B only knew the cruelty of the Summit War when he was really in it. Chapter 74. I didn't expect Whitebeard to be stabbed by his own son. This will be today's big news. Doflamingo laughed. If it were him, he would have just killed the traitor after being stabbed by his own men. Whitebeard, on the other hand, was so magnanimous that he even forgave the Uzumaki Spider. Just like that, the Uzumaki Spider was converted to Whitebeard. At this time, Whitebeard finally jumped down from the Moby Dick. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates also rushed to protect their father. They were worried that Whitebeard, who was already in poor health, would have an accident. He could have enjoyed his old age, but he found out about this. "Father, we will protect you." Marco's voice was choked. He saw that the wound in the center of Whitebeard's father was still bleeding. "Father!" The other captains also wanted to cry. "This level of injury, for me, is far from enough." Whitebeard came out of their encirclement. "My son, attack! Save Ace!" Whitebeard raised his cloud cutter and roared. It seemed that he was not affected by the attack just now. His voice was still so powerful that countless marine felt numb and frightened when they heard his voice. He is indeed a legendary monster. Doflamingo laughed. At this time, Doflamingo and Gecko Moria had joined forces to kill Little Oz. Although Little Oz was huge and looked very scary and powerful, he was nothing compared to the combined forces of Doflamingo and Gecko Moria. Although Shichibukai's combat power was like a child compared to the Pirate Emperor, he was still very powerful. "Are you going to deal with some small soldiers? My hawk!" Doflamingo saw Hawkeye, who was dealing with the small soldiers of the Whitebeard pirates. He used a thin line to move and jumped on Hawkeye's black blade, but Doflamingo's weight on the black blade was very small because he had used the thin line to share most of the weight of his body. Seeing Doflamingo squatting on the black blade he had just swung, Hawkeye frowned slightly and wanted to throw Doflamingo down. But Hawkeye found that Doflamingo was still in midair. This posture made people think that Doflamingo was floating, but in fact, Doflamingo was stepping on the thin line released by Hawkeye. In the whole Marineford, the most leisurely people are Doflamingo and Kizaru, but the most arrogant person is definitely Doflamingo. "That's so sad, my hawk. You attacked Whitebeard just now, but that diamond man blocked it. Now you're only dealing with small fry. Can't you just find someone of the captain level to mess with?" Doflamingo shook his head. "Not interested." Hawkeye spat out a sentence and left, then he threw his sword to the side and injured a pirate. "If Crocodile wasn't locked up, I wouldn't be so lonely." Doflamingo was a little helpless, and he killed more than a dozen pirates with a cutting line. He is a cold-blooded and ruthless person who has killed countless people. At this moment, he killed more than a dozen people in an instant, but Doflamingo's heart didn't waver. The 8 criminals who were taken away in the Impel Down, Crocodile is not among them. Doflamingo said to himself. Entering the Impel Down means that there is no special reason for Crocodile to be locked up in there for the rest of his life. However, what Doflamingo, the world government, and the naval headquarters did not know was that in addition to the 8 sixth-floor supercriminals that they knew about, Ling B had also taken away Crocodile and 2 of Crocodile's subordinates. So, there are a total of 11 people. On the other side, Whitebeard had also made his move. At this time, he was holding the vertical cloud cutter in his hand and adding the power of the shock fruit to it. He swung his sword horizontally, carrying a huge vibration force. Hundreds of marine players were sent flying in the air like dandelions in the wind. Even their internal organs were injured by the aftershock of the vibration. Ace! Father will definitely save you! Whitebeard roared, taking the lead. The captains behind him and many members of the Whitebeard pirates were also excited and full of morale. With Whitebeard in front of them, the people behind them were much simpler. At this time, there was less than an hour before the execution. On the execution stand, the closer it was to the critical moment, the stronger the uneasiness in Sengoku's heart. In his life, he had never been like this before. His heart was beating so fast, his mood was so bad, his heart was so uneasy, and his eyebrows couldn't stop jumping. Sengoku felt that he was thinking too much. He felt that the execution will go smoothly, and the Whitebeard pirates will inevitably die here today. Next, it will be the end of the great age of pirates. However, the uneasy Sengoku always felt that something was wrong. I think I'm thinking too much. In this war, Marine is bound to win. Sengoku comforted himself in his heart. At this time, he also took the Den Den Mushi and shouted, "The whole army is fighting against the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard is seriously injured, and he will inevitably die in the naval headquarters today. We must resist until the last moment." At this moment, he wanted to cheer for Marine. Of course, as Marine's marshal, he couldn't leave the execution platform before Fire Fist Ace's execution. He had to ensure that everything went smoothly and without any mistakes, so he couldn't directly go down and fight with Whitebeard and the others. Hearing Sengoku's words, Marine's morale was ignited again. "What is that? Look over there, what is that?" Suddenly, at this moment, a Marine screamed and pointed to the right side of the naval headquarters building, and the others also looked in that direction. "That huge head! That is..." Suddenly, one of the Marine officers panicked. He was almost scared speechless. "That is, the legendary criminal, the huge battleship, San Juan Wolf!" Marine yelled. Sengoku and the rest of the higher UPS had a drastic change in expression. "Ah, what should I do? Captain, I was discovered, and I was seen." The San Juan Wolf was stunned. He then scratched his head and felt embarrassed. He couldn't help but stick his head out just now. In the end, he was not only discovered but also recognized. It shouldn't be a big problem. Anyway, at this point, we don't have to continue hiding here. Crocodile blew out a puff of smoke. Looking at everyone's clothes, Crocodile was definitely the most stylish. "There's no need to hide," Ling B also said. It was time. He did not want to be like Blackbeard, who only came out at the end. Then, he walked in front of the West. "Are we finally going to truly welcome this world?" The evil tyrant laughed. He had not appeared in the world for a long time. Bullet also clenched his fist, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Among those present, he and Ling B were the strongest. However, when it came to physical skills, Bullet might be stronger than Ling B. This guy had been in prison for 20 years, and he had also been training for 20 years. He had never stopped for a single day. With such perseverance, it was impossible for him not to reach the top of the world. Just like that, the group of people that Naval Headquarters was afraid of came out. Chapter 75. Huge Battleship. San Juan Wolf. Seeing this big guy in a prison uniform, he was standing on the side of the Naval Headquarters. Sengoku almost dropped his Den Den Mushi. But for Sengoku, this was not the end of the surprise. He saw Ling B coming out with a confident smile on his face, and on his right was the tall heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet. Behind Ling B were Shiryu of the Rain, Evil King, Winepot, Black Moon Hunter, Crocodile, and the original members of Ling B. When they came out from the back of the Naval Headquarters, they appeared in Sengoku's field of vision, like a world-famous painting of villains. At this moment, Sengoku's Den Den Mushi fell to the ground. The thing he was most worried about didn't happen. Ling Bai really came to the naval headquarters, and Ling Bai brought a group of ferocious and terrifying criminals. It's Shiryu of the Rain, Evil King, Heir of the Devil, Black Moon Hunter, they. Marine was still in the middle of the battle. When they saw Bar and the others, they were almost scared out of their wits. Bullet and the others were like thunder to the ears of the entire Marine and even the entire world. They were existences that struck fear in the hearts of everyone. How is this possible? Aren't they in Impel Down? They broke out of prison. How is this possible? Countless Marine were scared to death. As ordinary Marine, they couldn't imagine such a level of criminals standing in front of them. What kind of concept is that? So, when they saw Bullet and the others, their hearts were filled with fear. Not many people were not afraid of them. In this kind of battlefield, many people were actually cannon fodder, and some people didn't even have time to pull out their swords or shoot, they were killed by others. They didn't even know who killed them. Who is that person? That boy, those people behind him, why are they so familiar? It's that Shichibukai who traded the Fire Fist Ace, he, Whitebeard is here, he's dead. What do you think of him, Shiki? I noticed that Shiryu of the Rain is following him. This is too scary. The appearance of Ling Bai and the others also caused a commotion among many people. His face was still unfamiliar to many people. However, with the group of people behind him as a foil, Ling Bai also appeared to be more mysterious and powerful. Brat! When Whitebeard saw Ling Bai, his hands holding Zanjiun cutter became more forceful, and a huge momentum was released from Whitebeard's body. It was Conqueror's Haki, the world's most powerful Haki. It was only released because of Whitebeard's anger, and it was only released for 3 seconds, but the Marine and the pirates around Whitebeard were all stunned. Brat! Whitebeard roared. It was Ling Bai who had given his beloved Ace to the world government. She had even used Ace as a bargaining chip in exchange for a spot in Shichibukai. One could imagine how angry Whitebeard was at this moment. At this moment, Whitebeard swung his vertical cloud slasher and charged forward. The blade of the vertical cloud slash was already covered with the enormous power of the shock fruit. Father, be careful! At this time, Marco, who was not far behind, suddenly shouted, and at this time, a white figure came. Hey, Whitebeard, I'm coming. Aokiji said lazily. Blabbermouth. Aokiji shouted in a low voice and released an ice bird that rushed towards Whitebeard. Little brat Aokiji, are you one of those bastards? Or did your world government and naval headquarters release this group of criminals to deal with me? Whitebeard was enraged. He was furious when he saw Ling Bai. Today, no matter what, he was going to take Ling Bai's head. To be honest, we didn't expect that group of people to be released. Just like you, the brat who handed your son over to the world government is also an enemy of naval headquarters. Whitebeard, don't even think about leaving today. Aokiji came to resist Whitebeard, but it was actually Akainu's idea. Little brat Aokiji, don't be arrogant. You're still far behind Laozi. Aokiji, who was nearly 50 years old, was more than 20 years old compared to Whitebeard, who was more than 70 years old. So, Whitebeard called him a brat. Boom! Whitebeard turned sideways and punched in front of him. The atmosphere shattered, and the ice bird released by Aokiji also collapsed. Oh, it's still quite troublesome. The power of the shock fruit is too strong. Aokiji was helpless. His ice surface was really restrained by Whitebeard's shock fruit. Unlike Akainu's lava fruit and Kizaru's sparkling fruit, the restraint of the shock fruit was much weaker than the frozen fruit. The power of the shock fruit could completely shatter the ice. Even if it froze Whitebeard, Whitebeard would shatter all the ice. Don't block my way! Whitebeard roared. His current state was not very good. He was stabbed, and now, because of anger, he felt that his blood was attacking his heart. Aokiji naturally saw that Whitebeard's state was deteriorating, so he followed up with another attack. As for Akainu, naturally, he was going to attack Ling Bai. Ling Bai was the person he hated to the bone. He had brought shame to the world government and naval headquarters. If the world knew that a group of people escaped from the 6th floor of the Impel Down, what would happen? The world government and naval headquarters would lose face. So, compared to Whitebeard, Akainu wanted to kill Ling B first. As soon as she said so, a red figure rushed towards Ling B. Moving at high speed, it was difficult to see his shadow. Pirate! Go to hell! Dark Hound! Akainu roared, and his fist immediately burned, turning into a red lava fist, and an amazing momentum erupted. Marine Admiral Akainu, who sat at the center of the 3 admirals' thrones, also possessed the greatest power and was the strongest admiral. Hee, Red Dog, I'm here. Akainu rushed over, but Bullet had already clenched his fist. Covered in the powerful armament haki, he threw a punch at the loyal hound's lava fist. Bullet! Akainu's anger grew even stronger. The 2 fists collided, and 2 powerful forces collided. The ground immediately collapsed, forming a crater. The surrounding ground also collapsed, and Ling B and the others had no choice but to retreat a distance. This guy's strength isn't just for show. What Marine Admiral? He'll just jump over with one punch. Evil Ruler said. Bullet, the higher UPS should have killed you back then. There's no need for so much trouble now. Akainu's face was filled with anger. He was there when Bullet was suppressed. The world government's operation was to throw those damn criminals into the Impel Down, and now they were released. And at this critical juncture, it was undoubtedly a huge blow to the morale of naval headquarters, and the hope of victory would become slim. I'm out, so prepare for my revenge. Magma Man! But now, you've become a Marine Admiral. Bullet sneered. Akainu clenched his other fist and threw another punch. Of course, Bullet met it head-on, causing the ground to crumble again. Although I've been in the Impel Down for 20 years, I've never stopped practicing. Bullet had a cruel smile on his face. The battle was about to start. Chapter 76. Terrible, that guy is a member of Roger's Pirates. The monster who was on par with Pluton Rayleigh in the past. The smile on Doflamingo's face disappeared. He naturally knew about Bullet, the successor of the Devil. He even witnessed Bullet destroying everything. He was the guy who turned the world upside down after Roger's death, but his fate was the same as Golden Lion's. He was arrested and sent to the Impel Down by the joint forces of Garp and Sengoku. Now, this monster was actually released by Ling B. 2 legendary marine joined forces. It can be imagined how powerful Bullet is. It is also worth mentioning that in order to suppress Bullet, the world government launched a buster call level arrest. Bullet is also a legendary great pirate, so at this moment, he was fighting with Akainu. Doflamingo was not surprised at all. I just don't know, after 20 years, has his strength improved or declined? He is an ability user. He hasn't used his ability yet, but he is using his fist to fight with Akainu. Although Doflamingo is also a well-developed person with Taijutsu, Devil Fruit ability, and Conqueror's Haki, but compared to Bullet, he is far worse. The battle was quite fierce. In the battle between Marine and the pirates, the battle between Bullet and Akainu was the most eye-catching. Of course, there was also the battle between Aokiji and Whitebeard. On the execution stand, Sengoku's face was very ugly. From the battle between Akainu and Bullet, it can be seen that Bullet's strength has not declined at all. Moreover, Bullet is fighting with Akainu with Taijutsu, he hasn't used his Paramecia fusion fruit yet. Garp. At this time, Sengoku found that Garp stood up. Sengoku, if that group of people is not suppressed, the situation will become very serious. Garp said and threw away his cape of justice. It's the legendary Marine. Yeah, he's the legendary Marine, the man who has unfathomable power and defeated countless pirates. Marine hero, Garp the Fist. When Garp threw away his cape, countless Marine were boiling, and the civilians in front of Sabaody Archipelago's screen were also boiling. Garp is the symbol of the spirit of the entire Marine system, and even many people joined Marine because of Garp's influence. At this time, Garp jumped from the execution stand and landed on the ground. His amazing power, even the floor cracked. Garp, who jumped down, startled the Whitebeard pirates. This Marine, who is at the same level as their father, stands at the top of the world. His powerful strength is daunting. Garp's high-speed movement, in a few seconds, he rushed to Bullet's side. Akaino's side. Sakazuki, go deal with the others, this guy is my old rival. Garp shouted at Akainu, who thought for a moment and stood up. Vice Admiral Garp, this guy is trouble. After that, Akainu rushed to Ling B. On Garp's side, he punched Bullet, who had a confident and cruel smile on his face. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of this old man, Bullet, you are still too young. Garp's punch was accompanied by a powerful gust of wind as it collided with Bullet's fist. Boom! When the two fists collided, the resulting shockwave was even more violent than when Bullet and Akainu fought against each other. A large area of the ground was smashed into smithereens. The onlookers felt their scalps go numb as they watched. What kind of strength was needed to achieve this? Just the collision of fists can produce such a force impact, you know, the two of them didn't use any ability. Whether it is marine or pirate, few people can calm down. If the two fists fell on them, what would happen? They would be smashed into meat paste. Garp, you are more than 70 years old, right? And I am less than 50 years old, my strength is still at its peak, and I can even continue to improve. And you are probably already declining. Bullet sneered. Obviously, he was very disdainful of Garp, especially since Garp was his enemy. Another punch was thrown. The veins on Bullet's entire arm were bulging, and the sound of the air being torn apart could be heard. Garp naturally threw another punch. No matter what, he had to deal with a criminal like Bullet here today. Although Ace is going to be executed today, which made Garp fall into extreme sadness, and even made him unwilling to face this matter, but for the justice he has been pursuing all his life. Garp chose this moment to make his move. If he didn't do it, he'd be sorry for the marine suit he was wearing. Back then, Garp had fought against Bullet several times. Needless to say, he was a true monster. At the time, he was not even 30 years old, but he was already at the top of the world. Back then, the naval headquarters barely managed to suppress Bullet in a life-and-death battle. It could even be said that Bullet was more troublesome than Golden Lion. When Garp's fist collided with Bullet's, the veins on Garp's fist were also bulging. Even his sleeve was torn apart, revealing his bulging muscles. You still have a long way to go. Bullet, this old man's body is still very healthy. You, on the other hand, spent 20 years in prison. What's that? Fist bone. Meteorite. Garp roared and jumped up. He clenched his fist and punched Bullet. Boom. It was an earth-shattering explosion. Rubble flew through the air, and smoke and dust billowed. The entire naval headquarters seemed to shake from Garp's punch. Zero, begging for fresh flowers. When Garp's punch landed on Bullet's body, the ground cracked for more than 20 meters. Bullet's entire body was smashed into the ground by Garp's punch. After this punch, Garp landed steadily on a big rock. He had just thrown a few punches, and they were powerful punches, so he had consumed a lot of energy. However, Garp's expression did not change at all, as if he was not tired at all. Bullet, is that all you've got? Garp roared. At this moment, no one dared to approach. The battle between Garp and Bullet was too intense. Countless people were frightened. Bullet, who was wearing a prisoner's uniform, was actually able to hold his own against Garp. It would be strange if people were not shocked. Many people in the naval headquarters recognized Bullet, but not many people in front of the big screen in Sabaody Archipelago could recognize Bullet. 0. So, who was the man who could fight against Garp and even make Garp use all of his strength? Not enough, Garp. Are you tickling lousy? The rubble on the ground cracked open. Bullet, who had just been punched into the ground, rushed out. He still had a strong and confident smile on his face. His clothes were a little tattered and covered in dust. However, Bullet was still so confident. Garp's attack just now seemed to have no effect on him at all. Garp frowned. The fear in his heart grew stronger. He naturally knew how strong Bullet was. However, 20 years ago, no matter how good his memory was, he would have more or less forgotten. Now, obviously, Bullet was not that strong. Garp clenched his fists again. He did not dare to be careless when Bullet rushed out of the rubble. If he didn't kill Bullet, there would be more problems in the future. Garp, Garp to say, Garp. Again. Bullet roared and charged at Garp again. This time, he punched out with both fists. With a stomp of his foot, those fists that were bigger than his fists were as fragile as tofu and were directly shattered. Of course, Garp was the same. In terms of physical skills, Garp could be said to be the best in the world. Even if he wasn't the best, he was still in the top 3. The fists of the two ultimate existences collided once again. No one dared to come close to them in this area. Bullet, that monster! Bullet's strength made Sengoku quite uneasy. Why was he released? Sengoku clenched his fists. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to stay here to ensure the smooth execution, he would have gone down and killed Ling B. Chapter 77. In Marineford, the war between the Whitebeard pirates and naval headquarters has evolved into a war between the big shots. Whitebeard against Aokiji, Garp against Bullet, and on the other side, it's Ling B against Akainu. When Bullet and Garp were fighting, Akainu came to Ling B's side. The furious Akainu's body surged with scorching heat waves, and both of his fists turned into lava fists, emitting a terrifying aura. "You guys go back and play by yourselves," Ling B said to the people behind him. Ling B didn't care what they did here. Anyway, it has been said in advance that the people here, whether it's the Whitebeard pirates or naval headquarters, are their enemies. "Kid. You deserve to die." Akainu's face was full of anger. After releasing the important criminals from the Impel, his feelings towards Ling B were no longer as simple as hatred. It was even more impossible for him to capture those people again. Therefore, what Akainu wants to do now is to kill Ling B here. Kill him ruthlessly. "Don't always call me a kid, in terms of strength, I'm not worse than you." Ling B sneered, and at the same time, he clenched his fists, and his bones creaked. Ling B was feeling the power in his body. Flash, Shockwave, Conqueror's Haki. The first two can be said to be the upgraded version of Kizaru's ability and Sengoku's ability. And in Conqueror's Haki, the advanced armament Haki plays a very important role in dealing with Logia. "Aren't you going to use your sword? Don't wait for me to kill you first." Akainu snorted coldly. Seeing Ling B clenched his fists and didn't intend to use his sword, he couldn't help but sneer. This kind of pirate is generally the kind of arrogant pirate. With a little bit of strength, they think that they can be on par with the Marine Admiral, especially Ling B. "I don't want to hide from you, I'm developing in all aspects, dealing with swordsmen, regiment." Ling B moved. Clenching his fist, he used armament Haki. However, this armament Haki did not reveal its black color, so even Akainu thought that it was an ordinary fist. He did not know that his opponent's fist was the same as Garp's, who could not tell that it was an armament Haki's fist. Akainu also swung his magma fists over. The fury on his face, coupled with his smoking posture, was really frightening. Akainu's fist was not big, so the size of his lava fist was still considered normal. "Brat, using your flesh and blood to resist my lava? Stupidity is not innate." Akainu was obviously full of disdain for Ling B, but when their fists collided, he realized that he was wrong. Boom! There was a ripple in the air, and a wave of energy swept up. With the two of them as the epicenter, the gravel and dust on the ground were all dispersed. Akainu's expression had already changed. He realized that Ling Bai's fist seemed to be harder than steel, and he could clearly feel a wave of pain from his fist. "Armament Haki? How is that possible?" Akainu was quite surprised. Ling Bai had armament Haki, and it was a special armament Haki that didn't even have a color. This shocked Akainu. With Ling Bai's age, how could he have such a powerful armament Haki? "It's not a good thing to underestimate me, and it's just armament Haki, do you think I don't know how to use it?" Ling Bai's arm slammed hard, and when Akainu was a little dazed, he punched him several steps away. "Then I can't let you live!" Akainu yelled. "Dark Hound!" Scalding lava surged from his right arm and fist, and a terrifying aura emanated from Akainu's body. Ling Bai threw out another punch, using the most powerful strength of his physique. Facing a madman like Akainu, he can't be soft. With a loud bang, Ling Bai's fist collided with Akainu's fist once again. Dark Hound was one of Akainu's most powerful skills, but it was still quite powerful. However, at this moment, when it collided with Ling Bai's armament haki fist, even Akainu had kicked an iron plate. His fist was blown away by the opponent, and Akainu staggered back a few steps because of the gravel under his feet. At this moment, Ling Bai rushed up and punched Akainu's stomach. "Don't underestimate me, Sakazuki-san." Ling Bai smiled politely, but Akainu knew that Ling Bai's politeness couldn't be real. Ling Bai's fist directly pressed on the center of his stomach. As a Logia ability user, he had a special elemental transformation, but at this moment, facing Ling Bai's armament haki fist, any elemental transformation was useless. This punch wasn't any weaker than a punch from a top-notch expert. Akainu, who was struck in the stomach, turned green in the face. His whole body bent down, but even if his stomach was suffering severe pain, Akainu didn't say anything. As a Marine Admiral, he didn't allow himself to lose his composure, especially in the face of a pirate, and an unknown one at that. If it hurts, you have to shout, Sakazuki-san. Ling Bai always had a smile on his face. In the next second, Akainu's entire body was sent flying. 3 seconds later, Akainu was smashed into the steel walls of the naval headquarters. A muffled sound spread far and wide. Hearing this sound, everyone felt pain. That kid actually sent Akainu flying. Did I see wrongly just now? Why did I see a Marine Admiral being sent flying by that boy? Yes, Akainu was sent flying. Seeing Akainu being sent flying, whether it was Marine or Marine, everyone was shocked. The Marine Admiral was the strongest fighter in the naval headquarters. If he was sent flying by Whitebeard, it would be understandable. But now, Akainu was sent flying by a nobody. Thinking back, one could imagine the shock in everyone's hearts. So scary. Is this his strength? Kizaru looked at Ling Bai from a distance. He was shocked by Ling Bai's strength. Hey, are you serious? Aokiji glanced at Ling Bai. He just happened to see the scene where Akainu was sent flying. To be honest, it scared him. Whitebeard's fist came again, so he had to be serious. Shichibukai traitor, the culprit. How can he be so strong? According to previous speculations, although Sengoku also knew that Ling Bai was very strong, at this moment, Ling Bai sent Akainu flying. Sengoku was also shocked. He must not be allowed to leave naval headquarters. This is Sengoku's current thought. If Ling Bai leaves naval headquarters today, what will happen if he continues to develop? It will definitely be terrible. The situation has exceeded Sengoku's expectations. Chapter 78. That's so scary. Kizaru's face was full of surprise. He then pointed his index finger at Ling Bai's head, and a yellow light began to converge. Whoosh! The light shot out from Kizaru's fingertip and aimed at Ling Bai's head. Kizaru was testing the waters with this attack. Of course, if Ling Bai was hit in the head and died, Kizaru would not be able to do anything about it. What surprised Kizaru was that Ling Bai didn't even look at him. When the light was about 20 centimeters away from him, Ling Bai sent it flying with 10 punches. He used his fist, which was covered in armament haki, to swat away the beam of light like a fly. Yo! I've been discovered. Kizaru expressed that he was very surprised. However, there was more to come. Ling Bai turned into a ray of light. It was similar to Kizaru's flash, except that the color was different. Ling Bai was moving in the form of light. When Ling Bai's body turned into a red flash, Kizaru was shocked and confused. Did he turn into a photon? What ability is this? Why are you following this old man? Kizaru muttered to himself. However, before he could finish, a red light shone down from above him. What a dazzling light! Kizaru looked up and saw that it was Ling Bai. His feet were emitting a dazzling red light. The light was similar to his sparkling fruit ability. Ling Bai was only short of saying, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light, or speed is power? Don't try to sneak up on me." Ling Bai looked down at Kizaru, then swung his leg down. A huge force came down from above. Kizaru felt a sense of déjà vu when he saw Ling Bai's leg. He instinctively blocked it with his hands. What ability is this? Why does it feel so familiar? Speed is power. Before Kizaru could finish his sentence, Ling Bai's leg came down on him. Then, there was a shocking explosion. The surrounding people were sent flying more than 10 meters away. The ground where Kizaru was standing immediately caved in, forming a huge circular crater. Kizaru was lying in the center of the crater. At this moment, Kizaru's face was filled with shock. Isn't this the power of his sparkling fruit? Kizaru could not contain the shock in his heart. In the dust-filled crater, he could not figure out how Ling Bai's ability had come about. Sengoku was staring at Ling Bai from the execution platform. He was also shocked by Ling Bai's ability. What ability is that? Sengoku felt his scalp go numb. Kizaru smashed Kizaru to the ground and created a huge crater. An attack of this level was Kizaru. Sengoku felt that Ling Bai's ability was a replica of Kizaru's ability. His swordsmanship has reached the level of a grand swordsman, his physical skills are also impressive, and now he has that mysterious ability. What's going on? What's with this monster of unknown origin? Sengoku repeatedly asked himself, but it was obvious that there would be no answer. On the other side, Ling Bai left the place after giving Kizaru a kick. At this time, Akainu had already stood up from the ground. Ling Bai's punch to his stomach still hurt a little. However, as an admiral, even though Ling Bai's punch was very strong, Akainu's physique was not to be trifled with. Therefore, Akainu had already recovered from the pain. I can't underestimate him. Similarly, I can't let him leave the naval headquarters today. That was Akainu's thought. Ling Bai must not leave the naval headquarters. Leave his life here. He's coming. Akainu saw Ling Bai in front of him. At this time, a group of marines rushed towards him. However, Ling Bai sneered, and with him as the center, a surge of power surged out and swept in all directions in an instant. Conqueror's Haki. A domain unique to Conqueror's Haki was formed and continued to expand, and the gravel on the ground was inevitably washed away. In just 5 seconds, the people in the domain, whether they were marines or pirates, were lying on the ground. The stronger people could barely stand, but their bodies were already in a shaky position, and their consciousness was inevitably blurred. Conqueror's Haki. On the execution platform, Sengoku had been staring at Whitebeard and now at Ling Bai. That shocking Conqueror's Haki scared him once again. How is this possible? Sengoku clenched his fists. He has Conqueror's Haki, a powerful ability, the strength of a great swordsman, and a powerful taijutsu. This is a real all-round development monster. This monster's future achievements will definitely not be low. If we don't kill him in the cradle as soon as possible, he will be the next pirate emperor in the future, or even. Sengoku thought of what Crane said before, that Ling Bai will replace Whitebeard as the new pirate emperor, although the premise is that Whitebeard is dead. But if Whitebeard is dead, Ling Bai is likely to replace Whitebeard. Sakazuki, we must suppress this kid, it's best to kill him directly. It's too dangerous. It's best if Borsalino also comes. Sengoku quickly used the broadcast Den Den Mushi to speak to Akainu, and then he even asked Kizaru to attack together. Sengoku's voice spread to every corner of the Marineford square. This time, it was a death order. So much so that the entire naval headquarters was in an uproar. Oh! Sengoku is also using this trick? Suppressing a young pirate with all his strength? Doflamingo laughed. Or letting 2 admirals come together. Gecko Moria laughed, this is even a kind of glory. Who can let 2 admirals come together to suppress him? Golden Lion Shiki, even Bullet back in the day was nothing more than this. If it were me, I would be honored to receive such treatment. Shirji looked at Ling Bai in the distance with a cold expression, such a disgusting man actually dares to threaten me with my secret. It would be best if he was beaten to death. On the other side, Bullet and Garp were engaged in a fierce battle. There was no one left in the area. With 2 of the world's top combatants clashing, no one dared to approach. The ground shattered, and such a terrifying area of destruction was only caused by the 137 power fluctuations from the collision of their fists. I didn't expect Sengoku to need 2 admirals to kill that kid. Garp, Is everyone in Marine like this now? Bullet's tone was full of mockery. Clearly, he looked down on Sengoku's methods. Back then, they had also used underhanded methods to suppress him. Capturing the Red Earl was also a dirty trick. The same goes for the person who captured World Destroyer. You guys are really shameless. Garp. Bullet's fist landed on Garp's chest. The force of the punch made Garp's chest feel stuffy and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Not even close. Bullet. Garp forced a smile and similarly threw a punch. He completely ignored Bullet's words. On the other side, after hearing Sengoku's order, Kizaru also moved. Since Sengoku had asked him to join forces with Sakazuki, Kizaru naturally moved as well. This little monster, if we don't suppress him here, he will be a huge problem in the future. Kizaru scratched his head and disappeared from the spot. His target was Akainu. On the other side, Ling B walked over after releasing Conqueror's Haki. It was also at this time that a dark red gas surrounded his body, making him look quite strange. Akainu, who had wanted to attack Ling B, frowned. This little monster is too strange. Akainu was filled with fear towards Ling B. When he saw a yellow light coming over, he shouted, "Borsalino, I can deal with this little monster myself. You should deal with his crew. First, kill that traitor Shiryu of the Rain." Chapter 79. Sakazuki, can you really do it? Kizaru stopped in his tracks and looked at Akainu in confusion. At this moment, Ling Bai's entire body was wrapped in a dark red aura, which made him look a little strange. His entire aura seemed to have changed quite a bit. Deliberately mystifying things. Akainu snorted coldly. Hound devours the red lotus. Akainu roared and punched out. The dark red lava on his right fist surged wildly and expanded, forming a lava dog. It was like the legendary hellhound. The scorching heat wave caused the air to heat up. This was Akainu's ultimate move, and it was quite powerful. However, Ling B was not slow at all. He pointed his right palm at the lava dog, and rays of red light appeared and blasted out along with the red shockwave. What kind of power is that? As a bystander, Kizaru had the clearest view of the battle. The dark red shockwave was directed at Akainu's lava dog. Kizaru had a strange feeling about this red energy. Why did it feel like Marshal Sengoku's Great Buddha shockwave? Kizaru's feeling was almost correct. Ling Bai's shockwave was a replica of Marshal Sengoku's shockwave. Against Akainu's lava attack, this kind of power seemed to be the most suitable. The lava dog that devoured the red lotus was like a dog that had crawled out from hell. It seemed to have a real life. However, Ling Bai also released a powerful shockwave. The moment the two forces collided, the lava dog's head was smashed on the spot. Ling Bai did not stop after releasing a single shockwave. He released several more shockwaves in succession. Akainu's ability was quite violent. The shockwaves were powerful, but they were not as violent as his lava. Therefore, a single shockwave alone could not destroy the lava dog that was bigger than a truck. Boom! After a few consecutive explosions, the 5 shockwaves collided with Akainu's hound devouring Red Lotus. The lava was unable to withstand the immense power and exploded in the air. The lava was also scattered everywhere like a volcanic eruption, and the ground was scorched. What a powerful force! Is that a shockwave? Kizaru was shocked. The shockwave was only released with a red halo, then it became a colorless force. Sengoku's shockwave was the same. The golden color was just the light emitted from his body, like a big Buddha, but his shockwave was also colorless. This power! Akainu frowned. He felt the same as Kizaru. Every time Ling Bai released a shockwave, the remaining shockwaves hit him. For example, the debris and gravel on the ground behind him were blown away. It seems like your arrogance is not without reason. Akainu moved again. He didn't believe he couldn't defeat a little pirate. Shockwave! Sengoku muttered to himself on the execution platform. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. At this moment, he looked down from above. The battle in Marineford's square was still ongoing. There were many large fragments on the ground, smoke, explosions, gunshots. The battlefield was like this. The most conspicuous thing was naturally the corpses all over the ground and the heavy smell of blood in the air. He didn't know if more Marine died or more pirates died. If Marine can't even win this war, then the great age of pirates will not end. It will definitely become more violent, and the world will be completely out of balance. This was Sengoku's thought. Marine was the last line of defense to protect the world and the strongest line of defense. They must not be defeated. These Shichibukai are really unreliable. Sengoku saw several Shichibukai from Marineford, Doflamingo, and the others. With their strength, it was no problem for them to sweep through thousands of troops. Although those pirates were the elite pirates of the New World, it was undeniable that the Shichibukai were enough to crush them. However, Doflamingo was walking around leisurely and didn't make many moves. Hawkeye occasionally used his sword and collided with Flower Sword Vista a few times. Moria played with zombies and the Pirate Empress attacked indiscriminately. Since the crocodile incident and the even more terrible Ling B incident, Sengoku has lost confidence in the so-called 7 warlords of the sea system that checks and balances the 4 emperors. But regarding this system, even as a Marine Fleet Admiral, he has no right to speak. He can only wait for the decision of the 5 elders. Pacifists, it's time to move out. Sengoku's eyes narrowed as he called the leader of the pacifists, Sentomaru, who is Kizaru's nephew, and the latter immediately accepted the order. Pacifista is the latest scientific and technological achievement of the world government Vegapunk. It is a weapon of war specialized in dealing with pirates. In Pacifista, the information of all pirates with bounties has already been recorded in their database. They will never be soft on pirates. Except for the Shichibukai. In addition, Sengoku also turned off the live broadcast of the movie Den Den Mushi and announced the results after the war, regardless of the protests of Sabaody Archipelago. Sengoku didn't want to think so much. All Marine, today, we must fight to the last moment and expel all pirates and criminals from Marineford. Sengoku loudly announced to all Marine through the Den Den Mushi. We must not allow any pirate to trample on justice. Hearing Sengoku's words, the Marine who originally wanted to retreat because the enemy was too strong immediately raised their morale. Yes, why did they join Marine? Isn't it for justice? Isn't it to protect the world, to protect the things they want to protect? At this moment, almost all Marines' fighting spirit was ignited again. Pirates, send them all flying. Fly? I'm going to kill them all. Yes. Kill them all. Pirates are not good people. From this moment on, Marines' morale was also unprecedentedly high. Even if they were injured, they still killed the pirates with swords and guns. On the other side, a whole row of pacifists appeared in Marineford Square. The person who led them was Kizaru's nephew, Sentomaru. Although he was Kizaru's relative, this guy didn't get in through the back door. Instead, he was strong enough to be promoted to his current position, although he hasn't become a Marine yet. Pacifists, Rising Sun. Each one of them looked like a tyrant bear. They were the technological achievements of the tyrant bear. Their attack method was also Kizaru's laser light. Of course, this information was not known by anyone except Naval Headquarters and Shichibukai. In the original story, they were sent to Sabaody Archipelago to suppress the supernova. After the plot was disrupted by Ling B, there was no such scene, so this was the first time the pacifists appeared. All pirates deserve to die. Sentomaru carried a huge axe and roared. As Kizaru's nephew, he didn't have Kizaru's laziness. Instead, he had the same personality as Akainu. He hated pirates to the bone and wanted to kill all the pirates here. What kind of monster is that? Tyrant bear? Why are there so many tyrant bears? Yes, what's going on? It's the same Shichibukai tyrant bear. The Whitebeard pirates were also stunned. Many of Ling Bai's people were also stunned, but Ling Bai didn't have time to talk to them. Sentomaru, you're finally here. Kizaru shouted at Sentomaru. Uncle, I'm here. Sentomaru's eyes were firm as he waved his axe. All pacifists, estimated. Targets, all enemies. After receiving Sentomaru's order, all the pacifists moved, and yellow light began to condense in their palms, aiming at all the pirates except Shichibukai. Ling B was no longer part of the Shichibukai. Boom! As the yellow energy light shot out, one light after another landed on the ground. It was like a Kizaru was sweeping indiscriminately, one explosion after another sounded, and a group of pirates was blown up one after another. The Whitebeard pirates were frightened, and Marine was even more excited. This was their ultimate weapon. The world government still had many more. I'm not afraid of how many pirates you have. Be careful. Seeing the members of the Whitebeard pirates being blown up, Ace on the execution platform was trembling all over. He didn't know if it was anger, worry, or fear. Look carefully, a lot of people rose because of you, poor ghastly Ace. Your existence has caused countless people to die because of you. At this moment, without Garp, Sengoku was able to let go. The pacifists' attack was absolutely devastating. They may not be able to deal with powerful pirates, but they can deal with a group of people. The pacifists could crush them. Every time a laser beam was shot, a pirate would be killed or seriously injured with the sound of an explosion. But who would pity them? Marine was even more excited. If they can get rid of the Whitebeard pirates today, get rid of Whitebeard, then everything will be recorded in history. On the other side, Ling B and Akainu were also in a battle. Hound devours the Red Lotus. Akainu once again sent out a huge lava hound, and Ling B also sent out a shockwave. The two huge forces collided, and the aftermath of the power collision shattered the ground, and the lava scattered and burned the ground. The two fought for 10 minutes, and the ground, which was still intact, was now a broken scene, and there was even a lot of lava eroding the soil and gravel on the ground. What a strong brat! Akainu was shocked. He was already in his 50s, and his strength was basically at its peak. Even if he wanted to improve, he wouldn't be able to. There weren't many people in the world who could fight better than him. However, facing Ling Ri, he felt a deep sense of dread. He was too strong. He could even fight with Akainu. The two of them were locked in a battle. Not to mention Ling Bai's abilities, the strength that Ling Bai had displayed during the battle was something that a person of his age should possess. This kind of battle is the most troublesome because it will take a long time. Chapter 80. Your strength is beyond my imagination, no wonder you're so arrogant. But no matter what, I'm going to kill you here today. Akainu's face froze, the execution was imminent, and he estimated that it would take half an hour. If the execution is successful, it means that Marine will have an initial victory, and then they will suppress the Whitebeard pirates and achieve a complete victory. However, the appearance of Ling Bai and the others is really troublesome. It makes all the changes more unpredictable. Due to the appearance of Ling Bai and the others, Marine had to disperse their forces to deal with Ling Bai and the others. Moreover, the forces that were dispersed were not ordinary forces, but at least at the level of Vice Admiral. Apart from dealing with Crocodile's two subordinates, Marine's forces were slightly weaker. The quality of Ling Bai's members is quite high, all of them are elites, so they are very difficult to deal with. Moreover, San Juan Wolf didn't make a move. If they can't directly kill Ling Bai and the others, they can only let them continue to develop, and it will be more troublesome in the future. Can you leave me here? I came here to do something big, and then I will enter the new world. As for what happens to you, I don't care. Ling Bai smiled confidently. After breaking the opponent's big move, Ling Bai rushed up and punched Akainu's old face. It has to be said that every time Akainu was hit, he was hit by a punch. Ling Bai's fist was blessed with a powerful armament haki, so he could directly ignore Akainu's elemental transformation. This made Akainu quite annoyed. Although he also hit Ling Bai a few times, his attacks were blocked by Ling Bai's armament haki. Damn it! Akainu felt that his eyeballs almost fell out. It can be imagined that Akainu was angry. Akainu endured the pain on his face, holding his lava fist, he punched again, and after Ling Bai dodged, he punched again. In this way, Akainu punched Ling Bai very quickly, as if he didn't want to give him a chance to breathe. When it comes to physical strength, Akainu has it. Anger made his nerves tense, he can't tolerate such a powerful monster to continue to grow. In the future, it would be hard to say if he would become the next pirate emperor. Now, he could understand Staff Officer Tsuru's concerns. Indeed, If he didn't pay attention and let him go, Ling Bi might really become a pirate emperor. At that time, it would be really difficult for Marine to make a move on him. Are you angry, Mr. Sakazuki? Ling Bi caught Akaina's lava fist, which was the same fist that blew off half of Whitebeard's head in the original manga. Ling Bi's expression was very calm. Even though he had been hit in the stomach and chest by Akaina's lava several times, he was still fine. What happened? Akaina was shocked once again. He realized that he had punched Ling Bi's stomach 3 times in a row, and the last punch had even penetrated his stomach. Some of the scorching hot lava had even entered his stomach. Akaina's face instinctively lit up. However, Ling Bi looked as if she had been bitten by a mosquito. From her expression, Akaina could tell that she was faking it. Ling Bi was not faking it. But it seemed that she was faking it. The moment Akaina pulled out his fist, the wound on Ling Bi's stomach healed quickly. What happened? Akaina was shocked. In the past, if other pirates were attacked by him like this, they would be lying on the ground for a while. However, Akaina discovered that Ling Bi's wounds were rapidly healing on their own. Soon it was restored to its original state. There was only a tear in his clothes, but his white stomach was not injured at all. Akaina quickly retreated. If you want to kill me, it may not be possible for people in this dimension to do it. Ling Bi smiled, but Akaina wouldn't know the word dimension, and the people in this world wouldn't know either. Borges' physique was also beaten by the Bald Devil not long ago. He may not be very strong against the Bald Devil, but against other people, he was like a god. It's just a little strange, don't be arrogant. Akaina snorted coldly, expressing disdain for Ling Bi's words. However, does Ling Bi's body have a super healing ability? It's not that Akaina has never seen someone with a strong healing ability, but he has never seen Ling Bi's healing ability so fast. But in essence, he could understand and accept it. At this time, Ling Bi's fist began to crack. Sakazuki, come and punch me. His face was as calm as ever. Sometimes, Ling Bi wasn't really that calm and collected. He was just faking it. However, when Akaina looked at him with such an expression, Akaina felt a strong sense of pressure. Ling Bi was calm, but Akaina couldn't be calm. An invisible psychological pressure filled Akaina's heart. Ling Bi gave him the feeling that Ling Bi was very difficult to deal with. His ability and strength were beyond imagination. Boom! Ling Bi stomped on the ground, causing it to shatter. Ling Bi also rushed over. Using the explosive power of his physique, Ling Bi's whole body was like a stretched super spring. Just in time. Akaina roared. Double Dark Hound! Ling Bi clenched his fists, and his clothes looked like they were about to explode at this moment. He rushed towards Ling Bi, and both his fists smashed out at the same time. The scorching hot magma waves caused the air to distort. With a loud bang, the two men's fists collided. Then, the ground within a 40-meter radius was shattered on the spot, and the depth of the shattered ground was close to 10 meters. The explosion was earth-shattering, and the whole of Marineford seemed to shake at this moment. The other people who were fighting were also shocked. Hey, what happened? Is it Pops or Garp? Vice Admiral Garp is still fighting, and Whitebeard is also fighting Admiral Kuzan. Could it be that Admiral Sakazuki is fighting that monster? Yes, it's the battle between Sakazuki-san and that hateful pirate. It's terrible. The stones from the explosion can be thrown dozens of meters high in the air. What's the situation? On the battlefield, smoke and dust were everywhere, making it difficult to see the situation clearly. The people who were still alive were shocked. If it was just the battle between Whitebeard and Garp, people wouldn't be so shocked, but the problem is that the Ajef pirate who fought against Admiral Akainu, although he was Shichibukai, the whole world knows that he traded for Ace. It's said that he's a swordsman, but few people have seen him, so who knows if it's an exaggeration. But he fought with Akainu for 10 or 20 minutes, which is quite terrible. Even if Akainu went easy on him, it's impossible for him to go easy on him. That kid. Whitebeard looked at the distance, which is the direction of the explosion. Indeed, Akainu's strength is beyond his imagination. Even if I want to kill him, it won't be that easy. But, the most important thing now is to save my beloved Ace. Then, I'll deal with that kid. Whitebeard muttered to himself. At this moment, when Aokiji's attention was temporarily diverted to the explosion, Whitebeard's fist, which was enhanced by the power of the shock fruit, landed on Aokiji's body and smashed him to smithereens along with the ground. Aokiji kid, you're still too young. Whitebeard said disdainfully. I'm Whitebeard. Whitebeard roared again and used a terrifying vibration power to crush Aokiji. This attack scared the other marines out of their wits. They thought that Aokiji had been killed by Whitebeard. After crushing Aokiji, Whitebeard rushed to the execution platform. Sengoku, do you think I can't stop you from executing Ace? Whitebeard roared angrily, but at this time, he had experienced the knife wound from the Uzumaki spider before, plus the old injury triggered by the battle with Aokiji. Now Whitebeard's condition is not very good. His spirit is a little dazed. If it weren't for Whitebeard's terrifying willpower, he might have fallen to the ground. Whitebeard. Sengoku clenched his fists, ready to transform into a Buddha at any moment. Before this, his attention had been on Ling B. He had seen the explosion very clearly. At the moment of the explosion, Akainu and Ling B's strength had collided and both of them had been rebounded. Sengoku could not estimate the strength of the rebounding force. In any case, Akainu had been smashed onto one side of the steel wall, while Ling B had been smashed onto the other side of the wall. Among them, Akainu was smashed into lava. As for Ling B, when Sengoku saw Ling B sliding down the wall was covered in a pool of blood. Was he dead? Or how badly was he injured? It was undeniable that the violent impact was terrifying. Even Sengoku could not imagine how much power Akainu and Ling B had just used. But now, Whitebeard was here. The third admiral had left his seat and Garp was fighting with the monster, Bullet. Wasn't Sengoku the only one left? The execution platform can't withstand the impact of his vibration power. Sengoku's expression was dignified. Although Whitebeard's physical condition was not very good, he was still the strongest man in the world. This was undeniable. Father. Ace was so touched and worried that tears flowed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Ace, Father is here to save you. No one can stop Father from saving you. Whitebeard said in a deep voice. Go. Whitebeard pirates. Protect Father. Diamond Yoza roared and rushed to the front of the captains. Whitebeard. Go to hell. At this time, above Whitebeard's head, a sandman quickly condensed, and a hook made of gold appeared for the first time. It was Crocodile, who had an overnight feud with Whitebeard. His purpose of coming to the naval headquarters was to kill Whitebeard with his own hands. Crocodile, you really make me sad. You came here without saying hello. Doflamingo said regretfully in the distance. Crocodile. Sengoku also saw Crocodile, but he did not expect Crocodile to also escape from prison. And when Crocodile's hook was about to fall on Whitebeard's neck, a burst of blue flames suddenly rushed over, and then a blue leg came down from the air. Immortal bird Marco. His foot landed on Crocodile's head, and in the nick of time, he kicked Crocodile nearly 20 meters away. I'm here, don't even think about hurting my father. Marco said angrily, but at the same time, he was relieved. Father, let me do it. After Marco finished speaking, he flapped his blue flame wings and rushed to the execution platform. Now, only Sengoku was on the execution platform. The admirals were not there, and Garp was not there either. This was a great opportunity. Chapter 81. There was still half an hour before the execution of Fire Fist Ace. In other words, if they couldn't rescue Ace within half an hour, Whitebeard and the others would have to watch as Ace's head rolled off the execution platform. Therefore, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was quite nervous. This rescue operation must be successful. Ace must be rescued, and then the Whitebeard pirates must retreat to Marineford. At this time, Marco rushed up. The distance between the ground and the execution platform was only 70 or 80 meters. Marco, who has the ability of the devil fruit, can naturally fly like a bird. At this time, Marco, facing the execution platform that was getting closer and closer, his heart was full of joy. Of course, he couldn't avoid facing huge pressure. On the execution platform, there is a legendary marine. The man who has teamed up with Garp many times and defeated many big pirates, is also the old enemy of Whitebeard. Marine, who can become Whitebeard's old enemy, can you imagine how powerful he is? Don't look at Sengoku's gentle posture and wearing a pair of glasses. But, he is a legendary figure. But what Marco didn't notice is that in addition to Sengoku, Garp, and Marine, there is also an old woman. Marine's iron triangle, Sengoku, Garp, and Crane. Don't think I'm not here. Pirate. At this time, Crane, who was on the ground, jumped up and threw her hands at Marco. A lot of washing power was released and fell on Marco's body. You should retire. Seeing Crane, this old marine is older than Sengoku and Garp, and she is a little bent and thin. Marco had underestimated her the moment he saw her. Marco continued to rush over. When Crane's palm fell on him, his body began to fall uncontrollably from this moment, and his wings couldn't flap, as if they were washed. What's going on? My body. Marco was stunned, and he couldn't speak clearly. Marco can't see his full appearance, and in the eyes of others, he has become like clothes that have just been washed and hung up. At this time, after Crane shot down Marco, she smoothly landed in front of the Admiral's throne. Don't underestimate this old woman, although I'm old, you pirates are still young. Crane said disdainfully. As an ability user with the paramecia, wash fruit, Crane could turn people and things into clothes and dry them after washing them. The things and people that are washed by her will lose their original shape and become like clothes that have just been hung up, and the washed life forms will lose their power and can't move freely. And Marco is in this situation. Crane. You. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief, but Crane is still here. Don't underestimate Crane, she is also one of the 3 legendary marines of Naval Headquarters. Woman. Whitebeard raised his head to look at Crane, who was also looking at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, you won't succeed. Today, you won't leave Marineford. Crane said calmly. At this time, a giant marine smashed his mace towards Whitebeard. Killing Whitebeard is the goal of almost every marine. At that time, it is likely that you will be directly promoted by several levels. For example, if you are a marine lieutenant colonel, you may be promoted to kill Whitebeard. Your military rank will be Marine Vice Admiral. The huge mace smashed down like a meteorite, not to mention how scary it is. You're still young. Don't get in my way. Whitebeard growled as he channeled the power of the shock fruit into his vertical cloud slash. Then, he swung his blade at the opponent's mace. The huge shock force, even the huge mace can't compete with it. Whitebeard's power is not something that the giant marine can resist, so the giant marine was knocked away along with his mace. Ah! Too terrible! The giant marine fell heavily to the ground and fainted directly. Whitebeard is too strong, even if he is injured, he is not his opponent. The giant marine was knocked away, and the marine who wanted to rush over to deal with Whitebeard was scared again. On the other side, Flower Swords Vista rushed over to catch Marco, who had changed his style and couldn't even speak. At this time, Marco was shocked. Of course, he blamed himself for underestimating the female marine. After all, how could he know that a woman's ability is so strange? You offended Ms. Tsuru, you're lucky. Doflamingo sneered. The woman he is most afraid of is Vice Admiral Crane. Before he became Shichibukai, he was hunted by Vice Admiral Crane all over the world, which left a psychological shadow in Doflamingo. In short, although Crane rarely fights, her strength is undeniable. Her strength can be said to be the first among the female marine in naval headquarters. Together with the male marine, she can also be ranked in the front. Vice Admiral Crane actually blocked Immortal Bird Marco. She is the strongest captain under Whitebeard. Do you think Staff Officer Crane is weak? She was the woman who risked her life with Vice Admiral Garp and Marshal Sengoku. Too strong. The marine was also shocked, and then there was a burst of blood. If they don't kill the Whitebeard pirates here today, they will be sorry to Vice Admiral Crane, even if they die. Little Crane, be careful. Sengoku on the execution platform reminded. Don't worry, I won't die. Crane replied. At this time, her attention was not on Whitebeard's side, but in another direction. Just now, Ling Bi and Akainu were bounced back, and at this time, Crane's attention was on the direction where Ling Bi was. The big bloodline on the wall is quite eye-catching. Dead? Not likely. Seriously injured? Possible. But it seems impossible. Ling Bi had fought with Akainu for a long time without being injured. He had only been sent flying by the recoil. It was unlikely that he was seriously injured. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Mumu Zagi, who had rushed back from the New Era to participate in the war, had arrived at the place where Ling Bi had been sent flying. The bloodline on the wall was his. When Mumu Zagi arrived, she found that Ling Bi had already stood up. The bloodline on the wall had not dried yet. Even the back of Ling Bi's shirt was still red. But what shocked Mumu Zagi was that Ling Bi did not seem to be in pain at all. With such an injury, and the pool of blood on the steel wall, Ling Bi should at least look haggard or pale, let alone seriously injured. But Ling Bi's face was still as red as ever. It was as if nothing had happened. Just a little bit more. When my body continues to evolve, it won't be so easy to destroy it. Although my recovery is also very scary, it still hurt. Ling Bi's body allowed him to recover quickly from his injuries. At this moment, he was completely fine. But when he turned around, Ling Bi saw Mumu Zagi. Long time no see, Vice Admiral Mumu Zagi. Ling Bi greeted her politely. Cut the crap, pirate. I must suppress you today. Mumu Zagi held her sword with both hands and rushed over. She had not recovered from the shock yet. What was going on with Ling Bi? Why was he completely fine? Mumu Zagi was very shocked. Suppress me? I'm afraid that's not something you can do alone. Ling Bi also moved. Sorry, I didn't bring you today. So, I'll use this sword. Ling Bi's expression froze as he pulled out a red lightsaber. It was Kizaru's stance when he pulled out the Heavenly Cloud Sword. This stance shocked Mumu Zagi. 0. Flowers. What's going on? It seems to be that old man's ability. However, Mumu Zagi couldn't care less. He immediately slashed out with his sword. Ling Bi used her lightsaber to block her opponent's attack. Then, she aimed her right palm at Mumu Zagi's stomach and released a shockwave that sent Mumu Zagi flying nearly 10 meters away. Mumu Zagi was in a sorry state right now. Although I like women, it doesn't mean that I will be gentle with them. Ling Bi laughed. Just as Mumu Zagi was about to react, a flash of light the size of a finger shot past her right ear, cutting off a few strands of her hair. Damn it! Mumu Zagi quickly turned around and retreated. Then, she quickly stood up and sent out a chop. Pirates, damn you! What a waste of this world's air! Mumu Zagi shouted angrily. The higher UPS have already ordered that if this pirate is allowed to leave, New World will have one more pirate emperor. Even if they could keep Whitebeard here today, the situation in the New World would be different, and it was not a situation that the world government and naval headquarters wanted to see. Therefore, they had to keep Ling Bi here today. Moreover, the criminals he had released were now in Marineford, and they could not be allowed to leave. 0.0. Really? If I catch you, what will happen? Holding the lightsaber, Ling Bi spent a lot of effort and finally threw Mumu Zagi's chop to the other side. This woman is still very strong, so Ling Bi can't underestimate her. In addition, Jumping Rabbit shouldn't underestimate her. A new round of battle is about to start. However, dealing with a woman, and one of Ling Bi's prey, Ling Bi has to be careful. While attacking the other side, Ling Bi constantly teased the other side with words. Ling Bi's hooliganism and shamelessness have reached the ultimate level. Probably, a pure pirate is also like this. Therefore, Mumu Zagi's swordsmanship became more and more chaotic. On the one hand, she can't beat Ling Bi, and on the other hand, Ling Bi's words made her angry. Therefore, she was in a mess. The flaw also appeared in the south. It seems that your heart is still not firm enough. Just because of my provocation, you're confused. Ling Bi laughed. Then, he punched her out. On the other side, no one knows that somewhere near Marineford, a ship is coming here. The person driving the ship is Pluton Rayleigh, and the person on the ship is Straw Hat Luffy. Only the two of them are here. Luffy begged Rayleigh to take him to naval headquarters before. He was moved by Luffy's action to save his brother Ace, so Rayleigh finally agreed to Luffy's request. Moreover, he felt that if he didn't save Roger's son, he would feel guilty when he thought of his dead friend Roger. Therefore, Rayleigh and Luffy set off. Sabaody Archipelago is not far from naval headquarters, so they don't need to go through the Gate of Justice. And Rayleigh also knows how to get to naval headquarters. Luffy also came without telling his friends. He must save Ace. He can't just watch Ace be executed. Uncle Rayleigh, we're here. I see naval headquarters. Uncle Rayleigh, you can come closer by 30 meters, I can use the rubber fruit ability to get there. Luffy was very grateful to Rayleigh. If it wasn't for Rayleigh's help, he wouldn't be able to come to naval headquarters. Luffy, I'll go with you. Rayleigh smiled. Luffy didn't know that Rayleigh was a former member of Roger's pirates, known as Roger's right hand, Pluton Rayleigh. Uncle Rayleigh, I can't, it's too dangerous. Luffy, haha, there are also people who are very important to me. Rayleigh sighed. Chapter 82. That's Bullet. At this time, the situation in naval headquarters was quite fierce. The Whitebeard pirates had entered Marineford Square from the ice and steel walls were raised in Marineford Square. This was the steel wall made by Golden Lion after he invaded naval headquarters and destroyed half of Marineford. At this moment, it played an important role for the Whitebeard pirates. Naval headquarters was ready to catch the turtle in the jar. In any case, naval headquarters will keep the Whitebeard pirates in Marineford today. Rayleigh and Luffy had already arrived at the steel wall and finally saw the scene of the battle. To be honest, it was thrilling. The battle was fierce and even tragic. Just then, Rayleigh saw Bullet fighting with Garp. At first glance, Rayleigh thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him, but it turned out to be his former team member Bullet. How did he come out? Rayleigh was shocked. Bullet was still wearing the prison uniform. At first glance, he knew that he had just come out of Impel Down because he had been imprisoned on the 6th floor. What happened? Rayleigh couldn't believe it. Bullet was also a member of Roger's pirates. Bullet's strength was comparable to his, but there was a gap of more than 20 years between them. This guy was basically a war machine. He had been fighting his whole life and longed to be the strongest in the world. Later on, Roger easily defeated him. Therefore, Bullet saw Roger as his lifelong goal to surpass. However, after Roger's death, he lost his goal. He went from being called a monster to becoming a real monster. Roger was no longer there and no one could suppress him. How did he come out? Rayleigh felt uneasy in his heart. This guy longed for 683 to become the strongest existence in the world. In the past, the world was turned upside down and countless people were killed and injured. In the end, if he was not suppressed, he didn't know how many people would have died. At this moment, he appeared in Marineford and fought with Garp. At this time, Garp's clothes were tattered. On the other hand, Bullet had a ferocious smile on his face. It seemed that the more he fought, the more excited he became. Bullet was such a monster, a natural battle maniac. The more he was beaten, the more excited he became. On the other side, Luffy finally saw his brother Ace. At this time, the anxiety and worry on Luffy's face were swept away. Luffy yelled. He dragged out his last syllable and raised his voice to the ultimate level. Ace! I'm here to save you! Luffy shouted again. Of course, Ace heard him as well. Luffy! Ace also shouted, UBD! You took the risk to come here. Luffy saw Ace as one of the most important people in the world, and Ace saw Luffy as one of the most important people in the world. The bond between brothers made them willing to risk their lives for each other, even if it meant risking their lives for each other. Monkey D. Luffy! Boy Straw Hat! Sengoku was angry again. Some time ago, Luffy the Straw Hat made a scene at the N-Ice lobby. Not only did he humiliate the world government, but he also humiliated the naval headquarters. Moreover, he was the grandson of Garp, the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Durag. Garp, your grandson! Sengoku was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The most troublesome pirate of the worst generation did not come, and the key was that he was the grandson of his best friend, Garp. Sengoku's anger could be imagined at this time. Their family of the third generation, no one was reliable. His son and grandson were extremely troublesome for Marine and even the world government, and the Revolutionary Army was a threat to the world government's rule. No. That's Pluton Rayleigh. Sengoku finally saw the old man next to Luffy. That vaguely familiar silhouette, wasn't it Pluton Rayleigh? The legendary big pirate had disappeared for more than 20 years. God knows where he had been hiding for more than 20 years. Even now, Pluton Rayleigh's bounty was in the Naval Headquarters bounty room, and it was in the most eye-catching position, the same position as the Pirate Emperor's. The legendary pirate Pluton Rayleigh also appeared here. Bullet, known as Roger's right-hand man, and Pluton Rayleigh, the Pirate King's right-hand man. Sengoku's face changed, because, with such a character who could sweep away thousands of soldiers with his own strength, the situation would become more unpredictable. I didn't expect that guy to come. Garp's grandson was also brought by him. Crane, who was in front of the Admiral's throne, also became dignified. The pirate camp is getting stronger and stronger. If the red-haired pirates also appear, the chances of our naval headquarters winning will be even slimmer. Crane's heart was heavy and full of worry. According to the traces of the red-haired pirates, naval headquarters had already learned that the red-haired pirates had entered the first half of the Grand Line. At that time, he will definitely appear in naval headquarters. Whether it was Pluton Rayleigh or the red-haired pirates, their purpose of coming to naval headquarters must be related to Fire Fist Ace. After all, Fire Fist Ace is Roger's son. They will definitely rescue him. Luffy. Garp also saw Luffy. At this time, while fighting with Bullet, his heart was also in a mess. Such a terrible battlefield is not something Luffy should face at all. Moreover, how can he come here? How can he? He was afraid of Ace. Garp was most afraid of his precious grandson having an accident. Recently, Luffy has caused too much trouble and he has to withstand the pressure. Garp, are you distracted? Bullet sneered. At this time, Garp was indeed distracted because of Luffy. Facing a powerful enemy like Bullet, even if he was distracted for a few seconds, it was impossible. Bullet hit Garp's face fiercely, even the sound of bones breaking was heard. Because of this punch, Garp was blasted more than 50 meters away and rolled uncontrollably on the ground for several meters before barely stopping. Bullet never showed mercy to his enemies, not to mention, he was a cold-blooded and cruel person. If that brat didn't let me use my devil fruit ability, I would have destroyed the naval headquarters. Bullet said to himself. He had an agreement with Ling B before that he could not use his fusion fruit ability in the naval headquarters because his fusion fruit ability was too violent and would affect Ling B's performance. Ling B did not know if Bullet had awakened his devil fruit ability. In the original work, Bullet's awakened ability could easily fuse all the buildings on an island and turn them into a real monster. If Bullet awakened his ability, how was the war going to be fought? Marineford would be gone. Of course, Bullet reluctantly agreed to Ling B's request because he was the one who released him. As one of the great pirates of the old era, Bullet was also very principled. Therefore, he still used his powerful physical strength to fight with Garp. Unexpectedly, Garp's mind wandered. Because of a person named Luffy? Who was Luffy looking at? Bullet looked in the direction that Garp was looking at just now. It was a young man who looked about the same age as Ling B. However, Bullet's attention was instantly attracted by the old man next to Luffy. I haven't seen you for more than 20 years, Rayleigh. I thought you were dead. Bullet smiled and clenched his fists. He clenched his fists. Bullet was very excited to see his former crew. Of course, being a crew member did not mean that he and Rayleigh were on the same side. The probability of them becoming enemies was very high. Bullet. Rayleigh also looked at Bullet. At this time, the two of them looked at each other. Rayleigh felt bad. Ace, I'm coming. Ah! Luffy roared, then mobilized all his strength and jumped directly from the steel wall. The distance was very far, and there was not much time left, he must speed up. Luffy. Why don't you listen to your brother? Ace was afraid that something would happen to Luffy. Kneeling on the execution platform, he kept seeing the members of the Whitebeard pirates injured and even killed. His heart was bleeding and his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Monkey D. Luffy. That boy in the straw hat is one of the most evil people in the Supernova. He is also the son of the Revolutionary Army Darag. He is a pirate with a terrible bloodline. We must stop him and even catch him. Sengoku shouted through the Den Mushi, and immediately the Marines were boiling. The new pirate star who recently made the world boil was actually the son of the world's most ferocious criminal revolutionary army, Darag. However, few people in the world know that Darag is the son of the marine hero Garp. Therefore, Garp, Darag, and Luffy are part of the third generation. Catch that pirate! Cut off his head, will we be able to make a great contribution? Do you still need to ask? Countless marine targeted Luffy. Compared to Whitebeard, the world's #1 monster, the strongest man, and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, it seems that Luffy isn't even on the same level as the captains. Therefore, Luffy has become the target of many marine. Luffy rushed into the crowd and barged his way through. His only thought was to rescue Ace. No one can stop his belief. In addition, facing Luffy, who was ranked in the top 3 among the Supernovas, he wasn't someone that just any marine could withstand. At the very least, they would need to have the combat power of a rear admiral. Moreover, Luffy's current strength had skyrocketed by quite a lot due to the heat of the moment. Ah! Don't block my way! I'm going to beat you all up! Luffy roared as he punched a few marines. When he used his big move, he even killed a group of marines. Is that Ace's brother? Interesting. As expected of a young man, he is so reckless. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates also gave Luffy a look of approval. Boy in the straw hat. When Gecko Moria saw Luffy, the anger in his heart was released uncontrollably. He was more than 100 meters away from Luffy, and he couldn't wait to rush over and kill Luffy. He was defeated by Luffy before, and it can be said that he was more aggrieved than Crocodile. Because of this, he was laughed at by Doflamingo for a long time. Gecko Moria was the man who competed with Kaido of the Beasts for the throne of the Pirate Emperor. It's just Luffy. He was defeated. At this moment, a white smoke rushed towards Luffy like a rocket launcher. It was Smoker. Smoke fruit was the weakest devil fruit in Logia. Perhaps it was due to Smoker's personal reasons. At this moment, Smoker used Smoker's fruit to move at a relatively high speed and rushed towards Luffy. He was also holding a sea stone in his hand. This weapon once pressed Luffy to the ground in Logue Town, but Drago saved him at that time, which made Smoker quite annoyed. Now that your father is not here, let's see how arrogant you are. Smoker tried to vent the anger in his heart. At this time, he swung his stick at Luffy, but it was too late. Luffy was no longer the Luffy of Logue Town after experiencing his growth. Don't block my way! Smoker! Luffy roared and threw a punch at Smoker. However, Luffy had no way to deal with Logia's elementalization at this moment. Boom! Smoker's punch fell on Luffy's face. Although this punch didn't have much effect on Luffy's rubber fruit ability user, Smoker's stick fell on Luffy's head again. He hit Luffy's head with a sea stone. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Luffy rolled a few meters away. The sea stone restrained his ability and made him feel pain. Damn it! Luffy clenched his fists and was full of fear towards Smoker. This time, there's no Drago to help you. 3.6, Straw Hat Luffy. Smoker rushed over again. Just as he was about to catch Luffy, an old man came. He moved at high speed and kicked at Smoker. Boom! The kick wasn't very strong, but it hit Smoker's right arm. A sharp pain came, making Smoker feel pain and shock at the same time. His elemental transformation was actually ignored. He saw who it was. Who are you? Smoker looked at Pluton Rayleigh with fear. Although Rayleigh had become an old man, Smoker didn't recognize him immediately. He only knew that he was the old man who came with Luffy just now. Luffy, go over. Rayleigh said kindly. Uncle Rayleigh, thank you. Luffy thanked him loudly and then bypassed Smoker. Smoker wanted to chase after him but was stopped by Rayleigh. Rayleigh. Are you one of the legendary pirates? Pluton Rayleigh. Smoker was shocked and faintly saw the outline of the old man's face. It was the face of the legendary pirate. Give the young people a future. Rayleigh said. Giving the pirates a future is to let the civilians suffer a disaster. Smoker snorted and rushed up. It didn't matter if he couldn't win or not. Justice must not be timid in front of evil. Chapter 83. Ling B didn't expect Luffy to come, which made Ling B very surprised. Sure enough, the protagonist's aura is still there. Even though Ling B has changed the Sabaody Archipelago incident and the Impel Down incident in the original work, Luffy still came to naval headquarters. The moment she saw Pluton Rayleigh, Ling B was also relieved. With this legendary old man, Ling B didn't feel surprised that Luffy could come to naval headquarters. After all, in the original work, shortly after the end of the Summit War, Pluton Rayleigh and Luffy came to naval headquarters, and Luffy took that opportunity to convey important information to his partners by making big news. But even if you come here, what can you change? Ling B smiled disdainfully. Regardless of whether Luffy appears or not, or even if Fire Fist Ace is released from the execution platform, Fire Fist Ace and Whitebeard must die here today, and even after death, the entire Whitebeard pirates must be accounted for. Because Ling B stepped on the corpses of Whitebeard and Ace, they are enemies, and Ling B can't let such powerful enemies live. Suddenly, a muffled sound appeared, and Jumping Rabbit's hair was a little messy. But as Ling Bai's observation haki is already a high-level Ling Bai, her attack is nothing at all, unless Momozagi's speed and attack can escape from Ling Bai's observation haki's detection, or Ling Bai stands still, otherwise, her attack is ineffective. Just now, Momozagi was beaten by Ling Bai, and Ling Bai has no concept of mercy. Now, Momozagi's hair is messy, and her mood is a mess. You should be thankful that I didn't kill you, otherwise, you may not be standing. Ling Bai sneered and blocked Momozagi's Miji blade. At the same time, she aimed her palm at Momozagi. A terrifying shockwave blasted out. It was faster than a rocket launcher, but it was quite dazzling. It carried a very beautiful red light zone. However, this is a shockwave. Boom! The shockwave landed on Momozagi's stomach. Momozagi's slender waist was hit by the huge force. Momozagi felt an intense pain in her stomach. Then, she was sent flying more than 10 meters away with her sword. The ground was also shattered by the shockwave. How can he be so strong? Momozagi's face was pale after she was thrown out. She looked rather disheveled, and there was even a bloodline at the corner of her mouth. She had to admit that it was the first time in her life that she had been in such a sorry state. She even felt a little powerless. She felt that it was not because she could not defeat Ling Bai, but because Ling Bai's body was too strange. She had even slashed Ling Bai earlier, leaving a ghastly wound from his shoulder to his stomach. However, regardless of whether Ling Bai had cried out in pain, his bloody wound had healed in just a few seconds. High-speed regeneration? This was what Momozagi was thinking at this moment. It was very scary, very shocking, and very unbelievable. Momozagi TS has STSAT to think TTTSSS, she has never heard. Therefore, at this time, Momozagi was very embarrassed. And Ling Bai didn't care that she was a woman. In Ling Bai's words, Ling Bai regarded her as one of his prey, as a future plaything. This is what made Momozagi angry and confused. It hurts? Momozagi still felt a sharp pain in her stomach at this time, and it was difficult for her to even stand up. She felt a sharp pain in her scalp when she moved. It's hard to imagine that a monster like that can continue to develop. At this time, Momozagi felt a sense of powerlessness, at least she couldn't deal with Ling Bai alone. After Ling Bai gave Momozagi a blow, he left. At this time, how long is it before Fire Fist Ace's execution? Ling Bai looked at his watch, only 5 minutes left. 5 minutes, not long. Ling Bai, suspended in the air, looked down. The square of Marineford was very large, and at this time, the ground was full of corpses, as well as pirates and marines who were still fighting. Whitebeard. Ling Bai saw Whitebeard. At this time, he was more than 40 meters away from the execution platform. A large group of marines were constantly rushing towards Whitebeard, and Whitebeard was constantly waving his sword that was covered with the power of shock fruit. Every blade set off a terrible shock, directly making a group of marines fly up like dandelions. Several marines were also hanging on Whitebeard's body. They stabbed Whitebeard's body with their swords, so at this time, Ling B could obviously see that Whitebeard was not feeling well. Although ants are small, they can kill elephants, not to mention, Whitebeard is also injured, and his body has a lot of injuries. Even Whitebeard was having a hard time dealing with the dense swarm of marines. The other captains were also being held back by other marines. They could not spare any time to deal with the situation. Naval headquarters, the powerful Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral, and a lot of other captains are enough to contain this group of captains. The division captains of the Whitebeard pirates are not as strong as the cotters of other pirate emperors. For example, Auntie's Sweet Commanders and Kaido of the Beast's Three Disasters are all super strong. In the Whitebeard pirates, except for Marco, Flower Sword Vista, and a few others, the strength of the others is not good, of course, except for Fire Fist Ace at this moment. Overall, in the Whitebeard pirates, except for Whitebeard, his so-called sons can be said to be mostly useless. They have a lot of people, and the power of the pirates is very big. Don't try to stop me. I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard roared, and with a wave of his hand, a group of marines was shaken, and he swept away thousands of soldiers, making countless people afraid. Whitebeard. As Whitebeard approached, Sengoku's anxiety became stronger. Sacrificing a group of marines to resist the monster is worth it for marines' victory, but for their families, it is very unfair. Today, he doesn't know how many marine families are broken. We must win. There are 4 minutes left. Sengoku took a look at the time. Sengoku, do you think I can't resist you? Whitebeard spat out a mouthful of blood. He was surrounded by marines, but not all of them dared to approach him. Getting close to Whitebeard was simply risking their lives. At this moment, Ling B saw a red figure rushing towards Whitebeard. Who else could it be but Akainu? Ling B also saw that Akainu's face was full of anger at this time, and his head was bleeding. He estimated that his body's injuries were not light, but it was not easy to see. Akainu rushed towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard, don't pretend that I'm not here. Akainu said angrily, and directly rushed through the crowd of marines to meet Whitebeard head-on. Hound devours the Red Lotus. Akainu roared, as if he had used all the strength in his body. Akainu was very angry at this time, because he was venting his anger on Whitebeard that he could not vent on Ling B for the time being. Can't he deal with an injured and seriously ill old man? Akainu, you're still too young. Whitebeard still used this sentence to express his disdain for the admirals. Indeed, in Whitebeard's era, even Akainu and the other two were still too young. And Whitebeard's era was already his era. He was on par with Roger and Golden Lion, and became the legendary three pirates. At that time, the whole new world almost belonged to the three of them. Whitebeard's fist collided with the terrifying giant lava hound released by Akainu. Immediately, lava burst out and splashed everywhere. A red and white barrier separated the two, and the two were in a stalemate. The battle between Akainu and Whitebeard was about to start. Whitebeard, you saw Fire Fist Ace die with your own eyes. You, who are about to die, can't protect this kind of bloodline. Akainu sneered. At this time, he was very disdainful of Whitebeard. Damn you, Shichibukai, you're the one who caught Ace and made us. I didn't expect to meet you here, go to hell. At this time, just behind Ling B, a strange-looking pirate appeared. Ling B turned her head slightly to take a glance. It turned out to be Uzumaki the spider with her filial son. So what do you want to do? Ling B sneered and did not even look him in the eye. To the latter, this was a clear sign of disdain. Ling B's disdain naturally angered the Uzumaki spider. Ling B, on the other hand, did not mind. What kind of person could be that Akainu could instigate with just a few words? It could be said that Whitebeard's death in the original work was all thanks to his first strike. I'll kill you. 803 The Uzumaki spider was furious. It was infuriated by Ling B. It was already in a bad mood. With that, he rushed over with his saber in hand. However, Ling Bai's speed was very fast. She released the red heavenly cloud soar sword and fiercely struck the opponent's saber. Relying on the powerful force, she knocked the opponent's saber out of his hand. In fact, Ling Bai did not expect to be able to knock the opponent's saber out of his hand with just one strike. That can only mean that you're too weak. I thought that as the captain of a pirate group affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates, you would be very strong. I didn't expect you to be so weak. Ling Bai shook his head. In a flash, he turned into an afterimage. The next second, his lightsaber stabbed into the Uzumaki spider's stomach. It even spun a few times. The Uzumaki spider's old face was distorted. VR. The Uzumaki spider's face was filled with shock and pain. The Uzumaki spider did not expect this to happen. An unimaginable pain came from his stomach. Perhaps, this is the pain your father felt when you stabbed him. Do you understand? Ling Bai mocked. Then, Ling Bai did not wait for the Uzumaki spider to speak. The next second, he slashed the Uzumaki spider's neck with his lightsaber. In the next second, Ling Bai put away his lightsaber and the Uzumaki spider's head flew into the air. Its head was separated from its body. It died on the spot. The Uzumaki spider's body fell to the ground powerlessly. Blood spurted out. The next moment, its head fell from the air and rolled several times before stopping. The Uzumaki spider's eyes were not closed. His face was filled with endless pain and fear. He killed, the captain of the Uzumaki spider, the captain was killed. The Uzumaki spider's underlings cried out. At this time, Ling Bai took a step forward. Conqueror's haki immediately swept up and another group of pirates fainted. It's starting. Ling Bai saw the execution platform and walked up to two executioners. Each of them held an executioner's saber, which was used to behead Fire Fist Ace. Roger was going to die by disembowelment and his son, Fire Fist Ace, was going to be beheaded. The two executioners were ready to go. Chapter 84. At this time, two executioners were ready on the execution platform. When it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Sengoku ordered them to cut down the raised blades. Both blades were aimed at the same spot on Fire Fist Ace's neck. This way, no matter how thick Fire Fist Ace's skin was, the blades could cut through it. After all, he was not a monster like Kaido of the Beasts. On the execution platform, Sengoku was very cautious and alert at all times. He was worried that someone would suddenly appear on the execution platform and interfere with the execution. But in fact, the two executioners were the most afraid because the person on the platform was the legendary man. And this time, the situation of the battle had changed. Originally, there was only the Whitebeard pirates on the battlefield, but now, there was a group of equally powerful guys. Therefore, the execution was like climbing a mountain of swords or going into a sea of fire. If they were not careful, they might die without a burial place. Therefore, the two executioners had to have a very strong psychological endurance. However, the two executioners who executed Roger had already gone down in history, and as the executioners of Roger's son, they will also go down in history. Has it started? Bullet looked at the execution platform with interest. He did not expect the person to be executed to be Roger's son. This really surprised him. However, Bullet had no intention of saving Ace. Although Bullet admired Roger and regarded him as the ultimate goal of his life, it did not mean that Bullet was responsible for his son. He was cold-blooded and cruel. A person who recognizes others as his father but treats his own father as scum. It's more shameful than submitting to others, even if that person is Whitebeard. Bullet sneered. He also heard about Ace from Ling Bai when they were on the warship. Therefore, Bullet was full of contempt and even disgust for Ace. Roger was the only man he respected the most in his life, but Ace hated his father. If Ace was in front of him right now, he would have smashed him into minced meat with a single punch. Bullet was a war orphan. He did not have much family affection in his life. His father's existence was the most precious treasure in the world. Therefore, Ace's behavior caused Bullet to be extremely dissatisfied. At that moment, Bullet was excited to see Ace die. Roger, your son is dying, but I didn't save him. Maybe Rayleigh will, but I won't. Bullet sat on Marine's corpse and watched everything quietly. He noticed that Garp, who was standing in the distance, had a nervous expression on his face. It was said that Roger's son had been raised by Garp. Seeing the nervousness on his enemy's face, Bullet felt refreshed. The best way to torture someone was to torture their mind and soul, but to torture their body. The pain of the mind far exceeded the pain of the body. As for Bullet, because he was heartless, his heart was extremely strong. Akainu brat, get lost! Whitebeard roared and unleashed his most powerful vibrational force. He punched Akainu's head, causing Akainu's entire head to twist. The unique thing about the shock fruit was that even though Akainu had elementalized, Whitebeard was still able to injure Akainu with his vibrational force. The 6-meter-tall Whitebeard faced the 3-meter-tall Akainu. Whitebeard was stronger and taller, while Akainu was like a child. Whitebeard, I want you to watch your son be executed, then I'll kill you. Akainu was also like a madman, fighting against Whitebeard. The number of injuries on his body increased, and no one dared to get close to the two of them within a 20-meter radius. Countless lava exploded in all directions, and the ground was shattered by Whitebeard's tremors. It was as if a layer of crops had been plowed by a hoe. The battle between the two had shocked countless people. Akainu's head was bleeding profusely, while Whitebeard wasn't much better off. The wound that had been pierced by the Uzumaki spider was bleeding profusely, and it wasn't a small amount either. However, it wasn't as shocking as it had been in the original work, where Whitebeard had been punched twice by Akainu. Obviously, Whitebeard was not at the point of death. Even though he was in critical condition, he was still able to fight Akainu on equal footing. Laozi is Whitebeard, don't even think about blocking Laozi's path. Whitebeard roared and stomped hard on Akainu's stomach. At the same time, his foot was covered with the power of the shock fruit. With this stomp, Akainu felt as if his internal organs were about to be crushed. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row. The ground was further shattered, and the area of destruction was even larger. Whitebeard! Akainu glared at Whitebeard with hatred. A huge circular crater was formed in the ground, and he was in the middle of it. Whitebeard was facing the extremely dangerous situation of Ace's imminent execution. It would be strange if he did not go crazy. However, Akainu was determined to hold Whitebeard back. He even wanted Whitebeard to watch Ace's head roll off the execution platform with his own eyes. Torturing an enemy in this way was not a bad idea. The world government locked up a group of criminals in the Impel Down to torture them. Killing them directly was not fun at all. However, Ace was the most unique because he was Roger's son. Everyone related to Roger, especially Roger's family, had to die. Dad. On the execution platform, Ace looked anxiously at his father, Whitebeard. His father didn't seem to be in a good condition. He was panting heavily, which made Ace extremely worried. What he feared the most was that something had happened to his father. At the same time, his hatred for Akainu had reached the ultimate level. The Marine Admiral was chasing after Whitebeard's father like a mad dog. Whitebeard! Sengoku watched the battle between Whitebeard and Akainu with trepidation. Akainu was very strong, but Whitebeard was too scary. Whitebeard had also gone crazy. Whitebeard has no interest in fame, status, power, treasures, or beauties. He only cares about his so-called family and son. So, at this moment, Naval Headquarters dared to publicly execute his son. It's imaginable how angry Whitebeard is. Sakazuki, hold on a little longer. Everyone else, let's hold Whitebeard back. Sengoku could only use the broadcast Den Den Mushi to speak to Akainu. At this point, he couldn't care less. If Whitebeard threw a punch, the execution platform would collapse, and it would be difficult to execute him. Moreover, the execution had to go through the process. This was for the sake of a so-called ritual, and more importantly. Therefore, the execution platform must be guarded, and Whitebeard must not be allowed to get close to the execution platform. You don't need to tell me, I will block Whitebeard, that old BD. Akainu rushed out of the big pit. Whitebeard, your era, from today onwards, is over. Dark Hound! Akainu roared and punched out again. Whitebeard was annoyed, and vertical clouds covered with the power of shock fruit slashed down. On the spot, a huge wave of shock fruit shook the entire Marineford. There's no time. The sense of crisis in Whitebeard's heart was extremely strong. He hasn't experienced such a sense of crisis for a long time, maybe it's been decades. For Ace. For his sons. He knew very well that he was a remnant of the old era. He was old, and he didn't have much time left. Therefore, he must create a new era for his sons. No one can stop me, because I'm Whitebeard. Whitebeard's voice was quite deep. Sengoku, you're shameless. Marco, who had barely recovered from the state of being washed, cursed. He quickly released the blue flame of the undying bird to help his father. The other captains had been held back by the other marine generals, and he was the only one who was not held back. The undying bird released its blue flames. Marco flapped his blue flame wings and flew up. He was about to rush over to help his father, but just as he was about to fly 5 meters away, a dazzling yellow light blocked his path. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? A wretched voice rang out, followed by a flashing leg swinging down at Marco. Kizaru. Marco's expression changed, and he reflexively crossed his arms to defend himself. But Kizaru's strength was too great, and Marco's defense was only barely enough to prevent himself from getting hurt. Kizaru's light-speed kick came down, and Marco was sent flying over 30 meters away. Don't ignore this old man. After all, I have to listen to orders from above. Kizaru landed on the ground and changed from a state of light to his original form, facing Marco. Behind him was the execution platform, blocking Marco's front to prevent him from rushing over. The Whitebeard pirates also shot at Kizaru, but Kizaru's elemental transformation made it impossible for them to hurt him unless they used sea stone bullets or armament haki. At this moment, Kizaru's clothes were the cleanest among the 3 admirals, and he was also the most relaxed. Kizaru. Marco wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Kizaru's kick just now was not good for him either. Don't block me! Marco roared, and the situation was quite urgent. He rushed directly to Kizaru, wanting to blow him away. However, Kizaru's strength as an admiral is also at the top of the world, and Marco can't compete with him. Don't underestimate this old man. Kizaru sent Marco flying with another kick, and 3 consecutive flash projectiles pierced through Marco's body. This made Marco vomit blood, and he could barely stand up from the ground. On the other side, on the execution platform, it was time for the execution. 2 executioners raised their swords. Whitebeard. Look at your ace's head falling to the ground. Sengoku raised his right hand, and when his right hand swung down, it meant that the execution sword would cut down. It meant that Ace's head would fall to the ground. Chapter 85. Whitebeard, watch your Ace's head fall to the ground. Finally, the most tense moment has arrived. The initial victory of this war is to execute Fire Fist Ace, then suppress the Whitebeard pirates and leave Whitebeard's life in the naval headquarters. The higher UPS have said that Whitebeard must not be allowed to leave Marineford, and the naval headquarters will not allow Whitebeard to leave. It is best to clean up the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. So today, Whitebeard and Ace must die. The others are not very important. As long as the 2 of them die, it means that they have truly won this war. Of course, it is best to clean up the Whitebeard pirates. The naval headquarters and the world government's initial plan is like this. As for whether it will succeed or not, it is hard to say. Sengoku's right hand has been raised to the highest point. When his right hand swings down, with Sengoku's order, Abandon will also cut down the executioner's sword. That executioner's sword has been sharpened to a very sharp point and can guarantee that Ace's head will fall to the ground easily. This execution is very tense, and the executioner is under a lot of psychological pressure. Whitebeard below is quite terrifying. Why bother? Can't you just use Conqueror's haki to delay time? Ling B, who was watching the show, shook her head. She didn't know what to say about Whitebeard. In addition, Ace also has Conqueror's haki. As Roger's son, he can be said to be a natural king, but he recognizes Whitebeard as his father, which really makes Ling B speechless. Conqueror's haki is enough to make the 2 executioners faint, and executions are quite serious things, so they have to go through the process. If the executioner faints in this round, he will have to wait for the next round. No one can use lynching, not the Marine Admiral, not even Sengoku, who is the Marine Fleet Admiral, can't do it, even if Sengoku is standing next to Ace. Unless, the 5 elders give the order to use lynching on Fire Fist Ace. But that's obviously impossible. At this time, Whitebeard's eyes were blurred, mainly because Whitebeard felt a little dizzy. His body was not in good condition, and he had various injuries. And Akainu is still chasing Whitebeard like a madman. Part of his anger is from Ling B, and he vented his anger on Whitebeard. At this time, Whitebeard's crescent-shaped beard has been broken on one side, but there is no shocking wound like in the original work. Do you think I can't stop it? Sengoku. Whitebeard vomited blood and knelt down on one knee. Akainu's face is Whitebeard. But at the moment, Akainu was also in pain, one eye was swollen, and his whole body was in pain. The cloak of justice behind him had fallen off somewhere. Execution. Begin. At this moment, Sengoku's expression was cold. He looked down at Whitebeard and waved his hand. At the same time, he shouted the sentence for execution. It begin. When the executioner heard Sengoku's voice, the executioner also swung the execution knife at the same time. As long as Ace's head falls to the ground, they will go down in history along with the 2 who executed Roger. Ah! Garp's eyes widened to the maximum, and his head almost exploded. The execution knife swung down, as if it was cutting his heart. He didn't dare to watch any more. At the same time, Whitebeard's eyes widened to the maximum, and he couldn't believe that the execution knife was still swung down. No! Whitebeard roared furiously, his body trembling. At the same time, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, AJAG, were also shocked. Ace! No! Are we going to fail? We! On the other side, Marine showed a smile and joy of victory. Of course, the members of the Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, and Ling B pirates were watching with interest. They just wanted to know what would happen next, or they just wanted to see Roger's son's head fall to the ground. Today will go down in history, right? Still can't stop it. After Rayleigh easily defeated Smoker, he was blocked by Aokiji, and then there was a fierce battle. He has been retired for more than 20 years, and his strength has regressed, and his physical fitness can't keep up. It's quite difficult to deal with Aokiji, who is a Marine Admiral. However, at this moment, Luffy's eyes widened to the maximum, and the anger and uneasiness in his heart were completely released. I told you to stop! Luffy roared, and immediately, a huge momentum broke out. It was Conqueror's Haki. The extremely strong Conqueror's Haki was like a wave rolling in all directions. Wherever it went, the ordinary pirates and marines couldn't resist it at all. They fainted on the spot, or their consciousness became blurred. Conqueror's Haki also hit the execution platform, and the strong wind made Conqueror's clothes flutter. In the end, the executioner was stunned by the powerful momentum of Conqueror's Haki. The execution failed. When Conqueror's Haki was released, there were few people present who were not shocked. Sengoku, Aokiji, Garp, Rayleigh, and many other pirates and marines. The person who has Conqueror's Haki is known as a natural king, and his future achievements will definitely be great. Even in the New World, he is enough to crush one side. Luffy? Conqueror's Haki? Rayleigh was shocked. He did not expect Luffy to have Conqueror's Haki. Hey, are you serious? Aokiji was also shocked. The 2 combatants stopped fighting for a moment. He knew that Luffy was the grandson of his idol, Garp, so he had let Luffy go several times before. Garp, your grandson. Sengoku's face was covered in sweat when he saw the 2 executioners lying unconscious on the execution platform. He was probably the most shocked in the entire room. Luffy, you have it too. Ace, who was not beheaded, heaved a sigh of relief. Ultimate was also shocked. He had Conqueror's Haki, and Luffy had it too. Luffy, thank you. Ace mumbled to himself. His heart was filled with gratitude and joy. He barely managed to keep his life. Is it something you were born with? Garp was also shocked. He did not expect his grandson to have Conqueror's haki. The Conqueror's haki just now was undoubtedly unleashed by his own grandson, Luffy. Many of the people present were shocked. Of course, there were also many who expressed their disdain. Hehe, it's just Conqueror's haki. What can it do? Bullet said disdainfully. In the New World, there were many people who had Conqueror's haki, but there were only a few who were truly at the top. No marine dared to approach him as he sat on the corpse of the giant marine. Whether it was his appearance or his strength, he was a monster. The execution was only temporarily stopped, but the outcome would not change. On the other side, Whitebeard also heaved a sigh of relief. Is that kid the younger brother that Ace mentioned? Garp's grandson? Whitebeard was temporarily relieved. This way, he had bought some time. Ah! Luffy roared and rushed over from behind. Because his Conqueror's haki had knocked out many marines, there were not many people blocking his way. He was unimpeded all the way. Great! Luffy was very excited. He had no idea that his Conqueror's haki had taken down a large number of marine players. Even the 2 players on the execution platform had been taken down. Ace was finally safe for the time being. This was the first time he had released the Conqueror's haki hidden in his body. Rayleigh had told him before that the public execution of Ace had to go through strict procedures. As long as he stopped the executioner, Ace's execution could be delayed. Is that Ace's brother? Amazing! He actually has the same Conqueror's haki as father. The shock continued, and Luffy began to run amok. Bullet, I'll have to trouble you later. At this moment, the door opened. Both of them were in a state of armistice. In the original work, it was the home of the Whitebeard pirates and naval headquarters, and they just intervened halfway. Moreover, Sengoku and the others were relieved that the 2 of them did not move. I really want to turn this place upside down. After all, that guy Golden Lion also caused trouble. Causing trouble in naval headquarters is one of my regrets. Bullet's smile was still cruel. Later, I'll kill Roger's son. You help me block Garp, and I'll deal with Whitebeard. What do you want to do? Bullet looked at Ling B in surprise. Later, when both of them go crazy, I won't be able to deal with 2 of the world's top men. Ling B said. If Whitebeard represented the pinnacle of pirates, then the pinnacle of marine was undoubtedly Garp. In the original novel, it was Akainu who killed Ace, so Garp couldn't do anything. In the end, Sengoku held him down. If Ling B killed Whitebeard, then Garp would have nothing to fear if he killed Ling B. It was only natural that he would do so. That's because Ling B was the enemy of naval headquarters. Stepping on the bodies of Whitebeard and Roger's son to get to the top? You're crazy. But I'm not interested in being a pirate emperor. Bullet laughed. I just became famous in one battle. After killing the 2 of them, I'll be famous in the New World. Ling B snorted coldly. What do you think? That's my goal in coming to naval headquarters. Chapter 86. What are the 2 of them talking about? Sengoku felt uneasy as he watched Ling B and Bullet talking. Then the 2 of them looked at the execution platform. At this time, they didn't do anything. Although other marines and pirates occasionally attacked them, no one was able to hurt them. Instead, they lost their lives. Sengoku, that old man is looking at us. Bullet laughed. At this time, he could even feel Sengoku's uneasiness. Ling B on the other side also laughed. Sengoku would never have guessed that Ling B and Bullet had already come up with a plan, or that they were plotting something. Once the plan succeeds, Ling B can replace Whitebeard and become one of the 4 emperors in one fell swoop. There's no need for him to become the 5th emperor. For Ling B, becoming one of the 4 emperors and then defeating the other pirate emperor after that, the New World is basically his. Becoming the king of the world is Ling Ri's ultimate goal. Over at Sengoku's side, Ling B and the other 2 were also looking at him. The uneasiness in his heart faintly became stronger. The 2 unconscious executioners were taken away, and the next step was to prepare for the new executioner. In fact, this situation was also within the expectations of the naval headquarters. In order to prevent any unexpected situations from happening, the naval headquarters had prepared several pairs of executioners. Therefore, the next pair of executioners were immediately prepared. We were stopped. This time, we can't make any mistakes. Sengoku also did not expect that the person who stopped the execution was not Whitebeard, his team leaders, or Ling B, but Luffy, the Straw Hat. However, Sengoku immediately gave the order to stop Straw Hat Luffy. The marine players who had not been knocked out by Conqueror's Haki also rushed forward. On the other side, the battle between Akainu and Whitebeard was also quite fierce. Whitebeard pirates, do your best to assist Ace's brother. At this moment, Whitebeard roared. In the face of Sengoku's order to pursue Luffy, Whitebeard did the opposite. He was Whitebeard, and he didn't need his son's protection. Furthermore, Luffy's Conqueror's Haki had changed Whitebeard's attitude towards him. Let Luffy save Ace, the members of the Whitebeard pirates will assist him, and Whitebeard will hold back Akainu. This way, rescuing Ace will be much easier. Even if he rescued Ace from the execution platform and didn't get rid of the sea stone, there would be a way to get rid of the sea stone. Dad. Are we going to assist Ace's little brother? Isn't it normal for us to listen to father's orders? Listen to Dad. Assist Ace with all your power. The remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates are also boiling, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates who are still alive on this battlefield are not lucky or fishing in troubled waters. They are the elites of the elites. Therefore, they have been rampaging all the way. Before the Marines attacked Luffy, some of them fought back, allowing Luffy to get closer to the execution platform without any hindrance. These are all of you. Great. I'll get Ace out of there. Luffy was very excited, and at this moment, he was grateful to the Whitebeard pirates. Ace's little brother, don't let us down. You must save Ace. The members of the Whitebeard pirates quickly said. Foil Vista, Diamond Jaws, and the others also rushed in front of Luffy. Luffy opened up a path. I must save Ace. Luffy looked firmly at the execution platform in front of him, where Ace was imprisoned by Sea Stone. Sea Stone's handcuffs and shackles require a special key to unlock. However, there is another way, which is to use the super powerful armament Haki to unlock the shackles. Rayleigh used this method to auction himself many times in Sabaody Archipelago. Although Sea Stone's handcuffs and shackles were on him, Rayleigh could easily unlock them. In addition, Rayleigh also used armament Haki to unlock Sea Stone's shackles and saved many slaves in difficulty. Before Rayleigh and Luffy arrived at the naval headquarters, he said to Luffy that as long as Luffy saves Ace from the execution platform, or Rayleigh goes directly to the execution platform, he has a way to free Ace with armament Haki. They don't have a key. Whitebeard. Looking at the Whitebeard pirates escorting Luffy all the way, Sengoku was angry but helpless. He could only use Den Den Mushi to let the other marines continue to stop Luffy. That group of Shichibukai is now. Sengoku glanced at their so-called allies, the Shichibukai. There weren't many of them. Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, the Pirate Empress, and Mihawk. Of the four, only Mihawk was barely reliable. After Doflamingo and Moria joined forces to kill Oz, they didn't do much, they just made a few symbolic moves. Shihim, on the other hand, was very angry, whether it was pirates or marines, she swept them all away. Shichibukai are simply decorations. Pirates can't be trusted. This is the truth that Sengoku realized today. On the other side, Luffy's figure attracted a lot of people's attention. Hey, Whitebeard is playing like this. Letting a kid save their crew. Doflamingo laughed and looked at Crocodile. Hey, Crocodile, I heard that this kid defeated you? No way. Doflamingo expressed that he didn't believe it. In fact, it was hard to believe. He knew Crocodile's strength very well. He was on par with him and he also had the powerful Logia sand fruit. It's conceivable that such a crocodile was defeated by the Straw Hat pirates and he himself was defeated. I was just defeated by his dirty tricks. Crocodile snorted and didn't say that he was defeated by Luffy's water. In any case, it was very humiliating. Doflamingo laughed out loud again. He was surrounded by corpses and people who were killing each other. Only he could enjoy himself so much. Actually, I'm very curious about what happened on the 6th floor. Doflamingo looked at Crocodile. His relationship with Crocodile was that of a friend and a foe. It was hard to say, but their strength was similar. On the other side, Luffy was getting closer to the execution platform and soon arrived under it. He was going to use the rubber fruit's telescopic ability to jump onto the platform. Ace shouted. He was looking forward to Luffy's arrival, but he was also worried about him. Luffy shouted loudly, and his voice was very long. Was he unable to contain his joy? He was going to go up. As long as he brought Ace down, he would be able to open a sea stone. 0. Flowers. 0. We're finally here. This is all I can do to help him. Ace's brother, come on. Whitebeard's men shouted excitedly, and Whitebeard, who was burned in the stomach by Akainu, also showed a gratified smile. Akainu, you can't stop us. Whitebeard said. Just now, his stomach was almost pierced through. Fortunately, he managed to shake off Akainu in time. It was a close call. At this time, Whitebeard was a little exhausted. The death fight with Akainu consumed a lot of energy. Rubber, rubber, rubber. At this time, Luffy was about to rush up. The crane frowned, and so did Sengoku. However, at that moment, before Luffy could extend his arms, a white figure rushed over. It was so fast that he couldn't see who it was. Luffy. Scram! It was Garp. He punched Luffy in the head and smashed him to the ground. If you want to go up, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Garp said coldly as he looked down at Luffy, who was 5 meters away. It's Garp. How could this be? Many people were shocked, but not many people knew that Garp was Luffy's grandfather. That guy must be faking it. The strength of that punch, was it to kill a mosquito? Bullet snorted coldly. Obviously, he had noticed something fishy. After all, it's his grandson. But I reckon that Sengoku will be faking it soon. Ling B added, but it won't change anything. None of the people who are going to die today can escape. Garp's appearance surprised Sengoku and he. However, how could they not see that Garp was faking it? That punch was not the power that Garp should have. Garp, UBD. Sengoku scolded him in his heart. He should have found a place to sit down and watch. Don't pretend to resist. The crane shook his head. Garp's position was in front of the execution platform. As Marine's hero, it was unreasonable for him to not do anything. Grandpa. There was no pain like before, but Luffy didn't feel it. He knew that time was tight. I want to go over. However, he couldn't understand that Garp was standing in front of him because he was afraid that he would encounter unimaginable danger. Ace alone made him extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't bear to see anything happen to his grandson. Especially when he saw Rayleigh, Garp understood that Rayleigh was the one who brought Luffy here. Garp wanted to cripple Rayleigh. He was even angrier than Akagami because Akagami was the culprit who made Luffy a pirate. It's absolutely impossible for me to let a pirate pass through here. Garp looked as if he could hold back 10,000 enemies by himself. He looked as if he was not afraid of death. This attitude made many of the Marine players who were looking at him extremely excited. He was worthy of being Marine's hero. At this moment, he blocked a criminal pirate. It shook the hearts of many Marine and ignited the righteous heart of countless Marine. Today, all pirates must be defeated. Even if they die, so what? Garp, that guy. Akainu vomited blood. He didn't know what to say. Luffy was Garp's grandson. It would be strange if Garp didn't kill him. After a brief truce with Whitebeard, no one dared to approach within 50 meters of them. The ground was smashed and lava was burning the ground. Chapter 87. Get out of the way. Luffy roared. However, Garp did not budge either. Luffy, who was anxious, had no choice but to attack. Second gear. Luffy's entire body emitted a large amount of steam. Just like in the original novel, he charged forward and landed a punch on Garp's face. Garp did not make any move to retaliate. At this critical moment, Luffy did not think too much, even if he had to attack his own grandfather. Garp did not retaliate and was sent flying to the ground by his opponent's punch. At this moment, almost everyone was stunned. They could not believe that Garp had been knocked to the ground by a young boy. How is this possible? Countless Marine players could not believe that Garp had been knocked down by a small boy. That was a Marine hero, one of the legendary Marines. Garp. Akainu was about to vomit blood. Garp was obviously going easy on his opponent. Against his own grandson, it was not surprising at all. Ace was also stunned. Luffy had attacked his own grandfather. It would be strange if he was not shocked. Garp. Sengoku wanted to go down and beat Garp up. That BD's strength was severely reduced when he faced Luffy. When he faced Bullet, he could destroy a large piece of land with a single punch. One could imagine how terrifying the gap between their strength was. It was like a chasm. Garp was going easy on Garp. It was definitely a fake punch. At this moment, two hands pressed on the edge of the execution platform. Then, a voice called out, "Rubber! Rubber!" from below. It was Luffy's voice. His retractable ability allowed him to easily reach the execution platform. Ace! Luffy was overjoyed. He finally saw his brother, Ace, whom he had missed dearly. "Don't even think about coming here." At this moment, Sengoku roared. Then, a bright golden light was released from the execution platform. Sengoku transformed into the form of a large Buddha. His body was many times larger. It's the Buddha's Sengoku. Martial Sengoku's legendary ability. It looks so scary. Is this the legendary Marine? Shockwave. Sengoku did not hesitate and released a shockwave at Luffy. "Luffy!" Ace shouted, signaling Luffy to be careful. Luffy quickly prepared himself and transformed into a large rubber balloon. When Sengoku's shockwave landed, it hit Luffy's swollen stomach. It was at this moment that the frail execution platform could no longer withstand the pressure and directly collapsed outwards. Not good. Country's face changed. He had controlled his strength but was afraid of destroying the platform. Moreover, he was Card's grandson. He could not attack. However, he didn't expect that his execution platform would actually collapse under such strength. Luffy also had an idea. He immediately leaned towards the outside, and the execution platform completely collapsed at this time. Sengoku, who had transformed into a gigantic Buddha, had an unimaginable increase in weight. Furthermore, there was a huge impact from the shockwave. How could the execution platform possibly withstand it? Therefore, the execution platform collapsed. Sengoku was dumbfounded. How could he have predicted that the execution platform would collapse? This is bad. Kizaru looked helpless. Can he still be executed? He was the calmest of them all. The other Marines were shocked. The collapse of the execution platform meant that Fire Fist Ace could not be executed. Hey, what happened? Aokiji, who was fighting with Rayleigh, was stunned. How did the execution platform collapse in the blink of an eye? What happened? Aokiji only saw Martial Sengoku, who had transformed into a large Buddha. On the other side, Rayleigh instantly disappeared from where he was and flew away at high speed. He was able to swim across the calm belt. His speed was incomparable. He covered a distance of 100 meters in a few seconds. Rayleigh? Aokiji realized that Rayleigh had run far away. His target was not the collapsed execution platform. Hey, don't do that. In today's battle, among the three admirals, Akainu was the most serious. He was fighting with his life on the line. He was beaten up badly by Ling B and Whitebeard. Aokiji was playing around casually, and Kizaru was slacking off the entire time. Kizaru had already gotten over the fact that he was able to reach the rank of Marine Admiral. He was not interested in the next step of promotion at all. Sorry, I have to do something meaningful. Otherwise, I'll be letting Roger down. Rayleigh was going to release Ace from the Sea Stone Seal. Now that the execution platform had collapsed, Sengoku was not around, and AI was not imprisoned. It was a dangerous situation. If an accident occurred during the execution, which meant that the execution platform was destroyed and the execution procedure could not be carried out, then Marine would have the right to kill Ace on the spot. Ace was in more danger than when he was on the execution platform. Maybe Akainu or Sengoku would attack Ace. They had the right to execute Ace on the spot. It was easy to imagine how dangerous Ace's situation was. Rayleigh had mastered his armament haki to the point where he could easily break Sea Stone's shackles. In Sabaody Archipelago, he often auctioned himself off in exchange for alcohol. He had lost count of how many times he had been shackled by Sea Stone, but every time he got the money, he would break free from Sea Stone's shackles and escape. At the same time, Rayleigh had also used this method to save many people who were in trouble and had become slaves. In short, Rayleigh could use armament haki to unlock any Sea Stone seal. That was the use of the advanced armament haki. Armament haki external release. Soon, Rayleigh arrived at the collapsed execution platform. Pluton Rayleigh. Garp, who was still sitting on the ground, saw Rayleigh. "Yo, Garp, long time no see." Garp had forced Roger into a desperate situation several times, including chasing Roger's pirates all over the world. Naturally, he was an old acquaintance of Rayleigh. "You actually brought Luffy here." Garp was furious and wanted to beat Rayleigh up. However, Rayleigh quickly left and rushed to the execution platform. There was no time. Time was running out. There were too many high-level combatants watching. "Uncle Rayleigh, hurry up and help Ace unlock the Sea Stone." Luffy, who was playing with Sea Stone, was also very happy to see Rayleigh. "I'm coming," Rayleigh said. "Luffy, help me block it." Rayleigh's expression was dignified. Because not far behind him was Sengoku, who was still in his great Buddha form. "Pluton Rayleigh, you don't have to leave today." Seeing Rayleigh, Sengoku was very angry. He directly aimed a huge shock wave at Rayleigh. However, Luffy was behind Rayleigh. Third gear. Luffy's right foot quickly became bigger. It struck towards Sengoku. Giant battle axe. Facing such a terrifying opponent, Luffy directly used his big foot. The giant foot and Sengoku's shock wave fiercely collided, and immediately, even the air was distorted. With the collision as the center, the ground shattered on the spot, and the terrifying explosion continued to spread. Luffy roared and used his greatest strength to try to resist Sengoku's shock wave. However, his third-gear giant foot was also trembling crazily. Facing one of the most powerful marine in the old era, Sengoku, who was now the top marine, how could Luffy be his opponent? Luffy's whole body was directly hit by the shock wave. "Straw Hat Boy, this is not the place to act wildly. This is Marineford," Sengoku angrily rebuked. Luffy was directly hit by the shock wave, and his whole body was embedded in the naval headquarters building. Garp saw his grandson being beaten by his iron friend, but there was nothing he could do. It was natural for Marine to fight pirates, and it was understandable for justice to act against evil. What's more, Luffy stopped the execution. It was natural for Sengoku to directly kill Luffy. "Pluton Rayleigh, get out of Marineford." Sengoku also roared at Rayleigh, and at the same time, the shock wave was many times more terrifying than Luffy's attack, and it was directly released towards Rayleigh. At this time, Rayleigh was unlocking Ace's Sea Stone. Too strong, this is the legendary Marine. The man who stands at the top of Marine. Countless people were shocked. Sengoku, who had turned into a great Buddha, had an invincible posture, and was daunting. However, at this time, Fire Fist, Great Fire Ring. Suddenly, a roar was heard, followed by the release of a huge wave of flames, which blasted Sengoku's shockwave away. "Ace!" When they heard Ace's voice and the flames that were like a sea of flowers blooming at the same time, the entire Whitebeard pirates were boiling. Everyone in Marineford Square was shouting Ace's name. Success! Ace has been saved! Marco almost burst into tears. He thought that Ace was about to be beheaded. Now that Ace had released his flames, it meant that he was saved. How could he not cry? In fact, the entire Whitebeard pirates almost burst into tears. "Rayleigh, I didn't expect to be taken by you." Whitebeard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was not in a good condition. If not for his terrifying willpower, he would have fallen to the ground. But when he saw Ace being released, he smiled with relief and joy. "Ace will be fine." Whitebeard smiled as he thought of Roger. Whitebeard had always felt guilty for his best friend. When he first saw Ace, he saw the shadow of Roger in him. So, Whitebeard was willing to be the sky behind Ace. With the name of Whitebeard, he would roam the sea to his heart's content. Ace! Luffy also shouted in ecstasy. Haha, Luffy, you idiot! It's okay. Ace smiled, his body still burning with flames. Uncle Rayleigh, thank you. Ace looked deeply at Rayleigh, full of gratitude. Haha, it's okay. It's not good to stay here for long. Let's go. Rayleigh laughed. The three stood together, and in front of them was the great Buddha Sengoku exuding golden light. Don't think about leaving, Rayleigh. Sengoku was angry. He didn't expect Fire Fist Ace to be released. This meant that today's execution had failed more than half, or maybe it was a complete failure. Sengoku's face was dark. All of you, don't leave. Sengoku forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. On the other side, Akainu, who was also angry, also moved. He was about to rush over and kill Ace. But Zanjian Cutter stopped in front of him. Akainu, you little brat, you want to stop a man from longing for the sea. The tall and strong Whitebeard stood in front of Akainu again. He planned to fight to the death. He might not be able to leave today, but at least, he wanted to give his sons a future. After all, his body was not as good as before, and he had to rely on infusion every day. Only he knew that even if he could leave, he wouldn't live for long. Whitebeard. Akainu's eyes were burning. On the other side, Ling B and the others also started to move. Is the new pirate emperor about to rise? Evil ruler laughed. Black Moon Hunter also laughed. Sengoku cut off the live broadcast. I'm going to do it. Let the world witness the rise of another pirate emperor. But will it fail? Whitebeard's era is coming to an end. It's been decades, this old man's era. Laozi has been unhappy for a long time. Flagon coldly snorted. Shiryu of the Rain smoked a cigar. He was looking forward to what would happen next, but he didn't know if it would fail. Chapter 88. If we fail, we'll have to disband. Shiryu of the Rain said. Haha, I don't want to go back to that damned Impel Down. Evil Tyrant laughed loudly. At this time, no one was looking at them because Fire Fist Ace had been released. Almost everyone's attention was on them. On the other side, Fire Fist Ace, Luffy, and Rayleigh were standing side by side. Opposite them was Sengoku. Pluton Rayleigh, don't come out and meddle in things since you're retired. We let you go back then. Sengoku said, now, we'll have to leave you here. I'm old. Sometimes I can't stay idle. Rayleigh laughed. You two go first. I'll hold them off. Rayleigh said to Ace and Luffy. Uncle Rayleigh, you can't do that. Let's go together. Luffy was obviously unwilling. Rayleigh looked at Ace and said, don't let them down. Ace's expression froze. He understood what Rayleigh meant. He had just been released and was already lucky to have his life back. If he dug his own grave and lost his life again, what would that be? Luffy, come with me. Ace pulled Luffy away. Ace, but... Listen to me, Luffy. Ace pulled Luffy away. Just as Sengoku was about to unleash the shockwave, Rayleigh flew over and kicked Sengoku's hand that was about to unleash the shockwave. Rayleigh immediately blocked the shockwave from World War III. As one of the great pirates of the old era, Pluton Rayleigh's strength was needless to say. Even if he hadn't warmed up for more than 20 years, even if his strength had regressed, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Rayleigh's kick made Sengoku's hand tremble. I don't care about the life of an old man like me, but the era should be left to the young. Sengoku, it's been a long time since we last fought. Rayleigh pushed his glasses up and looked very calm. It's been more than 20 years. Rayleigh, your life will end here today. It's good that your bounty has been hanging around. It's quite an eyesore. Sengoku's tone was calm, but his heart was filled with anger. At this moment, he was suppressing his anger. Ace and Luffy, on the other hand, had already bypassed them. Garp, of course, was disconnected. He was indifferent. All Marine players, hunt down Straw Hat Kid and Fire Fist Ace. Reward. Sengoku roared, we can't let them get away. Today, Marine must achieve a complete victory. Sengoku was furious. If today's execution didn't succeed and Fire Fist Ace and Whitebeard didn't die here, he would resign. As the head of the naval headquarters, how could he face the dead and injured Marine and their families if they were defeated in such a battle? The expectations of the entire world? Really, leave the doghouse to the young. Sengoku jumped up and sent a shockwave straight at Rayleigh. Boom! The ground shattered, and it was a large-scale shattering, as if the power of the shock fruit had been activated. Rayleigh, who had fought against Sengoku before, was very smart. He dodged Sengoku's shockwave. At least 1 or 2 shockwaves wouldn't hurt Rayleigh. Someone needs to reveal the truth of this world. Sengoku, don't tell me you don't know Raftel. Rayleigh's expression was calm. He drew his sword and charged at Sengoku, who was descending from the sky. That kind of truth shouldn't be revealed to the world. When Sengoku heard Rayleigh mention Raftel, he became uneasy. Raftel's Bulsh *T treasure, of course he had it, but it was a treasure that made people fear. It was enough to turn the world upside down. It shouldn't be revealed to the world. On the other side, Ace and Luffy were also retreating. Of course, after spending some time on the execution platform, Ace had been regretting it for a long time. Therefore, he couldn't let others down this time. Luffy, don't take risks in the future. Ace laughed. One of the Marine players on the opposite side slashed at him. Ace pressed Luffy's head down and slashed at his neck. However, this was no problem for him, who could elementalize. I'm an ability user with Marimara fruit. Ace chuckled, and Marine was terrified. Flaming Fist. A flaming fist charged at the Marine and sent him flying a few meters away. He fell to the ground unconscious. Luffy, be careful. Ace said. Okay. Luffy nodded his head. Ace had been rescued, and he could finally put down the heavy stone that had been weighing on his heart. At that moment, many Marines blocked the way, trying to catch them. Catch them and you'll be rewarded handsomely. That was what Sengoku said. If the Marines wanted to be promoted, they had to make a contribution, a great contribution. Therefore, many Marine players rushed forward with anxiety, fear, and excitement. Catch them and I'll be rewarded handsomely, right? How many levels can I go up? I don't want to stay in that shitty West Blue anymore. I want to go to the Grand Line, to the New World. Catch them and I can go to the New World. The Marines were excited. Luffy, it's starting. We have to get out of here. Ace reminded him. Okay. Cooperate. Ace and Luffy stood back to back as the surrounding Marine quickly fired. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out one after another. However, this type of rubber body was useless against Ace's elemental fire body, no matter how many shots were fired. Monster! How is this possible? The Marine players couldn't believe it. Flintlock. Rubber, rubber, machine gun. Ace and Luffy shouted out the names of their moves at the same time. Ace's hands formed the shape of pistols and a large number of small balls of fire were released like bullets. They were densely packed and were fired at the Marine players in front of him. At the same time, Luffy threw a dense barrage of punches at the Marine players like a machine gun. Boom! These Marine soldiers, in front of Ace and Luffy, were just a motley crew. How could they possibly be a match for them? Therefore, no one could stop Ace and Luffy's teamwork. The Marine players fell to the ground one after another. Everyone, retreat! At this moment, Whitebeard roared. His deep voice echoed throughout Marineford Square. Whitebeard wanted his sons to retreat. After all, Ace had been rescued, so their goal had been achieved. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Ling B was about to mumble to himself. Today, he was going to step over Whitebeard and Ace's dead bodies. Even if naval headquarters wanted them to leave, Ling B wouldn't let them leave. The plan was still in progress and it was going smoothly. BD, you're here. That's great. At this moment, Ace and Luffy arrived. After breaking out of the encirclement, they met Ling B, who was about the same age as them. However, Ling B was their biggest enemy, especially to Luffy. He was the one who captured Ace and handed him over to the world government. He was almost executed by the world government just now. Luffy shuddered at the thought of the danger just now. BD. I'm going to beat you up. Luffy clenched his fists and was about to walk towards Ling B. However, Ace pressed down on Luffy's right shoulder. Luffy, we're no match for him. Don't be rash. Ace advised. In reality, he was just as angry as Luffy when he saw Ling B. Ace, in my opinion, both of you are trash, and even your Whitebeard pirates are no good. After today, I will replace Whitebeard as the new pirate emperor. Ling B laughed. He was merely provoking Ace. In the original novel, after Ace was released, he could have escaped. However, after being provoked by Akainu, he was infuriated and killed by Akainu. He even lost his father's life in the process. He had to admit that Ace was a genius. What did you say? As expected, Ace was furious. He furrowed his brows and clenched his fists. Luffy's face darkened as well. Whitebeard is just someone from the previous era. Compared to Roger, he's nothing. Today, let me end his era. Ling B smiled and stood where she was. He continued to provoke Ace. At this moment, Ace's face darkened. Don't mention that BD Roger to me. Ace clenched his fists. Both of his fists were burning with flames. Ling B knew that he was angry. Ace was someone who only acknowledged his father and not his own. It was commonly known as a filial son. Boom! Fire fist! Ace roared as he charged towards Ling B. When the two of them were only 1 meter apart, he threw out a punch. A large amount of flames was released, forming a sea of flames. Ling B could only feel a huge amount of heat rushing towards him. Armament haki covered his fist. To deal with this kind of Logia ability user, it was best to punch him. Ling B reckoned that Ace might not even know how to use armament haki, but this guy had Conqueror's haki. Boom! Ling B passed through Ace's sea of flames and landed a punch on his stomach. With a muffled thud, Ace felt a wave of excruciating pain. Armament haki. This was the first power that Ace thought of. It was a power that could deal with any Logia ability user. Holy Flame Hikari! Ace roared and released a large amount of flames to surround the two of them. At this moment, the two of them were in a circle of flames. Luffy, leave first. Ace's face was solemn. He had to teach Ling B a lesson today. Ace had fought Marine Admiral Aokiji before and didn't suffer much. When he fought Blackbeard, Ace felt that his opponent's ability was too strange, so he was quite confident in his own strength. Ling B, this pirate who looked younger than him, he had to teach him a lesson today. Even if Ling Bai's strength was above his, Ace had to make sure Ling B remembered him. Ace. However, Luffy wouldn't listen to Ace. He forced his way into the circle of flames. Ling B was his enemy. Not only did Ling B almost kill Ace, but Archipelago also tried to poach Robin and Sabaody. In the end, Luffy was beaten up by Archipelago. Hatred could be said to be very, very deep. Luffy. Ace didn't say anything in the end. Let's work together. Be careful. We must teach this BD a lesson. Ace looked at Luffy and said. At this moment, they were in a large circle of flames. The flames formed a tall wall, making it difficult for people outside to rush in. After all, the flames were too strong. Even if you two work together, you won't be able to defeat me. Ling B laughed. To him, Ace had already begun the countdown to his death. Chapter 89. Fire Fist Ace, Countdown to Death. Don't blame me later, but after all, I'm going to step over your dead body. Ling B laughed, then stepped forward and released a violent Conqueror's haki. How could the thick fire wall created by Ace resist the impact of Ling Bai's Conqueror's haki? Immediately, the wall of fire was dispersed. Conqueror's haki is so strong. Fire Fist Ace was shocked. He had seen his father's Conqueror's haki before. When that terrifying power was released, even the sky turned black. Not many people in the Whitebeard pirates could stand still. Therefore, Ling Bai's Conqueror's haki scared Ace. He also had Conqueror's haki, but his wasn't as strong as this. What kind of powerful person could have such a powerful Conqueror's haki? As for Luffy, he didn't know what kind of power it was. Even though he had just released Conqueror's haki, he didn't know what kind of power it was. The fire is too hot, don't make this kind of firewall. Ling Bai laughed, then disappeared. The next second, Ace felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his face turned green. It's too painful. Ling Bai increased his strength and pushed his fist forward. Ace was hit by Ling Bai's fist. Ace! Damn it! Luffy frowned and immediately assumed a second gear stance. But just as he was about to enter second gear, Ling Bai's fist smashed into his head. The fist must cover Armament Haki's head. Rubber physique and Armament Haki were the only things that could make the enemy feel pain quickly. Luffy didn't have time to enter second gear before he was hit by Ling Bai's fist. Whether it's second gear or third gear, it's the same, Straw Hat Boy. Ling Bai laughed. Both Ace and Luffy were hit more than 10 meters away. Moreover, in order to prevent those small fries from interfering with him beating up the two brothers, he had used Conqueror's Haki to stun all the small fries within a 100-meter radius. Of course, Ling Bai hadn't used Conqueror's Haki to its strongest level. The advanced Conqueror's Haki was already able to control its strength, range, and even release time. Just now, when Luffy had used Conqueror's Haki, he had unconsciously released it to its current ultimate level. What a strong guy! Ace rubbed his stomach. He had to admit that Ling Bai was very strong. However, he won't admit defeat so easily. It hurts. Luffy covered his head. He was hit by Armament Haki's fist. Not only did he fail to enter second gear, but his skull also almost exploded. There's more, you two. At this moment, Ling Bai appeared above their heads. Then, both of her palms were facing the two of them. Shockwave, release. Boom. A large part of the ground was smashed. The shocking explosion sent the two brothers flying. Is the captain going to kill them? Those two people have quite the background. Evil King said. One of them was Whitebeard's godson, Roger's biological son, and Garp's adopted grandson. The thought of it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Killing the two of them in one go was not even as serious as killing several celestial dragons. It could be said that this was a matter that could pierce the heavens. The captain made it clear that Roger's son was going to be killed. As for the other one, I don't know. Hawkins said. Is the captain too cruel? Like not leaving a corpse intact? Probably. Everyone had the same thought. On the other side, Ling Bai was beating Ace and Luffy one-sidedly. Ling Bai was about the same age as them, but his strength was a whole new level. Enter second gear. Luffy's body was smoking. The appearance of white steam meant that his strength had increased by a level. In the next second, he disappeared from the spot. Rocket launcher. In the next second, Ling Bai heard Luffy's roar. Ling Bai, who had activated Haki observation, knew Luffy's next move. However, Ling Bai did not even dodge. Instead, he punched the fist that was rushing towards Luffy. There was a muffled sound. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Luffy felt that his bones were about to break when he took Ling Bai's fist head-on. What's with that fist? Why does he hurt me every time? Luffy was confused. However, he did not care about that now. In the next second, he rushed over again. Divine Flame invincible. At this time, Fire Fist Ace rushed over. He jumped towards Ling Bai as if he was doing a long jump. At the same time, he opened his hands, which were burning with hot flames. When he got close to Ling Bai, he released two flaming spears from his hands and stabbed Ling Bai fiercely. Fire Fist Ace was definitely a genius in the development of Devil Fruit. At the age of 20, he was already very powerful. As the son of One Piece, he had inherited all of Roger's strengths and talents. Ling Bai could not help but admire him. However, only one of them was destined to live. Do you think that this move will work on me? Ling Bai did not even move. Ace's two flaming spears pierced through Ling Bai's body. Ling Bai's body was about to burst into flames. However, Ling Bai turned into a red photon and completely ignored Ace's flames. In the next moment, he appeared above Ace's head. Speed is power. Ling Bai's right leg landed on Ace's back. In the next moment, there was a loud bang. A large crater was formed on the ground, and Ace was smashed into the crater. It hurts. Ace wiped the corner of his mouth. It was blood. At this time, he was also in pain. Ling Bai's strength was beyond his imagination. Rubber, rubber. At this time, a voice came from behind Ling Bai. Humph, can't you keep a low profile? Do you think shouting will make you stronger? Do you think you're a Super Saiyan? Ling Bai turned around and turned into an afterimage. Luffy's fist missed. Where is he? Luffy was dumbfounded. So fast. I have no idea where he is. Luffy knew that his opponent was very strong and had unimaginable strength. Here. Ling Bai's voice suddenly sounded again. Then, he threw out a kick. It was a flash kick. A dazzling red light. Speed is power. With a muffled sound, Ling Bai's leg landed firmly on Luffy's stomach. Then, he ruthlessly pushed Luffy back. Boom! Luffy's whole body was thrown out uncontrollably. He was thrown 60 to 70 meters away. Ling Bai did not even know how much strength he had used. On the other hand, Luffy was thrown to Sengoku's side. He slammed heavily into Sengoku's stomach. Sengoku, who was still fighting with Rayleigh, was also dumbfounded. He grabbed Luffy in his hand. Compared to Sengoku, who was comparable to a giant, Luffy's body was insignificant. Sengoku grabbed him directly. Great, you can't run away now. It's useless even if Garp is here. Sengoku was very angry now. On the other side, Garp was dumbfounded. So was Rayleigh. How did they know that Luffy was kicked over? Moreover, he was caught by Sengoku. Let me go! Luffy roared. He could only struggle violently, trying to break free. However, Sengoku's strength was not to be underestimated. Don't even think about running away, Straw Hat Boy. It's useless even if your grandfather is here. Sengoku was very angry now that Ace was released. Third gear. Luffy quickly used third gear and his body expanded rapidly. Sengoku could not hold on to him and Luffy managed to break free. Don't run. Sengoku chased after him. This is bad. Rayleigh was panting. For someone who had not fought for more than 20 years, it was too much for him to fight against the legendary Marine who was still at the top of his game. At this moment, Rayleigh's spectacles were shattered. Luffy was in trouble again. On the other side, Ling Bai's fist landed on Ace's stomach and the crater on the ground became even bigger. Garp watched from afar and wanted to intervene. However, Marine's position forced him to stop. His job was to kill Ace. However, Garp still charged towards Ling Bai. He couldn't bear to hit Ace, but how could he not hit Ling Bai, the worst of the evildoers, who had unleashed a group of Impel Down criminals? Garp immediately rushed over. He would rather Ace leave the naval headquarters today and never enter the first half of the Grand Line again. He did not want him to leave the team. This was human nature. Even the parents of criminals would protect their children, even if it meant helping the evildoer. Garp was no exception. Boom! Just as Garp was about to move, Bullet arrived and landed a vicious punch on Garp's face. The punch sent Garp flying back by more than 10 meters. Bullet! UBD! Garp was angry and stood up despite the pain. Hehe, I hope you can watch the things you cherish being destroyed in front of you. Bullet laughed. The best way to torture someone was to torture their mind and soul, not their body. Damn it! Don't block me! Garp was furious and charged forward in 2 or 3 steps. On the other side, Whitebeard was furious when he saw his beloved Ace being beaten up. He wanted nothing more than to rush over and kill Ling Bai. Whitebeard! Dark Hound! At this moment, Akainu's fist stabbed right into Whitebeard's stomach. Boom! The terrifying lava raged in Whitebeard's body, and the gurgling sounds made Whitebeard's eyes bloodshot. Whitebeard was on the verge of collapsing, one of his arms dangling by his side. However, a smile flashed across Ace's face as he tightened his grip on the cloud manipulation technique. His eyes were like those of a ferocious beast. Akainu hurriedly withdrew his lava fist and retreated a distance away from Whitebeard. As for Whitebeard's stomach, a fist-sized bloody hole had appeared. Puff! Whitebeard spat out a mouthful of blood. He knelt on one knee and almost fell to the ground. He had been careless, and Akainu had taken advantage of his moment of distraction to deliver a fatal blow to Whitebeard. Father! The Whitebeard pirates were frightened because they just saw their father being seriously injured by Akainu. "I'm fine. Go help Ace. Then leave." Whitebeard's voice became softer. He knew that it was very likely that he would have to stay here. He did not have much time to begin with. "Dad!" Foil Sword Vista cried out. "Today, all of you will stay here." Akainu was playing with his life. It seemed that he would not stop until Whitebeard was left behind. On the other side, Marco rushed towards Ling B to help Ace. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "Front! Evil King!" He punched him. "I haven't moved for a long time. I don't know how strong you are." Evil King laughed and his fist landed directly on Marco's face. This punch, without any suspense, sent Marco flying 10 meters away. The other person, Diamond Yozu, was covered in diamond armor. The Whitebeard pirates are not to be messed with. Diamond Yozu roared, but at this moment, a figure taller and stronger than him appeared in front of him. It was Weevil, who looked a bit like Whitebeard. Weevil's sword slashed down directly. Dang! There was a loud noise. The diamond was not cut, but his strange strength made the ground under Diamond Yozu's feet collapse. "Diamonds are so hard." Weevil sighed. His IQ was not high enough, but he was a natural battle maniac and a battle genius. "Monster!" Diamond Jots spat out a mouthful of saliva, helpless and angry. This guy blocked him. Fire Fist! Flames were released, and the huge amount of flames was like a sea of fire. At this time, Ace was quite embarrassed. Ling Bai's strength could completely crush him, and he saw Whitebeard get punched by Akainu, which made him quite nervous. Something happened to his father. "Go to hell!" Ace roared. However, his flames were useless against Ling Bai. "You can only be angry." Ling Bai laughed. He pressed his hand on Ace's head, and then a huge shock wave was released, accompanied by a red light wave, and then a piece of the ground was shattered. Ace was lying on the ground, his limbs limp and lifeless. Ling Bai was suspended above Ace, only 1 meter away from him. Then, he pulled out the red cloud sword, but at that moment, the cloud sword was covered with armament haki. That was the first time he covered his weapon with armament haki, but it was also one of the uses of the advanced armament haki. Although this weapon was very special, being made of light, it had a physical body and could fight against any weapon, so it was not much different from a normal weapon. "Farewell, neighbor Ace." Then, he stabbed the sword into Ace's heart. Poof! There was a muffled sound, and Ace's body and heart were directly penetrated. As long as the opponent was not as thick-skinned as Kaido of the Beasts and Anti, it was easy to kill someone like Fire Fist Ace. Ling Bai's face was cold and emotionless. Perhaps after killing so many people, his heart was no longer affected. Moreover, it was in this world where the weak did not deserve to live, and human lives were worthless. However, what was he going to face next? Chapter 90. Notice, in the previous chapter, the method of killing Ace has been changed. Instead of using your fists, you will use the Heaven Cloud Sword that covers armament haki. The advanced armament haki can easily cover any weapon and leave the human body. When armament haki's Heaven-blessed Cloud Sword pierced Ace's heart, Ace's eyes widened to their widest extent. His face was filled with disbelief, pain, and helplessness. Boom! A violent flame suddenly exploded with Ace as the center, forming an amazing sea of fire. The members of the Whitebeard pirates who were about to approach were forcibly pushed back. They saw a weapon pierced through Ace's body by Ling Bai. Although they knew that Ace could elementalize, they were still worried. Because the person holding the weapon was a powerful existence that could fight with Akainu without being at a disadvantage. Inside the sea of fire, the hot flames burned fiercely. Ling Bai knew that this was Ace's last resistance. However, it was useless. At this time, Ace's eyes quickly turned white. His face was filled with pain and disbelief. He raised his hand to attack Ling Bai, but in the end, he weakly dropped it and closed his eyes. Almost everyone was the same. Stabbing their heart or brain was enough to kill them in one blow. Only monsters could survive, and Ace was obviously not a monster. His physique was very weak. It might not even be as strong as Luffy's. The biggest weakness of Logia ability users was that they were easily conceded because of their elementalization. Elementalization made them immune to all non-ammunition haki attacks. As for Seastone, who would carry Seastone around for no reason? Unless Seastone had a weapon. Therefore, Ace's physique was very poor. Although his muscles were perfect, they were just so-so. At least Ace's physique was still in the category of a normal human. He was not like Whitebeard, Anti, or Kaido of the Beasts, who were monsters that surpassed ordinary humans and had world-class physiques. The fire of life came to an abrupt end. Ace finally closed his eyes. Ling B pulled out the Heaven Cloud Sword. It was the first time he used armament haki to cover a weapon, and it was quite useful. A burst of Conqueror's haki was released, and the sea of fire released by Ace disappeared. With the huge repulsive force generated by Conqueror's haki, the sea was nothing. Putting out fires and cleaning up miscellaneous soldiers was still very useful. When the sea of flames disappeared, everyone could only see Ling B walking out and Ace lying on the ground with his face turned to the side. Ace. At this moment, the Evil King was still blocking him. The Evil King was also stronger than him. However, even if they were at the same level, it would be a stalemate for a long time. Marco could only see Ace lying motionless on the ground, and a sense of fear quickly filled his heart. Marco shouted, but Ace did not respond. In fact, the other members of the Whitebeard pirates were also shouting Ace's name, but Ace did not respond. You still don't understand? That fire-playing brat has been killed by our captain. The evil ruler laughed loudly. This was all part of his plan. He looked at the mystic Moon Hunter. At this moment, Black Moon Hunter was going to the naval headquarters to broadcast the battle live. Those marine minions had no way to resist this woman who was second only to their elder sister in terms of strength. It's all in the plan. Evil ruler said. The plan is going well. The Black Moon Hunter also saw the evil ruler. Although she was too far away to hear the evil ruler's words, the Black Moon Hunter could still tell what the evil ruler was saying by looking at his lips. The plan was going well, which meant that Fire Fist Ace was dead. And when the Mystic Moon Hunter saw Ace lying on the ground in the distance, she also understood. Fire Fist Ace was dead. But this time it's too big. The Mystic Moon Hunter said. On the other side, Marco was so terrified that he was about to explode. When he heard that Ace was dead, Marco felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He wanted to continue the fight, but he couldn't. His body was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and despair. How could this be? Marco couldn't believe it and walked over step by step. Of course, the Evil King was also watching the show and did not continue to attack. On the other side, Luffy, who had just broken free from Sengoku, stumbled when he saw Ace lying lifelessly on the ground. The fear of Ace's death also hit Luffy's heart. Ace, can't be. Suddenly, Luffy rushed over as fast as he could. However, what he saw was Ace with his eyes closed, a ghastly wound on his left arm, and his flame extinguished. Ace, can't be. Ace, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Ace. Wake up. However, no matter how much Luffy shouted, the result was the same. Ace was like a lamp that had run out of fuel. Ace is dead. Marco, who was kneeling on the ground, burst into tears. His face was covered in tears. Ace was really dead. His flame of life was extinguished. XF. Ah! Luffy screamed in extreme pain. He knelt on the ground and his head slowly tilted upwards. His eyes quickly turned white, and finally, they became empty. His mental world collapsed because to him, Ace was one of the most important people in his life. But now, Ace had died in front of him. Ace's life was coming to an end. This caused Luffy's mental world to collapse and his heart to break. Luffy. Marco, who was in extreme grief and tears, was frightened by Luffy. He quickly supported Luffy, who was about to fall to the ground. A group of Whitebeard's captain and other members of the Whitebeard pirates staggered forward and surrounded them. Only then did they realize that Ace was already dead. I think we've gone too far. Kizaru was already standing on the pole of a pirate ship that had been bombed. Fire Fist Ace was dead. He knew that something big was going to happen. In the process of this execution, he had been slacking off the whole time. 1 or 2 kicks here, and 2 or 3 punches there. In short, Marco hit him a few times, and the other pirates hit him a few times, and he barely got away with it. Kizaru neither supported nor opposed this war, and he was not neutral either. As a member of the naval headquarters, Kizaru had always been very stable. Kizaru was one of the few who were not part of the Hawks and Doves faction. Something big is going to happen. Whitebeard and Vice Admiral Garp are very worried about him. Kizaru could only stand on high ground. It wouldn't be easy to avoid the flames of war. The news of Ace's death quickly spread throughout Marineford Square. At this moment, everyone knew about Ace's death. And the person who killed Ace was the guy who used Fire Fist Ace to make a deal with the world government. Today, he has been expelled from the ranks of the Shichibukai. The live stream had resumed, and the Sabaody Archipelago players were able to watch the live stream of the battle. When they saw Ace die, the entire Sabaody Archipelago plaza erupted in cheers. Everyone was cheering for Ace. Perhaps only a few dozen people, namely Shuki and the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, did not cheer, but felt sad and worried about Luffy secretly going to the naval headquarters. Haha, great, Fire Fist Ace is finally dead. Hey! He was not beheaded on the execution platform. It's a pity that the son of the Pirate King can be left with a whole body. Maybe the naval headquarters will hang his head after this. It's good that he's dead. Will the great age of pirates end? Whitebeard is not dead yet. At least he has to die to say that the great age of pirates is over. Is there going to be an empty throne in the new world? Then can I sit on it? No, it's me. The man who will replace Whitebeard is me. In the square of Sabaody Archipelago, the pirates were cheering, the civilians were cheering, and countless people were cheering. For the civilians, the death of Fire Fist Ace is the end of the demon bloodline. When Whitebeard dies, it will be the end of the great age of pirates. They can live a good life as civilians. At least, they don't have to worry about pirates every day. Compared to the celestial dragons, the pain and disaster that pirates bring to civilians is the most direct and the most normal. For the pirates, if Whitebeard died in battle, then there would be a vacancy in the new world, a throne that had been vacant for more than 30 years. If that legendary monster also came to an end, then the other pirates would have a chance. So, how can people not cheer? It's just that the interests are different. The civilians seek peace and stability, while the pirates seek power, wealth, beauty, and other material comforts, and even fame. Naval Headquarters, Broken Marineford Square. On the other side, Sengoku and Rayleigh also stopped fighting. In addition, Akainu and Whitebeard, Bullet and Garp also stopped fighting. Dead. Sengoku muttered to himself. Ace was obviously dead, but for some reason, Sengoku didn't feel any joy at the moment of Ace's death. How is this possible? Rayleigh also felt like breaking down. Tears welled up in his eyes and he almost burst into tears. On the other hand, Garp staggered a few steps, his face full of disbelief. I'm still very happy to see something important to me being destroyed in front of you. At this moment, Bullet laughed. He was very happy to see Garp lose an important person. However, at this moment, Garp's face quickly darkened. In the next second, his speed was so fast that he couldn't even see a shadow. He clenched his fists, and his strength had also reached a terrifying level that surpassed his previous strength. This punch landed on Bullet's stomach. Wow! Bullet felt as if his stomach had exploded or even pierced through. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Boom! In the next second, Bullet was smashed to the ground. The originally shattered ground was directly blown up by Garp's punch. The shockwave spread over a radius of more than 40 meters. Countless gravel was shaken up for nearly 10 meters, and Bullet's entire body was smashed more than 30 meters into the ground by Garp's punch. Garp's extreme, repressed anger caused his strength to soar. His previous attack on Bullet wasn't so terrifying, but Ace's death caused him to explode. This was the power of Monkey's anger. Garp. Sengoku was frightened. He saw Garp's gloomy face. In the next step, he left the place. His movement speed was terrifying to the extreme. His target was Ling B. This old man is going to explode. Ling B saw Garp rushing over. He was also surprised because bullet didn't stop him. Whitebeard would definitely explode later, or perhaps he had already done so. Damn pirates! Garp roared. He was extremely angry. His voice was like thunder, shaking the entire Marineford square. Then, he waved his terrifying iron fist. He directly smashed it towards Ling B. The wind from the fist raged, and even the air was crackling with explosions. One could imagine how terrifying Garp's punch was with the sound of the explosion. Naturally, Ling B went up to meet the attack. Since he had already done it, there was no way to avoid it. Boom! The two fists collided, and the terrifying shockwave crushed the ground in all directions. Those who were close to it were blown away, and a large part of the ground collapsed. This kind of collision was even more unbridled than Conqueror's haki. It was even more terrifying. Ling Bai's entire body was sent flying more than 30 meters away by Garp's punch. His right hand was completely crippled. Too strong. The bones in Ling Bai's right hand were shattered. As expected of the man known as the Marine King. Ling Bai was shocked. He didn't expect Garp to be so strong. Perhaps his anger had caused his strength to explode. Like Luffy, when his partner was bullied, his strength would skyrocket. There were several levels of that. Come on! Ling Bai roared. High-speed regeneration allowed his right hand to recover in less than 2 seconds. Even the bones that had been shattered by the shockwave had recovered. As for Garp, he had already rushed over and threw a punch at him. Then, there was another terrifying explosion on the ground. Garp's fist had the destructive power of a cannon. Even the pacifists had to give in. This was one of the reasons why the world government was afraid of him. Even if his grandson was involved in the Nice lobby, and Chuanzi wanted to overthrow the world government. However, Garp's position was unshakable. He had a transcendent reputation, and even stood at the peak of Marine's strength. The people in Marineford Square were shocked. The strength of this old man in his 70s made their scalps tingle. Garp. Sengoku knew that Garp had gone crazy. Ace, whom he treated like his own son, had died here. Hence, Garp's suppressed anger completely exploded. On the other side, Akainu was about to applaud Ace's death and provoke Whitebeard with it. Like Garp, Whitebeard's tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Then, his entire face darkened. Even Akainu didn't know how terrifying Whitebeard was at that moment, even though his stomach had been burned through. He had also exploded. Chapter 91. That old man Garp is really a monster among monsters. No matter who it was, they were all equally shocked at the moment. Garp might be in his 70s, but his strength had always been a mystery. He was so powerful that it was unimaginable. From the old era to the great age of pirates, there were legends of his strength. Even Marine Admiral's reputation was not as great as his. Countless people followed Garp and joined Marine. Now, few people know why he used such terrifying power to chase after a pirate at this time. Garp seems to be angry. Ace is Garp's adopted grandson, but only a few people know that. However, Ace was killed by Ling B. There is no reason for Garp not to be angry. The terrifying battle made countless people's scalps numb and they could only quickly avoid Garp as much as possible. Garp is crazy. Sengoku was sweating profusely. This was the first time he had seen his best friend, who had been through thick and thin with him his whole life, in such a state. It was the first time Sengoku had seen him so angry. This had never happened before. Garp was an optimistic man by nature. Even if he was severely injured, he could still laugh out loud. But at this moment, he was like a beast that had been holding back for a long time. Now he finally broke out. Not to mention, the admirals and the other generals in the naval headquarters were scared, not to mention the others. The man who relied on physical strength to reach the top of the world, now he can cause a terrifying explosion in an area with one punch. That is, even if he is in his 70s, his strength is still standing at the peak. Aokiji was shocked, and so were the others. At this moment, everyone stopped fighting and was frightened by the battle between Garp and Ling B. You came just in time. Let me see the strength of Marine. Ling B clenched his fist and the pain in his arm quickly disappeared. Every collision with Garp's fist almost made his hand numb and even his bones were directly crushed. It can be seen that Garp's strength has reached the ultimate level. When he fought with Akainu, Ling B didn't feel this way. Maybe when he fought with Akainu, his fists didn't hit his flesh, or maybe Garp was too strong at this time. However, when Ling B fought with Garp, his body quickly adapted to the intensity of the battle. Originally, one punch from Garp would have broken the bones in his hand. However, Ling B could feel that his body was slowly adapting to the intensity of the battle. "This old man will leave you here." Garp's tone was cold, and there were tears on his face because he wanted Ace to leave the naval headquarters and never return to the first half of the Grand Line. Even if he stayed in the New World for the rest of his life, it would be good. However, he just saw Ling Bai's weapon piercing Ace's body. After that, Ace's breath suddenly disappeared. The flame of life came to an abrupt end. His rebellious grandson, in the end, died in the naval headquarters. So Garp exploded. At this moment, Garp's fist landed on Ling Bai's crossed hands. The sound of bones breaking and the muffled sound of a fist hitting flesh were heard at the same time. Ling Bai uncontrollably retreated a few meters, leaving a deep scratch on the ground. "Fortunately, I have Bolo's physique. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even Kaido of the beasts could be beaten to a pulp by him." Ling Bai felt lucky. Kaido had been seriously injured by Kojiki Oden before, so it was possible that he had been injured by other means. With Garp's current strength, Ling Bai reckoned that he could beat Kaido into a disabled person. Garp's strength was unimaginable. Ling Bai rushed forward again. High-speed regeneration made him fearless. He punched Garp's fists ferociously. "So what if I killed Ace? If I don't kill him today, he will come and kill me in the future. So, let's end this once and for all." Blood dripped from the corner of Ling Bai's mouth as he punched Garp's iron fist. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Another area of more than 10 meters was smashed into pieces. With such a terrifying impact, one could imagine how terrifying the power generated by the confrontation between Garp and Ling Bai was. If this goes on, Marineford will be destroyed by Garp and the others. Sengoku's heart skipped a beat. Back then, in order to suppress Golden Lion, he and Garp had worked together to destroy half of Marineford before they could lock up the crazy Golden Lion. At that time, Garp's power was not as terrifying as it was now. Anger could make people lose their way, but it could also make people strong. "It's possible," he said worriedly. It's hard to imagine if he was executed in front of him. Would he betray Marine because he couldn't accept it? Over the years, the former Marine Admiral Zephyr rarely returned to the naval headquarters. The great Marine had dedicated his life to the entire marine industry, but he was unable to receive fair treatment from the world government. Some of the world government's policies and decisions made him gradually lose faith in the world government. At the same time, there was also an earth-shattering explosion near the naval headquarters. A large area was also torn apart. Akainu, who tried to provoke and kill Whitebeard, was directly sent into the terrifying crack in the ground by Whitebeard. "Whitebeard!" Akainu roared. He could only stare at Whitebeard with resentment as he fell into the huge ravine uncontrollably. The huge ravine was created by Whitebeard with just one punch. However, Whitebeard's fist was no longer the same as before. Sengoku was naturally frightened by the terrifying explosion. "Oh no, Whitebeard is going crazy too." Sengoku's expression changed drastically. Ace's position in Whitebeard's heart was self-evident. The entire Whitebeard pirates had been dispatched just to rescue Fire Fist Ace. If Whitebeard's other godson were to be publicly executed, it was hard to say whether Whitebeard would come or not. He had risked his life for Ace. Now that Ace was dead, one could only imagine what would happen to Whitebeard. The other beast was also enraged. "He's not going crazy, he's already crazy," Vice Admiral Anigamo said with a trembling voice. In Whitebeard's era, Vice Admirals like them were just a bunch of brats. Whitebeard's era began from the terrifying legendary era. Before Roger arrived at Raftel, Whitebeard's reputation shook the entire New World. As one of the few great pirates, if Whitebeard had any interest in Raftel's so-called treasure, he might not have been the pirate king. "Are the monsters angry?" This time, we've pierced through the heavens. Doflamingo and Moria exclaimed in shock. Hawkeye put away the black blade, it's beyond the scope of the contract. At this moment, Whitebeard, who had a terrifying bloody hole in his stomach, rushed over with the vertical cloud cutter in his hand. His face was gloomy, and the vertical cloud cutter was covered with a huge shock fruit planet. Their target was none other than Ling B. Meanwhile, Ling B was still fighting against Garp. Will the captain be beaten to death this time? Two monsters. One is the pinnacle of pirates, the other is the pinnacle of marine. 0, begging for fresh flowers. Flask was a little uneasy at this moment. After all, he had just come out from the Impel Down and felt that Ling B was very reliable, so he decided to follow him. Now that the two monsters wanted to fight Ling B, it was obvious that they wanted to kill Ling B. Of course we were going to make a move. I don't want to come to this point and end up parting on bad terms. Shiryu of the Rain put out her cigar and was about to attack. At the very least, they could work together to kill an old man. Their target was naturally Whitebeard. As for Garp, they could not kill him. If they made a move on him in Marineford, the entire upper management of the naval headquarters would make a move on them. They would be beaten until they were reincarnated. It's a good thing that the captain didn't kill Luffy. If he did, who knows what would have happened? Van Oka said. Shiryu of the Rain and the others were about to make their move. However, at that moment, a terrifying explosion suddenly swept through the place where Bullet was shot into the ground. The topless Bullet jumped out. At this moment, Bullet had a ferocious look on his face and a sinister, bloodthirsty smile. Garp, again! Bullet roared. His voice resounded throughout Marineford Square. Then, he stomped on the ground fiercely. As a small area exploded, Bullet's whole body burst out. His target was Garp. On the other side, Whitebeard, who seemed to have forgotten about his serious injuries and severe pain, rushed over with his cloud slicer. The blade of the cloud slicer was covered with a huge kinetic energy field. Garp, get out of my way! Whitebeard roared angrily and slashed at Ling B. Compared to the two big guys, Ling B of Ace was still too small. Whitebeard's angry slash did not hit Ling B, but the majestic vibration caused the atmosphere to crack. What followed was a more terrifying destruction than Garp's fist. The ground was directly torn apart, and the explosion spread across a large area. Smoke filled the space. Ling B and Garp were both knocked back. Garp! At this moment, Sengoku shouted to remind Garp that BD Bullet is here. Before Garp could hear the sound of the battle in the distance, Bullet's fist hit the left side of Garp's face. The power of this punch was unimaginable. Garp was sent flying again. That was just a warm-up, Garp. Bullet was very excited. He was a battle maniac. The more he fought, the more excited he became. Even if he was injured, it did not matter. This was a guy who had spent most of his life fighting and training. Kid, kill Whitebeard and enter the new world as the Pirate Emperor. In the future, let's find a place and time to fight. Lousy, I can't wait. Bullet rushed out again. His target was Garp, who had just stood up. He only wanted to be the strongest in the world. He had no interest in other things. As for the man known as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard. At this time, he was injured. How could he be the strongest in the world? He was already in a critical state. Bullet knew that Whitebeard did not have much time left. To be able to survive in this situation, Whitebeard could only be said to be strong. Of course, Ling B and Marine had let him go. That was why Whitebeard could leave this place alive. The current Whitebeard was in a state of terminal lucidity. Chapter 92. Whitebeard. Sengoku's expression darkened. He knew that Whitebeard was enraged. This might be the angriest he had ever been in his life, and it might also be the last time. Marine, don't get close to Whitebeard! Sengoku roared. The two of them were equally enraged. Garp's destructive range was not as terrifying as Whitebeard's. After all, Whitebeard was a man who could set off a world-destroying tsunami. Marine heard Sengoku's instructions and quickly distanced themselves from Whitebeard and the others. At that moment, the battle was already on par with Bai Ling. Whitebeard swung the vertical cloud slash a few times, and at the same time, he covered it with the power of the shock fruit and slashed at Ling B. Ling B used the armament Haki's arm to defend. With the sound of metal clashing, Whitebeard's vertical cloud slashed straight at Ling B's right arm. However, Ling B's powerful armament Haki completely ignored the sharpness of the vertical cloud slash. However, at that moment, the atmosphere was torn apart. Then, the ground was torn apart. A huge crack spread out over 10 meters and reached a depth of more than 20 meters. What a violent power! Ling B was shocked. The shock fruit was very powerful, and Ling B, who used the shock fruit, was even more powerful. It was said that Whitebeard had reached the state of awakening the shock fruit. In the New World, when he was sleeping, he could inadvertently cause a large area of the sea to tremble. It was difficult to stand on the ground, but Ling B could fly. Hence, Ling B completely ignored the fact that he could stand on the ground. "Brat, I won't let you go," Whitebeard growled. Whitebeard growled, but Ling B could hear the weakness in Whitebeard's voice. At that moment, Whitebeard was relying on his anger and terrifying willpower to hold on. Whitebeard's current goal was to drag Ling B down with him before he died. "There are some things that you can't decide, Whitebeard." Ling B's palms were facing Whitebeard's stomach. Shortly after, a massive shockwave was released and blasted into Whitebeard's stomach. At this moment, Whitebeard's stomach was his most vulnerable spot. Not only was there a knife wound from his filial son Uzumaki's spider, there was also a ghastly hole in the roof where the 19th Lord's flesh and blood were dripping with lava. Boom! A shockwave that covered a large area was an almost invisible force. At that moment, Whitebeard could no longer defend himself. Not to mention the position of his stomach. Therefore, Whitebeard's stomach was hit by the shockwave. Gulp! A muffled sound came from Whitebeard's body. It was the sound of blood gushing out from Whitebeard's mouth, but he swallowed it back down. Right now, there was only one thought in Whitebeard's mind. Ling B was too strong. If he didn't bring Ling B here today, then in the future, his sons wouldn't be able to find shelter even if they had to flee to the ends of the earth. This world was so cruel. He was going to die, and there were too many people in this world who wanted him dead. He, Whitebeard, had too many enemies. In the future, who would hold up the sky for his sons? Whitebeard, it's time for your era to come to an end. I will step over your corpse and completely replace you. Start a new era. Ling B once again released a huge shockwave with both hands. At this time, Whitebeard smashed down with his fist, facing Ling B's shockwave. There was a white ball of light on his fist. That was the power of the shock fruit. Every punch and swing of Whitebeard's sword would have the power of vibration. Kaka! The air was torn apart, and the shockwave collided with the power of vibration. The atmosphere was torn apart like lightning flashing. In the middle, there was a collision between the two balls of light, just like the collision between Blackbeard and Sengoku in the original work. The ground and the surrounding objects inevitably exploded. Ling B collided with the current Whitebeard. Of course, if Whitebeard was at his peak, Ling B would find it difficult to be his opponent. However, the current Whitebeard was the Whitebeard pirates, so Ling B could naturally fight against him. Moreover, Ling B was not afraid of injury because he could use high-speed regeneration, which was much more troublesome than Kaido of the Beast's Bay. As the power of the two collided, the surrounding ground was further torn apart. However, this was not surprising, because this was the power of the strong. Die with ace. Whitebeard's voice was a roar. He pressed his fist down hard, and a large area of the air was torn apart, and the ground was shattered. Whitebeard, it's you who will die with me. Ling B also roared, and his hands urged a huge shockwave, which directly hit Whitebeard's fist, and even made Whitebeard stagger back a few steps. Ling B followed up and flew over and punched Whitebeard's window. This time, Ling B did not use a shockwave, but pure physical strength. But even so, for the injured Whitebeard, it was uncomfortable. The bloody hole in his stomach also flowed out a large amount of blood. After this punch, Whitebeard's face became even worse. He almost fell to the ground, but the hilt of the Zanjiun cutter fell to the ground, supporting Whitebeard's body. With a punch, Shock Fruit launched a punch, and Ling Bai also threw a punch. The two fists collided, and the same huge shockwave rushed out. The gravel behind Ling Bai was swept away, and the thunderous force swept more than 100 meters away. What a terrible power! The pole of the boat that Kizaru was standing on was directly broken. Kizaru had no choice but to jump down. At this time, Kizaru's face was full of surprise, but in reality, he was already shocked. He was not shocked by Whitebeard's power. Instead, he was shocked by Ling Bai's powerful strength. Ling Bai, who was about the same age as Garp's grandson, had such terrifying power. It was hard to imagine. If Whitebeard died here, although the naval headquarters and the world government would be happy to see it, who would take the vacant throne of the new world? There would definitely be a place for Ling Bai. Mr. Sengoku, we're in trouble. Kizaru said helplessly. I know. Sengoku also heard Kizaru's words, and at this time, his face was also solemn. Ling Bai was too strong. Watching the battle between Whitebeard and Ling Bai was enough to see how strong Ling Bai was. Against Whitebeard. Even if Whitebeard was already at critical health. Father! Marco and the others shouted. Obviously, Whitebeard's father's condition was very bad. Looking at the shocking wound on their father's stomach, and because of Ling Bai's attack, they were really afraid that Whitebeard would fall down. Their father's health has always been poor. Whitebeard pirates, retreat! At this moment, Whitebeard roared. At this time, he knew that it was impossible for him to leave the naval headquarters. It was better to cover for Marco and the others to leave. After roaring, Whitebeard threw another punch at Ling Bai. Ling Bai roared and collided with Whitebeard's fist that was several times bigger than him. The atmosphere was torn apart, and there was even a faint thunder and lightning. Boom! It continued to explode. And Whitebeard was forced to take 3 steps back before he could barely stabilize his body. Whitebeard, you can't do it. Ling Bai laughed. No matter what, he knew that even if Whitebeard didn't do it today, Sengoku and the others would do it. Naval headquarters can't let the remnants of the old era leave here, because once Whitebeard leaves, it means that they have lost this war. So what if they killed Fire Fist Ace? He just carried Roger's bloodline, but the person who can really control the entire Great Age of Pirates is Whitebeard. Whitebeard is the symbol of the Great Age of Pirates. Rocks from the Rocks era. Roger from the Roger era. And Whitebeard from the Great Age of Pirates. They are the symbol of the pinnacle of pirates in each era. Not even close. BD. Before Whitebeard finished speaking, he vomited blood and even knelt on one knee at this moment. Even if I don't give Fire Fist Ace to the world government, your filial son Teach will trade with the world government, and compared to me, Teach will be crueler. Whitebeard, maybe you will thank me in the afterlife. In the original work, Blackbeard was killed by a whole ship of people. His death was considered light now, and in the original work, Whitebeard's death was really aggrieved. Although he died standing, he looked tragic. As a great pirate of the old era, Whitebeard's death can be said to be the most dignified, unlike Roger's execution. Ling Bai pulled out the red heavenly cloud sword, and the red light was flashing. It was a collection of photons, but it had a physical body. Teach. Whitebeard remembered Blackbeard, the traitor who violated the iron law of the Whitebeard pirates, and now he doesn't know where he went. However, Whitebeard couldn't care so much. He forcefully grabbed the Zanjiun cutter and stood up. After swinging the Zanjiun cutter 3 times, he once again slashed at Ling Bai. Dang! The red heavenly cloud sword collided with Zanjiunj, and immediately there was a violent shock wave. Whitebeard, I will give you the most dignified death, but I hope you can stand. Whitebeard's most tragic death was to die standing up. If Ling Bai were to die one day, Ling Bai would also wish that she could die standing up. This is a real man. Indomitable spirit. Boom! At this time, Whitebeard's other hand was also not idle, and a punch came down. Your strength seems to have weakened, Whitebeard. Ling Bai's eyes narrowed, and he used the shock wave to resist Whitebeard's vibration power. At this time, the square of Marineford was a broken scene, and no one dared to approach Ling Bai and Whitebeard. On the other side were Bullet and Garp. These 4 people were complete monsters. Marineford is about to collapse. Sengoku was scared out of his wits. Ling B and Whitebeard had been fighting for 10 minutes, but Ling B was still in good condition. It was impossible for Whitebeard's attacks to not cause any damage to her. However, Ling B was not injured at all. Garp had broken his arm earlier, but Ling B was still alive and kicking. Monster! Crane said. A real monster, comparable to Kaido's physique, or even more terrifying. Whitebeard is about to die. Aokiji said. At this time, from Whitebeard's condition, it could be seen that if the fight continued, Ling B would definitely win. Father! Marco and the others were in tears. Their father's condition could not last much longer. Each of the Whitebeard pirates was in grief. Didn't father tell you to leave quickly? I'm just a remnant of the old era. Whitebeard cried, but he did not cry out loud. Only tears gushed out from the corners of his eyes. Whitebeard slammed hard on the right side, which was where Marco and the others were. Immediately, the ground was torn apart. He, who was at the peak of the control of vibration, could completely control the scale of the destruction. Therefore, a huge gap separated him from the entire Whitebeard pirates. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave. Listen to Marco. I'm sorry, my beloved sons. I failed you. I shouldn't have let you take this risk. Whitebeard cried. Immediately, he swung his sword at Ling B. I'm Whitebeard. Ghost. Go to hell with Laozi and Ace. Whitebeard roared. The era will end, Whitebeard, and my era will rise. Ling B waved his heavenly cloud sword to block Whitebeard's attack. The huge vibration made his hands numb. He had been injured by Whitebeard many times before. To be honest, this time, Ling B had the advantage. It was Whitebeard, who had relied on his vitality to gain a huge advantage. Furthermore, Whitebeard was currently at low HP. Marco held back his tears and wiped them away forcefully. Then, he shouted, "Hey!" Rayleigh, who was carrying Luffy, who had a mental breakdown, also persuaded. Let's go, Whitebeard will stay here. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Everyone retreat. Now, listen to me. Marco was in pain and helpless. Oh, Pops! Listen to me, Marco cried. This is Dad's order. If we don't leave, more of us will die. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, one was holding back their tears and grief, and one was forcibly turning around. The Whitebeard pirates, all to retreat. All Marines, listen to orders. Don't let the Whitebeard pirates leave. However, at this time, Sengoku shouted to the Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates to be annihilated. Sengoku shouted. At this moment, on the other side, a pile of rubble suddenly exploded. It was actually a large amount of red lava erupting. 2. Stay. Akainu, who was bleeding, came out. At this moment, he looked like he came out of hell, and his face was fierce. The first thing Akainu saw was Whitebeard and Ling B, and then he saw the Whitebeard pirates fleeing out of the bay. The last thing he saw was the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. That was the world's most famous pirate ship. Red Lotus Hound. Akainu rushed towards the Moby Dick. At this time, the Moby Dick was in the square of Marineford. In order to let others in, it was Oz who moved the Moby Dick before he died. He moved it in by force. At this moment, the ship could no longer escape. Boom! It didn't take long for the Moby Dick to be completely swallowed by the terrifying lava. This scene was seen by Whitebeard. I'm sorry, old friend, I can't sail the sea with you anymore. Whitebeard closed his eyes deeply, and then suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of firmness and determination. The remnants of the old days, my generation no longer has a ship that can stop me. A huge force broke out from Conqueror's Haki, and the sky quickly darkened, thunder and lightning raged, and the storm swept, as if the end of the world. What a terrible Conqueror's Haki! Ling B in front of him was also shocked. This was not just a high-level Conqueror's Haki. The Marines who were chasing Whitebeard also fainted on the spot. Even the Marines' battle power may not be good. Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki is not a joke. Not to mention others. Don't try to stop my beloved sons from leaving. I'm Whitebeard. Whitebeard roared. Gulala. Don't underestimate the pirates of the old era. Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. Monster! Even if he was seriously injured, he still. However, even so, he is about to die, and Whitebeard's era 5.7 is over. Ling B looked at Whitebeard deeply, and he was also full of admiration for this man, but after all, they were enemies. As expected of the legendary man. Whitebeard, end it. At this time, Ling B put away the red cloud sword, and he also flew into the air, and then behind him, the sky was full of red light spots floating. This move is... Why is it a bit like my Yasakani no Megatama? Kizaru was a little confused, but the color was different. Gulala. It's still far from enough. Wah. Just after saying that, Whitebeard spat out another mouthful of blood and almost fell down. At this time, Whitebeard, who was barely standing, clenched the Zanjianj with both hands and slashed at the sky where Ling B was. At this moment, the sky was torn apart. The whole naval headquarters was also shaken, a large number of amazing cracks spread rapidly, and the ground was broken and collapsed. Whitebeard. Sengoku's face changed greatly. Stop! Sengoku shouted angrily. Whitebeard was going to completely destroy the naval headquarters. Run, Whitebeard is going to destroy this place. Run! That monster, he's about to die, isn't he going to stop? This is too scary, make the shock fruit disappear in the future. That kind of demonic power should not be controlled by mortals. At this time, the naval headquarters was shaking, and no matter how strong the building was, it could not withstand Whitebeard's power of vibration, and a large number of buildings collapsed. I will let you die in the most dignified manner, and I hope you can stay standing. Ling Bai's eyes narrowed, and the red Yasakani no Megatama behind him was released, shooting down like bullets and countless meteors from outer space. In the original work, Ape used this move to kill his mentor, the former Marine Admiral. Whitebeard was instantly drowned by the countless red light bullets. Chapter 93. At this time, a terrifying tremor quickly spread across half of Marineford. The first to collapse was the square of Marineford, but because of the huge gully created by Whitebeard, the other side of Marineford Square did not collapse. However, on the other side, which was the execution platform and the naval headquarters building, collapsed directly. This scene was like a terrifying earthquake with a magnitude of 10. This. Looking at the naval headquarters building collapsing in front of him, Sengoku's mood at this time was imaginable. His body was trembling. Whitebeard. Akainu stopped after blowing up the Moby DK. He and Sengoku happened to be on the other side of the ravine. They could only watch helplessly as all 10 sides of the building collapsed. At this time, Ling B, who was in the air, blasted a large number of light bombs down. Kizaru looked at the red light bombs, as if his unique skill had been completely copied. Kizaru was shocked. But how would Kizaru know that if it was in the original work, he would use the Yasakani no Megatama to kill his master, Zephyr? Now, Ling B had taken Weevil under his command, and Zephyr's defection to the world government might not happen. The dense light bombs smashed down, and Whitebeard was directly submerged. 2 minutes later, Ling B stopped releasing the red version of the Yasakani no Megatama. At this time, on Ling Bai's side, even the originally towering naval headquarters building had become a ruin. The building that symbolized the justice of the great age of pirates was finally destroyed. At this moment, no one was in a good mood. The dust was still spreading, covering the scene in front of them. The monster Ling B had stopped attacking, but what about Whitebeard? Everyone wanted to know, and Whitebeard was still in the dust, not showing up for the time being. On the other side, Marco, who was running away, held some of Whitebeard's Vivre cards in his hand. Marco looked at Whitebeard's Vivre card, which was only the size of a small fingernail. Father! Marco burst into tears. He looked back, but his vision was blocked by the steel wall. He couldn't see the scene inside, and naturally, he couldn't see Whitebeard. He was the first to follow Whitebeard, and he was the first member of the Whitebeard pirates. It can be said that he had the deepest relationship with Whitebeard. Everyone, retreat quickly! Marco roared. There must be no more unnecessary sacrifices. Meaningless death is not worth it. But, it was so painful. Obviously, the enemy was in front of him, but he couldn't attack. That feeling, how painful it was unimaginable. At this time, the entire Whitebeard pirates were filled with extreme sadness. They had rushed into the bay that was still frozen. It was also at this time that Marco discovered a huge red pirate ship in the sea ahead approaching Marineford Bay. Red Hair Pirates, Red Force. Red Hair and his crew were now at the bow of the ship, looking in their direction. Red Hair. Marco was shocked, but more than that, he was sad. Why did Red only come when she found out? Of course, he would also redhead. Akagami, Red Hair, personally came to the Moby DK to talk to Whitebeard in an attempt to stop the outbreak of war, but the Whitebeard pirates still set off. Shanks. Rayleigh naturally saw Red Hair, and Red Hair had also seen Marco and Rayleigh. Hey, something big is happening. Red Hair is here. Aokiji, who was about to chase the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, was shocked. The appearance of Akagami, Red Hair, was unexpected. Although the Naval Headquarters executives had estimated that Akagami, Red Hair, would come to Naval Headquarters, they were not sure. Now that Akagami, Red Hair, has appeared, Aokiji was inevitably shocked. Trouble, what should we do? The Red Hair pirates are not as simple as the Whitebeard pirates. Aokiji stood on the tall steel wall and looked at the red-haired man and the others coming over. The red-haired pirates, the pirate regiment with the highest average bounty, also known as the Iron Wall Pirates, is a typical elite pirate regiment, that is, the crew members are all elites, unlike the Whitebeard Pirates, which is very powerful, but has a group of mobs, while the red-haired pirates are few in number but good in numbers. Mr. Sengoku, what should we do now? Aokiji quickly used his Den Mushi to inform Sengoku, and Sengoku heard Aokiji say that Red Hair was here, and his face changed on the spot. Red Hair, that BD, what do you want to do? Fire Fist Ace is dead, what can he do? Sengoku's face was gloomy. At this time, Red Hair looked at Marco and Rayleigh who were escaping, and he probably knew what happened. Sigh. Red Hair sighed and didn't say anything. In the beginning, Whitebeard was determined to go to war, and this happened. Red Hair couldn't help it. Red Force was anchored outside the ice that was about to melt, and Red Hair was the first to jump off the ship, followed by Beckman. There weren't many people, but the Red Hair pirates were all powerful pirates. Rayleigh, long time no see. Red Hair looked at Rayleigh and said. At the same time, he saw Luffy on Rayleigh's back. Luffy, why are you here? Only then did the red-haired man realize that Luffy had already lost consciousness from his desperate state. Shanks. It's over, Ace was killed, and I'm afraid Whitebeard will be left behind. Rayleigh shook her head and sighed. I know, Rayleigh, take Luffy away, I'll be here. Red Hair was helpless. He saw Aokiji in the distance. Behind Aokiji, Marineford Square was filled with thick smoke, collapsed buildings, and even the sky was dark with thunder and lightning flashing. Marco. Akagami walked over to Marco and patted him on the shoulder with his right hand. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates also stopped retreating. A group of people sobbed and wiped their tears in place. Father's life card. Marco burst into tears. There was only a small corner left, which meant that their father still had a little bit of time left. Maybe he had already lost consciousness, but his consciousness was still lingering. Sigh. Akagami could only shake his head and sigh, but he didn't say anything. Then they walked to the Marineford Square store, where Silent Baker and the others were waiting. On the other side, in the Marineford Square, the dust dispersed. Whitebeard's figure also appeared. At this time, he was still standing, holding Zanjai Undeo, but it was a pillar. Whitebeard's back was facing all the Marines, his tattered cloak was still fluttering in the wind. He's not dead yet. Sengoku was shocked. Of course, everyone was shocked. But in fact, Whitebeard was about to die. He only had a little bit of time left. Ling B was floating in the air, looking at Whitebeard who had closed his eyes. At this time, there were many bloody holes on his body, including 3 bloody holes next to his heart. There were more than 30 bloody holes on his body. Such injuries were enough to make him enter the gates of hell. Ling B knew that Whitebeard couldn't live. Of course, he was still looking forward to it. He knew that Whitebeard still had a little bit of time left to make an announcement. Sure enough, at this time, Whitebeard's chest moved up and down. The Moan Piece really exists. At this time, Whitebeard's last words were roared out. Ling B smiled. Unlike the original work, Whitebeard said many words that made Sengoku's face change. This sentence was the essence of the original work. It was enough to start a new era, and only Whitebeard had the right to speak, and only he had the right to speak, as if Roger had said it himself. He was the man closest to the throne in the New World, one of Roger's best friends, and knew all the secrets. Raftel's secret, that mysterious treasure. Ling B was supposed to be something that could overturn the world, but Roger made it sound like an endless treasure. Whitebeard. Sengoku trembled in fear at Whitebeard's words. Fear quickly filled his heart. On the other hand, the card of life in Marco's hand had also turned into ashes. Whitebeard's life came to an abrupt end. At this moment, his corpse was still standing. He held the vertical cloud cutter in his hand, and his cloak fluttered in the wind. Even though there were many shocking wounds on his body, he was still standing tall. Ling B had said that he would give Whitebeard the greatest honor for his death, provided that Whitebeard could remain standing. Of course, Whitebeard would not have expected Ling B to die standing. Unfortunately, they were on different sides. Otherwise, Ling B might not have attacked Whitebeard. Of course, Ling B and Whitebeard were enemies. On the other side, Bullet and Garp had stopped fighting. It was when Whitebeard shattered the naval headquarters that they were unable to stand. Bullet did not let Garp continue to chase after him. At this moment, Bullet sneered at Garp, who had a pained expression on his face. Behind Bullet was Shiryu of the Rain and a group of people. Garp had no choice but to bide his time. The Black Moon Hunter laughed. I just started the live broadcast. This time, 677 people in the world know what Whitebeard said, right? Although I didn't expect Whitebeard to say something like that. To be honest, when Whitebeard said that the treasure really existed, everyone was shocked. The Black Moon Hunter did not expect it either. Of course, this sentence would quickly spread across the world, causing an unprecedented storm. The purpose of the live broadcast was to make Ling B famous. Everyone knew that he had killed Roger's son and Whitebeard with his own hands. Such a record was enough for him to rush into the New World in one fell swoop. Moreover, there were many obstacles in his way. Now, not many people recognized him. As the original Shichibukai, he did not even have a bounty, and he had no record. No one in the New World would recognize him. However, after killing Whitebeard, there would be fewer obstacles. How would Sengoku, who had already cut off the live broadcast, know that the Black Moon Hunter had restarted the live broadcast? Moreover, the Black Moon Hunter had killed Marine, who was in charge of the live broadcast. No one could stop this witch-like woman whose evilness was second only to Auntie. Everything would be known by the whole world. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Ling B. Although Ling Bai's clothes were tattered from the battle and there were many bloodlines on them, he was like a god at this moment. His body was emitting a halo of red hair, and there was a confident smile on his face. That was a power that surpassed this dimension. It was unstoppable. Even if Ling Bai's strength had not reached the level of Garp and Whitebeard, high-speed regeneration was enough to exhaust Whitebeard to death. That BD, what should we do now? He frowned. If they let Ling B leave today, something even more terrifying would happen in the future. However, if they wanted to keep him here, what would happen? How many people would die? How high would the price be? Red Hair. Sengoku spat out a name angrily. At this moment, Red Hair entered the square of Marineford. Following Marine's scream, he was noticed by everyone. In an instant, everyone was shocked. Whitebeard is gone. Red Hair stared ahead. He knew that Whitebeard's life was over, but Whitebeard was still standing. His towering figure was enough to make countless people tremble. Even though he was dead, he was still standing. He realized that the protagonist did not have a title, but he had not thought of one yet. Chapter 94. Is Whitebeard dead? Whitebeard was still standing tall. Although his back was facing the crowd, his tattered cloak fluttered in the wind. It was obvious that Whitebeard's body had been pierced in many places. Ling Bai's light bullets were completely defenseless against a body of flesh and blood that had been stabbed by a Uzumaki spider. He's still standing even when he's dead, how shocking. Even Doflamingo, who has always been arrogant, stopped smiling at this time. He couldn't help but be shocked. The legend died in the end, and he didn't cover his whole body with armament haki, otherwise, he would definitely be able to defend against that attack. It seems that he has decided to stay here. Hawkeye stared at the figure in front of him. With Whitebeard's level, armament haki is definitely at a very high level. It would be easy to cover his whole body with armament haki, but Whitebeard didn't do that. Even if he can defend against Ling Bai's attack, Sengoku won't let him go. At the same time, Hawkeye also found the commotion in Marine. It turned out that Akagami came. It's beyond the scope of the contract, so let's call it a day. Hawkeye didn't want to draw his sword again. His task here in Naval Headquarters is limited to fighting against the Whitebeard pirates. Other things are not within the scope of the contract. Even against Ling Bai, Hawkeye can't make a move unless Ling Bai provokes Hawkeye. Now that Akagami is here, Hawkeye has no reason to make a move. After all, Akagami is his only friend. Therefore, Hawkeye has the intention to leave here. As for catching up with Akagami, it's obviously not the right time. Crocodile snorted coldly, he can no longer hold up the sky for his useless sons, so he covered them to leave. Whitebeard, it's a pity. He didn't kill Whitebeard with his own hands and even take his head, which made Crocodile very regretful. Akagami is also here. Do you want to continue fighting? Are we all going to die? Everyone was shocked, and the ordinary marine was trembling because Akagami is one of the 4 emperors. Even if he only has one hand, he still stands at the top of the world. Legend had it that he owned the strongest conqueror's haki, and was the strongest existence among the 4 emperors. Just yesterday morning, he had a fierce collision with Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, and his pirates in New World. Even the G1 Marine Division was almost destroyed in that battle. The red-haired pirates repelled the Beasts pirates who wanted to ambush the Whitebeard pirates halfway. This was a major event that involved the 3 emperors. It was the most important news of the day. Red Hair and the others walked into the shattered Marineford square. Sengoku and the other marine players could only watch Red Hair's arrival with extreme anger and helplessness, but they could not act rashly. The naval headquarters had to be mentally prepared to deal with the elites of the red-haired pirates, such as losing a few of their higher UPS. Moreover, Ling Bai and the others were still here. Ling Bai's battle prowess wasn't inferior to the Marine Admiral or the Pirate Emperor. Perhaps, he was the true monster. Red Hair, UBD. This is not a place you should be. Sengoku angrily rebuked. Red Hair. Akainu had been very angry today, especially now that Red Hair was standing about 10 meters away from him. Akainu really wanted to melt Red Hair with a punch. I'm here to end this war. Red Hair didn't look at Sengoku, but looked at the dead Whitebeard and Ling Bai, who was floating in the air. He did come here to end the war. Originally, he opposed the war from the beginning, but Whitebeard was still stubborn. In the end, Red Hair couldn't do anything about it. But it was foreseeable that the future world would fall into darkness and further escalate riots. Sengoku, what do you think? There's no need for unnecessary casualties. If we continue to fight, it will only tear more marine families apart. Red Hair was talking about the marines who were still chasing the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, and Ling Bai and the others who wanted to deal with them. Obviously, if they continue to fight, the naval headquarters will definitely not be able to taste the sweetness, let alone a good result. Even if they win, they will definitely have to pay a huge price. Sengoku frowned. Indeed, if they calm down, this war should be over. Is it over like this? I'm a bit unsatisfied. At this time, Bullet's voice came. He was looking at Red Hair with interest, and Red Hair saw that it was actually Bullet. Perhaps it was too long ago, Red Hair didn't recognize Bullet immediately. Bullet. In front of him, Red Hair was still an intern of Roger's pirates. At the same time, the young Bullet was a figure who was neck and neck with Rayleigh. As a powerful and unparalleled fighting force under Roger's command, he was famous in the New World. He was also a legendary big pirate, but he was later caught. Now, Bullet appeared in Red Hair's field of vision. It would be strange if Red Hair wasn't scared. He was released? Did Ling B do it? Behind Bullet, there were several people wearing prison uniforms, and they looked more evil than the other. Shanks, you're promising. Bullet sneered. Akagami, Red Hair, is indeed successful. He is now one of the most powerful men in New World. Whitebeard is dead. He and the Beast's pirates are the only two men left in New World. After the disbandment of Roger's pirates, Akagami, Red Hair, is undoubtedly the best. Barely. Akagami, Red Hair, is very afraid of this madman. He didn't expect to see Bullet in this place at this time. If you want to fight, I'm willing to accompany you. At this time, Akagami, Red Hair, pulled out his sword and confronted Bullet. The people behind him also reacted quickly. Behind Bullet were Ling Bai's crew. It's terrible. Kizaru said helplessly. Is this going to develop into a battle between two pirate groups? Or a battle between former members of Roger's pirates? But in any case, it's definitely quite terrible. Hey, don't be impulsive. It's not convenient to fight here. Wait until New World is stable. On the other side, Ling Bai also spoke. At this time, the distance between him and Akagami, Red Hair, was only 30 meters. He and Akagami, Red Hair, were on the edge of the gully. What do you want to do? Now that Whitebeard and Ace are dead, can you stop? As the culprit of this war, what is your purpose? Akagami, Red Hair, looked at Ling Bai, full of fear, more fear than Bullet. Haha. What do you think? Ling Bai didn't say anything. At this point, Akagami, Red Hair, still can't guess? Marines, the resourceful generals, also guessed it. It's obvious. This was because he was the one who had caused all of this, and everything was under his control. Even if he didn't do it, Blackbeard would do it, and Blackbeard would definitely be more cruel than him. Trade Ace, tell the world government that Ace is Roger's blood, and even cause this war, and use the power of naval headquarters to get rid of Whitebeard, right? You are worthy of being an extremely evil pirate, at the cost of countless lives in this world. In the end, do you want to replace Whitebeard? When Akagami, Red Hair, said this, the audience was in an uproar. Impossible. Sengoku shook his head in denial. Obviously, the feeling of being used, and the entire naval headquarters being used, drove Sengoku crazy. He didn't want to admit it, but if that was the case, then Whitebeard was dead. What would happen next? Sengoku, everything is already happening. You just need to replace Whitebeard. Crane reminded him with a solemn expression. This. Sengoku's body trembled. If we get rid of Whitebeard only to have another more terrifying and evil pirate rise, then what's the point of this war? Sengoku's body trembled violently due to his extreme anger towards Ling Bai and his worry for the future of the world. Sengoku, calm down. Crane reminded. Because of you, this world will fall into an even more terrifying state and enter an even more terrifying era. Redhead said angrily. Haha, Akagami, Red Hair, you are also a pirate, so don't tell me what to do. We are essentially the same. Ling Bai sneered. Don't scold pirates while doing pirate things. Speaking of which, you should take out Roger's ashes from the cemetery and scatter them. Otherwise, how can you face the countless people who have died since the beginning of the great age of pirates? In the end, the man you admire is the most sinful existence, more sinful than any pirate in this era. Roger has indirectly and directly killed countless people. I heard that in order to get rid of his bloodline, thousands of babies were cruelly slaughtered.